1.4 billion people have been fooled by the talent ranking system, believing that S rank represents the pinnacle of martial arts. But the truth is, your F rank Eternal Azure Dragon can tear through the heavens with just a few skill points. Hearing your biological father's furious roar and your twin brother's derisive laughter, you casually fling the letter of disownment onto the table. Just as you step through the front door, a cold, mechanical voice exploded in your mind without warning. F rank talent detected in host. Forced evolution triggered. In an instant, a terrifying green divine light pierced straight through the crown of your head. Your pupils instantly stretched into cold, vertical golden eyes. In the spirit realm, the frail green serpent swelled explosively to tens of millions of zhang amid a hair-raising tearing sound. The overwhelming, age-old dragon might instantly triggered celestial and terrestrial anomalies, causing all the powerful figures in High City to collectively fall to their knees. At that moment, the true hunt began. In the Blue Star world, ferocious beasts attack, and everyone can awaken a talent, taking pride in becoming martial artists. But when a beast tide struck, Muken, still a child, was abandoned by the Zhang family, who chose to save his twin brother, Leon. When Muken awakened in F-rank talent at 18, he faced even colder stares from the Zhang family. Furious, he severed ties and left the Zhang household. But where there SA will, there SA way. Muken activated the Deep Blue system, and his F-rank talent evolved into the S-rank Eternal Azure Dragon. At the same time, after slaying ferocious beasts, Muken could allocate points to boost his vitality, martial arts skills, cultivation realm, and talent. Eternal Azure Dragon, evolve. Seeing Muken's extraordinary talent and his rapid progress in the martial arts, his three older sisters were already filled with deep regret. Chapter 1, Reincarnation, Severing Ties. Dragon Kingdom, High City. Muken, did you steal your younger brother's vitality pill? A good-for-nothing with an F-rank talent. No matter how many pills he takes, it's a waste. Do you still think you're a genius? I truly regret ever giving birth to you. Baron, his face a mass of bulging muscles, roared furiously, slamming his fist on the table so hard it thudded. Meanwhile, Leon, standing beside him, lifted his chin and said haughtily, "Brother, face reality. I'm an A-class talent, while you a worthless F-class talent have absolutely no future. Taking those vitality pills is a complete waste of resources." Amy, already in her 50s yet without a single wrinkle on her face, shouted sharply, "Muken, I heard you even molested a classmate? How shameful." Third sister Violet, dressed in a white Taoist robe, sighed with deep disappointment in her eyes. "Muken, you've let me down so much. I never expected you to be this kind of person. Perhaps letting you return to the Zhang family was a mistake from the start." The second sister was tall and imposing, clad in dark blue battle armor that concealed her face. Only a buzzing sound emanated from her. Martial artists must strive to excel. Making a mistake isn't a big deal, but doing something and then refusing to admit it is even more despicable. The eldest sister had a pale complexion. She stood with her arms crossed, saying nothing, but her demeanor was icy. Looking at these six close relatives, especially his twin brother, with that smug expression on his face, Muken felt a wave of nausea wash over him. When he was a child, a terrifying beast horde had once swept through the city. The entire city had turned into a battlefield. The Zhang family was no exception. They were attacked by ferocious beasts. In the end, the Zhang family was too preoccupied with protecting Leon to save him at all. Fortunately, in his moment of despair, Muken awoke to memories of his past life. Once the beast tide had been quelled, the Zhang family was nowhere to be found. He had no choice but to live in an orphanage. Until 5 years ago. That was when Muken was finally found. As a result, his bond with the Zhang family was very tenuous. Thinking of all those heart-wrenching memories, he didn't bother saying much. He pulled out a piece of paper and said, "This is the third time this week you've pulled this stunt. I'm sick of it." With that, he tossed the blank sheet of paper onto the table. Baron picked it up and, upon reading it, his eyes whitened like copper bells. In a fit of rage mixed with derision, he shouted, "A declaration of severing parent-child ties? You beast! You want to sever our ties? Fine. As of today, I, Baron, no longer have a son like you. Get out. Let us see how you manage on your own. He quickly signed his name and flung the paper back at him. Nukin didn't even glance at it. He tucked it into his robe and walked out of the room without looking back. He is gone. He is finally gone. Wonderful. Leon's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had finally succeeded in driving his older brother out of the house. And from now on, the Zhang family's resources would be for his alone. Baron let out a long sigh, seemingly quite satisfied, and said, Yuanzhou, train hard at the camp from now on. Aim to follow in your third sister's footsteps and get into the Imperial Academy. Violet clenched her little fist and offered her encouragement as well. That's right, little brother. Legend has it that the Imperial Academy possesses methods to evolve talents. Maybe one day, you too can become a chosen one. Leon's eyes lit up at her words. His third older sister was no ordinary person. She was a chosen one who had awakened an S-rank talent. And in this year's college entrance exams, Violet had even taken first place in Jiangnan province, becoming a genius on everyone's lips and Haicheng a tremendous honor. After leaving the Zhang family's home, Nukin headed to his usual little restaurant. As soon as he walked in, a girl of about 7 or 8 ran over. The little girl had big, bright eyes and 2 cute little buns tied on top of her head. Brother Zhang, what would you like to eat today? Nukin ruffled the girl's hair, sat down, and said, Lily, tomato and egg fried rice. Lily ran into the kitchen, shouting tomato and egg fried rice all the way. Seeing the energetic girl cleared away a cloud of gloom from Nukin's heart. He closed his eyes. System charging estimated time required, 363 days. A phrase naturally floated into his mind. It was something that had surfaced, along with the revival of his memories from his past life. It was also a major reason why Nukin had left the Zhang family. From now on, I'll fend for myself and wait for the system to finish charging. By then, there will be only 3 days left until the college entrance exam. Nukin thought calmly, with a mindset that belied his appearance. In his past life, he had been a professional boxer. Because people looked down on him for his yellow skin, he ended up winning the World Heavyweight Championship in a boxing ring dominated by whites and blacks. Unfortunately, when Nukin was 25, he contracted a genetic disease with only a handful of known cases worldwide, one for which there was simply no cure. No one else would ever know what it truly felt like to lie in a hospital bed, watching helplessly as death approached. That was why, in this life, Nukin was determined to keep growing stronger until he took control of his own destiny. As for the Zhang family? Sorry. I really don't know them well at all. Little Zhang, what's wrong? Did you get into another argument with your dad? A slender female chef with a gentle face walked over and set down a bowl of tomato and egg fried rice. This serving of tomato and egg fried rice was visibly half as much again as the portions given to other customers. Nukin snapped apart a pair of disposable chopsticks, pointed to a large sign by the restaurant entrance, and asked, Nothing is wrong, ma'am. I was just wondering, are you hiring? Jane paused for a moment, as if she just realized something, then nodded and said, We're hiring. As the saying goes, if you have a skill, you'll never go hungry. Let us have a good chat after the lunch rush. With that, Jane returned to the kitchen to continue cooking. She, too, was an F-level talent who'd taken many detours and wasted a lot of time. Later, she had a sudden epiphany and enrolled at New Oriental to study culinary arts. They were both in the same boat. Since they were both F-level talents, she didn't mind giving Nukin a hand. This past March, the white-haired Koan chicken, which had ravaged the beautiful country for 2.5 years, was finally vanquished today by the 9th-ranked Marshal St. Johnny Time A. In April of the same year, the Shadow Grandmaster of Dragon Nation successfully broke through to the 9th rank. Congratulations to the Shadow Marshal Saint. The annual college entrance exams are approaching. Are you feeling lost about your future? Just text 1 to instantly receive a Fire Chilan series spear to help you on your martial arts journey. Take a good look. This man's name is Xiao Shuai. You can watch TV while eating, a sense of familiarity welling up inside him. First of all, this world's history, technology, and culture were very similar to those of his previous life. But the situation 100 years ago suddenly took a drastic turn for the worse. Terrifying behemoths descended upon Blue Star, causing immense destruction and wiping out 90% of the planet's population at the time. That was until people discovered that young adults who turned 18 could awaken a talent and train in the martial arts. From then on, martial artists took center stage. Although talent is a broad concept, it's generally divided into 3 major categories: physical, elemental, and spirit. Each category is further subdivided into 7 tiers, ranked from lowest to highest: F, E, D, C, B, A, and S. The higher the talent tier, the greater the martial artist's potential and upper limit. Those at levels 0 through 9 are considered quasi-martial artists, also known as unranked or zero rank. Levels 10 through 19 constitute first-rank martial artists, levels 20 through 29 are second-rank martial artists, and levels 30 through 39 are third-rank martial artists. And so on. Each 10 levels constitute 1 rank. There are 10 ranks in the martial arts in total, with 0 rank at the bottom and 9th rank being the martial saint, standing at the pinnacle of the martial arts and revered by countless people across the land. After finishing his meal, Mukin tidied up with Lily while also devoting part of his attention to pondering certain matters. The martial arts have been developing for a century. The importance of talent is now common knowledge. Let us take a concrete example. Mukin, with his F-rank talent, has to train tirelessly just to gain 1 point of vitality per month. Meanwhile, his younger brother, Leon, possesses an A-class talent. He can increase his vitality by 1 point in a single day. The difference is enormous. Furthermore, when practicing certain martial arts or cultivation techniques, talent can have a powerful effect. Alright, it seems you're sincere, kid. Come work for me from now on, 3,000 a month, with room and board included. Jane stepped out of the kitchen and said cheerfully. She had been quietly observing Mukin all along. She found that the kid didn't seem to be putting on an act, and he worked diligently. Thanks, Jane. Where will I stay? I hope my brother-in-law won't mind. Mukin hadn't expected things to go so smoothly and hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Now he had a stable place to live. All that was left was to wait for the system to finish charging. Brother-in-law? He died a long time ago. Jane took a bite of cucumber, completely unconcerned. Chapter 2, The System. Deep Blue System. Ring ring ring. It was just beginning to get light outside. The sound of an alarm clock woke Jane up. She lazily got out of bed and heard some noise coming from the kitchen. Just like a high school student up so early. Jane scratched her head as she mused. She glanced over at Lily, who was still fast asleep beside her. She stepped out of the room. Sure enough, she saw Mukin cooking breakfast. A delicious aroma wafted toward her, making her nod in approval. I was a little worried at first, but it looks like you've got some talent, kid. Mukin smiled. Speaking of cooking skills, in his previous life, while living in a foreign land, he would only prepare a few dishes from his hometown to ease his homesickness. He finished preparing 2 bowls of noodles with mixed sauce, set them on the table, and said enthusiastically, "Sis, try my cooking." Jane gladly agreed. The two quickly polished off the delicious meal. After breakfast, Jane drove a small 3-wheeler to the market to buy groceries. At this market on the outskirts of town, the earlier you get here, the better. If you're running a small business and want to make a little extra money, you just have to work harder than everyone else. The two arrived at the market. While haggling with the vendors, Jane shared her tips and tricks. She didn't hold anything back, teaching Mukin everything she knew. Okay, sis, I've got it all memorized. Mukin nodded earnestly, not just going through the motions. Although he was there to recharge the system and needed a temporary place to stay. Since Jane had kindly taken him in, he had to maintain a positive attitude, give his all to the task at hand, and not let anyone down. 20 minutes later. With the small three-wheeler fully loaded, the two were about to head back when they noticed a large crowd of high school students on the road. These people. Nukin's mind stirred, and he looked out along the flow of people. Not far away, he spotted a massive building. It was the Haicheng training camp. It's that time of year again for seniors. Watching the students brimming with youthful energy, Jane remarked with emotion. As soon as she finished speaking, she regretted it. She cast a cautious glance at Mukin. Seeing that his expression hadn't changed, she let out a sigh of relief. To be honest, I suggest you try out for the training camp. You could earn a few vitality pills, Jane said sincerely. For high school seniors, the training camp was a great opportunity to boost their strength. She had entered the training camp back in the day, though she only stayed for half a month. Her vitality had increased significantly. No, thanks. You only get one shot at the training camp, and now isn't the right time. Nukin shook his head, declining the offer. With his current strength and talent, if he entered the training camp now, he wouldn't last until the day the system activated. Besides, his little brother would surely find a way to make things difficult for him. Once he left the training camp, he wouldn't have another chance to enter. So, to be on the safe side, he'd wait until the system activated before joining the training camp. I hope the system is powerful enough to make all these years of waiting worthwhile. Nukin silently prayed to himself. He had already waited for many years and had the patience to wait a little longer. Okay, just let me know when you decide you want to go, Jane said magnanimously. Sure. The two rode the tricycle back to the restaurant. They were completely oblivious to a black sedan parked on the opposite side of the street, watching them drive away. Isn't that my big brother Mukin? How did he end up working at a restaurant? Leon pressed his face against the window, letting out a cackling laugh. Seeing the former genius reduced to such a desperate state filled him with glee. A chef? At least he won't starve to death. Violet watched the figure grow smaller and smaller in the distance, murmuring to herself. Having put that matter to rest in her heart, she turned her gaze away. She said to the driver in the front seat, "Drive." The black sedan pulled away again and soon arrived at the gates of the Haicheng training camp. Back here again. A hint of nostalgia flashed in Violet's eyes. In just a few short days, she had gone from being a trainee to the top student in Jiangnan province, about to enroll in Longgui's highest institution of learning, the Imperial Academy. The change in her status was nothing short of earth-shattering. Little brother, go ahead. Remember to do exactly as I told you. Violet smiled calmly, as if she had everything under control. She had already tailored a step-by-step plan specifically for Leon. As long as he followed the plan, he was bound to take first place at the Haicheng training camp and gain a massive advantage for the college entrance exams. Don't worry, sis. You're number one at the training camp, and I'll be number one too. Just wait for me at the Imperial Academy. Leon raised his fist, his eyes sparkling with confidence as he spoke. With a provincial top scorer teaching him everything she knew, he had already figured out every aspect of the training camp. Compared to his peers, it was nothing short of a perfect start. It was 4 a.m, and the sky was still dark. Mukin was already riding her small tricycle to the market to buy vegetables. As soon as she returned to the shop, she raced against the clock to prepare the ingredients. Soon, at 7 o'clock, the first breakfast rush began. Before she even had a chance to catch her breath, the lunch rush kicked off at 11. The shop was bustling with customers, and even Lily, who had just gotten out of school, had to run back and forth to help. After working non-stop until 3 in the afternoon, she could finally catch her breath and take a short break. 6 o'clock in the evening. The restaurant is packed to the brim. Customers stream in one after another to dine. Oh my, ma'am, you've hit the jackpot. Young Zhang is a real talent. That's right, this mapo tofu is absolutely unbeatable. Did you put extra chili in there, kid? I could eat this 3 times a day and still not get enough. Regulars would stop by from time to time for a chat. Jane couldn't stop smiling. This was Mukin's daily life, fulfilling yet exhausting. Time kept marching on. Her peers were getting stronger, but Mukin was still working at the restaurant. Until 4 days before the college entrance exams. Mukin asked for time off. Sure. Jane gladly agreed. She even pulled out 10,000 yuan and pressed it into Mukin's arms. Her cultivation level was far higher than Mukin's, and she was much stronger. Mukin had no choice but to accept it, his heart filled with gratitude. The time was fast approaching. Mukin waved goodbye. Jane and her daughter stood at the door, watching him leave. Lily's eyes glistened with tears as she asked, "Mom, will Brother Shaochun come back?" Jane hugged her daughter tightly but said nothing. After spending every moment together over the past year, though they weren't family, they had become closer than family. After leaving the small restaurant, Mukin turned and went to a hotel, where he checked into a room. He waited quietly. The clock struck 12. Ding! Deep Blue system activated, safeguarding the host. Newbie starter pack acquired. Suddenly, several notification sounds rang out deep within Mukin's mind. The moment of reward had finally arrived. Open the newbie starter pack. Mukin silently chanted. Ding! Acquired 10 evolution points, acquired a talent upgrade card, acquired a talent enhancement stone, and acquired the attribute panel feature. Wow! This newbie gift pack is such a steal. There are actually so many great items. A thought crossed Mukin's mind. A light screen unfolded before him. It was the stats panel. Host, Mukin. Realm, level 1. Talent, Green Serpent F. Vitality, 10+. Spirit, 20+. Martial skill, 9-fold fist beginner plus. Evolution points, 10. After reviewing his stats panel, Mukin flipped his palm. A golden card appeared in his hand. Talent upgrade card, can upgrade talents below S rank to S rank. Upon seeing this card, Mukin's heart skipped a beat, and he clutched it tightly. Now, he had reached a turning point in his destiny. By simply using this card, he was guaranteed to obtain an S rank talent. Since it's only effective on talents below S rank, there is no time to waste. It's better to upgrade to S rank sooner rather than later. Mukin gritted his teeth and used it without hesitation. Boom! The moment the card was activated, everything before his eyes vanished, and he was transported into the spirit realm. A green serpent roared toward the heavens, an endless green light surging from within its body to completely envelop its entire form. Evolution. His talent was evolving. Mukin had a sudden realization, and a thought flashed through his mind. The light slowly coalesced into shape, revealing antlers, a serpent's neck, fish scales, eagle's talons, and other characteristics of a dragon. This is a true dragon. Mukin stared at the figure before him, his heart trembling. All signs pointed to one thing. The S-rank talent after evolution was related to dragons. With a thunderous roar, the green light suddenly contracted, transforming into a massive blue dragon with an endless, majestic form. Its presence was as profound as the heavens themselves, radiating a sacred aura that nourished all living things. Roar! As if celebrating its rebirth, the blue dragon raised its head to the sky and let out a mighty roar. That roar echoed throughout the spirit world. At the same time, it triggered changes in the outside world. The sky darkened, and dark clouds gathered thickly. Suddenly, the ethereal image of a massive azure dragon appeared. The dragon soared freely, weaving through the clouds as an ancient aura permeated High City. At that moment, countless people sensed the change. They looked up at the sky. A chosen one. A chosen one has appeared in Sea City. May heaven bless the Dragon Kingdom. We have gained another chosen one. I wonder who this chosen one is. I'd really love to meet them. They stared wide-eyed, gazing up at the massive azure dragon. They were so stunned they couldn't snap out of it for a long time. Such an extraordinary and awe-inspiring celestial phenomenon. It was obvious. An S-rank talent chosen one had been born in High City. Chapter 3, Registration. What do others have to do with me? When Nukin opened his eyes again, he had already exited the spirit realm. The room was silent, as if nothing had happened. Host, Nukin. Level 1. Talent, Eternal Azure Dragon S. Vitality, 10+. Spirit, 20+. Martial Skill, 9-fold Fist Beginner Plus. Evolution Points, 10. After glancing at the stats panel, Nukin felt his heart race with excitement. His F-rank talent had been upgraded to S-rank, making him a once-in-a-lifetime chosen one. From now on, he possessed the foundation to advance further and faster on the path of martial arts. Eternal Azure Dragon primarily enhances two aspects: first, the physical dragonification, and second, the elemental Azure Dragon Divine Water. Nukin raised his hand, and a thought crossed his mind. Countless droplets of water gathered on his forehead, forming two small water columns resembling dragon horns. At the same time, a surge of immense power welled up from within him, bolstering his physical form and making him feel as though he could do anything. However, a physical system talent cannot directly transform a person into a beast. To fully unlock the physical power of the Eternal Azure Dragon, one must cultivate body forging techniques. The same applies to elemental talents. They require vitality as fuel to unleash their full power. Now that the talent upgrade is complete, let us try the Talent Enhancement Stone and see what effect it has. After testing it out, Nukin already had a clear idea of what to expect. He cancelled the dragonification state. The water vapor dissipated. It automatically returned to the heavens and earth. Next, use the Talent Enhancement Stone. Ding, Talent Enhancement successful. Enhancement Direction Spirit. One Talent Enhancement Stone has been used. Use 2 more to unlock Talent Evolution. As the system prompt sounded, Nukin closed his eyes and then opened them again. His pupils contracted into vertical slits. They radiated a golden glow. An indescribable, terrifying aura descended out of nowhere. I shall name this ability Golden Eyes. Nukin looked at his reflection in the mirror but saw no golden light. This was because it was an attack targeting the spirit realm. It was invisible to the naked eye. Similarly, the mirror could not reflect the power of Golden Eyes. Let us see the effects of the evolution points first. I'll figure out what to do with the Talent Enhancement Stones later. Nukin's spirits soared as he moved on to the next test. He opened the panel. He tapped the plus sign next to the vitality column. In an instant, Nukin felt a change. His vitality surged dramatically, and his mind grew clearer. He hurriedly opened the panel to check. Vitality, 11+. Spirit, 21+. No wonder he felt such a massive change. It turned out that both vitality and spirit had increased by 1 point. Vitality and spirit are the foundation of a martial artist. I'll boost my attributes first, then unlock martial arts techniques when the need arises. Nukin took a deep breath and made his decision. His finger tapped the plus sign. With every tap, vitality and spirit both increased by 1 point. This feeling of constantly growing stronger was truly intoxicating and addictive. Host, Nukin. Realm, Level 2. Talent, Eternal Azure Dragon S. Vitality, 20. Spirit, 30. Martial Skill, 9-fold Fist Beginner. Evolution Points, 0. After spending all 10 evolution points, the evolution brought about earth-shattering changes. His vitality has broken through to 20. He has also successfully leveled up. After experiencing the boost from allocating points, Nukin exhaled a breath of stale air, clenched his fists, and said, "If I reach level 5, I'll basically qualify for the 3rd tier schools, level 7 for the 2nd tier, level 9 for the 1st tier, and stage 1 for the top 10 martial arts academies." But is that all there is to it? That kid Leon is an A-rank talent, and with the Zhang family as full support, his goal is definitely Dragon Nation's top martial arts university, the Imperial Academy. As Dragon Nation's premier martial arts university, the Imperial Academy is teeming with powerful practitioners and boasts a wealth of top-tier resources, which are extremely beneficial for martial arts cultivation. Mukin knew full well just how much a good environment could help his growth. He silently set a small goal for himself. With only 3 days left until the college entrance exams, he aimed to reach level 15 and gain admission to Dragon Nation's top martial arts university, Shengjing University. For any other student, this would be nothing short of a pipe dream. But Mukin was brimming with confidence. He silently repeated to himself, "To achieve this small goal, I need more evolution points." He wasn't a child or a hypocrite. Not using the system would be pure foolishness. Deep Blue, how do I obtain evolution points and talent enhancement stones, respectively? A second later, a system prompt echoed in his mind. Defeat ferocious beasts to earn evolution points, and you have a chance to obtain talent enhancement stones. Mukin's eyes lit up at this good news. So killing monsters drops evolution points. Doesn't that mean he could sustain his growth through combat, getting stronger with every battle? If there's one place in High City where I can farm massive numbers of ferocious beasts without worrying about getting stabbed in the back, it's definitely the High City training camp. Even though the Zhang family has cut ties with me and kicked me out of the house, they certainly don't want to see me rise to power. Still, I have an idea I need to test. If it works, maybe I can even become a god just by killing fish. Mukin glanced up at the window. Before he knew it, the sky outside was beginning to grow light. He remembered that registration for the training camp closed this afternoon. Time was running out. He immediately ran to the market and bought 3 fish. With a swift stroke of his knife, he chopped one fish into 2 pieces. Evolution plus 0.0001. So little? Mukin looked taken aback. He pursed his lips and killed another fish. This time, there was no prompt. Just as I thought, there isn't such a huge loophole for me to exploit. My plan to become a god by killing fish has fallen through. Mukin had already suspected this would be the outcome of killing fish. So he didn't feel discouraged at all. He calmly prepared the fish and tossed them into the pot to steam. Food he paid for. He couldn't waste it. "Hey, Xiaochen, you're back?" Jane, returning from the market, walked into the shop and said in surprise. "Yeah, sis. I'm planning to go to the training camp today." Mukin arranged the dishes and replied, "Really? That's great." Jane looked delighted. She'd been wanting to urge Mukin to go for quite some time. But seeing that the boy had his own plans, she held back and kept quiet. After all, the training camp was definitely an opportunity to grow stronger. Even an F-rank talent shouldn't miss out on it. It wouldn't take up too much time anyway. Not going would be a waste. "Oh my, Xiaochen, you saw it too, right? That giant green dragon, a new chosen one, has been born in our High City." After sitting down, Jane said, her eyes flashing with a hint of astonishment. "Have I been exposed?" Mukin thought for a moment and realized that wasn't the case. He'd heard about this before. When a chosen one awakens their talent, it triggers a resonance with the heavens and earth, bringing about a series of supernatural phenomena. "Sister Chang, I'm the chosen one." Mukin took a bite of rice and said with a smile. He knew this was too outrageous to believe. Even if he told her, Jane wouldn't believe him. If anyone else heard this, they wouldn't believe that a cook could suddenly evolve his talent into that of a chosen one. They'd just call him a daydreamer or a fantasist. All right, my very own chosen one. Eat your fish, have plenty." The training camp assessments are very physically demanding. Jane couldn't stop smiling. She picked up a large piece of fish and placed it in Mukin's bowl. Nukin continued shoveling rice into his mouth. After he'd eaten his fill, they set off for school. Halfway there, his phone suddenly rang. Nukin looked down and saw it was a call from the class president. He pursed his lips and muttered, "What does the class president want with me? Could it be about that thing?" After thinking for a moment, Nukin pressed the answer button anyway. "Nukin, how have you been lately? Have you been eating on time?" A female voice on the other end of the line sounded a bit tentative, as if afraid of hurting Nukin's feelings. "I'm fine, thanks for asking." Nukin spoke in a gentle, matter-of-fact tone. "I'm glad you're okay. You mustn't give up. Hard work pays off as long as you keep trying. You'll definitely be able to turn your life around." She seemed reluctant to talk any further. After offering a few words of encouragement, the class president hung up the phone. "So this is how fragile I appear to others." Nukin was at a loss for words. He didn't dwell on this minor incident. Now that he had been transported to this vibrant, extraordinary world and activated the deep blue system, he had only one goal from now on: the pinnacle of martial arts. "The hardships I faced in my first 18 years were nothing more than a few minor setbacks. From now on, my sole focus is martial arts. No one can stop me." Nukin's gaze was resolute, his mind as deep and still as a pond, without a single ripple. But just as he hung up the phone, another call came in. Seeing the number, Nukin thought of someone. His third older sister, Violet. A sister with extraordinary talent who had been admitted to the Imperial Academy and who had supported the decision to expel Nukin. "I really should get a new number sometime." Nukin pursed his lips, pulled out the SIM card, and casually tossed it into the trash can. He was still weak now. He couldn't afford to provoke the Zhang family. But one day, all grudges would be settled. Imperial Academy. Chosen faction. A girl dressed in a white Taoist robe stared blankly at her phone screen, completely taken aback that she'd been blocked. She lowered her head, her bangs fell over her face, hiding her expression. All that could be heard was a voice filled with bewilderment. "Little brother, you're a worthless F-rank talent. Why are you so arrogant? What gives you the right to be so arrogant? Don't you know that in this cruel world, the weak can only survive by getting down on their knees? If you got down on your knees and begged me, I'd even help you secure a job where you'd never have to worry about food or shelter. But you refused. One day, you'll come to your senses, but by then, it'll be too late." Chapter 4, Rumors a Year's Wait. He arrived at school. The students who saw Nukin looked at him with astonishment. It seemed no one had expected him to return to school. "Look, isn't that Nukin, the one who was disowned by his family? That Nukin with the F-rank talent? I heard he molested Yi Xian, or what a shameless guy. Why is he even coming to school? Does he really think an F-rank talent still has a chance of getting into martial arts university? A scoundrel like that is nowhere near as good as his younger brother, Leon. Now that's a genius with both outstanding character and academic excellence." Nukin paid no heed to the pointing and whispering, remaining calm and composed as he walked to his classroom. The moment he won the gold belt in his previous life, he realized a truth. In the face of power, all insults naturally turn into praise. Therefore, there was no need to care. He had only one goal: to become stronger. "Nukin, you're at school." A girl walked over. She was none other than Su Xiaoxue, the class president of Class 7. Upon seeing Nukin, Su Xiaoxue couldn't help but smile. That smile was as enchanting as a spring breeze. It left the guys standing nearby mesmerized. They couldn't help but swallow hard. She truly lived up to her reputation as the female angel, the class president of Class 7. Facing Su Xiaoxue, Nukin simply nodded. He didn't say much. Her goodwill was genuine. He saw it with his own eyes and took it to heart. Tisk. Watching Su Xiaoxue take the initiative to greet Nukin, The students of Class 7, Senior 3, showed a hint of displeasure in their eyes. He was just a good-for-nothing F-rank talent, not like her genius younger brother, Leon. Why on earth was the class president being so kind to him? Xiaoxue, stop talking to him. He is a bad person. He reeks of sewage. Her best friend in class, Huang Feifei, hurriedly dragged Su Xiaoxue away. They hid off to the side, whispering in each other's ears. Feifei, I know what Mukin is like. I trust him. There must be some misunderstanding here, Su Xiaoxue said with righteous conviction. Her stance was clear. She trusted Mukin unconditionally. Sai, I know you're beautiful and kind-hearted, but he is just an F-level talent. After the college entrance exams, you'll be worlds apart. No matter how nice you are to him, it's pointless. Huang Feifei snorted coldly, speaking with the frustration of someone disappointed in someone's potential. In this world where talent reigns supreme and the strong are revered, no one believed that Mukin, with his F-rank talent, could achieve much in the future. Even if he fought to the death, he'd only ever be a second-tier martial artist. It was simply impossible for him to reach the third tier, let alone higher levels. As for raising his talent rank, the odds of that happening were even lower than winning the lottery. It was tantamount to a pipe dream, something you simply couldn't count on. Sigh. Su Xiaoxue let out a sigh. She didn't continue arguing with Huang Feifei. She was sharp as a tack and quick-witted. Naturally, she understood this simple truth. It was just that Su Xiaoxue didn't want to stand by and watch the other person fall into a bottomless abyss. Boring. Mukin, however, paid no heed to others' opinions. He couldn't even be bothered to argue back. He pulled a form out of the drawer. He filled it out quickly, his pen moving swiftly across the pages. Suddenly, his pen stopped, hovering over the section for parental signatures. The Haicheng training camp carried a certain risk of injury, so in theory, parental consent was required. But Mukin had already cut ties with his family. He was a loner, a man who took care of himself and no one else. Without hesitation, he drew a line through the parents section, crossing it out. Ha! Why is it so noisy today? A male teacher with bedhead and sleepy eyes walked into Class 7. He scanned the students and spotted Mukin, who had been absent for several days. He has actually come to school today. Before he could even speak, Mukin walked up to him with the completed form in hand and said, Teacher G. The Haicheng training camp registration form. The moment he saw the form, a hint of relief flashed in the disheveled-haired teacher's eyes, and he silently thought to himself, it seems my student hasn't been defeated after all. Although awakening a talent is a momentous occasion, for some, it marks the beginning of a tragedy. After all, they'd been hoping for over a decade. They'd expected to awaken a powerful talent as adults, only to end up with the lowest-ranked F-class talent. Such a letdown is enough to shatter a person's will. Thankfully, Mukin was okay. Teacher G picked up a pen, signed his name, and said, according to the rules, all senior high school students are eligible to apply for the Haicheng training camp. But whether you pass the assessment and successfully enter the camp depends entirely on your own abilities. The application deadline is this afternoon. Hurry up and go, don't miss the deadline. After signing the form, Teacher G patted Lin Chan on the shoulder. Quite hard. It made a loud thud. Mukin took back the form, expressed his sincere thanks, and left Class 7. After he left, the entire Class 7 erupted in commotion. Holy crap, Mukin, an F-grade talent, actually dares to sign up for a training camp full of elites. Don't we all know what Mukin's capabilities are? He probably won't even pass the entrance assessment. Everyone else has been at the training camp for a year already. It's pointless for Mukin to go now, he is already a year behind everyone else. The college entrance exams are in 3 days. Why would he go to the training camp just to get beaten up? I just don't get it. The students in Class 7 were stunned and buzzed with speculation. In the eyes of most people, Mukin's decision was simply incomprehensible. We VE arrived at Haicheng training camp. Passengers, please disembark. Holding his registration form, Mukin took a bus to the outskirts of the city. The training camp was a factory-style building covering a vast area. Behind the camp lay a vast forest. If I remember correctly, Yi Xian'er and Leon are both at the training camp. I wonder what kind of expressions they have when they see me. Mukin looked ahead, and memories from 2 years ago flashed through his mind. Back then, none of the students had awakened their talents yet. Mukin, with his striking good looks and a perfect score in martial arts classes, was known as a prodigy. As a result, many people flocked around him, treating him like a star surrounded by a constellation. But then, an F-rank talent Green Serpent left countless people utterly stunned. Those who had once surrounded him walked away, turning a blind eye to his plight and even gloating over his misfortune. And then there were opportunists like Yi Xian'er. When you were up in the clouds, she looked up to you with awe, shamelessly fawning over you, impossible to shake off. But when you fell back down to earth, she revealed her true colors, immediately launching a rapid-fire combo of backstabbing, slander, and tearful complaints to sling mud at him. Hey, classmate, are you signing up for the training camp too? Suddenly, someone walked over and greeted Mukin in a chatty, familiar manner. It was a slightly thin, average-built boy wearing a Haicheng No. 2 high school uniform with the school crest pinned to it. Yes. Mukin nodded slightly, replying succinctly. He didn't recognize the other person, so he remained somewhat wary. But then again, he figured no one would be foolish enough to come to the Haicheng training camp just to cause trouble. After all, the camp's instructors were at least 4th-tier martial artists. Classmate, let me introduce myself. My name is Lu Chen. You have an opportunity right in front of you. It's up to you whether you want to seize it. For just 3,000 yuan, I'll sell you a secret guide to the training camp's assessment stages. I personally guarantee a 100% pass rate. Lu Chen stepped a little closer and said with the utmost persuasion. Selling a secret guide? Mukin looked at him with a hint of surprise in his eyes. In his view, passing the assessment by cheating was truly unacceptable. Assuming other trainees passed the assessment fairly, while cheaters barely scraped by, they would inevitably be at a natural disadvantage from the start. In the training camp's fiercely competitive environment, it wouldn't take long for cheaters to be exposed for who they really are. It would be nothing more than paying money to enter the training camp just to get beaten up. And 3,000 yuan was really expensive. If he had that kind of money, wouldn't it be better to buy some spare ribs instead? Originally, Mukin didn't want to pay any attention to Lu Chen. Suddenly, an idea popped into Mukin's head, and he asked nonchalantly, will there be ferocious beasts in the assessment? Hearing this, Lu Chen began spitting all over the place, his face contorted into an exaggerated expression as he shouted. Of course. Everyone knows that out of all of Haicheng, this training camp has the most ferocious beasts. You've got to know the grass on the graves of the trainees killed by ferocious beasts last year is already 3 inches tall. Today, as long as you buy my secret manual, I guarantee you'll pass without a scratch, and I'll even. As he kept talking, Lu Chen looked pained and said, since we're meant to be, I'll take a big hit and knock 500 off your price. Was this a student or a salesman? Mukin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He waved his hand, muttered a quick thanks, and walked straight into the training camp. Hey, that guy's messing with me. Why even ask if he's not going to buy it? Lu Chen clicked his tongue in disapproval. He didn't dare to make a scene, though. He didn't want to run into a tough customer with high talent. That doesn't make sense. If his talent is good, he should come to the training camp earlier. The college entrance exam is only 3 days away. How many days of training time does he even have left by coming here now? Lu Chen thought for a moment, and just felt something was off. He glanced around and walked into the training camp as well, intending to check out Mukin's background. By then, Mukin had reached the front desk and handed the form to the staff member. The staff member had short hair. Her name tag, hanging from her jacket, read, Bai Tuanchuan. Bai Tuanchuan fed the form into the scanner. A moment later, she pulled out a wristband and said, Mukin, please hand over your phone, put on the wristband, then go through the first door on your right and wait patiently for the assessment to begin. If you're in danger, you can press the side button to pause the assessment, or shout for help. However, if you choose to do so, you'll be deemed to have withdrawn from the assessment and will be disqualified. Mukin picked up the wristband and examined it. It was a wristband with a screen and 2 side buttons. He followed the instructions. He walked through the first door on the right. So his name is Mukin. Why does that name sound so familiar to me? Lu Chen furrowed his brow and muttered in confusion. Before he could figure it out, Bai Tuanchuan glared at him and said coldly, Lu Chen, get out. Don't force me to throw you out. For people like Lu Chen who sell cheat codes, the training camp neither intervenes nor offers support. But there's one unwritten rule. Those who sell guides, unless they intend to take the assessment, are not allowed to enter the training camp. Sister Tuanchuan, no, no, no. I'm leaving right away, I'm leaving right away. Lu Chen seemed to remember something. His whole body shuddered as he hurriedly begged for mercy. He knew she wasn't joking. He turned and hurried out of the training camp. Mukin? That name sounds so familiar. I remember now. Isn't he Leon's older brother, the guy who cut ties with the Zhang family? Rumor has it he is on bad terms with the Zhang family. Of course he is, otherwise, why would he have cut ties? How dare he enter the training camp? Isn't he afraid of getting beaten up? Once outside, Lu Chen's expression changed, and he was instantly stunned. Chapter 5. Trials kill monsters to grow stronger. Lu Chen doesn't just sell guides to clearing levels, he also sells inside information about the training camp. That's why he knows so much about what goes on there. Take Yi Xian for example. This woman's strength and talent are just average. But she has got a great figure. And she is a master at flirting. Rumor has it that a top 10 trainee has already been completely swept off his feet by Yi Xian. The two have even privately pledged to spend their lives together, planning to apply to the same martial arts university to become a pair of lovebirds flying side by side. If Mukin ever runs into Yi Xian, he is definitely in for a world of trouble. After all, no one wants to face that ugly version of themselves who once tried so hard but failed to win her over. Not to mention, Mukin's own younger brother, Leon, is already number 1 in the training camp. Rumor has it that the two brothers don't get along at all. After their talents awakened, their conflict escalated even further, to the point where they completely cut ties. Tisk, TSK. If you want to die, this isn't the way to do it. Although killing isn't allowed in the training camp, getting beaten to a pulp wouldn't be surprising. Lu Chen shook his head and sighed, a hint of fear flickering in his eyes. He figured that if Mukin was lucky, he might walk away unscathed. If not, he might end up in the hospital for a while or even miss the college entrance exams. Wait, that's not right. He is an F-rank talent anyway, it doesn't matter whether he takes the college entrance exam or not. Lu Chen slapped his forehead, realizing he'd really been overthinking it. Still, this news might be worth selling to the Zhang family. I wonder if they'd be interested. With that in mind, Lu Chen dropped everything and headed straight for the Zhang family's mansion. Although Baron wasn't very high ranking, he was only a second-tier martial artist. But his daughters were each more powerful than the last. As a result, the family was wealthy, and their residence was exceptionally luxurious. What? That little bastard Mukin is going to the high city training camp? Baron had a long, narrow face with dark circles under his eyes, and he always wore a loose-fitting black robe. Upon suddenly hearing the news about Lu Chen, he was stunned. Then came wild joy. His precious son, Leon, was already at the Sea City training camp. This was the perfect opportunity for Leon to teach the little bastard a proper lesson. Excellent. You've brought good news. There will be a reward, a very generous one. Chinaime also let out a cold smile, covering her mouth as she said, "That little bastard doesn't know his place. Let Yuan Zhou teach him a lesson." Nukin walked into the room and noticed a television across from him. Crackle, crackle, crackle. The screen flickered. A man with a crew cut and a cold expression appeared. He read from a script like a robot. "Attention, candidates, the training camp focuses on real combat. The mortality rate for each cohort is as high as 10%. If you cannot accept this, please leave. We have no use for cowards." After he finished speaking, the TV began playing an incredibly gory video, accompanied by chilling and terrifying sounds. There wasn't a single pixel of censorship. It relentlessly stimulated the candidates' nerves. The more timid candidates would probably have to sleep with the lights on tonight and might not even dare to fall asleep. Looks like the first test is a test of courage. But Nukin remained expressionless, knowing full well what was going on. He suspected that while the video was playing, the hidden cameras in the room along with the wristbands were all recording his reactions. Whether it was his facial expressions or his heart rate, any abnormality would result in immediate elimination. The man with the buzz cut's terrifying words were actually all for the candidate's own good. 10 minutes later, the video ended. At the same time, the main door swung open, revealing a corridor. "You've passed the first round. Now comes the real test." Nukin seemed to grasp the implication and stepped inside. After walking through the 100-meter-long corridor, he arrived at an arena. He looked around. Across from him was a large gate. In front of the gate stood 3 cages. The cages were covered with black cloth, seemingly holding some kind of animal. Occasional low growls could be heard, along with a pungent, musty stench that seemed to linger year-round. "Well, it's not too late to back out. Do you want to withdraw? Don't blame me if you get hurt or disabled." A martial artist stood on a raised platform nearby. The man was burly. He stroked his full beard as he sized Nukin up and down. "I'm not withdrawing." Nukin shook his head, his eyes showing not a trace of fear. "Very well. I am Instructor Wu Hanhai. State your rank and talent, and I'll decide what difficulty level of ferocious beast to release." Wu Hanhai cut straight to the chase. He seemed rather disinterested. After all, a student who showed up this late in the campus schedule was bound to be weak. So, the practical exam really is about killing ferocious beasts. Nukin didn't care one bit about Wu Hanhai's attitude. His attention was completely drawn to the words ferocious beasts. He thought for a moment. Nukin had a question, so he asked, "Examiner, does killing a ferocious beast mean I've passed? Can I challenge even harder ones?" Wu Hanhai almost laughed when he heard this. He shot Nukin a sidelong glance and said, "Ha, challenge something harder?" The assessment always has 3 stages. The first stage is a level 1 ferocious beast, and so on. Also, the ferocious beasts you slay count toward points, and points are a valuable commodity in the training camp. Although the training camp closes in 3 days, something is better than nothing. He was actually curious to see a guy who shows up at the training camp just as registration is about to close. Just how much strength and talent does he actually have? To dare speak so arrogantly. If the difficulty is based on rank and talent, then the lower I sign up, the more ferocious beasts I'll be able to kill later. Nukin's eyes lit up as he lowered his head to ponder silently. When the training camp first opened, most students reaching this stage would likely choose to sign up for a lower rank. Challenging beasts weaker than themselves ensured a smooth passage through the stage. But Nukin had come to the training camp for no other reason. Solely to slay beasts and farm evolution points. Now that examiners were watching him farm monsters, safety was maximized. Naturally, he'd tackle all 3 stages. Examiner, I am a level 1 martial artist with F-rank talent, Green Serpent. Mukin stood tall, chest out, his voice ringing out with conviction. Facing the ferocious beasts. If he could crush them, he would. If he couldn't, there was always time to improve his martial arts later. Wu Hanhai's face twitched slightly, and he lowered the hand that had been stroking his beard. A level 1 martial artist with an F-rank talent? Who on earth gave you the nerve to shout so loudly? Don't you know how embarrassing that is? Ha! He didn't know why. But suddenly his hands itched. He really wanted to beat this student up. Asking all these questions with that level of strength, what a waste of time. Candidates, take note, the first challenge is the level 1 ferocious beast, the black-footed rabbit. Wu Hanhai couldn't be bothered to say more. He raised his hand. Click, click, click. Accompanied by the sound of chains grinding. The door of the first cage on Mukin's left slowly lifted. From the depths of the darkness, streaks of red light flared up. The next second, 10 petite figures darted toward Mukin as fast as lightning. These were black rabbits, their thigh veins bulging unusually thick for their size. As the iron bars lifted, Mukin's gaze instantly sharpened. His muscles tensed as he focused intently on what lay ahead. So the moment the black-footed rabbits burst out of their cages, Mukin reacted instantly. He clenched his fist tightly, gathered his strength, and thrust it forward. His fist cut through the air with a whistling sound, slamming into one of the black-footed rabbits. The Blackfoot rabbit was mid-leap and couldn't dodge while in midair. It took the full brunt of the punch. With a thud, the rabbit exploded like a rag doll. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. A burnt smell lingered as it hit the ground. Evolution points +1. Hearing the notification, Mukin didn't hesitate. He allocated the points immediately. Vitality, 21. Spirit, 31. His stats panel flashed as the numbers updated. Instantly, he felt it. He had grown a little stronger. Though the increase was slight, it was still a good start. This time, his movements were even more ferocious. His leg muscles tensed as he unleashed his power in an instant. His single leg acted like a long whip, lashing through the air, leaving behind a phantom trail. Boom! 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 The 3 black-footed rabbits exploded one after another, with no more than half a second between each. Evolution points +1. Evolution points +1. Evolution points +1. Although the evolution points he gained had decreased, Mukin wasn't discouraged in the slightest. His heart was brimming with determination. Level up! Level up! Keep leveling up. Vitality, 24. Spirit, 34. 3 black-footed rabbits. They brought a 3-point stat boost, making a battle that was already an instant kill even easier. The ensuing battle was nothing short of a one-sided slaughter. Mukin's heart was filled with ferocity and hunger. With every punch, he was sure to kill a black-footed rabbit. Chapter 6, Stunned. What realm is he even in? Evolution points +1. Evolution points +1. Evolution points +1. In less than a minute, the exam hall was a complete mess. Shredded rabbit meat was scattered all over the floor. Vitality, 30. Spirit, 40. He killed 10 black-footed rabbits. He earned a total of 10 evolution points. His vitality broke through the 30-point barrier. He was promoted to a level 3 martial artist. In that instant, Mukin felt a powerful force surge from deep within his body. With every breath, vitality surged like a tide, rushing through his limbs and bones. Wherever it flowed, his muscles grew firmer, and his skin became tougher. This is incredible. I've leveled up twice in a single day. The newly upgraded Mukin was overjoyed. If it weren't for the examiner watching nearby, He would have loved to let out a loud howl right then and there to vent his excitement. He wasn't worried that the instructor would notice anything unusual, though. After all, a 10-point increase in vitality was negligible for a 4th-tier martial artist. Just as I thought, combat is the best way for me to grow stronger. Muken gazed at his stats panel, feeling utterly satisfied. He clenched his fists. He could still feel the sensation of striking the black-footed rabbit. Is this kid holding back? His performance doesn't look like that of a first-tier martial artist. Seeing Muken's performance, Wu Hanhai was somewhat taken aback and instinctively stroked his beard. No matter how you looked at it, Green Serpent was a very weak talent. Yet despite such a weak talent, his performance wasn't bad at all. It seemed Muken had trained extremely hard, honing both his physique and talent to the extreme. Otherwise, he wouldn't have instantly killed the black-footed rabbit with a single move. There was another possibility. Muken had lied about his rank and talent, but he didn't lean toward that second possibility. Talented students wouldn't just show up late, they'd be eager to enter the training camp early. Muken had waited until now to arrive at the training camp. Not only had he wasted time, but he'd also missed an opportunity to grow stronger. It was truly not worth the cost. What on earth is this kid up to? But even the weak have their dignity. So what if you're only a level 2 martial artist? Let me see just how far you can go. Wu Hanhai gave an almost imperceptible nod. He didn't even bother to look at him properly. He had no time for students who falsified their levels and played it safe. He much preferred those who dared to take on challenges. A martial artist should charge forward bravely, never retreating. Even if it meant getting injured or even eliminated, it was still better than being a coward. He looked at Muken and said succinctly, "Continue?" 10 black-footed rabbits were nothing more than an appetizer, not even enough to fill a tooth gap. Muken wasn't done yet. Of course he'd continue. Second round, 5 level 2 ferocious beasts, forest wolves. Kid, if you can't beat them, just shout for help, there's no shame in that. Wu Hanhai raised his hand again and shouted loudly. This time, he specified the number of beasts. Click, 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 click. The chains of the second cage rose. Roar! 5 2-meter-long gray wolves burst out of the cage, carrying a strong, blood-curdling stench. For these ferocious beasts, confined to their cages for so long, a living human right before their eyes was utterly irresistible. Add to that the scattered limbs and flesh littering the ground, and their wild instincts were further inflamed. Come on! Muken tensed his muscles, preparing for another round of combat. Surprisingly, halfway through their charge, the 5 gray wolves spread out, attempting to surround Muken. Wolves are pack animals, highly intelligent, exceptionally skilled at teamwork, and adept at employing tactics. Divide and conquer. Let us see how you try to surround me. Muken crouched low, his legs erupting with power. His body shot forward like a cannonball. He charged straight at the nearest gray wolf. He pulled his right hand back. Like a bow drawn to shoot the moon, he gathered immense power. Die, ninefold fist. Muken roared as he slammed his fist down. Facing the iron fist hurtling toward it, the gray wolf had just opened its bloodthirsty maw. With a loud thud, its jaws snapped shut. Muken's fist drove the entire wolf's head into the ground. Ninefold fist? How come it's only at the one-sound realm? Wu Hanhai, watching from the elevated platform, paused in surprise. Ninefold fist is a martial art that does not belong to any specific rank. Its defining feature is 9 levels of power, each corresponding to a distinct sound. This martial art is easy to master and is well suited for 0-rank martial artists. As a result, many trainees in the training camp had learned the ninefold fist. It seems his talent really is Green Serpent. As for his rank, it's probably level 2. The answer came to Wu Hanhai's mind, and he sighed with a hint of regret. Why did he come to this conclusion? The answer was simple. Talent can be seen as a person's innate aptitude. Therefore, martial artists with powerful talent not only accumulate vitality quickly but also master martial arts techniques at a much faster rate. Elite trainees can reach the 9th level of the ninefold fist in just 1 month. Mukin, on the other hand, would need at least a year to start. And this is just for a non-tiered martial art. The gap would be even wider when cultivating a Tier 1 martial art. Evolution points +2. The moment he killed the forest wolf. A notification sounded in Mukin's mind once more. A single thought flashed through his mind. Deep blue, allocate points. The evolution points he'd just acquired were still warm in his hands. Yet in the blink of an eye, he'd invested them all. Without a shred of hesitation. Vitality, 32. Spirit, 42. Alright, let us keep going. There are still 4 beasts left. Mukin whipped his head around. Golden light blazed from his eyes. Golden eyes. The 4 forest wolves in the distance shuddered in fear. For a split second, they thought they saw a black mist. Within that black mist, some terrifying creature was staring right at them. This was a fear rooted deep in their blood. Taking advantage of the forest wolves' momentary paralysis, Mukin seized the opportunity. He took 3 steps in 2, rapidly closing in on the forest wolves. He threw a punch, striking one in the abdomen. Hit in its weak spot by the immense force, the forest wolf let out a piercing scream. Its entire body was sent flying backward, crashing violently into the wall. It never got back up. Ha! I didn't even use a martial technique this time, and I still managed to kill the forest wolf. Wu Hanhai's eyes widened in surprise. He was completely baffled. He had clearly tried his best to overestimate Mukin, yet reality had just slapped him hard in the face. Roar! 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 The death of their comrade sparked a wave of panic among the wolf pack. They were frantic, desperate to move. But their bodies felt as if they were stuck in quicksand. They couldn't move at all. Die! Mukin's gaze was icy as he swung his fist, claiming the lives of 3 forest wolves. Evolution points +2. Evolution points +2. Evolution points +2. Having killed 5 forest wolves, he gained another 10 evolution points. Excluding the 2 points added at the start, Mukin had 8 evolution points remaining. Same as always. Since he could easily overwhelm the beasts, he prioritized boosting vitality and spirit to level up. Vitality, 40. Spirit, 50. The stats panel flashed. Mukin advanced to level 4 martial artist. His strength received another terrifying boost. Whoa, why isn't the forest wolf dodging? What on earth did that kid do? Wu Hanhai watched as Mukin effortlessly killed the forest wolf. He was completely dumbfounded. He wondered if he was getting old. How could he keep making the same mistake over and over again? If it weren't for the rules, he'd really want to jump down and ask him face to face. Kid, do you want to keep going? A hint of curiosity welled up in Wu Hanhai's heart as he asked sternly. He wanted to see just how deep Mukin was hiding his true abilities and just how powerful he really was. Chapter 7, Past. The number 1 kid. Let us continue. Mukin still had a trump card up his sleeve, so he wasn't worried. He guessed the next challenge would be level 3 ferocious beasts. He'd just have to be a little more careful. There was absolutely no way he'd fail. Alright, stage 3, 5 level 3 bronze poison scorpions. Wu Hanhai raised his arm high. As he shouted, the 3rd iron cage swung open. Mukin's eyes lit up. Far from being worried, he was delighted. 5 level 3 ferocious beasts. To others, they were fearsome, malevolent creatures. But in his eyes, they were nothing but evolution points that would make him stronger. Click, 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 click. A chilling sound echoed from deep within the cage. 5 bronze poison scorpions emerged from the cage. These were giant scorpions, about the size of a wash basin, with carapaces that shimmered with a metallic sheen. Unlike the forest wolves, the bronze poison scorpions didn't bother with strategy. The 5 beasts surged forward all at once, like a tidal wave, overwhelming Mukin. Perfect time to test the power of the Azure Dragon Divine Water. The bronze venom scorpions had just emerged from the cage. They were packed tightly together. This was the perfect moment to use a talent it was sure to deal excellent AoE damage. Mukin raised his hand. A single finger pointed at the bronze venom scorpions. Moisture in the air rapidly condensed. What is he up to? Wu Hanhai furrowed his brow. An impossible suspicion flashed through his mind. Boom! The next second, hundreds of water projectiles shot out. Like a Gatling gun wildly spewing bullets. Faced with the terrifying onslaught of water projectiles, the bronze poison scorpion tried to dodge, but it was already too late. In an instant, the water projectiles pierced through it, and the bronze poison scorpion exploded like a balloon. Evolution points +3. 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 Hearing the 5 notification sounds ring in his ears, Mukin felt a sudden drain in his vitality and quickly ordered the Deep Blue system to allocate points. Vitality, 55. Spirit, 65. After allocating the points, his cultivation level rose to level 5. The depleted vitality and spirit were quickly replenished. Mukin felt refreshed, yet still a bit shaken, and thought to himself, no wonder everyone practices martial arts techniques. Simply using talent consumes a lot of vitality and spirit, and its power isn't as great as that of martial arts techniques. Without a doubt, the power of the Azure Dragon Divine Water is formidable. However, if he activates Dragonification and then uses a martial art, the power will certainly be even greater. At that point, how will you respond, sir? Holy cow, tell me, is this really an F-rank talent? It can even create water projectiles. Wu Hanhai, standing on the high platform, was completely dumbfounded. His eyes were wide as copper bells. Logically speaking, a mere F-rank talent could never possibly perform like this. The only answer was crystal clear. This kid had lied about his rank and talent. Examiner Wu, may I continue the challenge? Mukin looked up, his eyes gleaming with eagerness. The feeling of growing stronger by slaying monsters was truly addictive. This kid. Wu Hanhai's mouth twitched, and his face darkened. He waved his hand. He opened the gates to the arena. Since you've got the strength, stop messing around here. There are plenty of ferocious beasts for you to kill at the training camp. He admitted that he was starting to find Mukin a bit of a mystery. His strength was clearly impressive. Why had he only just entered the training camp now? He really couldn't figure it out. Let the other trainees in the training camp deal with the headache. Oh, okay. Mukin let out a sigh of regret. But upon hearing there were still ferocious beasts in the training camp, his heart burned with excitement once more, and he waved goodbye to Wu Hanhai. Stepping through the gates, he found himself in yet another long corridor. What realm and level is this kid, anyway? Wu Hanhai watched Mukin walk down the corridor. He was dying to know. He racked his brain, trying to recall the major clans of High City. He'd never heard the name Mukin before? Tuanchuan, send me this trainee's file. Wu Hanhai couldn't be bothered to speculate any further, so he pulled out his phone and called the front desk. A moment later, Mukin's file arrived. Upon opening it, Wu Hanhai's expression froze, and he said in disbelief, "What is going on? Is he really a level 1 martial artist? And his talent is an F-rank green serpent. There must be a mistake in this file." Ha! When he read the relatives section, he suddenly froze. Violet's younger brother. Leon's older brother. But compared to these two siblings, Mukin's talent was simply too poor. After a moment, Wu Hanhai sighed, put his phone away with a complex expression, and muttered to himself. What a shame. If Mukin had come to the training camp earlier, he might have made it into a third-tier academy. But coming now is too late. If it had been a year ago, when the training camp first opened, a student who could pass all 3 assessment stages would certainly have caused a sensation. But the training camp had already been running for a year. Pick any trainee at random, and they could do the same. Why, exactly, had Mukin only joined the training camp now? Wu Hanhai had his own suspicions. He was likely worried that Leon would target him. Walking through the corridor, Mukin entered a massive building. Here, quite a few trainees were gathered in a circle, looking up at the display on the ceiling. The display showed 2 lists. One was the leaderboard. The other was the mission board. 700th place, Mukin, 35. Suddenly, the leaderboard screen flickered. An entry appeared at the bottom. A newcomer? Everyone, look! There's actually a newcomer. The college entrance exams are the day after tomorrow and there's still a newcomer at this point? Joining the training camp this late? Don't even bother looking, they're bound to be terrible. Upon seeing Mukin's name, many trainees seemed to realize something. They turned to look down the corridor. When they saw Mukin, their expressions varied. Curiosity, disdain, contempt. The orientation mission is out. Someone suddenly shouted. Many trainees raised their wrists to accept the quest, only to find they were too late. It had already been claimed. A figure ran up to Mukin. It was a petite girl wearing a black hoodie that hid most of her face. She seemed a bit timid. Her voice was soft and gentle. Hello, I'm Yu Xiaoshuang. I'll be introducing you to the rules of the training camp. Mukin looked up at the leaderboard. Rank 699, Yu Xiaoshuang, 52. Wow. Second to last, teaching the very last. Mukin smiled and said nonchalantly. Thanks for your help. Yu Xiaoshuang waved her hand sheepishly and said. It's no trouble. The orientation task earns points, so since I accepted the task, it's my duty to do it. After saying that, Yu Xiaoshuang pointed at the display screen hanging in midair and explained. In the training camp, you earn points by slaying ferocious beasts. Points can be exchanged for elixirs, weapons, martial arts techniques, and guidance. When the training camp closes the day after tomorrow, total points will be tallied. The higher your ranking, the better the rewards. Hearing the explanation, Mukin's gaze fell to the top of the leaderboard. First place, Leon, 1,200. At a rate of 1 point per level 1 ferocious beast. That meant his younger brother had single-handedly slain 1,200 ferocious beasts in a single year. Seeming to notice Mukin's gaze, Yu Xiaoshuang looked at the name Leon with an admiring gaze and said enviously. Leon is already a level 14 martial artist. He is practically the top genius in High City. No wonder he is the younger brother of Violet, the top scorer in Jiangnan province. Rumors are spreading all over the training camp that Leon wants to challenge the camp's strongest ferocious beast, the level 15 Fierce Ape King. If Leon succeeds, he'll be the first genius martial artist in our High City training camp to slay a level 15 ferocious beast before the college entrance exams. Mukin said nothing, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Reaching the 14th level martial artist rank within a single year. In a small city like High City, a genius like Leon was unrivaled. Judging by past college entrance exam results, the chosen of heaven ranked in the top tier, while Leon belonged to the second tier. It wouldn't be difficult for him to gain admission to one of the top 10 martial arts academies, and he had a very good chance of getting into Holy Capital University. Little brother, you scheme to drive me out and monopolize the Zhang family's resources. Is that all you've got? Mukin didn't regard Leon as an opponent. His goal wasn't to be number one in High City. Nor was it even to be number one in Jiangnan province. It was to be number one in the entire country. Chapter 8, Provocation, Survival of the Fittest. 10th place, Yi Xian'er, 570. He kept scrolling down. He saw a name he'd expected. Nukin showed no emotion whatsoever, his tone as casual as if he were asking a stranger. Yu Xiaoshuang, do you know Yi Xian'er? Yu Xiaoshuang nodded rapidly and said, I know her. Yi Xian'er seems to be on very good terms with Lu Zhansheng, who's south in second place. Second place? Nukin let out a cold laugh. Just as expected of a two-faced bitch. Still the same as ever, always looking to latch onto a genius. He scanned the mission board but didn't see any methods for killing large numbers of ferocious beasts, so he asked. I want to kill ferocious beasts. Where should I go? Yu Xiaoshuang pointed to the passageway nearby and explained. There are two ways to hunt ferocious beasts in the training camp. One is to go to the challenge room, and the other is to go to the forest. The challenge room requires you to pay points. The advantage is that you know the types of ferocious beasts, so you can prepare thoroughly. Since microbombs are implanted in the beasts' heads, there is no risk to your life even if you can't defeat them. The downside is that the points awarded aren't very high, and if you get injured, you're likely to end up in the red. In the challenge room, the levels start at level 1. If you defeat all the beasts in each level, you'll earn 300 points, that's the minimum guarantee. As for the forest, it's the training camp's simulation of the college entrance exam site. They've fenced off an area in the wilderness and released a large number of beasts inside, allowing trainees to fight each other. It's quite dangerous. She explained everything she knew without holding anything back. She told him everything she knew. Nukin scanned the surroundings and asked. He decided to go to the challenge room first. To see what it was like. If he could fight his way up from low-level beasts to high-level ones, it would be very beneficial for him to grow stronger. Follow me. I'll take you there. Yu Xiaoshuang led the way. After passing through the massive building, the two arrived at another hall. The walls were lined with countless iron doors. Once they arrived here, the atmosphere changed instantly. A pungent smell of blood hung in the air. The trainees seated all around wore extremely serious expressions. Quite a few of them had wounds bandaged, appearing to have sustained serious injuries. Zhang, if you want to take on a challenge, check the display screen by the door. It has detailed descriptions of the various ferocious beasts. Yu Xiaoshuang led Nukin to an iron door. There was a display screen next to it. Level 1 Ferocious Beast, White Threadworm. Entry fee, 1 point. Kill, 1 point. No points awarded after 20 kills. Level 2 Fierce Beast, Bloodthirsty Fox. Entry fee, 2 points. Kill reward, 2 points. No points awarded after 15 kills. Level 3 Fierce Beast, Bloodlight Centipede. Entry fee, 3 points. Kill reward, 3 points. No points awarded after 10 kills. These rules looked familiar. Once a certain number of fierce beasts were killed, no more points were awarded. It's actually quite similar to the system. Both are designed to prevent trainees from farming points. If killing level 1 beasts earned a large number of points, it would defeat the purpose of training. The beasts in the challenge room are like evolution points. I'll kill as many as I can. Nukin scrolled through the display. He discovered there were 9 levels of beasts in total. This meant that the beasts in the challenge room were capped at level 9. All of them were unranked beasts. Nukin had originally hoped to grind his way up to level 10 or higher in the challenge room. Now it seemed that plan had gone down the drain. Are there no level 1 beasts here? Yu Xiaoshuang looked taken aback upon hearing this. She stared at Nukin in shock, unable to speak for a moment. Oh, so there's another rookie here who doesn't know his place? A level 1 ferocious beast? Do you really think you can take that on? Before Yu Xiaoshuang could answer, a defiant voice rang out from nearby. Hey, rat, hand over the quest points. Don't make me beat you up. 3 figures walked over. They eyed Nukin and Yu Xiaoshuang with hostile intent. Hearing that voice, Yu Xiaoshuang shuddered and turned pale. She buried her head even deeper beneath her hood. You can't kill people, but you can beat them up? That's good to know. Nukin's eyes lit up as he took note of this rule. It seemed the trainees at the camp weren't just fighting ferocious beasts, they were also rivals to one another. Suddenly, the trio blocked Nukin's path. The leader, a boy with a buzz cut, said discontentedly, "Hey, rookie, what are you looking at? You don't think you're off the hook for turning in your points, do you?" A boy standing beside him, whose arms reached past his knees, snorted derisively and said, "Bro Lu, didn't you hear him just now?" This rookie asked where the first-tier ferocious beasts are. He is probably planning to challenge one. At the mention of a first-tier ferocious beast, his expression was full of sarcasm. Holy shit, rookie, do you think you're one of the top 10 trainees? Daring to challenge a first-tier ferocious beast? Are you in such a hurry to die? The last one, a chubby guy, feigned shock but was actually mocking him. You guys are extorting trainees and even trying to hurt others. Aren't you afraid the drill sergeant will kick you out of the training camp? Nukin glanced around and said casually. The three exchanged glances. They knew he was a cowardly weakling with no real strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't have waited until right before the college entrance exams to join the training camp. The three quietly closed in on him. The leader, the guy with the buzz cut, said disdainfully, "Extortion? This is called guidance. Hand over all your points, and you'll be spared a beating this time." Yu Xiaoshuang was on the verge of tears, but there was nothing she could do. The training camp wasn't a school. Here, everything had to be earned through competition. As a low-level talent with such weak abilities, she could only hide in the shadows, quietly saving up points to exchange for elixirs. That's why people called her Rat. Brother Wei, look, Lu Jingwu was picking on the new recruit again. Among the trainees watching from a short distance away, a group was pointing and whispering about Yu Xiaoshuang. The man called Brother Wei glanced at Mukin and said nonchalantly, "He just joined the training camp, now he must be pretty weak. Don't worry about him." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the situation suddenly changed. Pessimistic novel, Transfer Station 17994-3164. Golden light burst from Mukin's pupils, shining directly into Lu Jingwu's eyes. Lu Jingwu's expression instantly turned to sheer horror, as if he had seen something utterly terrifying. Boom! Mukin's fist was like a warhammer. It slammed viciously into Lu Jingwu's abdomen. "Ah, how dare you!" The excruciating pain snapped Lu Jingwu back to his senses, and he shouted with a contorted expression, "Why wouldn't I dare?" Mukin retorted disdainfully, his movements growing even more brutal. He grabbed Lu Jingwu's head with both hands. He delivered a ferocious knee strike. His hard knee shattered Lu Jingwu's nose. Blood spurted out. Lu Jingwu screamed in agony and collapsed to the ground. His body was curled up like a shrimp. His back was hunched over. He couldn't stop trembling from the pain. "Since you came looking for trouble, I assume you were mentally prepared for this," Mukin said coldly, looking at the crew-cut man's pitiful state. Originally, he hadn't wanted to deal with these three, but they had to go and try to steal his points. This was the last straw. Mukin turned and threw a punch at the obese trainee. "Fatso, watch out!" The lanky guy, whose hands reached past his knees, shouted in panic. They hadn't seen it clearly. They had no idea what was happening. In the blink of an eye, Brother Lu was already lying on the ground. Chapter 9, The Challenge, a Level 5 Fierce Beast. Vidra immovable. The fat man looked tense, his hands shielding his chest as his skin glowed with a bronze sheen. Clearly, he had cultivated a unique martial art that enhanced his defensive capabilities. But Mukin was the world heavyweight champion, with vast combat experience. As soon as he saw the fat man assume a defensive stance, he immediately changed his move. His leg was like a steel whip. With a whoosh, it tore through the air and lashed out at the fat man's side. Ah! The fat man let out an agonized scream as he was sent flying several meters away by a single kick. He managed to protect his face, but he couldn't defend his abdomen. It all happened too fast. In the blink of an eye. Only the long-armed man remained from the trio. Take my ninefold fist. His face flushed crimson as he shouted and swung his fist. Boom! 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 His fist traced an arc through the air, producing 3 consecutive thuds. Facing the long-armed man's attack, Mukin suddenly thought of something. A look of realization flashed in his eyes, and he stood frozen, showing no reaction. Ah! Just as the fist was about to strike Mukin, Yu Xiaoshuang covered her face and screamed in terror. In the blink of an eye, the attribute panel shifted. The text ninefold fist blurred for a moment, then solidified. Martial skill, ninefold fist perfect. Mukin's eyes regained their vigor, and he struck back with a punch of his own. Boom! A sound exploded out of thin air, yet it seemed like multiple sounds layered on top of one another, making listeners' chests ache and their minds grow restless. He is actually at the ninefold resonance level. The long-armed man looked stunned, but by then it was too late to pull back. It was already too late. Because Mukin's fist was faster. And stronger. Boom! A terrifying force, like an exploding bomb, shattered the long-armed man's knuckles, sending a huge spray of blood flying. He was sent flying backward, his face as white as paper, devoid of any trace of color. Although he was still barely standing, his legs trembled uncontrollably. Stop hitting me! Stop hitting me! I give up. The long-armed man stared at Mukin in utter terror, begging for mercy. He clearly had no desire to fight any further. No need to spend any points, I've even leveled up my martial arts realm. This was a great deal. Mukin leaned back slightly, tilted his chin up, and flashed a satisfied smile. What is an S-class talent? This is an S-class talent. A brief moment of realization. It made perfect sense. There was nothing strange about it. That newcomer is so fierce he took down Lu Jingwu and his 2 companions in just a few moves. He just beat someone up. Why is he smiling so brightly, so happily? The college entrance exams are just 2 days from now. Getting injured at a time like this would ruin someone's future. We can't mess with him, absolutely not. The students who had watched the entire fight were in a state of turmoil. At the same time, they labeled Mukin as dangerous. The college entrance exams were just around the corner. Everyone was preparing for the big test. Crossing Mukin at a time like this would be sheer folly. Brother Wei, he won. A few people not far away were equally stunned. If it had been them, they could have beaten Lu Jingwu's trio too, but it definitely wouldn't have been this easy. This newcomer is interesting. Look into his background. Brother Wei's eyes flashed with a sharp gleam as he whispered. Hand over all your points. Mukin kicked Lu Jingwu and said. He had always been one to repay favors and exact 100-fold revenge for grievances he never held back. These guys were blind enough to pick a fight. It wasn't unreasonable to charge them a little interest. The trio had lost all will to resist. They helped each other up. He scanned his wristband. A beep sounded. Mukin's wristband updated. He raised his hand to look at it. Mukin, total points, 35, available points, 73, 1 warning. The points he seized weren't counted toward his total. Mukin learned another rule of the training camp. Pointing at his wristband, he asked. Yu Xiaoshuang, what does 1 warning mean? Yu Xiaoshuang ran over and said nervously. Each trainee is only allowed to steal points from others twice while in the training camp. 3 strikes and you're out. Exceed 3 times and you'll be expelled. Mukin nodded. He understood. This rule was designed to prevent trainees from fighting among themselves too much. Instead of hunting beasts, they spend all day scheming to steal others' points. As a result, they be missing the point entirely. This would render the training camp meaningless. Nukin understood perfectly and casually picked a challenge room. He held his wristband up to the screen and scanned it. A beep sounded. The challenge room door opened. He glanced inside before stepping in. Brother Wei, the new guy S, entered the challenge room. Quite a few people were secretly watching Nukin's moves. Among them was Brother Wei and his crew. Go check the display to see his name and what level of beast he is challenging. Brother Wei picked up a bottle of soda and said in a deep voice. One of his underlings ran to the entrance of the challenge room. He glanced at the display and hurried back. Brother Wei, the newcomer's name is Nukin. He is challenging a level 5 beast, the Emerald Demon Lizard. Brother Wei nodded. In his mind, he downgraded Nukin's standing a little further. A level 5 ferocious beast? Let us see how long it takes him to come out. After saying that, Brother Wei glanced again at the trio of Lu Jingwu and his friends, who were just about to leave. Instantly, his expression filled with contempt, and he cursed. Only scum like Lu Jingwu, the absolute worst of the worst, would lose to a newcomer. What a disgrace! The interior of the challenge chamber was as spacious as a basketball court. Both the floor and the walls were covered with thick, special cement, strong enough to withstand the damage caused by martial artists' punches and kicks. Opposite Nukin stood an iron cage door. Trainees, please note, if you feel your life is in danger, shout stop immediately. If the challenge fails, your points will not be refunded. Please select the ferocious beast you wish to challenge. A loudspeaker overhead broadcast the instructions. Nukin looked to his left. A display screen was embedded in the wall. He stepped forward. Scrolling through the list of beasts, he quickly found his target. Level 5 beast, Emerald Demon Lizard. Entry fee, 5 points. Kill reward, 5 points. After earning points 5 times, no further points will be awarded. Nukin's gaze sharpened as he made his decision. 2 Emerald Demon Lizards. The words sounded like a command, triggering a hidden mechanism. The iron cage door opposite him slowly rose. 2 lizards, strikingly similar in appearance, emerged. Each lizard was 3 meters long, with green skin covered in sharp spines. Their eyes were blood red, like 2 burning gems. Roar! 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 The Emerald Demon Lizards let out deep, guttural roars and charged with all 4 limbs. Their massive bodies, as large as a car, whipped up a foul, fishy stench as they lunged toward Nukin. Come on! Nukin's eyes narrowed, and he reacted swiftly. He sidestepped half a step backward, dodging the deadly charge, while his fist traced an arc through the air. 9 successive thuds rang out. It struck the Emerald Demon Lizard's side. That powerful, heavy punch wasn't as effective as he'd imagined. It merely sent the Emerald Demon Lizard flying sideways. It wasn't fatal. Just as Nukin threw his punch, another Emerald Demon Lizard charged at him. What tough skin! Well then, let us try this move of mine. Nukin leaned back to dodge the attack, raised his karate chop, and channeled the power of the Azure Dragon Divine Water. Mist gathered, taking the shape of his karate chop and transforming into a jagged blade. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The water blade struck the Emerald Demon Lizard's head. Spinning wildly, sparks flew everywhere, and a blood-curdling sound erupted. Roar! 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 The beast's agonized screams were heart-wrenching. Its massive body couldn't help but roll over. Even though the Emerald Demon Lizard's skin was tough, it still couldn't withstand the power of the eternal Azure Dragon. A few seconds later, the Emerald Demon Lizard stopped thrashing. Evolution points +5. Seeing one of its own die so gruesomely right before its eyes did not deter the Emerald Demon Lizard. It charged forward with fierce, fearless determination. Nukin raised his hand and fired another volley of water projectiles. Boom! The Azure Demon Lizard was forced to retreat step by step, severely wounded. Nukin immediately stepped forward to deliver the finishing blow and claim its life. Chapter 10, Keen Eyes, the Vowbound Wuhanhai. Evolution points plus 5. Challenge successful. Trainee Mukun has earned 10 points. If you wish to continue challenging, please name the beast you wish to face. The broadcast and system prompt sounded simultaneously. The difference was that one came from inside, and the other from outside. Mukun ignored the broadcast and opened his panel to allocate points first. Vitality, 60. Spirit, 70. As soon as he allocated the points, his vitality and spirit increased. Instantly, the feeling of weakness vanished from his body. Mukun was exhilarated. It felt absolutely amazing. This challenge room was practically a monster farming paradise. All he had to do was call out, and ferocious beasts would come right to him. It was a shame the cap was level 9 beasts. Otherwise, he would definitely have leveled up to the teens before heading out. Mukun took a deep breath, looked up, and shouted. 5 level 6 white frost centipedes. A few minutes later, the iron cage rose once more. 5 identical beasts appeared. They were a species of white centipede, even larger than the emerald demon lizards. The 5 white frost centipedes moved in unison. A chill spread throughout the room. The temperature in the challenge room plummeted rapidly. Come on, let me level up to level 9 in one go. Mukun's blood boiled, his fighting spirit running high. Wu Hanhai arrived at the training camp's control room. Numerous monitors hung on the walls of the control room. The monitors were divided into 3 categories. The first showed the training camp. The second showed the challenge chamber. The third showed the forest area. He scanned the monitors and spotted a familiar figure, his eyes instantly widening in shock. That kid is actually challenging a level 6 ferocious beast. What the hell is going on? What's his actual cultivation level? Does he think it's funny to play dumb and mess with the instructors? Wu Hanhai had originally just acted on a whim. He only intended to take a look around the control room, but he never expected to actually see Mukun. A female instructor with her hair tied in a high ponytail walked over and asked, "Old Wu, is your evaluation over? How's the new recruit?" Wu Hanhai habitually stroked his full beard and said in a deliberately mysterious tone, "I can't figure him out. The kid claims to be a level 1 aspiring warrior with an F-rank talent, the green-scaled snake, yet he breezed through all 3 stages of the assessment and still seemed to have energy to spare. I really can't make heads or tails of him." The female instructor gave Wu Hanhai a suspicious look and said, "He didn't show up at the training camp until right before the college entrance exams. Does he have some kind of astonishing background? Could he be the scion of a prominent family who has been showered with resources, only to come here and rub it in the training camp's face?" Wu Hanhai sighed and said, "It seems like there's a backstory, but then again, maybe not. Anyway, he used to be Leon's older brother, but because of his F-rank talent, he ended up cutting ties with his family and shut himself away for a year." Hearing this introduction, the female instructor's doubts deepened. The path of martial arts is like rowing against the current. If you don't move forward, you fall behind. A student with an F-rank talent who wasted a whole year. His strength has regressed drastically. How could he possibly pass all 3 stages of the assessment? Though it sounds completely illogical, he is the older brother of that Leon. Comparing the two, this minor achievement is utterly insignificant. Yuji, wanna make a bet? Let us see what's the highest level beast this trainee can kill? Wu Hanhai suddenly smiled and said. He'd come to realize something. Rather than being humiliated all by himself, he might as well drag Yuji into it too. Ha, you're a lousy gambler who always loses. Let us bet then, who's afraid of whom? Who's Leon's older brother? Yuji chuckled and said boldly. Right here, it's him, Mukun. Wu Hanhai pointed at the screen in the challenge room. Ha! Yuji was the instructor in charge of the control room. She knew this place inside and out. As soon as she looked up, she saw Mukun, and a hint of surprise flashed across her beautiful eyes. On the screen, Mukun was just slashing out with his palm. A water blade followed his strike. He smashed the white frost centipede. If he can kill the white frost centipede, his cultivation level must be quite high. And his talent isn't green serpent either. Yuji furrowed her brow and said with absolute certainty. As a fourth-tier martial artist, she could see through many things at a glance. That's exactly what I'm thinking. This kid is definitely hiding his talent level. Wu Hanhai didn't delve deeper into what Mukin's talent actually was. After all, there was no way to test a talent. Except on the day of its awakening. That's when a talent naturally reveals itself. At the same time, the awakening of some powerful talents can even affect the outside world, causing a resonance between heaven and earth. If Mukin truly possessed an extraordinary talent, he wouldn't be able to hide it. It would have been discovered on the very day of his awakening. Could it be that his talent has evolved? Could that giant blue dragon from this morning be connected to this student? Yushi spoke as if she were living a dream, unable to contain her excitement. A chosen one. Who could have imagined it? Another chosen one has emerged this year. Just thinking about it is thrilling. It's enough to be the talk of the town for a lifetime. I'd love for Mukin to be a chosen one, but I'm afraid he isn't. You have to remember that even the Aurora Martial Saint, who broke through the first rank the fastest, took 15 days back then. Besides being a chosen one, that old master also had an incredibly powerful background Mukin simply can't compare. Wu Hanhai poured cold water on the idea without hesitation, shaking his head. It was a simple truth. Martial artists need time to train. Even if Mukin were incredibly lucky and woke up this morning to find his talent had evolved to S rank in just half a day, his cultivation level couldn't possibly have made such a dramatic leap. After ruling out the implausible possibilities, the only truth and answer came to light. I think this so-called withdrawal from society is most likely a ruse. After cutting ties with the Zheng family, he has been secretly training all along. As for not joining the training camp, he probably knew Leon would target him, so he wisely took a step back. It wasn't until today that Mukin was fully prepared to make a sensational debut and grab everyone's attention. After careful consideration, Wu Hanhai stated his conclusion with absolute conviction. Regardless of Mukin's motives, for a low-level talent to have come this far, he must have endured immense hardships and a loneliness beyond the imagination of ordinary people. He deserves praise. It's a pity, though. Level 3 is his absolute limit. The sparkle faded from Yuji's eyes as she said, somewhat disinterestedly. You have a point. Then I'll bet on level 7. Wu Hanhai scratched his beard and said, I'll go one level higher than you, level 8. This wager arose on a whim. It was purely for fun. A test of each other's judgment. So neither of them mentioned the stakes. But soon, the situation in the challenge room made it impossible for them to keep a straight face. They watched as Mukin, after slaying the white frost centipede, skipped levels 7 and 8 entirely and chose to challenge a level 9 ferocious beast. Yushi, keep your hand on the control button and be ready to detonate the microbomb at any moment. Wu Hanhai looked as if he'd swallowed a fly, his voice stiff as he spoke. He thought Mukin was a martial artist skilled in restraint. But he never expected that he'd be nothing but a reckless hothead. With your ninefold fist at the first level resonance stage, you actually dare to challenge a level 9 ferocious beast. Even if Wu Hanhai tried his hardest to overestimate Mukin's strength, he still couldn't fathom how an F-rank talent could possibly kill a level 9 fierce beast. Unless this kid is hiding something else. Old Wu, don't you pride yourself on having the sharpest eye in the training camp? It's only been a few minutes, and all the conclusions and judgments you made earlier have already been proven wrong. Yushi rolled her eyes and said irritably. At the same time, she placed her hand on the button, ready to press it at any moment if danger arose. Once she pressed it, the ferocious beast's head would explode instantly, and that would mean Mukin's challenge had failed. Wu Hanhai had stopped stroking his beard. Gripping the roots of his beard, he grimaced and said, I just don't believe it. I won T. Let that kid humiliate me again and again and again today. I'm definitely pressing that button in a minute. Chapter 11, Shock. No monsters left in the challenge room. 2 hours later. A giant red tiger lay frozen in place. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the giant tiger's abdomen had been pierced by an arm. Nukin gave it a hard shove and pulled his arm out. The giant tiger's body crashed to the ground with a thud. This level 9 Flame Tiger challenge room is home to the strongest ferocious beast. I wonder how much stronger the violent ape king in the forest is compared to it. Nukin rubbed his shoulder and mused. Host, Nukin. Realm, level 9+. Talent, Eternal Azure Dragon S. Vitality, 99. Spirit, 99. Martial Skill, Ninefold Fist Perfect. Evolution Points, 427. He opened the panel. Nukin was in high spirits. After killing 5 white frost centipedes, he earned a total of 30 evolution points. He raised his realm to level 9 in one go. Now that he had reached level 9, Nukin turned his attention to challenging lower-level ferocious beasts. If it weren't for the fact that killing ferocious beasts required points. Otherwise, he wouldn't have even left the house today. Lacking the prerequisites for a breakthrough. The success rate for a forced breakthrough is 10%. Do you wish to proceed? Nukin tried tapping the plus sign next to his level. Seeing the prompt indicating no change, he wasn't surprised. Back in school, his teacher had mentioned this before. For a martial artist, the difference between being ranked and unranked is like night and day. It's two completely different worlds. An unranked quasi-martial artist can simply accumulate vitality to level up. But to break through to level 10 and become a full-fledged first-rank martial artist, one must practice breathing techniques, endure immense pain, and use great willpower to temper one's skin. Once the skin tempering is complete, the martial artist breaks through a ceiling. Their entire body becomes as hard as iron, and both strength and speed receive a quantum leap in improvement. I've already secured the minimum reward. Now it's time to exchange for the breathing technique and break through to level 10. Then I can head out into the wild to hunt first-tier beasts. With a goal in mind, Nukin walked straight out of the challenge room. He scanned the area and spotted Yu Xiaoshuan hiding in a corner. He walked over and asked, "Can you take me to where I can exchange for the cultivation technique? I'll pay you." Saving time by spending some points was a great deal for Nukin. As for who led the way, it didn't really matter. Payment? Sure. Yu Xiaoshuan nodded eagerly. Earning credits for such a small task was practically a godsend to her. Their departure didn't cause much of a stir. It took him that long to kill a level 5 fierce beast? I thought a newcomer was pretending to be weak to catch others off guard, but turns out he's just a second-rate nobody. I don't think we need to worry about him. Brother Wei turned away, shaking his head dismissively. In the eyes of an elite trainee like him, taking more than 10 minutes to kill a level 5 ferocious beast was considered a failure. And Nukin had taken 2 hours, ending up in such a sorry state he was hopelessly terrible, utterly ridiculous. Brother Wei, look, Wu Tai-s here. Suddenly, the younger trainee pointed toward the doorway, his voice tinged with a hint of nervousness. Brother Wei's heart skipped a beat at the words, and he turned to look at the entrance. He saw several trainees entering the challenge room. Leading the group was a burly, dark-skinned young man. The young man stood tall like a black tower, towering over the ground. What caught everyone's attention even more was the massive sword on his back. Traces of blood still clung to the blade. It looked as though he'd just hacked down a ferocious beast, a truly terrifying sight. Look, that's Wu Tai, one of the top 10 trainees and ranked 9th on the leaderboard. He's not in the forest. Why is he here at the challenge room? Doesn't he want to climb higher on the rankings? The college entrance exams are coming up soon. Why challenge a first-tier ferocious beast now? It's way too risky. the crowd buzzed with discussion. The way they looked at Wu Tai couldn't he help but carry a hint of both fear and envy. What is he doing in the challenge room? Even Wei Gu, who usually held himself in high regard, couldn't he help but tense up upon seeing Wu Tai. After all, every one of the top 10 students had already successfully completed skin forging and become full-fledged martial artists who had entered the ranks. If Wu Tai were to attack them, not a single person present could put up a fight. Hearing the overt and covert flattery all around him, the corners of Wu Tai's mouth curled upward, revealing a faint smile. He looked at the few boys beside him and said, "You guys go challenge the Flame Tiger. With me watching your back, no one will dare steal your points." The group nodded. Together, they walked into the same challenge room. They pooled some of their points to hire Wu Tai, ranked 9th, to hold the fort and protect them, so that after slaying the strongest level 9 ferocious beast, the Flame Tiger, they wouldn't be robbed while still in a weakened state. Although it stung a bit, the college entrance exams were just 2 days away. At this point, they couldn't afford to worry about anything else. Accumulating more combat experience was the smarter move. But what no one expected was that the group, having just entered the challenge room, came out very quickly. One boy looked utterly devastated and couldn't help but curse aloud. "What is going on? Is there a problem with the training camp? There aren't any level 9 ferocious beasts in the challenge room." "No ferocious beasts?" As soon as he said that, many people turned to look at him, their expressions a mix of surprise and disbelief, as if they heard a joke. In the year since they entered the training camp, no one had ever heard of such a thing. For them high school students, low-level ferocious beasts were dangerous. But for a 4th-tier instructor, capturing level 3 or lower beasts was as easy as catching chicks. It was a piece of cake. That is why, in the year since the training camp opened, there had never been a shortage of beasts. "No beasts?" Wu Tai raised an eyebrow, equally incredulous. Deep down, he was somewhat skeptical. Maybe it was just a coincidence? Without giving it much thought, he walked into the challenge room and shouted, "I want to challenge level 9 beasts any number." A few seconds later, the PA system responded, "Attention trainees, there are no level 9 beasts left in the challenge room. Please wait for restocking." Hearing the announcement, Wu Tai looked surprised. The previous trainee hadn't lied. There really were no beasts left in the challenge room. That is strange. Where did the beasts go? Wu Tai muttered in confusion. He figured it was just a coincidence. After all, the college entrance exams were just around the corner, and some people were willing to risk injury just to boost their strength as much as possible. And in the training camp, there were actually quite a few people like that. Dozens of level 9 martial artists taking turns in the challenge room had left the instructors unable to restock in time. So it made perfect sense that the challenge room was running low on beasts. "Brother Wu, could it be that the training camp is about to close, so the instructors aren't restocking?" As they left the challenge room, one trainee raised this possibility with Wu Tai. This idea aligned perfectly with Wu Tai's own speculation, so he nodded and said, "That is probably it. There must be a large number of level 9 trainees challenging level 9 beasts simultaneously in such a short time, causing the instructors to be unable to restock in time." The trainees looked at each other in disbelief. They truly hadn't imagined this could happen. The situation was like a bank run. Everyone wanted to cash out, but in the end, there was no money to be had. "If there are no beasts now, how are we supposed to train?" The trainee who had broken down earlier said, his eyes red. Wu Tai sighed and said, "Never mind. I'll ask the instructor how long it'll take to restock the beasts." He raised his wristband. He pressed the communication button on the side. A few seconds later, a woman's voice came through the wristband. "What is it?" Wu Tai set aside his arrogance and asked in a low voice, "Instructor Yu, is there a problem with the challenge room? Why are there no level 9 ferocious beasts left?" Yuji seemed to be in a bad mood. Her tone was icy as she said, Oof. You've been in the camp for a year, and you still haven't learned to check the leaderboard? Do you want me to teach you? With that, Yuji hung up the call. Just as everyone stood there bewildered and at a loss, Brother Wei suddenly stood up, his whole body trembling. With a look of disbelief on his face, he muttered, "That can't be. Could it be him? No, impossible. It's a coincidence, it's all just a coincidence." The younger members stared at Brother Wei in confusion. They had no idea why their leader had suddenly lost his mind. Brother Wei didn't feel like explaining. He got up, left the challenge area, and headed to the lobby. His eyes frantically scanned the leaderboard. Suddenly, he froze in place, stunned into silence. 50th place, Mukin, 335. The trainees from the challenge area all followed him out. They were confused and at a loss. They had no idea what was going on. Wu Tai also rushed out after him, grabbed Wei Taifeng by the shoulder, and asked in a deep voice, "Wei Taifeng, do you know what is going on?" Wei Taifeng pointed at the leaderboard and said with a bitter expression, "That newcomer named Mukin, I originally thought it would take him 2 hours to kill a level 5 ferocious beast. Now it seems that in less than 2 hours, he not only met the minimum requirement but also killed all the level 9 ferocious beasts." Wu Tai's expression froze, and unable to contain his emotions, he roared, "Are you sure something like that is even possible?" Wei Taifeng didn't bother explaining further. When the truth sounds like a fairy tale, it's naturally hard to accept. I get it now. Mukin, he is Leon's older brother, the former martial arts prodigy from First High. AF rank talent, a total waste of space. Are you kidding me? He cleared the minimum requirement in 2 hours and wiped out all the level 9 beasts, and you call him a good for nothing? Tell me, whose good for nothing is this powerful? I heard that Leon and his brother don't get along very well. He has even cut ties with his family. The news spread like wildfire. More and more students learned about this incident. The connection between Mukin and the Zhang family also gradually came to light among the trainees. Amidst their astonishment, they all instinctively turned their gaze to the top spot on the leaderboard. Which of the Zhang brothers is stronger, after all? Chapter 12, The Big Gamble, the Whale Sea Breathing Technique. The shops here offer services such as exchanging for martial arts techniques, elixirs, food, and lodging. Yu Xiaoshuan led Mukin to a place that looked just like a commercial street. She stole glances at Mukin from time to time, her eyes hidden beneath her hood filled with curiosity. She wondered how this former prodigy had managed to get back on his feet after suffering such a massive setback. It must have been really tough. Yu Xiaoshuan thought to herself. High City Miracle Healing Clinic. High City Paro Hot Pot. High City Laoba Burger. Seeing the familiar signs all around, Mukin wasn't surprised. Since the training camp was established in High City and had partnered with local merchants, this was actually a very normal arrangement. This is a branch of Wanshu Mountain. They should have what you're looking for. The two walked on and arrived in front of a 3-story building. The shop was lavishly decorated. A massive sign hung above the entrance. Thanks. Here is your payment. They had arrived at their destination. Mukin kept his word. He raised his hand and tapped Yu Xiaoshuang's. They exchanged 5 points. Seeing her points increase, Yu Xiaoshuang's face lit up with joy, and she hurriedly thanked him. Mukin waved his hand and walked into Wanshu Mountain. There were quite a few trainees inside Wanshu Mountain. Many of them were gathered in groups, seemingly discussing the merits of various martial arts techniques. He approached the counter without drawing attention and said, "I'd like to exchange for a technique to toughen the skin." Behind the counter stood a middle-aged man. He glanced at Mukin, confirmed he was a trainee he hadn't seen before, and asked in a gentle tone, "Have you received any guidance from an instructor yet?" Mukin shook his head. He had only entered the training camp today. He spent the entire day training non-stop. He hadn't had a formal conversation with an instructor yet. In that case, The middle-aged man was about to offer an explanation. Suddenly, he spotted something and smiled. I was just about to go through the trouble of explaining it all when here you are, Instructor Wu. Mukin turned his head. Just then, he saw Wu Hanhai. The burly man with a full beard was staring at him with a look of surprise. Hey, Instructor Wu, what a coincidence! What are you doing here? Mukin's mind raced as he considered a possibility, and he couldn't help but say with a half smile. I just happened to be here to take care of something. Come with me, I'll explain the skin forging to you. Wu Hanhai coughed as if to cover something up. Of course, he couldn't say that. He simply couldn't resist his curiosity. He had come specifically to find Mukin. The two went into a nearby room. The room was very quiet inside, as if it had been prepared specifically for a conversation. Which do you think is better, a first-tier martial art or a ninth-tier martial art? As soon as they sat down, Wu Hanhai blurted out the question out of the blue. Logically speaking, a ninth-tier martial art was certainly far superior to a first-tier one. Both in terms of power and rank, the difference was clear. But there was a simple truth that Mukin understood. I think the one that suits you best is the best. Wu Hanhai gave Mukin an appreciative look and continued. Talents in this world come in all shapes and forms. Some have exceptionally powerful spirits, some are skilled at manipulating elements, and some possess incredibly strong physiques. So you're not looking for a martial art, you're looking for its creator. Ideally, this person's talent should be very similar to yours. Following in the footsteps of those who came before you will help you achieve twice the result with half the effort. You have to understand that martial arts, to put it simply, are things that a martial artist has figured out step by step based on their own talent. Tell me, young man, in which areas does your talent excel? Mukin was struck by a sudden realization and began counting on his fingers. My physical strength is formidable, my affinity for the elements isn't bad, and I have a slight advantage in spirit as well. Wu Hanhai's mouth twitched slightly, and he felt a pang of envy. I'm aware of your first two strengths, but what's the story with your spirit? At that moment, he began to doubt his own judgment. Was there a possibility that Mukin was truly a chosen one? But why had he triggered a talent evolution? After all, the things capable of evolving a talent are incredibly rare and precious. Even a martial saint would struggle to obtain one. For now, Wu Hanhai still leaned toward the belief that Mukin had concealed his talent level and hadn't wasted time in self-imposed isolation. Instructor, please be careful. Mukin offered no explanation, merely issuing a quiet warning. A glimmer of golden light reflected in his pupils. It was as if some terrifying entity had descended upon the mortal realm. Instantly, Wu Hanhai's scalp prickled with fear, and a cold sweat broke out on his brow. A few seconds later, Wu Hanhai gave Mukin a long, hard look. He'd been proven wrong yet again. This kid must be serious. Wu Hanhai sighed and said in a deep voice. You call this spirit attack technique a slight advantage? Against anyone below the mid-tier martial artist level, it's practically a killing machine. Unless you face a spirit-type martial artist. Mukin was also quite surprised. He hadn't expected the effect of golden eyes on a fourth-tier martial artist to be so unexpectedly effective. That split-second lapse in concentration, though it seemed brief, in a life-or-death struggle. Even a split-second lapse can be fatal. It's enough to decide the outcome of a battle. I never expected that your talent, whether physical, elemental, or even spirit, is so strong. You're actually a triple-threat martial artist. Wait here, I'll find some cultivation manuals and martial arts techniques for you. Wu Hanhai left those words behind and walked out of the room. He returned quickly. He was holding several booklets and a tablet in both hands. The first-tier martial skill best suited for you should be this Cloud Rider Spear technique. Next is the Whale Sea Breathing technique, 1 volume per tier, which is enough for you to train up to the third tier and complete the 3 major steps of skin tempering, tendon tempering, and bone tempering. Intermediate level cultivation techniques are crucial. Once you get to the martial arts university, discuss it with your mentor before finding the one that suits you best. Wu Hanhai handed the booklets to Mukin. At the same time, he opened his tablet and played a video. A young man appeared on the screen. World Weary Novels, Transfer Station 2948327800. He held a 3-meter-long spear. As he channeled his power, a stream of water enveloped the spear, extending all the way to the tip and forming a serrated water blade. Suddenly, the young man thrust his right hand forward. The spear soared through the air like a dragon, spanning a distance of over 10 meters and piercing right through the wooden stake. What do you think? I definitely didn't rip you off. The whale sea breathing technique and the cloud rider spear technique complement each other perfectly. You should know that the longer the weapon, the more advantageous it is for water element martial artists. As the saying goes, every inch longer, every inch stronger. As for cultivation techniques to temper the spirit, you'll naturally come across them once you get to the martial arts university. Wu Hanhai tilted his chin slightly upward, his expression saying, "Trust me." He, too, had given it his all. He also expended a great deal of mental energy selecting these two cultivation methods and martial arts techniques. After all, he had to live up to his nickname as the sharpest eye of the training camp, didn't he? Let me take a look. Mukin remained non-committal. He picked up the whale sea breathing technique first and flipped through it thoroughly. This breathing technique was divided into 3 levels. The first level was forging the skin, the second was forging the tendons, and the third was forging the bones. After cultivating this breathing technique, a martial artist's foundation becomes solid, and their vitality becomes robust. At the same time, the whale sea breathing technique has one major feature. During breakthroughs, it can refine a martial artist's vitality and elevate its quality. Consequently, martial artists who cultivate the whale sea breathing technique take longer to accumulate vitality than others. Others might fear the time it takes to cultivate, but for me, it's just a matter of leveling up. This technique is practically tailor-made for me. Mukin nodded with satisfaction. He had already grown quite attached to the yellowed little booklet. Very good. As for weapons, I recommend this first tier, top quality Cold Spring Spirit LL be more than enough for you. As for better ones, same as always, once you get to the martial arts university, they LL come naturally. Wu Hanhai swiped through the tablet to a new page. The Cold Spring Spear was 2.7 meters long, dark blue throughout, with a spearhead resembling a long snake flickering its tongue. Overall, its design was understated and reserved yet carried a hint of sharpness. It looked incredibly cool. 300 points for the cultivation technique, 300 points for the Cold Spring Spear. You can't have your cake and eat it too. Mukin frowned when he saw the price of the Cold Spring Spear. He knew the price wasn't too high. Trainees who could afford a first-tier weapon had at least earned the minimum 300 points from the challenge room. With a little saving up in the wilderness, they could afford both martial arts techniques and weapons. Outside the training camp, such a bargain simply didn't exist. Don't worry, I'll cover both your martial arts training and your weapon. Wu Hanhai tapped his finger and purchased the Cold Spring Spear. He waved his hand and explained. As a training camp instructor, when I come across a promising student, I have the authority to award 1,000 points. Mukin immediately felt at ease. He was talented. He had earned the instructor's favor. In this extraordinary world, it was as normal as it could possibly be. Thank you, instructor. As for the remaining 400 points, Mukin flashed a sheepish smile and scratched his head. You really do take advantage of every opportunity, don't you? Never mind. I'll get you a new combat suit and some vitality pills. Wu Hanhai glanced at Mukin. He was filthy from head to toe, stained with who knows how much blood from ferocious beasts. His tone was dismissive. Yet he wasn't stingy in the slightest. There's an instructor teaching a class at the martial arts hall right now. Though I hate to admit it, his teaching skills are the best in the training camp. Go attend the class on your own tomorrow. Wu Hanhai took out another card, placed it on the table, and slid it toward him. It was a white card. Several figures wielding weapons were depicted on the front. Below was a line of text, champion instructor guaranteed to teach, guaranteed to learn. I thank you, instructor. Nukin had originally intended to refuse. For others, hardened hide was a major hurdle. For him, it was nothing more than a matter of allocating a few skill points. But just as the words were on the tip of his tongue, he changed his mind. After all, it was Instructor Wu's kind offer. The other had helped him quite a bit, it wouldn't be right to refuse. I know you're hiding something, kid. Your talent is definitely not F rank. But trust me, Ao Luo is the best teacher among us instructors. You'll definitely learn a lot from his class. Wu Hanhai pointed at the card and said confidently. He noticed that Nukin was already at level 9. On a whim, he pulled out the card, hoping to give Nukin another helping hand. In the mind of this burly, bushy-bearded man, Nukin had proven him wrong time and time again. And those setbacks really stung. It was proof enough that it wasn't his judgment that was off. Rather, this young man was so skilled at hiding his true abilities that even he, Wu Hanhai, couldn't see through him. If Nukin performed poorly on the college entrance exam, he would be blamed afterward. In the worst-case scenario, he might even lose his job. Or perhaps face an even worse outcome. But life itself is a gamble. Wu Hanhai brushed aside his distracting thoughts, his spirit soaring with boldness. So, let the gamble begin. Let everyone's face swell up. Instructor Wu, spirit's okay, right? He's just a good guy. Watching Wu Hanhai's smile grow wider and wider, to the point of being almost brazen, Nukin was a bit dumbfounded. Could someone please tell him what this instructor was thinking? Chapter 13, Breakthrough Mastery of Gunmanship. When Nukin emerged from Wanshu Mountain, he was already wearing a black combat suit. The streamlined combat suit hugged his figure perfectly, lending him an air of grim determination. It made him, who was already handsome, even more breathtakingly handsome. Seeing him emerge, Yu Xiaoshuang jogged over. When she saw Nukin's drastically transformed appearance, she was struck by his godlike beauty, and her eyes sparkled with little golden stars. Since you're still here, could you please take me to the rest area? The payment's the same as always. Nukin smiled and agreed readily. Sure, follow me. Yu Xiaoshuang was over the moon as she accepted the assignment. She'd been staking out the entrance to Wanshu Mountain precisely to earn some extra points. Even rats in the training camp had their own ways of surviving. The two made their way through the bustling commercial district to a quieter area. The surroundings were beautiful, the scenery pleasant, and there wasn't a trace of bloodshed in the air. The housing area is divided into 3 types: villas, apartment complexes, and bungalows, catering to trainees with different needs. Trainees who are wealthy, powerful, and seek a high-quality lifestyle prefer the independent, spacious villas. Trainees with more average abilities almost all live in the apartment buildings. As for those at the bottom like me, we can only choose bungalows with relatively basic facilities. Yu Xiaoshuang sounded a bit embarrassed as she finished speaking. How many points does a villa cost per day? Nukin asked. 20 points, and it comes with 1 free meal a day. Yu Xiaoshuang said, a hint of envy flashing in her eyes. It had been a year since she entered the training camp. She hadn't had a chance to enjoy such luxurious accommodations. The two arrived at the check-in lobby. Nukin booked a villa. He didn't care whether the accommodation was luxurious. Instead, he valued the villa's privacy and tranquility. Stepping out of the lobby, Nukin and Yu Xiaoshuang tapped their wristbands together to exchange points. Goodbye. Nukin waved and headed toward the villa. Even if everyone looks down on me, I'm still going to get into martial arts university. Yu Xiaoshuang watched Nukin's retreating figure, a surge of determination welling up within her. Nukin, the former prodigy, had deeply moved her. So what if people called him rat? So what if fate was unfair? She wouldn't give up either. Not bad, the facilities are top-notch. Looks like I won't be disturbed. Nukin entered the villa. The interior was exceptionally elegant. It also came equipped with a range of high-end amenities. For example, a deep rest capsule, an underground martial arts training room, and so on. Upon entering the living room, a delicious aroma wafted toward him. The food he ordered had already arrived, filling a large table. After fighting all day, I'm absolutely starving. Nukin looked at the table full of delicacies and couldn't help but feel his appetite stir. He immediately sat down to feast. These delicacies were made primarily from ferocious beasts. Besides tasting great, they were rich in nutrients and calories, allowing martial artists to quickly restore their stamina and vitality. The training camp points expire in 2 days. It's a waste to keep them. I might as well trade them for resources to boost my strength. After eating his fill, Nukin used all his remaining points to buy vitality pills. For him, every second counted. Wasting even a single second was a shame. Ding dong. A few minutes later, the doorbell rang. Nukin got up to answer the door and saw a delivery person. The courier was carrying a metal box and said enthusiastically, "Hello, Mr. Zhang. Here are the vitality pills you ordered." Nukin took the metal box and thanked him. He made his way to the underground training room. It was set up for gun training. Instantly, dozens of metal targets appeared all around him. As expected of the training camp, the smart facilities in this training room far surpassed those at Haicheng No. 1 High School. Nukin scanned the surroundings and remarked with admiration, "Trainees at the camp train in this kind of environment. As long as they develop in the right direction, their rate of progress far exceeds that of other places. Well then, let us take a look at the vitality pills first." Nukin sat cross-legged on the spot. He reached out and opened the box containing the vitality pills. The box was filled with red pills the size of candy beans. So these are the vitality pills. On the open market, a single one would cost at least 1,000 yuan. Intrigued, Nukin swallowed a vitality pill. As the pill slid down his throat, it didn't have the fishy stench he imagined. Instead, there was a faint floral scent. However, after eating it, his stats didn't rise. They were still stuck at 99. My vitality has already reached its cap. To break through it, I'll have to successfully complete the skin forging. Nukin had anticipated this and wasn't surprised. The 9th rank of martial arts. It is a process of gradually breaking through barriers and pushing the human body's limits. So it's impossible. A 9th rank martial artist's vitality can't exceed 100. Once it breaks 100, that means successful skin forging, transcending limits and achieving a whole new realm. Deep Blue, boost my proficiency in the whale sea breathing technique. Raise it to the highest level. Ignoring the vitality pill, Nukin sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and silently chanted in his mind. Consume 150 evolution points. Whale sea breathing technique proficiency raised to perfection. The moment the system's voice sounded, a new entry appeared on the panel. Technique, whale sea breathing technique first tier, perfection. Seeing this entry, Nukin remarked with some emotion, "A major reason why it's so difficult for martial artists to break through to higher realms is that cultivating breathing techniques unknowingly consumes too much time. Even entry-level breathing techniques can temper the skin membrane. However, both their efficiency and effectiveness fall short of the perfect stage. Therefore, the higher one's breathing technique proficiency, the higher the success rate for breaking through a realm." The prerequisites had already been met. Nukin decisively clicked the plus sign next to the realm. Breakthrough success rate is 100%. Do you wish to consume 100 evolution points to break through? The system immediately issued a prompt. If Nukin attempted to break through on his own and unfortunately failed, his body would inevitably sustain internal injuries. He would be forced to rest for a while. But right now, time was the one thing he lacked most. So using evolution points to break through was the safer option. Yes. Nukin's voice was low and firm. As he responded, a powerful force surged from the inside out, cleansing his skin and surging through his pores. This was the mysterious energy brought by the evolution points. Like an invincible general, it swept through Mukin's meridians, conquering territory as it went. Wherever it passed, a black, sludge-like substance flowed out. These were impurities hidden deep within the body, and obstacles to a martial artist's cultivation. Suddenly, everything fell silent. At that moment, Mukin felt as though he had undergone a complete transformation. Every inch of his skin was brimming with power. His body had become even more robust and powerful. Host, Mukin. Realm, Level 10. Talent, Eternal Azure Dragon S. Vitality, 100. Spirit, 100. Martial Arts, Cloud Rider Spear Technique Perfect, Ninefold Fist Perfect. Cultivation Technique, Whalesea Breathing Technique First Layer, Perfect. Evolution Points, 177. The skin tempering was a success. I'm now a first-tier martial artist. Mukin opened his eyes and couldn't help but shout with excitement. His voice was filled with joy and pride. To advance from a level 1 martial artist to a first-tier martial artist in just one day. Such speed was unprecedented. It was nothing short of a miracle, enough to make headlines that would shake the world. Hardened skin is just a small step in life. I intend to go much further on the path of martial arts. Even martial saint is not the end. After the excitement subsided, Mukin calmed his mind and silently encouraged himself. He returned to the first floor and freshened up again. Then he went back to the underground training room and opened another chest. Inside the chest lay 2 sections of the spear shaft, with a spearhead beside them. The Cold Spring Spear was designed in separate sections. Although this sacrificed some rigidity, it greatly improved portability. With a few clicks, Mukin assembled the Cold Spring Spear, gripped the shaft with both hands, and tapped the panel. Do you wish to spend 10 evolution points to increase your proficiency in Cloud Rider Spear Technique? Upon confirmation, the martial arts section blurred, and 4 wisps of mist slowly emerged. The mist gradually took shape, forming several characters. Cloud Rider Spear Technique Beginner. In an instant, countless images flashed through Mukin's mind. They were memories of day and night spent training relentlessly in the Cloud Rider Spear Technique. A sense of familiarity welled up within him. It was as if he had been practicing this spear technique for many years. Cloud Cavalry Spear Technique, Torrential Rain. His gaze turned icy, and suddenly, all his talents erupted simultaneously. Instantly, the Cold Spring Spear was enveloped in a layer of blue light. Like a dragon emerging from the sea, it pierced toward the metal target. With a loud boom, the metal target exploded violently, sending countless shards flying in all directions. Instructor Wu was right. Water element martial artists truly grow stronger with every inch of progress. Mukin withdrew the Cold Spring Spear and gazed at the shattered target, his mind reeling. Weapon, martial technique, talent. The power unleashed by the combination of these 3 was far greater than simply using a water blade. Do you wish to spend 140 evolution points to increase your proficiency in Cloud Rider Spear Technique? Having witnessed the power of Cloud Rider Spear Technique, Mukin didn't hesitate for a moment. He continued investing evolution points to upgrade his martial skill. His stats panel flashed 3 times in quick succession. Minor achievement, major achievement, perfection. In the span of a single second, countless images flashed before Mukin's eyes. His spear technique proficiency instantly rose by 3 levels. He had committed numerous techniques to memory, and now felt a sense of control as natural as moving his own limbs. Cloud Rider Spear Technique, Storm. Realizing the essence of the technique, Mukin unleashed the Cloud Rider Spear Technique. Countless spear shadows blanketed the area ahead. The Cold Spring Spear struck the vital center of the target with pinpoint accuracy, without the slightest deviation. Boom! 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 A series of explosions echoed through the training room. The shockwaves from the explosions caused the very air to tremble. As Mukin fired his final shot, not a single metal target remained in the training room. Countless specks of dust drifted slowly to the ground. What incredible power, countless times stronger than fighting with bare hands. And the quality of my vitality is even richer than before when I use my talent, it feels like it will never run dry. Mukin was utterly amazed. He could feel the immense power surging within him. Chapter 14, Grabbing a Seat, a Dazed Wei Typhoon. The next day. With his spirit fully replenished, Mukin left the villa. Every now and then, he'd pull out a vitality pill, pop it into his mouth, and swallow it. After his breakthrough, his vitality could be increased again. However, for a zero-rank martial artist, 10 points of vitality were enough to advance one level. Once he reached first rank, the difficulty increased, the requirement was 10 times higher. A full 100 points of vitality are needed to advance just one level. Mukin's extravagant consumption drew quiet admiration from many. This kid is rich. Eating as he walked, Mukin soon arrived at the martial arts hall. The place was bustling, with a long line already forming. Since martial arts instructor Wu speaks so highly of instructor Ao Luo, this instructor Ao must be no ordinary figure. Mukin stood in the bustling crowd, patiently waiting in line. Although he, Mukin, had reached his current level entirely through talent and hard work. Of course. And a little help from Deep Blue. But listening to others' experiences wasn't a bad thing either. In the martial arts, learning from others comes first. Perhaps he could even draw broader insights and gain unexpected benefits. Hey, handsome, never seen you around here before. Is this your first time? Suddenly, a short, stocky guy with a shifty look in his eyes walked up to strike up a conversation. What's up? Mukin glanced at him and asked calmly. My name is Chiu Jie. As you've seen, instructor Ao Luo's class is so popular it's always packed. Want a good spot up front? I can get you one for just a few points. If you don't trust me, trust Chen Yu, who's ranked 5th. He is a level 12 martial artist and has the martial arts hall under his protection. Chiu Jie leaned in closer and whispered. He snapped his fingers. The implication was clear. Are the seats assigned by the instructor? Mukin chuckled softly and asked. He figured it out, too. The trainees in the training camp. Regardless of their talent or combat prowess, each had their own unique way of surviving. Chiu Jie pointed at the trainees at the front of the line, seemingly making a veiled remark. Although the seats aren't assigned, if you want to sit in the front row, others won't let you. If you try to force your way into a seat without the strength to back it up and get beaten up, just think how embarrassing that would be. It's not worth it. But if you just pay up, Brother Chen Yu is incredibly strong. He'll definitely keep you safe. Mukin looked ahead. To be honest, he didn't see any particularly powerful trainees. However, he did notice a female trainee with short hair who walked straight to the front of the line and presented a card. The trainee checking the line didn't stop her. After a quick glance, they let her through. What's up with that female trainee? Why doesn't she have to wait in line? Mukin asked, a hint of confusion in his voice. The short-haired female trainee's card. It wasn't exactly familiar. It was simply identical to the card in his pocket. Could this card have some special purpose? She is a promising trainee favored by the instructor, so she enjoys a range of perks including not having to wait in line, of course. Trainees like her are usually at level 9, just one step away from skin forging, or even level 1 martial artists who already succeeded in skin forging. Don't even think about it. Just buy a spot in the top 10 rows that'll be plenty for you to learn from. Chiu Jie's eyes were filled with envy as he spoke. He seemed determined to help Mukin face reality, answering every question Mukin asked. Oh, I see. Mukin nodded, stepped out of the line, and walked toward the entrance of the martial arts hall. He wasn't the type to be stubborn or set in his ways. Not making use of the resources at his disposal. That would be a waste. Ah. This newcomer must be crazy. Who does he think he is? Chiu Jie stood there dumbfounded, staring blankly at Mukin's retreating figure. He originally intended to earn some points. He never expected to run into such a hothead. As a scalper, how many top contenders were there in the training camp? Didn't he know that himself? With that thought, Xiao Jie averted his gaze and turned to find his next customer. Hello. Mukin arrived at the entrance and handed over a white card. The guard gave it a surprised glance, took it, inspected it carefully, confirmed it was genuine, and said, "No problem, come on in." Mukin thanked him and put the card away. Countless eyes turned toward him. Their gazes carried ambiguous emotions. As they watched Mukin walk into the martial arts hall. The interior of the martial arts hall was spacious and bright. Right in the center stood a massive ring, surrounded by rows of seats arranged in neat order. Every seat here represented a person's strength and status. The closer one sat to the arena, the greater the benefits for the trainees, an unspoken rule that went without saying. The rewards were so substantial that even Chen Yu, ranked 5th, had started a business selling reserved seats, giving rise to a whole profession of scalpers. As for the trainees who couldn't afford seats, they had no choice but to arrive early to line up and scramble for the remaining spots. Which instructor has taken a liking to her? Mukin's gaze swept across the room, finally settling on a seat on the left side of the front row. The short-haired female trainee he'd seen earlier was resting her eyes. Ding, ding, ding. Suddenly, a bell rang from above the arena. A large crowd of trainees surged into the martial arts hall. Mukin felt it wasn't the right moment. He casually found a seat and sat down, waiting for class to begin. Trainees kept streaming into the martial arts hall. One by one, the seats were taken. That guy's got no fear, he's actually sitting in the front row. Xiao Jie walked into the martial arts hall and quickly spotted Mukin. He was instantly stunned. There was no other reason. Mukin, a new face, was sitting in the front row. It was simply too conspicuous. It was impossible not to be noticed. That kid isn't afraid of dying. Is the front row even a seat he's allowed to sit in? Xiao Jie hurriedly found his seat, sat down, and stared straight ahead. Amid his shock, he also felt a touch of schadenfreude. He was looking forward to a good show. "Brother Wei, your seat has been taken." Suddenly, a shout rang out, drawing the attention of many. Many people turned to look. They discovered that the person who had spoken was Wei Taifeng, ranked 39th. Instantly, a hint of wariness and a touch of tension flashed in their eyes. Wei Taifeng? He bought a seat in the front row. Could he be aiming to break through to first-tier martial artist? Xiao Jie was startled by his own thought and couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. If he succeeded in breaking through his skin barrier and advancing to a first-tier martial artist before the college entrance exams, he would undoubtedly gain admission to one of the top 10 martial arts academies. Such a trainee was a true genius. Across the entire Haicheng training camp, only a dozen or so people had ever reached this level. Is that him? When Wei Taifeng spotted Mukin in the front row, his whole body shuddered instantly, and his face turned pale. He secured the minimum requirement in 2 hours and slaughtered all the level 9 ferocious beasts. That terrifying incident had happened just yesterday. The memory was still fresh in his mind. Although he didn't know Mukin's exact cultivation level, someone that formidable was far too powerful. He absolutely couldn't afford to offend him. What do you mean the seat is taken? In Teacher Ao Luo's class, there has never been any rule about assigned seats. Just find a spot and sit down. Don't disrupt classroom discipline. Wei Taifeng cleared his throat, his tone stern and righteous. In reality, he was panicking inside, so he quickly found an empty seat and sat down. At that moment, he didn't even care which row it was. As long as Mukin didn't develop any hostility toward him, that was all that mattered. As soon as he sat down, Wei Taifeng felt the strength drain from his body. His limbs went limp as he slumped in his chair. At the same time, a chill ran down his spine. The cold wind sent a shiver through his very soul. It turned out that, without him even realizing it, his fear of Mukin had triggered a strong physical reaction. No way, Wei Taifeng is such a wimp. How come he didn't even dare to say a word when that newcomer snatched his spot? This newcomer, Mukin, is no ordinary guy. Yesterday, within 2 hours, he not only secured the minimum requirement for the challenge room but also wiped out all the level 9 ferocious beasts. Whoa, are you sure that's even possible? Not even Leon could pull that off. Leon, Mukin, wow, could he be Leon's older brother? The trainees around them began to whisper among themselves. They looked at Mukin with astonishment. Mukin's gaze was cold. He had no interest in the gossip swirling around him. But he couldn't help but care. Wei Typhoon, however, couldn't remain calm and composed. Their words were like sharp knives, piercing his heart. But Wei Typhoon didn't argue. He silently lowered his head. He'd been in the training camp for a whole year. And yet he wasn't even as good as a newcomer who just arrived this past year. Had truly been a waste of his life. Chapter 15, A Sensation Mastery of Gunmanship. Boom. Suddenly, a chair was kicked over. After kicking over the chair, a handsome young man stood up from his seat with an extremely arrogant air. In this special martial arts hall, chairs were not merely ordinary pieces of furniture, they also represented each trainee's status and strength. This was an unspoken rule. Yet this young man's behavior was so brazen, he clearly held the rules in utter contempt. Logically speaking, this should have sparked discontent and criticism from others. After all, it was a blatant challenge to the rules. But strangely enough, not a single person around him dared to speak up and rebuke him. Because he was none other than Lu Yu, ranked 5th on the Haicheng training camp leaderboard. Everyone knew one thing. The martial arts hall was his territory. Lu Yu's. Newbie, you're pretty cocky, daring to ruin even my business. You really don't know when to back down. Lu Yu's eyebrows furrowed slightly, his voice brimming with anger. His gaze pierced Mukin like a sharp arrow. A mere newbie who knows nothing. How dare he cross him? He is asking for trouble. Whether for the sake of his pride or for points, Mukin had to be taught a lesson today. At the very least, he had to be kicked out of the martial arts hall. Lu Yu, your business has nothing to do with me, but if you want to fight, I'm ready to take you on any time. Facing a level 12 martial artist, Mukin showed no fear. His voice was calm and resolute. It carried clearly to every corner of the martial arts hall. Ha ha ha, a mere newcomer, and you dare to talk back to me. Lu Yu snorted coldly and began walking toward Mukin. As he drew closer, his skin began to glow red, giving off a menacing aura. Mukin calmly opened the metal case. With a click, the 2.7-meter-long Cold Spring Spear was fully assembled. He stood with the spear in hand, his gaze showing not a hint of wavering, only an unbreakable will. No matter what kind of genius Lu Yu is. And what about those bullshit rules? I, Mukin, will shatter them all with a single shot. Holy shit, is Lu Yu actually going to fight a rookie? Don't be ridiculous. Lu Yu has mastered the 17 blades of Crimson Fire to a basic level, and paired with his talent, Lava Fire, the rookie stands no chance. Regardless, it's truly impressive that the rookie shows no fear whatsoever when facing a formidable opponent like Lu Yu. This scene caused a sensation within the martial arts hall. Mukin, a newcomer, his behavior and courage were simply astonishing. The trainees' expressions were mixed, and they couldn't help but feel a sense of respect welling up inside them. In the training camp, talent reigns supreme, and strength is everything. Yet Mukin, facing the level 12 martial artist Lu Yu, showed no fear. He even dared to defy the rules. How dare he go up against Lu Yu? Among the trainees around him, Wei Typhoon was the most shaken. His eyes were red, and his fists were clenched so tightly that he didn't even realize his fingernails had dug deep into his palms. As the 39th ranked trainee in the camp, Wei Typhoon had always been brimming with pride and confidence. Until he met Mukin. Although they never actually fought, Wei Typhoon had already mentally conceded defeat. Enough, Lu Yu. You're causing a scene here and disrupting everyone. If you're really that good, you should go challenge Leon, not bully the new recruits here. Just as the tension was reaching a fever pitch, a cool, clear voice suddenly rang out. Lu Yu furrowed his brow, looked at a girl with short hair, and said discontentedly, "Oh Shanshan, are you trying to stick up for the new guy?" Mukin hadn't expected the girl with short hair to come to his defense. But he didn't need it. Mukin's body shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, charging toward Lu Yu. As the shadow of his gun flickered, it was like a torrential downpour sweeping across the heavens and earth. "You're asking for death." Lu Yu's face contorted into a ferocious grimace as he drew the short sword strapped to his belt. As his talent erupted, the short sword was enveloped in a layer of red flame. This was the hallmark of the 17 blades of crimson flame. An immensely powerful fire-based martial technique. Boom! The two weapons collided, emitting a buzzing, metallic shriek. A terrifying force violently pushed Lu Yu back, sending him stumbling several steps in a row. He was completely unable to stop his retreat. Rainstorm! With a low shout from Mukin, his vitality surged to its peak. The technique lived up to its name. Countless streaks of icy light danced from the spear's tip, enveloping Lu Yu. What incredible power! Where did he come from? Lu Yu felt the pressure from the blade and was horrified. He hadn't expected a newcomer to be even more arrogant and defiant than he was. He struck without hesitation. Without a shred of restraint. "They're fighting. Get out of the way. Don't get caught in the crossfire." Mukin's spear technique is so powerful he is actually outmatching Lu Yu. Lu Yu's weapon is too short. He is at a huge disadvantage against a long weapon. The students around them saw the two men fighting. They no longer cared about their seats and scrambled to get out of the way to avoid being caught in the crossfire. This newcomer is incredibly strong. A hint of surprise flashed across Oh Shanshan's beautiful eyes. She had spoken up just now. Besides disliking Lu Yu's attitude, she also intended to help Mukin out of a tight spot. But she never expected that the other guy couldn't stand even the slightest slight and immediately started fighting with Lu Yu. Damn it, why is his spear technique so strong? Facing the fierce, storm-like barrage of the Cold Spring Spear, Lu Yu felt pressure like never before. Although his sword technique was formidable, it was no match for the long spear, leaving him struggling to defend himself. Impossible. How could I possibly be outmatched by a newcomer? Lu Yu roared inwardly, unleashing all his strength as he lunged at Mukin. A trail of red flame traced a dazzling path through the air. Faced with this desperate, all-out sword strike, Mukin remained unmoved. His hands gripped the Cold Spring Spear steadily and firmly. He thrust forward. A surge of even more ferocious water erupted, as if the sea god had grown furious, stirring up towering waves. In the face of this colossal wave, the red flame seemed so insignificant it crumbled the moment it made contact. No! Under Lu Yu's incredulous gaze, the Hanquan spear shattered the short sword, pierced through the shower of shards, and embedded itself in his shoulder. Lu Yu's body was dragged along by the spear and slammed into the ground, sending cracks radiating out like a spider web. The entire arena fell silent. It was as if the training ground had hit the pause button. Countless expressions froze in that moment. Lu Yu, ranked 5th, had lost. Defeated by a complete unknown. Lu Yu's face was as pale as paper, his eyes filled with disbelief and agony. The corner of his mouth twitched as he tried to say something, only to find his voice had gone hoarse. Not bad, not bad. I didn't expect to find such a promising prospect so close to the end of camp. A cold, stern voice suddenly rang out. Everyone turned to look in the direction of the voice. They saw that beside Mukin, at some point, a male instructor in military uniform had appeared. Ao Luo's gaze, sharp as a hawk's, swept over everyone present. Those under his gaze felt a sense of dread and anxiety, overwhelmed by a crushing pressure, and dared not meet his eyes. Only Mukin remained impassive, his lips pressed tightly together as he calmly met Ao Luo's gaze. This Mukin truly lives up to being Leon's older brother. He is indeed extraordinary. A barely perceptible trace of surprise flashed in Ao Luo's eyes. He reached out and drew the Cold Spring Spear. Liu clutched his wound and forced himself to his feet, gritting his teeth against the pain. Liu, the reason you lost wasn't a matter of skill, but of mindset. If you'd acted decisively and closed in to strike with your blade, Nukin wouldn't have been able to exploit his spear technique's advantages, and you would have won. But you underestimated your opponent, so ending up like this is only to be expected. Remember this lesson. Far from reprimanding the two, Ao Luo began analyzing the battle. Lu Yu hung his head in shame. In the world of martial arts, the strong reign supreme, and the victor is king. A loss is a loss. He had no face to say anything. As for Mukin, your spear technique is already flawless. Combined with your decisive strike and the element of surprise, it was enough to bridge the gap in cultivation levels. You won this battle brilliantly. After speaking about Lu Yu, Ao Luo lavished high praise on Mukin. The trainees present were in an uproar. The looks they cast at Mukin were filled with astonishment. Leon, a talent with extraordinary gifts, had dominated the training camp for a whole year. Now, with the camp nearing its end, here came Mukin, a rival every bit as formidable. Why were the Zhang family's talents so terrifying? There's no class today. You're dismissed. Ao Luo's voice was deep and powerful, brimming with unquestionable authority. The trainees were utterly dumbfounded. They waited in line so long, only for the instructor to stand them up. Was that even fair? But under Ao Luo's piercing gaze, everyone clamped their mouths shut and obediently left the martial arts hall. Mukin was just about to turn and leave, when Ao Luo suddenly called him back. Mukin, come with me. I have something to discuss with you. Hearing this, every trainee couldn't help but feel a mix of envy and jealousy. Perhaps this was the treatment reserved for a genius. Even the instructor treated him differently, offering him special, one-on-one instruction. Chapter 16, The Teaching. Ao Luo is shocked. Your Cloud Rider spear technique has reached perfection. If you want to achieve even better results on the college entrance exam, you must learn a secret art with even greater explosive power. Inside an antique style study, Ao Luo, whose features bore a striking resemblance to those of a soaring eagle, spoke slowly. Secret technique. Mukin's heart skipped a beat. He had heard this term online before. A secret technique was a special martial art that overdrew the body's reserves to unleash explosive power for a brief moment. Martial artists who used secret techniques were often as fierce as tigers before the attack, but as weak as worms afterward. The side effects were massive. Being bedridden for half a day, unable to move, would actually count as good luck. But I can allocate points. As long as I allocate them, both vitality and spirit can be replenished. I have absolutely nothing to fear from the side effects of the supreme technique. Mukin was startled by his own thought. He couldn't help but ponder the possibility of this idea. If it were feasible, his combat power would skyrocket. Just imagine it. Others would be completely drained after using a secret art just once or twice. But he could withstand the side effects and use secret arts endlessly. That vision was absolutely breathtaking. Secret arts are actually high-level martial arts techniques that have been simplified through a series of refinements. For example, the secret arts that low-tier martial artists can learn are derived from mid-tier martial arts techniques. Ao Luo explained slowly, one word at a time, making sure everything was clear. After finishing, he raised his hand. A pale green glow appeared at his fingertips. The light detached from his finger, hovered in midair, and formed a miniature eagle. Although the eagle was tiny, it looked incredibly lifelike, not at all fake. It was the first time he'd seen such a technique. Mukin was amazed and watched intently. Even with his control over the Azure Dragon's power, he simply couldn't achieve such precise manipulation. Aside from the difference in cultivation levels, there was also a gap in the development of their talents. Low-tier martial artists can only achieve a superficial imitation through extreme measures, but even among their peers, its power is still quite formidable. As Ao Luo spoke, he tapped his finger. Instantly, the miniature eagle spread its wings and took flight, as if it had truly come to life, circling up and down around Mukin. If I possessed such a technique, its power would be even more terrifying. Countless thoughts flashed through Mukin's mind. If, during the previous battle, he had truly summoned a towering tidal wave and simultaneously refined his control over every individual current, the power would have been truly terrifying. Forget about Lu Yu. Not even 100 Lu Yes could stand a chance against a single move of his. Ao Luo changed the subject and issued a stern warning. Although the secret art is powerful, it's also a double-edged sword. You must use it with caution, otherwise, if your body can't withstand it, the consequences would be unimaginable. Mukin obediently nodded, indicating his understanding. He couldn't tell anyone else, anyway. He could allocate his own skill points. But he had to learn the supreme art. It was such a powerful trump card. As long as he used it wisely, it would be extremely helpful for the college entrance exam and beyond. So, do you want to learn it? I can teach you a water element supreme art. As a genius who has mastered the Cloud Rider Spear technique to perfection, you're qualified to learn it. You should know that virtually every top-ranked student in past college entrance exams has mastered at least one supreme art. It's the key to defeating red difficulty ferocious beasts. It's safe to say that without an Ugi, you won't be able to secure a high ranking. Ao Luo folded his hands and rested them on his knees as he spoke. Enduring the side effects of an Ugi once in exchange for better college entrance exam scores is actually a very good deal. After all, the higher the ranking of the martial arts university, the better the benefits and treatment, and the brighter the future prospects. And teaching secret techniques isn't against the rules. Most trainees won't even have the chance to learn them otherwise. After all, the requirements for secret techniques are extremely strict. First, one must be a first-tier martial artist who has successfully completed skin tempering. This single condition alone eliminates 90% of the trainees. Second, one must have mastered a first-tier martial art to perfection and possess considerable insight. Trainees who meet both conditions simultaneously are extremely rare. I'll learn it. Mukin nodded without hesitation. There was absolutely no reason to refuse something so beneficial to himself. If he could master the secret art quickly, he'd have what it takes to challenge the Savage Ape King and claim first place in the training camp. Very good. Ao Luo wore a gentle smile, the corners of his mouth curving slightly upward as he rose to his feet with satisfaction. He took a scroll from the bookshelf and handed it to Mukin. Thank you, instructor. Mukin accepted the scroll with both hands, thanked him, and unrolled it. He quickly scanned through it. A deep blue prompt echoed in his mind. Do you wish to spend 100 evolution points to increase your proficiency in Water Dragon Chant? Whoa! Just to get started requires 100 evolution points. That's a bit pricey. But the more evolution points spent, the higher the level of Water Dragon Chant. After all, it only took 150 evolution points to bring Cloud Rider Spear technique to the perfect level. Mastering a secret technique really tests your insight. If you can't grasp it, don't force yourself under any circumstances, understand? Ao Luo wasn't the type to just wash his hands of the matter, so he gave him another thorough reminder. In truth, regarding Mukin's ability to master the secret technique, he didn't have very high expectations. Ao Luo had served as an instructor for many years, and no fewer than 30 students had received his instruction on secret techniques. Counting the other instructors, the total number would be even higher. But before the college entrance exam, not a single student had mastered the secret art. Mastering the secret art in a short period of time tests not only talent but also luck. And the college entrance exam is the day after tomorrow. Just 2 days. I'm sorry. That's simply too short. There's basically no chance Mukin will master the secret art. Alright, you can go now. If you have any questions about the secret art in the future, you can always ask me or the teachers at Wuda. Hearing the dismissal, Mukin stood up, bowed sincerely to Ao Luo, then turned and left the study. If it weren't for the other's selflessness and willingness to share everything he knew, he wouldn't have had a clue where to find the secret technique. As Mukin left, the study returned to silence. Nyohong, Jalishua, Lan Shilan, and now there's one more, Mukin. Ao Luo gazed at the ceiling, lost in thought, muttering to himself. Grandpa, your grandson is on the phone. Suddenly, a ringtone interrupted his reverie. Without even looking, Ao Luo picked up his phone and held it to his ear. Ao Luo, class is over, right? How's that student of mine doing? On the other end of the line came Wu Hanhai's hearty voice. Ao Luo furrowed his brow, a pensive look crossing his face. He thought for a moment. He really had no idea who Wu Hanhai was talking about. The student you're talking about? Who is it? There was a brief pause on the other end of the line. Then Wu Hanhai's impatient voice came through. That can't be. Didn't you see a new face in class today who performed exceptionally well? A new face who performed exceptionally well, that must be Mukin. But such a promising student. How could Wu Hanhai have discovered him? That bearded weirdo sure has some incredible luck. It really sucks. Ao Luo pursed his lips and said. Mukin is indeed outstanding. He has already mastered the Cloud Rider Spear technique to perfection, and he even defeated Lu Yu, who ranked 5th, so I passed the secret technique Water Dragoness Roar onto him. This time. There was a long silence on the other end of the line. All that could be heard was Wu Hanhai's heavy breathing. Old Wu, don't blame me. It's not my fault your secret technique isn't suited for Mukin. Ao Luo, smug about having swooped in and snatched the opportunity, chuckled lightly. Let us see you show off now, you bearded old weirdo. You must be regretting it now. Old Luo, I only taught Mukin the Cloud Rider Spear technique yesterday. A few seconds later. Wu Hanhai's voice boomed through the line. What? This time, it was Ao Luo's turn to be stunned. An image surfaced uncontrollably in his mind. Violet. The top-ranked trainee from the previous training camp. The chosen one who had crushed all the other trainees with an absolute advantage. Chapter 17, The Map. My eyes are my ruler. After leaving the martial arts hall, Mukin walked toward the forest with a burning passion in his heart, his mind consumed by a single thought: evolution points. Leveling up requires evolution points. Boosting stats requires evolution points. Learning the secret art Water Dragon chant requires evolution points. As long as he has plenty of evolution points, he'll be able to take his strength to the next level. Is this the entrance to the forest? It really looks like Jurassic Park. Mukin arrived at a lush, verdant area. He looked up and gazed ahead. Ahead, an iron fence over 10 meters high stood towering over the land. It was a barrier separating the dangerous forest from the training camp. Behind the iron fence lay a forest of trees soaring into the clouds. It stretched as far as the eye could see, and who knew how many dangers lurked within. With the college entrance exams approaching, ordinary trainees didn't dare risk entering the forest, for fear of getting injured and underperforming on the exams. As a result, the area was deserted, with only a few figures in sight. Yi Xianer is probably in the forest too. Mukin gazed at the lush forest and narrowed his eyes. At this Haiqing training camp, Yi Xianer and Lu Zhanqing were quite the talk of the town. Their relationship was practically common knowledge. Right now, there is a high probability that the two of them are also in the forest, making their final push. Hey, classmate, you look new here. Want a map? Suddenly, someone walked over and greeted him in a friendly, familiar manner. Mukin turned his head at the sound. He found himself face to face with an unfamiliar male trainee. The man was 1.8 meters tall, with a good-natured face, and was carrying a bag full of scrolls. Maps? How many points? Are they accurate? Mukin's eyes narrowed as he asked. Here was a golden opportunity to farm monsters and earn evolution points. It had practically been handed to him on a silver platter. Hey, buddy, I'll be honest with you, my eyes are as good as a ruler. These maps are guaranteed to be spot on. If I had a bad reputation, I wouldn't have made it this far in this business, right? Seeing that Mukin was interested in buying, he thought he might just close the deal. Liang Weiqi's spirits soared, and he quickly pulled out an old map to start his sales pitch. Friend, the forest at our Haicheng training camp is a 1-to-1 replica of the exam site. Just like the college entrance exam, the beasts in the forest are divided into 3 difficulty levels: white, gray, and red. White ones are non-ranked beasts, gray ones are first-tier beasts, and red beasts are the elite ones among the first tier, the stronger ones. If you buy my map, it'll be just like a real college entrance exam. You'll have the experience of a mock exam, so you won't get lost during the actual test. Imagine how embarrassing it would be to get lost while the whole country is watching. Muken looked down and examined the map closely. It was exactly as Liang Weiqi had described. It was a small map, with white, gray, and red markers scattered haphazardly across it. But let me just mention this first, since the beasts move around, and trainees can also affect the data, the map's accuracy isn't 100%. Liang Weiqi said this with his good-natured expression. It sounded very credible. After all, he was at the training camp. If he sold counterfeit goods, he'd easily get into trouble afterward. Do you go into the forest often? Muken didn't confirm or deny it, but asked another question. The price of the map didn't matter. Accuracy was what really mattered. If he bought a fake map with markings that were completely off from reality, it would be a total waste of his time. Of course. I'm the first one in the forest every morning, updating the ferocious beast information as quickly as possible. The sooner you buy the map, the better. Liang Weiqi patted his chest and declared with conviction. His attitude was clear. Buy my map, and I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Then I'd like to ask you about someone. I'll pay you with this. As Muken spoke, he flipped his palm, holding a vitality pill between 2 fingers. The vitality pill gave off a fragrant aroma. Made Liang Weiqi swallow hard involuntarily, and he hurriedly said, Friend, go ahead and ask whatever you want. I know the forest better than anyone. Muken spoke in a flat tone, uttering that one name. Yi Xian. I know her. She and Lu Zhanqing want to challenge the Savage Ape King. It was completely unexpected. Liang Weiqi had dropped such a bombshell. But it didn't shake Muken in the slightest. It was just a bit of a surprise. He flicked his finger, and the vitality pill landed in Liang Weiqi's palm. He continued. Yi Xian dares to challenge the fierce Ape King? Are you sure? As far as I know, Yi Xian isn't strong enough to take on the fierce Ape King. Liang Weiqi carefully put away the vitality pill, gave a wry smile, and said sarcastically, Hey, Yi Xian certainly doesn't have what it takes, but her boyfriend, Lu Zhanqing, does. Everyone knows that Lu Zhanqing's talent and strength are second only to Leon at the Haicheng training camp. That guy isn't content with being number 2. He is constantly plotting to kill the fierce Ape King to prove himself. Having said that, Liang Weiqi took out the latest map, handed it to Muken, and warned him in a low voice. Buddy, I don't care why you're looking for Yi Xian, but I advise you not to go. That couple doesn't exactly have the best reputation. To put it bluntly, Lu Zhanqing's a bit out there. If he finds out you're looking for Yi Xian, he'll definitely come after you. Muken took the map and smiled nonchalantly. Don't let your imagination run wild. Yi Xian and I used to be in the same class. Liang Weiqi shrugged, giving him a get it look, and didn't press the matter further. Anyway, as long as the map is sold, that's all that matters. He said goodbye and turned to leave. Well, time to start grinding monsters. As for Yi Xian, she is irrelevant, but if she runs into me, that's just her bad luck. Muken looked at the map in his hand and set his destination. Oh, is that kid heading to the forest? In the control room. As soon as Wu Hanhai spotted Muken's figure, he immediately went into spirit mode. He carefully observed Muken's movements as he walked. He didn't dare miss a single detail. He noticed that Muken's skin was smooth, yet as taut as cowhide. Wu Hanhai was instantly stunned and muttered to himself. Old Luo was right, this kid really is a monster. In just one night, he not only succeeded in skin forging but also mastered the Cloud Rider spear technique to perfection. This discovery thrilled Wu Hanhai immensely. He couldn't help but throw his head back and laugh. He laughed so hard that tears streamed down his face. He truly struck gold. A talent who's every bit as brilliant as Leon. Old Wu, are you going through menopause or something? Yuji frowned and scolded him. She was clearly annoyed by the laughter. The moment Wu Hanhai saw Yuji, his gambling urge kicked in, and he said with a grin, "Yuji, wanna make a bet?" Yuji stared at the screen, her eyes flickering, and said without turning her head, "Bet? What do you want to bet on this time?" Yesterday, Muken had slaughtered all the level 9 ferocious beasts, which not only caused quite a stir in the training camp, but also humiliated both her and Wu Hanhai. Yuji couldn't help but take notice of this extraordinary trainee. "Let us bet on whether Muken can kill the rampaging Ape King." Wu Hanhai pointed his finger at a massive screen right in the center of the control room. The screen showed a 4-meter-tall giant ape. This terrifying beast was bulging with muscles, its body marked with numerous scars, giving it a truly ferocious and terrifying appearance. I'll admit Muken has some skill, but it's probably not nearly enough to kill the frenzied Ape King, something even the trainees from the past 2 cohorts couldn't accomplish. We all know this frenzied Ape King has a unique bloodline. Although it's a level 15 ferocious beast, when it unleashes its full power, it's no less formidable than a level 17 or even a level 18 martial artist. A martial artist who has just broken through the skin forging stage, well, maybe he has a B rank talent, or even an A rank talent. After breaking through the skin forging stage, a martial artist's vitality growth enters a plateau. I can't imagine how he managed to kill the rampaging Ape King. Yuji glanced at the giant ape on the screen and said very rationally, "This fierce Ape King was captured this year. Many trainees have challenged it, only to be defeated. Before anyone realized it, the fierce Ape King had become an insurmountable wall. Every day, it eats until it's full, sleeps until it's rested, and occasionally beats up a trainee. Its life couldn't have been more carefree. It had even been dubbed the training camp's strongest ferocious beast. If no one managed to take down the frenzied Ape King this year, the instructors would have to step in and eliminate the threat. Gambling is all about casting aside all reason and trusting your instincts, isn't it?" Wu Hanhai stroked his full beard as he shared his philosophy on gambling. "What's the fierce Ape King, anyway?" A gambler's intuition told him that Muken would definitely be able to kill an even more powerful beast. "Ha, well, I'm betting he won tea." Yuji couldn't be bothered to argue. There was nothing to discuss with a gambling addict. After all, no matter how extraordinary Muken was, there was no way he could kill the fierce Ape King. After all, once a martial artist breaks through to the first rank, the vitality required to level up increases tenfold. It's difficult for a martial artist's vitality to grow rapidly in a short period of time. That's why it's called the plateau phase. "Fine, I'll bet he can," Wu Hanhai declared firmly. The two settled on another wager. As always, it was a casual bet with no stakes involved. Chapter 18, The Ultimate Technique, The Might of the Water Dragon's Chant. The moment Muken stepped into the forest, a breath of fresh air washed over him. Sunlight filtered through the dense canopy, casting a mottled pattern of light and shadow onto the ground. Though the scenery here looked beautiful, it was a very dangerous place. Non-ranked ferocious beasts yield too few evolution points, so my target is a tier 1 ferocious beast of grey difficulty. Muken, wielding the Cold Spring Spear, charged straight toward the nearest first-tier ferocious beast. 2 minutes later, suddenly, a rustling sound reached his ears. It sounded like some kind of animal crawling along the ground. For Muken, whose senses were heightened to the extreme and whose vigilance was at its peak, this sound was as clear as a pin dropping. Found it. Muken was brimming with fighting spirit. He spun around abruptly and thrust the Cold Spring Spear forward. As if it had eyes of its own, the Cold Spring Spear pierced through the dense underbrush, striking a giant python with pinpoint accuracy. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The giant python, racked with excruciating pain, thrashed wildly, sending a shower of wood chips flying. Fierce beasts are inherently resilient, and serpentine beasts possess an even more terrifying vitality. Even pinned to the ground by the cold spring spear, the giant python showed no signs of injury. On the contrary, its ferocity was only further inflamed. Water blade explosion. Nukin let out a cold laugh as he channeled the power of the azure dragon divine water. A blue light at the spear's tip suddenly contracted, then exploded. Countless water blades burst forth. They tore the giant python directly in half. The giant python, which had been struggling just moments ago, was now completely dead. Evolution points plus 10. Nukin withdrew the cold spring spear and silently muttered to himself. Allocate points to Deep Blue. I must maintain peak condition at all times. The next second. Vitality, 101. Spirit, 101. His depleted stamina and vitality were rapidly replenished. If any ferocious beast thought Nukin was exhausted and seized the opportunity to attack, he would give it a surprise. If a single water blade burst is this powerful, I can't even imagine how strong the Supreme Art must be. Nukin looked at the giant python's mangled corpse. He was very satisfied with the explosive power of his talent. It seems that sparring with martial artists and the instructor's explanations have really helped me a lot. Waterblade burst wasn't exactly a martial art technique. Rather, it was after fighting Luyu and watching Ao Luo's demonstration. Nukin gained a new understanding of talent and grasped a new technique. As a genius with an S-rank talent, it was only natural for him to master new techniques. I'll prioritize saving evolution points for Water Dragon Chant. If I encounter a particularly tough beast, I'll boost my attributes then. After testing the new technique, Nukin yearned even more for the ultimate art, Water Dragon Chant. This was, after all, a simplified intermediate-level martial art. Its power was bound to be extraordinary. He pushed off with his foot, bursting forward as he quickly searched for new prey. He made no effort to conceal his movements. Other trainees would be cautious, devising tactics and thinking twice before striking. But for Nukin, ferocious beasts were evolution points. He couldn't wait for them to come right to him. He'd only been running for a few minutes when a black panther silently leaped down from a tall tree. Like a top-tier assassin, it stealthily extended its deadly claws, lunging for the back of Nukin's neck. The entire sequence was fluid and seamless, without making a single sound. Boom! Nukin reacted with lightning speed, reversing his Hanquan spear. Against all odds, he blocked this fatal strike. The spear collided with the Black Panther's claws, erupting in a sharp, piercing screech. Logically speaking, a 2.7-meter-long weapon would be severely limited in a complex environment like the forest. But in Nukin's hands, the Hanquan spear seemed to come alive, unleashing a relentless and rapid barrage of attacks. Faced with the storm of spear strikes, the Black Panther wisely leaped back a step. With a deafening roar, the Black Panther spat out a massive cluster of wind blades, which whistled sharply as they surged toward Nukin. Useless! Nukin roared, his talon fusing perfectly with the cold spring spear as a deep blue stream of water coiled around the spear's shaft. He thrust forward with his left hand while gripping the spear's but with his right, swinging it like an iron rod and smashing it down fiercely toward the Black Panther. The wind blades and the cold spring spear collided in midair. They created only a few ripples on the spear's surface, failing completely to stop Nukin's attack. One missed strike. The Black Panther had no chance to escape. The cold spring spear, carrying unmatched power and speed, slammed violently into the Black Panther's head. Instantly, there was a massive boom. The Black Panther's head exploded like a watermelon. Its body slumped lifelessly to the ground, sending leaves scattering in all directions, and it lay completely still. Evolution points plus 10. He heard the notification sound. Relieved, Nukin took out a vitality pill, tilted his head back, and swallowed it. As the vitality pill settled in his stomach, it radiated a warm sensation. In the heat of battle, He couldn't rely on this to replenish his vitality at best, it served as portable rations. That's not enough, keep hunting. Mukin's heart burned with an intense desire to grow stronger. He didn't rest. Without a moment's pause, he set out to find his next prey. Evolution points plus 10. Evolution points plus 10. Evolution points plus 10. From then on, it was kill one, kill another, see a pair, kill a pair. As he continued to slay ferocious beasts, he quickly amassed 100 evolution points. Deep Blue, teach me water dragon chant. Mukin found a safe spot, clutched the cold spring spear, and silently chanted the command. Consumed 100 evolution points. Water dragon chant proficiency raised to beginner level. In the next instant, a lake appeared in Mukin's mind's eye. Suddenly, the lake trembled, sending out massive ripples as a water dragon burst from the surface and soared toward the sky. At the same time, a flood of insights surged into Mukin's mind. He understood immediately. The scene he had just witnessed was the ultimate technique, water dragon chant. Somewhere in the forest, two martial artists were facing off against a ferocious beast. The leader, wielding a greatsword and towering like a skyscraper, was none other than Woody-Eye, ranked 9th. Roar! Opposite them stood a colossal bear, its entire body covered in thick, rock-like armor. Its exposed claws were as sharp as long swords. A single swipe could rip a person open. In the face of this terrifying 4-meter-tall bear, Wu Tai's physical prowess, which he took such pride in, paled in comparison. Boss, this level 12 rock-armored bear is too fierce. We're not in top form today, let us fight another day. A martial artist behind Wu Tai said, his voice trembling. He didn't know what had gotten into their boss. Ever since they entered the forest yesterday, they'd been challenging powerful beasts like mad. The two had managed to slay a few beasts, narrowly escaping danger each time. Apart from looking a bit battered, they hadn't sustained any serious injuries. However, after encountering the rock-armored bear, the situation took a sharp turn for the worse. Although the rock-armored bear was classified as grade difficulty, it was among the most powerful beasts in that category. The two of them had been fighting for ages, but it was like rubbing salt into a wound. They hadn't even cracked its shell, let alone injured the rock-armored bear itself. All right, Chi Fei, go ahead. Wu Tai looked hesitant, wrestling with the decision for a few seconds before finally agreeing reluctantly. He knew full well that continuing to charge headlong into the fight would be more trouble than it was worth. Still, for some reason, he couldn't shake a lingering sense of reluctance. All right then. Chi Fei replied cheerfully, flicking his wrist to hurl two specially crafted throwing knives. His throwing knives were anything but ordinary. A tiny round pouch was tied to the hilt of each one. Boom! Chi Fei raised his index finger in a rather dramatic gesture and let out a low shout. Instantly, the throwing knives exploded, sending a cloud of black powder into the air that engulfed the rock armor bear. Roar! 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 The rock armor bear was thoroughly enraged, its eyes bloodshot as it swatted at the black powder. All right, that's it. Let us go. Chi Fei watched the scene with great satisfaction. Yeah, let us go. Wu Tai had already made up his mind. No matter how reluctant he was, he had to leave the forest. After all, he couldn't beat the rock-armored bear to begin with. Now that this bloodthirsty giant bear had been enraged, staying to fight head-on would be pure suicide. Probably only a top 5 student could kill a rock-armored bear that's gone berserk. A thought flashed through Wu Tai's mind. He suddenly realized something. The air had become unusually humid. So much so that fine droplets of water were condensing on the surface of his skin. What's going on? Wu Tai was on high alert as he looked at his companion beside him. The two stared at each other in confusion. They had no idea what was wrong. This seems to be. Chi Fei thought of a possibility, and his expression changed drastically. Before he could even speak, the moisture in the air surged forward like soldiers charging into battle, swarming toward a single point. Wu Tai turned his head. He saw a figure leaping through the air, raising a long spear in his hand to command the moisture of heaven and earth. In an instant, the spear transformed into a lifelike water dragon. It raised its head toward the sky and let out a deafening dragon-esque roar. Chapter 19, Madness Charging Up the Rankings. Roar. The dragon-esque roar echoed across the heavens and earth, shaking the forest and sending countless leaves swirling through the air. Supreme technique, water dragon-esque roar. Mukin's voice was calm and resolute, showing not the slightest flicker of hesitation despite using the ultimate technique for the first time. The cold spring spear, now transformed into a water dragon, struck the rock armor bearer's head with devastating force. A terrifying power enough to shatter mountains and split the earth erupted in its entirety the moment it made contact. The spear advanced like a bamboo shoot piercing through a wall, slicing through the rock armor bearer's body section by section until it sank all the way in. Evolution points plus 12. Mukin withdrew the spear and turned around. The rock armor bearer's body collapsed to either side. He glanced up at the pair standing not far away. They hadn't become angry or embarrassed over the monster being snatched away. He couldn't help but be impressed. There really were high-caliber trainees at the Sea City training camp. Since they weren't coming over, Mukin silently ran the numbers in his head. It truly lives up to its name as a supreme technique. Even at the entry level, its power far surpasses that of a first-tier martial art. Those 100 evolution points were well spent. And the whale sea breathing technique is no small feat either. Combined with my eternal Azure Dragon physical talent, I still had energy to spare after unleashing the supreme technique. It seems the quality of my vitality is indeed richer than that of other martial artists at the same realm. It was clear that spending 100 evolution points to learn Water Dragon's Roar was a surefire win, compared to simply leveling up once. Water Dragon's Roar offered far greater benefits. This was a true trump card, allowing him to unleash even greater combat power. However, reaching the minor achievement stage of Water Dragon's Roar requires 500 evolution points. In terms of cost effectiveness, it's not as good as leveling up 5 times, which would boost my strength more significantly. If Mukin had to choose between leveling up 5 times or raising the proficiency of his secret technique by 1 level to reach the minor achievement realm, he would choose to level up without hesitation. The combat power gained from 500 vitality points far surpasses that of a secret technique at the minor achievement level. Bro, he seems to be looking at us. Should we run? Just then, Mukin spotted them. Chi Fei was so startled that he could barely speak coherently. He'd suddenly become a stutterer. How could he not be scared? No standoff. No fierce battle. He'd instantly killed the rock armor bear with a single move. That kind of strength would easily rank among the top at the Haiching training camp. Even though he was a stranger they'd never seen before, he was still someone they couldn't afford to provoke. It's okay, I know him. I'll go say a few words to him. Wu Tai swallowed hard and, feigning composure, walked toward Mukin. He, too, was completely stunned. In a moment of impulse, he found himself walking up to Mukin as if guided by some unseen force. No wonder you're the big brother, you really have a wide network. You even know a big shot like this. Chi Farron was stunned, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Ha! Are you trying to take advantage of my weakness? Mukin's gaze was as sharp as a knife as he saw Wu Tai approaching. The moment he killed the rock armor bear, he had already ordered Deep Blue to restore his vitality, ensuring he was prepared for any unexpected situation. As the two drew closer, the tension in the forest grew thicker. Wu Tai felt a pressure unlike anything he'd ever experienced. A sense of fear crept into his heart. But having come this far, turning back now would be even more baffling. He might as well grit his teeth and press on. Hey, Mukin, how is it going? Want to team up? A hint of an awkward smile flashed across Wu Tai's rock-solid face as he asked. His voice sounded stiff. It was unclear whether he was scared or if there was another reason. Team up? So he wasn't here to pick a fight after all. Mukin was somewhat surprised and shook his head in refusal. No, thanks. I'm used to going it alone. Wu Tai let out a sigh of relief and hurriedly said, "Then I won't bother you. Goodbye." With that, Wu Tai quickly left, as if afraid Nukin might change his mind. What a strange guy. Nukin watched Wu Tai's figure disappear, feeling a bit puzzled. He didn't dwell on it too much, though. He turned away and put this little incident out of his mind. Hunting beasts to boost his strength was the most important thing right now. Let us go back to the training camp. Wu Tai returned to the forest. He quickly signaled his men to leave. He didn't dare linger for even a moment, afraid that Nukin might change his mind and attack. "Boss, who is that big shot?" The move he just used it looked exactly like. Chi Fei couldn't contain his curiosity and asked. A guess that was far too bold made him instinctively resist believing it. "Mukin, it's Mukin." I never expected Mukin to have already mastered the supreme art. No wonder he was able to wipe out all the level 9 beasts in the challenge chamber. His strength is terrifying. Wu Tai didn't answer directly, even his voice was trembling. Because the moment he closed his eyes, he'd be flooded with the image of the water dragon roaring as it commanded the heavens and earth. It was simply too terrifying. Among the 700 trainees in the training camp, only Leon might be able to withstand that supreme art. Note: only might. What? The supreme art. A trainee has actually mastered the supreme art. Chi Fei's lips were quivering, and his whole body was shaking. Having spent a year at the training camp, he naturally knew what an ultimate technique was. He'd heard that Leon had locked himself away in the villa for some time to master it. He hadn't set foot outside the front or back gates, devoting himself entirely to his training. But now, a stranger among the trainees could actually use an ultimate technique. It was truly terrifying. "Chi Fei, don't go blabbing about this without my permission. We don't want to provoke Nukin." Worried, Wu Tai sternly warned his buddy. He didn't know who Nukin was, but he knew Chi Fei's temperament all too well. Besides, martial artists have their taboos. For the sake of both their safety, it was best not to reveal Nukin's secret. "Don't worry, big brother. I'm not that clueless. I'll definitely keep my mouth shut." Chi Fei knew better and agreed wholeheartedly. When the two returned to the training camp, they found the atmosphere unusually boisterous that day. Many trainees were gathered in the hall, looking up at the ranking board, with shouts erupting from time to time. "It's rising! It's rising! It's rising again! My God, it's still rising! It's rising so fast! I've been watching all day, and it shows no signs of stopping. This is incredible. Nothing like this has ever happened in the history of the Haicheng training camp. No wonder he's Leon's older brother. I think those rumors about him being an F-class talent are completely false." Nukin's name shot up like a shooting star. Starting from 50th place, he rose rapidly. He climbed wildly all the way, constantly overtaking other trainees. Wu Tai listened with a grim expression. What was going on? The Haicheng training camp used to be so orderly. Why did it now feel like a stock trading floor? He looked up at the giant screen overhead and was instantly stunned. 10th place, Nukin, 620. In just one day, Nukin had shot up from 50th place to the top 10. The 10th place spot, which had originally belonged to Yi Xian had changed hands. That pace was staggering. No wonder it had caught the trainee's attention. He only earned the minimum 300 points yesterday. Subtracting the points from the assessment stages, that means he must have killed at least 20 nearly 30 first-tier ferocious beasts today. Chi Fei, standing nearby, looked stunned as he muttered to himself. Over 20 ferocious beasts. And that includes powerful ones like the rock-armored bear. World Weary Novels Relay Station 7994164. Even if the beasts just stood there letting him hack away, it would still be exhausting. Thank goodness he didn't attack. Otherwise, I'd be lying in a hospital bed and wouldn't even be able to take the college entrance exam. Wu Tai stared intently at the leaderboard, his feelings incredibly mixed. He was stunned. Yet he was also relieved that he hadn't become Mukin's opponent. Mukin beat Lu Yu. His skills are nothing to be taken lightly. It's only natural for him to break into the top 10 now. We'll have to see where he ends up in the rankings when the camp wraps up. Suddenly, a trainee's remark caught Wu Tai's attention. His composure vanished completely, leaving only endless shock in its wake. He'd only been in the forest for a day. And such earth-shattering events had already unfolded at the training camp. He never expected that even Lu Yu, ranked 5th, would fall to Mukin. This guy is a real monster. Where on earth did he come from? Wu Tai's mouth went dry, and he felt no desire to compete. He just wanted to be a spectator. To see just how far Mukin could go. And would this rising star be able to surpass his younger brother, Leon, the number 1 trainee in the camp? Chapter 20, The Cult Eternal Azure Dragon's Second Enhancement. Dusk. Somewhere in the forest, a young man and woman were huddled together in a cave. The girl, with her delicate and alluring features, was nestled against the boy. The two appeared very intimate. Suddenly, her wristband vibrated. Yi Xian'er raised her hand to look at it, and her expression instantly turned one of utter shock. But she quickly composed herself, pretending nothing had happened, and continued to snuggle in the boy's arms. "What's wrong?" Lu Zhanqing opened his eyes and asked casually. "A trainee named Mukin has knocked me out of my ranking." Yi Xian'er's eyes welled up with tears, and she looked pitiful. The leaderboard had a special mechanism. Whenever there was a change in the top 10 rankings, the trainees in the top 10 would receive a notification. Upon hearing the name Mukin, Lu Zhanqing's tone changed, and he said somewhat angrily, "Mukin? The Mukin from the rumors, the one who molested you?" Yi Xian'er was in a sour mood and said gloomily, "It's probably just a namesake. That Mukin from First High is an F-rank talent. He doesn't have what it takes to make the top 10 in the training camp." Lu Zhanqing's expression turned icy as he toyed with a strand of Yi Xian'er's hair and said, "Whether he is a namesake or not, if he dares to steal your ranking, I'll beat that beast to a pulp. I'll make sure he can't take the college entrance exam and regret it for the rest of his life. He is just the 10th ranked trainee. At best, he is a level 10 martial artist who has just broken through to the next tier. Even if Mukin were a higher ranked level 11 or level 12 martial artist, as long as he crosses paths with Lu Zhanqing, his fate will still be just as tragic. Brother Lu, you're so good to me." Yi Xian'er hugged Lu Zhanqing tightly, pouring out her affection. She felt not a shred of sympathy for what was about to happen to Mukin. If anyone was to blame, it was Mukin himself for choosing the wrong name. Of all the names he could have picked, he had to go and call himself Mukin. After all, the thing that annoyed her the most was regretting how she used to fawn over Mukin every single day. She originally thought Mukin was a martial arts prodigy, but it turned out he was a good-for-nothing with an F-grade talent. Now the two were worlds apart, completely different people. Lu Zhanqing tucked a strand of her hair under his nose, took a gentle sniff, and said confidently, "Don't worry. Besides teaching Mukin a lesson, I'll also boost your ranking so you can leave the Haiqing training camp as an outstanding cadet." Yi Xian'er's heart soared with joy. These were things she had never dared to hope for. Ever since she met Lu Zhanqing, one by one, they did become reality. However, Yi Xian'er still had a lingering doubt. Hesitantly, she asked, "Brother Lu, how are you going to do this?" Lu Zhanqing flashed a confident smile, pointed outside the cave, and said, "I reckon Leon can't hold back any longer. He'll definitely challenge the fierce Ape King tomorrow. Once they've beaten each other to a pulp, that'll be the perfect opportunity to snatch the monster. Once I've claimed the monster and solidified my lead as number 1, I'll go after Mukin. If he made it to 10th place, he must still be in the forest. By then, those two Zhang brothers will have become my stepping stones. I'll make them regret it for the rest of their lives." The fierce Ape King. The strongest ferocious beast in the Haiqing training camp and a massive source of points. An ordinary first-tier ferocious beast yields no more than 10 or a dozen points at most. But the bounty on the fierce Ape King is a whopping 300 points. Even if two people teamed up to kill the fierce Ape King, the split points would be enough for Yi Xian'er to reclaim her spot in the training camp's top 10. Brother Lu, you're so smart. This way, you'll become number 1 and claim the best reward the training camp has to offer. Yi Xian'er hugged him even tighter, her voice brimming with admiration. She had already begun to envision her future life. As long as Lu Zhanqing's plan succeeded, she could go from a nobody to a star. Reach the pinnacle of life she never dared to imagine. Leon's been holding me back for a year. I've got to pull a dirty trick on him in the end and get my revenge. As for his older brother, Mukin, I certainly won't let him off the hook either. Lu Zhanqing chuckled coldly. He began to stroke Yi Xian'er's back. As a follower of the beast god called bearing a noble mission. What was Leon to him? Just a mere A-class talent genius. He hadn't taken him seriously from the very beginning. Because the beast god cult had a grand plan. That was to kill the S-class talent, the chosen one, during the college entrance exams. As long as he completed this mission, he could throw himself into the beast god's embrace. I can't wait to see what happens to Leon's aloof expression when Brother Lu tramples him underfoot. Yi Xian'er was still daydreaming about the future. She didn't notice at all that the hands caressing her back had begun to ooze a blood-red liquid, which was quietly seeping into her skin. Don't worry, it's bound to be a gruesome sight. As the sun set, the last ray of light vanished, and darkness shrouded Lu Zhanqing's face. Whoosh! Mukin flung his hand, and several water blades ripped through the beast's body. The beast collapsed to the ground. All signs of life were gone. Evolution points plus 11. Obtained talent enhancement stone. As soon as the beast died, Mukin, acting on instinct, immediately ordered Deep Blue to allocate the points. But this time, he froze. A few seconds later, a heavy breath echoed through the darkness. Jackpot! He finally looted a talent enhancement stone. He didn't rush to use it. Instead, he scanned the pitch-black forest around him and silently thought to himself. Night combat isn't my strong suit. I'll climb a tree first to assess the situation. Mukin slung the cold spring spear behind his back. He crouched slightly, then burst forward like a slingshot, propelling his body into the air. Just as his momentum was running out, he clenched his fist and slammed it into the tree trunk, using the momentum to launch himself upward once more. He repeated this twice. Mukin successfully reached the treetop. He scanned his surroundings and saw no danger. Only then did Mukin feel at ease. Clutching the cold spring spear, he silently commanded the system. Deep Blue, use the talent enhancement stone. The next second, a mechanical voice echoed deep within his mind. Ding, talent enhancement successful. Enhancement direction lightning element. 2 talent enhancement stones have been used. Use 1 more to unlock talent evolution. When Deep Blue's voice faded, the opposite was true for Mukin. A storm of emotions raged within him as he stared in disbelief at his own hands. ZZZZT. As he activated his talent, streaks of azure lightning arced across his hands. These arcs danced like living creatures across his fingertips, emitting a dazzling light. The light was so intense that for a moment, it even pierced through the darkness shrouding the forest. The Eternal Azure Dragon has unlocked a new element, the Azure Dragon Divine Thunder. Mukin already understood what was happening. He hurriedly sealed away the Azure Dragon Divine Thunder. For some reason, he couldn't help but let the corners of his mouth curl upward. He wore the exact same smile as Instructor Wu. Instructor Wu, you've got me in a bind. I've spent my whole life doing good deeds. It's only natural that the Eternal Azure Dragon would enhance the lightning element. Mukin was deeply satisfied with this talent enhancement. As everyone knows, water conducts electricity. The power of the Azure Dragon combined with the Azure Dragon Divine Thunder. Water blades pierce defenses. Divine Thunder deals true damage. I really don't know what kind of ferocious beast could withstand this move. Host, Mukin. Realm, Level 13. Talent, Eternal Azure Dragon S. Vitality, 350. Spirit, 350. Martial Arts, Water Dragon Chant Beginner, Cloud Rider Spear Technique Mastery, Ninefold Fist Mastery. Cultivation Technique, Whale Sea Breathing Technique First Layer, Mastery. Evolution Points, 0. Mukin glanced at his stats panel while munching on a vitality pill to stave off hunger. His mind began to wander toward the instructor's secret stashes. I already have a Water Elemental Supreme Art. Once I take down the Fierce Ape King tomorrow, I'll ask Instructor AO if there's a Lightning Elemental Supreme Art or perhaps an even higher tier spear technique. As for tonight, the battle was a blast. He would keep hunting, racing against the clock to grow stronger. He had to be 100% certain he'd take first place in the training camp. If he could farm another talent enhancement stone, that would be the best outcome. The S-rank talent Eternal Azure Dragon was already terrifying enough if it evolved into a higher tier SS rank talent. That wouldn't just be terrifying. It would be. Tremble. Geniuses of this generation. Chapter 21, Progonification Target, King of the Frenzied Apes. Second place, Mukin, 970. Staring at the leaderboard, Wu Tai's eyes were still ablaze with passion, even though he stayed up all night. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have dared to believe it. A new recruit had taken only 1 day to climb to second place on the leaderboard. This was a miracle that turned the training camp upside down, shocking everyone. Can someone tell me who this Mukin really is? How is he even more monstrously talented than Leon? He shot up to second place in just 1 night. The Zhang family, they really aren't transformed from ferocious beasts, are they? Fang Yao, who had previously been ranked 3rd and was now 4th, blurted out in disbelief. He was completely dumbfounded, too. At first, when Mukin broke into the top 10, he hadn't paid it any mind. But just as he finished his meal, his wristband vibrated again. Fang Yao looked down. He saw that Mukin had moved up to 9th place. At that moment, he was still thinking to himself, "Hey, this kid's not bad, he's got some potential." But then the nightmare began. His wristband vibrated every hour. As he watched Mukin's ranking climb higher and higher, closing in on his own, Fang Yao lost his composure and rushed to the lobby. As soon as he arrived, he noticed that aside from Leon, Mukin, and Lu Zhanqing, who were still in the forest, all the other top 10 trainees on the leaderboard were gathered there. What followed was witnessed by everyone. Fang Yao's ranking dropped from 3rd to 4th. And Mukin didn't stay in 3rd place for long. He surged up to 2nd place at lightning speed, pushing Lu Zhanqing down once again. He was now just 300 points behind Leon in 1st place. Good grief, if he keeps this up, he's going to overtake Leon. No wonder Lu Yu wasn't even a match for him. Mukin is just too strong. Are all members of the Zhang family this extraordinary? But I heard Mukin has already cut ties with the Zhang family. Where on earth is he getting his martial arts resources? If Mukin takes 1st place, we're in for a show. Leon definitely won't let it go. The trainees burst into a heated discussion, their tones a mix of shock and envy. It had been nearly a year since they entered the training camp. This was the first time they witnessed anything like this. It really was a case of comparison is the thief of joy. I get it now, he's Mukin, the one who molested Yi Xian'er. Someone suddenly shouted. Countless eyes turned to him. It was a boy with a slightly flat nose. He hadn't expected a single remark to draw so much attention. His ego swelled instantly. What a joke! If Mukin can climb to 2nd place, his strength must be at least that of a level 14 martial artist. He wouldn't need to molest Yi Xian'er. I bet Yi Xian'er would willingly throw herself at him with just 1 word from Mukin. Fang Yao shot him a cold glare and retorted. He didn't say this for Mukin's sake. He said it for his own reputation. After all, Mukin had surpassed his ranking. People were bound to compare the two of them. As for what kind of person Yi Xian'er really was, other students might not know, but the top 10 students knew all too well. She is just clinging to Lu Zhanqing's coattails and splitting his points to scrape by in the very last spot, 10th place. Without Lu Zhanqing, Yi Xian'er, the two-faced bitch, is nothing. You might not know what kind of strength Mukin possesses, but I don't think he'd molest someone like Yi Xian'er. Wu Tai, currently ranked 10th, burst out laughing upon hearing this and shook his head. No one knew how agonizing it was for him to keep this bottled up inside. He really wanted to tell the whole world. Mukin had already mastered the supreme art. How could a genius like that possibly molest someone like Yi Xian'er? What a joke! But he was afraid of provoking Mukin, so he could only swallow his tears and endure it. It was truly astonishing that two students ranked in the top 10 would speak up for Mukin one after another. However, after hearing this, many students felt it made perfect sense. Oomph, where did you hear that, kid? Do you have any proof? Speak up. Lu Yu, half his body wrapped in bandages, grabbed the flat-nosed boy by the collar with one hand, his expression fierce. Although he wasn't exactly a paragon of virtue, he did have his pride. If the rumors about Mukin turned out to be true, then his title would become the 6th-place finisher defeated by Mukin, who molested Yi Xian'er. That's long enough. And it sounds awful. Looking at the menacing Lu Yu standing before him, the flat-nosed boy's lips trembled as he stammered. Everyone's saying that. A flash of disgust crossed Lu Yu's eyes. He silently cursed the boy an idiot and turned to walk away. Old Chen, are you still half asleep? How dare you spread rumors about Mukin and Yi Xian'er and Lu Zhanqing too? You're as good as dead if you run into any one of those three. A bystander who knew the flat-nosed boy let out a gloating exclamation. Old Chen is so brave. He offended the training camp's 3 greatest powerhouses with a single remark. Who knows if he swallowed a bear's heart and a leopard's skull, or if he mastered some invincible martial art. Instructor, I want to leave the camp. Old Chen suddenly let out a shriek, scared out of his wits. He just wanted to find the instructor and leave the camp right now. He didn't even dare to claim his ranking reward. If he waited until the camp closed tomorrow, it would be too late. It was just beginning to get light. Mukin, who had been resting with his back against a tree trunk, opened his eyes. In a circle around him, the corpses of many ferocious beasts lay scattered. These were the beasts that had ambushed Mukin last night. They thought they were the hunters. In the end, they all fell to the cold spring spear. I've wiped out half the forest as first-tier beasts. The ones left are all the clever and vigilant types. They're really hard to find. Mukin took a few vitality pills for breakfast and swallowed them in one gulp. As the vitality pills were digested, his hunger quickly subsided. Host, Mukin. Realm, level 15. Talent, Eternal Azure Dragon S. Vitality, 520. Spirit, 520. Martial Arts, Water Dragon Chant Beginner, Cloud Rider Spear Technique Mastery, Ninefold Fist Mastery. Cultivation Technique, Whale Sea Breathing Technique First Layer, Perfect. Evolution Points, 5. After a night of slaughter, Mukin had killed at least 50 first-tier ferocious beasts. His level had also reached level 15. It could be said that he had 1 foot in the Imperial Academy. All that remained was for the entrance exams to begin. However, as his strength increased, the small goal he had originally set for himself now seemed rather small. My only goal now is to be the top scorer on the entrance exam. And to achieve that, I must defeat the fierce Ape King right now and become number 1 in the training camp. Mukin clenched his fists, his gaze resolute, as he raised his goal just a little higher. Although talent evolution is rare, there have been precedents. To take on the frenzied Ape King, he had saved 5 evolution points. At least 5 uses of the Water Dragon's Roar ultimate technique. That was his mark of respect for the frenzied Ape King. He had made thorough preparations. Therefore, Mukin felt not a shred of fear. He raised the cold spring spear, arcs of lightning flickering at his feet, and charged straight toward the center of the forest. Under the stimulation of the Azure Dragon Divine Thunder, my cells and muscles can unleash even greater power. To maximize the effects of the Azure Dragon Divine Thunder, I need better martial techniques. Mukin had a sudden realization, gaining a deeper understanding of the Azure Dragon Divine Thunder. Running at breakneck speed. Half an hour later, Mukin heard the sound of water growing louder, the roar of a waterfall. He quickened his pace, passed through the final stretch of woods, and a magnificent sight came into view. Beneath the majestic waterfall, a massive gray giant ape lay contentedly on the water's surface. Its body was like a small mountain, and its fur was smoother than silk. No wonder it's managed to survive so long in the training camp. Mukin narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the giant ape closely. Far from being intimidated, the sight only ignited a fierce fighting spirit within him. He took a deep breath, channeling his vitality to its absolute limit. At the same time, he silently chanted in his mind. Dragonification. It was as if he flipped a switch. A pair of water-column dragon horns materialized, his pupils radiated a blue glow, and immense power instantly surged through his entire body. Chapter 22, First Place. A stunning comeback. A few minutes earlier, in the control room, Wu Hanhai, who had been reclining in a chair, suddenly stood up. He pointed at the central screen and let out a cackling laugh. Here it comes, the little monster is about to challenge the king of the fierce apes. Yuji also rallied her spirit, clenched her fists, and declared with absolute conviction. If Mukin isn't a chosen one, I'll eat this monitor. That guy really knows how to keep a secret. She dared to make such a solemn vow precisely because Mukin's performance was so astonishing. In just one night, he declined to second place on the leaderboard. This was a feat unprecedented since the Haicheng training camp first opened. If this were the college entrance exams, such ability would at the very least qualify as an A-class talent or even a higher tier S-class talent. But Mukin's progress was simply too rapid. No reason could fully explain it. The only plausible answer was that he was a chosen one. Bang! The door to the control room suddenly swung open, and a bald man in Ao Luo walked in. The bald man wore a crisp Zhongshan suit. His gaze exuded an innate authority, giving off an air of steadiness and reliability. City Lord. Boss. Upon seeing the new arrivals, Yuji and Wu Hanhai immediately stood up and quickly saluted the bald man. Although both were instructors, their relationships with the bald man differed. Ling Xiang pointed at Wu Hanhai, his tone amiable, and teased with a smile. Old Wu, you weren't bragging after all. Your reputation as the sharpest eye in the training camp is well deserved. You kept it under wraps and did a great job protecting Mukin, the chosen one. Protect? So Wu Hanhai had been intentionally presenting a series of flawed deductions all along just to protect Mukin. He'd actually been creating a smokescreen for Mukin to prevent the cultists from catching on. Yuji was utterly astonished and couldn't help but glance at Wu Hanhai with admiration. This bearded uncle, it turned out his nickname wasn't just self-aggrandizement, he really had what it takes. Ha! Oh, right. As an instructor, of course I have to protect the chosen one. So I covered for Mukin openly while secretly granting him seed trainee status until now, when I could no longer keep it under wraps. Wu Hanhai paused for a moment. But then, his expression shifted to one of resignation, as if to say, I hid it so well, yet you still found out. After all, Ling Xiang wasn't just his boss, he was also the city lord of Haicheng. To refute Ling Xiang's words now, wouldn't that be slapping the city lord of Hai City in the face? How lacking in social intelligence would that be? He'd just have to swallow his pride for now. Tisk. Ao Luo, standing nearby, turned his head away, unwilling to look at Wu Hanhai's smug expression. He knew this guy who never shaves his beard all too well. Whether he had a keen eye or not, who knows? In any case, Wu Hanhai chose Mukin. There was definitely an element of gambling involved. This time, one could only say Wu Hanhai was lucky he really did bet right. You did very well. This year's supply of Yin Sha Qi will be upgraded by 1 grade. Ling Xiang nodded with satisfaction and said, as 4th tier martial artists, none of them were weak. Any one of them would be a capable fighter in the dungeon. Why would they willingly manage low tier martial artists at the training camp? Aside from mandatory assignments, another reason was the Yin Sha Qi. Yin Sha Qi has countless uses. When consumed by mid-tier martial artists, it can temper their internal organs and bring about a qualitative transformation in their vitality. Thanks, boss. Despite being humiliated by Mukin so many times, he had let bygones be bygones and granted him the treatment reserved for seed trainees 1,000 points. This Yin Sha Qi, which boosts 1's level. Let it serve as compensation for all those times he'd been humiliated. Ao Luo, who had been staring intently at the monitor, narrowed his eyes and said, City Lord, Mukin is about to make his move. Hearing this, everyone turned their gaze to the monitor. But what Mukin did next stunned everyone present. Has he already mastered Water Dragon chant? Ao Luo's eyes widened in horror as he muttered in disbelief. Supreme Art, Water Dragon chant. Mukin leaped forward suddenly, sparks of electricity flashing. A massive amount of water vapor converged on the cold spring spear. The dragon's head roared as it charged toward the fierce Ape King. Facing the training camp's strongest ferocious beast, he had no intention of holding back. His very first move was his most powerful killing move. Roar! Roar! The dragon's roar and the beast's howl rang out in rapid succession. The fierce Ape King, who had been lying there contentedly, let out an angry roar the moment he saw Mukin attack. It didn't flee, but swung its fist to meet Mukin's assault. The water dragon collided with the giant ape with a boom, sending out a powerful shockwave. Arg! The cold spring spear pierced the giant Ape King's handbones, and the excruciating pain made him let out an agonized scream. But the water dragon's momentum showed no sign of slowing. It swept the giant Ape King away with a massive torrent of water. Caught off guard by this unexpected move, the giant Ape King was knocked down by the immense force of the impact. Thunderstorm! Mukin's eyes flashed with a blue light as he gripped the cold spring spear tightly and channeled all his power. With a single thought, divine lightning erupted. Countless bolts of azure dragon divine lightning surged down the cold spring spear and into the fierce Ape King's body. Thunder roared, lightning flashed, and the entire waterfall transformed into a terrifying thunderous hell. Arg! Facing the relentless barrage of divine lightning, the frenzied Ape King let out a wail as its glossy fur quickly burned to ashes. Its entire body was soaked with water, and with the river behind it, escape was impossible. It was forced to endure the full brunt of the attack. Evolution points plus 15. A few seconds later. Upon hearing the notification sound, Mukin finally halted the Azure Dragon Divine Thunder. He drew the Cold Spring Spear and commanded Deep Blue to allocate points, restoring his own vitality and spirit. With the giant ape's death, the wristbands of all the top 10 trainees vibrated simultaneously. At that moment, no one was looking at their wristbands anymore. The trainees standing in the hall stared blankly at the leaderboard. Everyone witnessed the legendary name at the very top. First place, Mukin, 1270. As Mukin's name climbed to the top of the leaderboard, the hall fell into dead silence. An indescribable emotion welled up in everyone's hearts. What's going on? Why did his score suddenly jump by 300 points? A confused trainee asked, sounding like a complete newbie. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Fang Yao burst into laughter, his laughter growing louder and louder until it echoed throughout the entire hall. Everyone looked at the man who had once been ranked second. They wondered if he'd lost his mind. Under the gaze of countless eyes, Fang Yao flippantly flicked his bangs aside and said, "Impressive. That Mukin is truly impressive. Taking down the rampaging Ape King all by himself. The rampaging Ape King. The strongest beast in the Haicheng training camp. Wasn't he at worth 300 points? He actually took it on." The trainee's inner shock was beyond words. They had once regarded the rampaging Ape King as an invincible entity, an insurmountable obstacle. An entire training camp session, how many talented, elite trainees had failed to overcome it? Even Leon hadn't been able to kill this beast. But this monster, it died today. It has become a thing of the past at the training camp. He really killed the fierce Ape King and took first place. Can you call that an F-rank talent? Is that even possible for an F-rank talent? My god, if an F-rank talent is this strong, I'd be willing to have my own talent downgraded. Don't be ridiculous. Muken isn't an F-rank talent, he is definitely hiding his true talent. Why would he do that? The higher your talent rank, the better the treatment a martial artist receives. There's absolutely no reason to hide it. Normally, that is true, but the problem is that the Zhang brothers aren't on good terms. I heard Muken has already cut ties with the Zhang family. A few seconds later, the hall erupted into a frenzy of wild speculation. Everyone was discussing it, trying to figure out exactly what was going on with Muken. But there were no surveillance footage here, and the crowd knew very little about Muken. The only time Muken had ever fought in public was yesterday at the martial arts hall, when he beat up Lu Yu. That display, a first-tier spear technique at the perfect level, had immediately earned him instructor Ao Luo's favor. Only now did everyone realize a problem. They knew absolutely nothing about Muken. He was a genius shrouded in mystery. I've figured it out. First, we can all agree on one thing: Muken and Leon aren't on good terms. Muken has been hiding his talent level all along, actually to avoid drawing attention to himself. To keep the Zhang family in the dark. He has been planning this for a long time, all to make a stunning debut today. To take Leon down. To prove he is superior. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck Fang Yao's mind. He pieced everything together, his whole body trembling as he shouted loudly. That's right. That's the truth. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but feel a deep sense of respect welling up inside them. Astonishing. This peer of theirs was simply astonishing. A pitiful soul who'd been cast out of his own home. No resources. No guidance. Just how strong must his inner resolve be to endure endless loneliness and ridicule? To make it this far on his own and pull off such a stunning comeback. It's unimaginable. But one thing is certain. It must have been a path strewn with hardships and thorns. Chapter 23, the battle begins. A fierce clash with Lu Zhancheng. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Lu Zhancheng, who was on the move, felt his wristband vibrate and raised it to take a look. He shouldn't have looked. The moment he saw it, his face contorted into a hideous grimace, and he felt as sick as if he'd swallowed shit. His ranking had dropped. Not only that, Leon had also been knocked out of the top spot. First place was actually held by that guy named Muken. This is insane. Has the world gone mad? Both brothers from the Zhang family were now ahead of him. How did he do it? Could he have cheated? Yi Xianer, standing beside him, saw the message too and was utterly shocked. Clearly, last night before going to sleep, Muken had been in 10th place. After just one night's sleep, he shot up to first place? That's completely impossible. As for why the two of them hadn't noticed Muken's rise in ranking while they were asleep, it was because they'd taken off their wristbands. Otherwise, the prolonged increase in heart rate caused by exercise might have attracted the instructor's attention. That would have been a total social disaster. Lu Zhancheng took a deep breath, his expression so grim it could rain, and said coldly, I know what happened. It must be the fierce Ape King. Muken must have killed the fierce Ape King. Otherwise, his score wouldn't have reached 1,200. Lu Zhancheng had always considered the fierce Ape King a sure thing. Not even Leon was worthy of laying a finger on it. Because to him, this ferocious beast with its extraordinary bloodline was the key. As long as he used the beast god cult's method to consume the blood-fanged Ape King's flesh and blood, he could become even stronger. Once his strength increased once more, by the time the college entrance exams rolled around. He'd have a very good chance of defeating an S-rank talent, a chosen one. But now, Mukin had ruined everything. Without the fierce Ape King, he'd be unable to achieve extraordinary feats and throw himself into the beast goddess embrace. Mukin actually managed to kill the fierce Ape King. What kind of talent could he possibly be? And what price did he pay? Yi Xian'er was completely dumbfounded, unable to believe it. Deep down, a voice inside her was denying it. This top-ranked student could absolutely not be Mukin from Haicheng No. 1 High School. Just someone who happened to share the same name and age. No matter how far-fetched her thoughts might be, Yi Xian'er could accept it at that moment as long as it wasn't Mukin. That's at the cost. Even the strongest trainees at the training camp are only at the first tier. To slay the fierce Ape King, he must have paid a huge price. This is a golden opportunity. Lu Zhanqing shuddered, as if he'd found a breakthrough. A bloodthirsty gleam flashed in his eyes. Not wanting to waste a single second, he bellowed. Let us go. Hurry to the waterfall as fast as we can. Yi Xian'er was pale as a sheet. She didn't dare face that Mukin. But under Lu Zhanqing's fierce gaze, she had no chance to refuse. She had no choice but to grit her teeth and follow, silently praying in her heart. Please don't let it be that Mukin. Please don't let it be that Mukin. Please don't let it be that Mukin. The two soon arrived at the waterfall and witnessed an incredibly shocking scene. A massive giant ape lay sprawled across the water's surface. It lay motionless, clearly dead for quite some time. If the savage Ape King seemed like an insurmountable mountain to many trainees at the High City training camp, then the handsome young man standing on its back was the one who had that mountain under his feet. Mukin! It's Mukin! How could it be him? How is this possible? Why is it him? Upon seeing that familiar face, Yi Xian'er let out a trembling, shrill scream. She couldn't accept the reality before her. Mukin, an F-rank talent, how could he possibly have defeated the savage Ape King? How could he have become the top-ranked trainee at the High City training camp? Countless questions churned violently in Yi Xian'er's mind. A wave of regret surged uncontrollably within her. Could it be that the genius who once dominated High City First High School was returning? Is that Mukin? How could he have slain the fierce Ape King without a single scratch? Lu Zhanqing clenched his fists, his mind swirling with questions. He couldn't believe it. A first-tier trainee could defeat the fierce Ape King unscathed. Unless Mukin was a chosen one and had even mastered the supreme art. At the thought of this possibility, Lu Zhanqing's heart pounded wildly, his mind buzzing with excitement. My reasoning is absolutely correct. Mukin must be a chosen one. Once a chosen one enters the martial arts university, their growth accelerates dramatically, and their strength makes a quantum leap. But before the college entrance exams, it's a different story. At this stage, no matter how strong a chosen one is, there's still no match for anyone. Opportunity. This is the perfect chance to kill a chosen one. He killed the savage Ape King. There's no way he didn't expend any vitality. He must be extremely weak right now. Boundless greed welled up within Lu Zhanqing's heart. He felt he had a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity right before his eyes. As long as he killed Mukin, he could throw himself into the beast goddess embrace. Yi Xian'er, attack! Lu Zhanqing slapped Yi Xian'er on the back, triggering his talent bloodbat. Instantly, a network of veins appeared on Yi Xian'er's back, looking utterly sinister. At the same time, her eyes filled with a blood-red glow like a wild beast, she cast aside all reason and charged at Mukin. You two-faced bitch, I've had my eye on you for a long time. Since you're asking for death, don't blame me. Facing Yi Xian'er's attack, Mukin showed not a hint of surprise. With a resolute gaze, he swung the cold spring spear. In an instant, the spear's shaft transformed into a whirlwind of rain and wind, engulfing Yi Xian'er. He could tell something was off with this woman, but he showed not the slightest mercy. Precisely because something was off, He had to strike with all his might. No one can threaten my life, Mukin's life. Bang! 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 As he unleashed the Cloud Rider spear technique, more than a dozen bloody holes erupted across Yi Xian Ur's body as she hung in midair. She fell to the ground like a tattered rag. At the same time, Lu Zhansheng also seized his chance and struck with ferocity. His figure resembled a streak of crimson light as he charged toward Mukin, his roundhouse kick slicing through the air, aimed straight for Mukin's temple. Inside the control room, the expressions of several instructors changed. This isn't good, something's wrong with these two. Wu Hanhai cursed furiously and immediately stormed out of the control room. His form rapidly transformed, a thick coat of yellow fur sprouted from his skin, and in the blink of an eye, he became a human-shaped tiger. Yellow sand step. With every step he took, the ground propelled him forward. This allowed him to unleash even greater power as he charged toward the forest at breakneck speed. Seeing that Wu Hanhai had already set off, Yuji watched the screen anxiously and asked, "City Lord, should we go rescue Mukin?" Ling Xiang shook his head, flashed a faint smile, and said confidently, "No need. Before I came, I had already sent Feng to pick up Mukin. She's near Mukin right now. If Mukin is in danger, Feng will step in to save him." Hearing that the city lord had already made strategic arrangements, everyone couldn't help but feel reassured. They had also heard of Feng's reputation. She was a 5th-rank martial artist who served as the city lord's bodyguard, and her strength surpassed even theirs. Close the camp. Seal off the results of this training camp, and do not allow any trainees to leave. We need to buy more time for Mukin. Ling Xian knew the cult all too well. He immediately devised a countermeasure. He didn't need to keep the information under wraps for long. Stalling until tomorrow, when the college entrance exams began, would be enough. With Mukin's S-rank talent and the ability to single-handedly defeat the Savage Ape King, his admission to the Imperial Academy was practically a foregone conclusion. As long as Mukin entered the Imperial Academy, his future would surely be that of a dragon emerging from the sea, soaring to the heavens. A mere cult. It was nothing more than a pebble on the path of a heaven-favored one's journey to greatness. Chapter 24, Wind Shadow, an audience with the city lord. Facing the ferociously incoming roundhouse kick, Mukin raised his hand to block it. His arm felt as if it were cast from refined steel. The kick couldn't budge one iota. How is this possible? Lu Zhansheng's face turned ashen as he gritted his teeth. He had timed his attack perfectly. Yet his opponent showed no signs of exhaustion. Could his assumption have been wrong? The fight has begun. Mukin has already used his secret art once. He has likely suffered a significant loss of vitality and won't be a match for Lu Zhansheng. Neither of them noticed that within 10 meters of them stood a 5th-rank martial artist. This 5th-rank martial artist used unique techniques to remain completely undetectable. If Feng were willing, he could end this battle in the blink of an eye. But then, a piercing dragon's roar rang out. Surprise flashed in Feng's eyes, and he decided to watch a little longer. Roar! A massive amount of water vapor boiled up, coalescing into the cold spring spear to form a water dragon that lunged violently toward Lu Zhansheng. At such close range, he could hardly dodge it. Impossible. How does he still have the strength to unleash a supreme art? Lu Zhansheng was both bewildered and shocked, trying to create some distance. But Mukin had already anticipated his attempt to retreat. In an instant, golden light reflected in Mukin's pupils, as if an ancient dragon had awakened to rule over all creation. Ah! Lu Zhansheng's body shuddered violently. His face contorted with terror as he stared ahead, his body and soul both frozen in place. I am a follower of the beast god cult. I still have a trump card. I will absolutely not lose. Countless thoughts surged through Lu Zhansheng's mind as he tried to break free from the Golden Eye's spiritual control. But a wave of excruciating pain erupted through his body, causing all his thoughts to vanish. Lu Zhansheng struggled to lower his head. He saw a dark-colored spear piercing through his chest. his heart, his lungs. Under the force of that single thrust, they were all reduced to dust. Such a fatal wound. Lu Zhanqing couldn't utter a word, his eyes wide open, he died instantly. Evolution points plus 20. He heard the notification sound. For the first time, Mukin felt confused. Why were there evolution points? Deep Blue System, you're not a murderer. Clap, clap, clap. A round of applause rang out from nearby. Mukin pushed the thought aside, deciding not to dwell on the evolution points for now. He looked in the direction of the sound. 10 meters away stood a strange martial artist, his entire body wrapped in black cloth, with only his eyes visible. I didn't expect that at the first tier realm, your vitality would be so robust that you could unleash the secret art twice, catching this beast god cult follower completely off guard. The other's voice was hoarse, as mysterious as his appearance, making it impossible to tell whether he was male or female. Mukin withdrew his cold spring spear and raised an eyebrow. He found much of what the black-clad figure had said puzzling. Who are you, senior? However, Mukin's mind worked like lightning, and he noticed many details. The fact that the figure in black had appeared without a sound so silently that even Mukin hadn't sensed a thing proved that this person's strength was extraordinary. Since the other party hadn't attacked, it seemed they harbored no ill will. The figure in black was about to explain. Mukin! A thunderous roar erupted from the distance, rapidly spreading toward them. The massive sound wave was so powerful it even caused the ripples on the river to reverse. A swirl of yellow sand swirled around. A tiger man appeared before Mukin. His muscles bulged, his face contorted in a ferocious grimace, and he radiated a murderous aura, an aura countless times stronger than that of the violent ape king. The tiger man's eyes, larger than copper bells, glared fiercely as he scanned the surroundings. When he spotted Lu Zhanqing's corpse and the figure in black not far away, he exclaimed in surprise. Miss Fonying, why are you here too? It seems you were the one who stepped in to save Mukin. Hearing the somewhat familiar accent, Mukin had a rough idea who had arrived and asked tentatively. Instructor Wu? The tiger man burst into laughter, reverting to his human form, revealing Wu Hanhai's true appearance. You're not hurt, are you? Do you feel unwell anywhere? He patted Mukin on the shoulder with his massive hand, as wide as a palm fan, showing deep concern. I didn't intervene. It was your student who killed the cultist on his own. Fonying continued to answer Wu Hanhai in a hoarse voice. Ha? That kid managed to turn the tables on the cultists? Not bad, a true genius. Wu Hanhai was overjoyed and gave a generous thumbs up. Even though he'd been humiliated again, it didn't matter. His old face was already swollen enough, he was used to it. Instructor, are they cultists? Mukin pointed at the corpses on the ground and voiced the question on his mind. He never would have imagined it. Yi Xian'er and Lu Zhanqing were actually cultists. If that was really the case, then forget about feeling any psychological burden after killing them. He actually felt refreshed and invigorated. Yes, Lu Zhanqing is a follower of the beast god cult, though not a high-ranking one. Wu Hanhai crouched down. With a serious expression, he pointed at Lu Zhanqing's forehead. Unnoticed. That area had accumulated pus, forming a large swelling. A common practice of the beast god cult is to baptize followers with divine blood to forcibly boost a martial artist's strength. However, the cost is high. The lifespan of baptized followers is often drastically reduced. Wu Hanhai tapped it with his finger, and the lump on the forehead instantly burst open. A small 8-legged insect crawled out, trailing a stream of black blood. Though the insect appeared to be no larger than a thumb, its exoskeleton bore extremely intricate patterns. These winding patterns resembled 2 large hands cradling a platform. It seems evolution points are likely related to this little insect. Mukin had a sudden realization, resolving a lingering question. He also discovered a new way to acquire evolution points. Hunt down cultists. A single land battle city is worth 20 evolution points. TSK. If he wiped out a cult, he'd surely earn a massive amount of evolution points. Cults are cruel and evil. They use so-called divine blood to deceive the masses. You must be extra careful from now on. If you spot anyone acting suspiciously, don't hesitate for a second. Of course, it's everyone's duty to combat cults. Killing those two cultists wasn't a mistake, it was a commendable act. Wu Hanhai seemed to recall something, his eyes filled with hatred, as he explained. Yes, instructor. Nukin nodded with an unusually serious expression, taking it very seriously. In his previous life, he had traveled far and wide, often competing in boxing matches abroad. In that world without supernatural powers, cults were already terrifying. Once followers were brainwashed by a cult, at best their personalities would change drastically, at worst, they would become fanatical worshippers willing to sacrifice their lives for their so-called god. And in this world of supernatural powers, where martial artists with spirit talents exist, the problems and disasters caused by cults would only be even more severe. The city lord has already announced the end of the training camp. Come with me. I imagine the city lord is eager to meet you as well. Wu Hanhai stood up and clapped his hands. As for that Miss Foaming, he certainly couldn't give her orders. Yes, instructor. Nukin had originally planned to keep grinding monsters until the camp closed. But with this incident having occurred, he'd better stop grinding for now. World Weary Novels Transit Station 299-285-9387. Let us go. Foning had appeared beside them at some point, her voice still hoarse. Protected by two master-level experts, Nukin left the forest unscathed and arrived at the control room. The bald city lord, Ling Xiang, spoke to Nukin as soon as he saw him, his voice filled with encouragement and approval. You truly live up to your reputation as the chosen one of Sea City, a fine young man indeed. After speaking, Ling Xiang extended his hand in a friendly gesture, without a trace of the city lord's usual air of authority. The city lord flatters me. Nukin shook that broad, calloused hand and replied humbly. Your foundational cultivation is exceptionally solid, and your vitality is incredibly robust. You are indeed a chosen one of extraordinary natural talent. With just a handshake, Ling Xiang's gaze sharpened as he sensed a wealth of information. First, he could rule out the suspicion that Nukin was a cultist. Nukin was a genuine chosen one. Excuse me, Nukin, I'd like to ask you a private question. Has your talent evolved? Ling Xiang's expression grew exceptionally serious, the light in his eyes seeming capable of piercing straight into one's heart. The other instructors clenched their fists silently, equally eager for a definitive answer. Faced with several pairs of expectant yet tense gazes, Nukin's lips curled slightly upward, revealing a confident smile. Yes, my talent has evolved into an S-rank Eternal Azure Dragon. Chapter 25, Camp Closure, Generous Rewards. Eternal Azure Dragon. The name struck like a bolt of lightning, exploding in everyone's minds. Their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. At the same time, a breathtaking image flashed through their minds. A massive azure dragon soared over High City, causing the heavens and earth to resonate and the entire city to tremble. And now, everything fits perfectly. Nukin is the one, the chosen one who resonates with the heavens and earth. Talent evolution is something that comes only once in a blue moon. You're lucky to have been granted this opportunity, and we in Haicheng are also fortunate to have produced a chosen one this year. Ling Xiang's eyes sparkled with emotion, revealing deep satisfaction. He had served as the Lord of Haicheng for many years. Finally, during his tenure, a chosen one had emerged. This would leave a significant mark on his administrative record. In the future, when people spoke of Nukin and High City, they might even mention Ling Xiang in the same breath. Even as a chosen one, why has your strength improved so rapidly? Wu Hanhai couldn't help but ask. He voiced a question he'd been harboring in his heart for many days. In the entire High City training camp, he was the first instructor to work with Nukin. He had witnessed firsthand Nukin's insane rate of progress, clearing the entire training camp in just 3 days. That's outrageous. That's astonishing. I don't know either. Anyway, the more I fight, the better I feel. My vitality rises easily, and martial arts come naturally to me. Mukin spread his hands and shrugged his shoulders slightly. He adopted a "I don't get it either" attitude. He was telling the truth. However, he was hiding the most crucial factor, the deep blue system. If progress isn't fast, if it isn't otherworldly, how could you even call yourself a chosen one? Do you think it's the same as your B-rank talent? It's perfectly normal that you don't understand the chosen ones. Aluwa curled his lip. He found his chance. He rubbed it in Wu Hanhai's face with gusto. Ha, you're right, which chosen one doesn't defy all logic? If they were just ordinary, what kind of chosen one would they be? Wu Hanhai burst out laughing, paying no mind to Ao Luo's sarcasm. His old face was practically split into a chrysanthemum-like grin. He also realized his mistake. It really was a bit unnecessary. The chosen of heaven are favored by the heavens and are universally recognized as prodigies. Whether in cultivation speed or combat prowess, they are extraordinary. Mukin, first of all, congratulations on taking first place in the training camp. As per tradition, you'll receive a set of second-tier equipment and a second-tier martial skill. Ling Xiang spoke slowly, his tone filled with encouragement and approval. At the same time, he gave a slight nod, as if to say, "You did very well. Although I'm short on evolution points right now, I can take them first and grind monsters to level up during the college entrance exam." Mukin was deeply moved and extremely satisfied with the outcome. The rewards were incredibly generous. It's important to note that the college entrance exam actually imposes certain restrictions on equipment and martial arts techniques. Candidates are not allowed to use equipment above Tier 2, otherwise, they'll be deemed to have cheated. If this rule didn't exist, children from wealthy families could sweep through the exam hall with just a mid-tier weapon, and the college entrance exam would lose all meaning. As for martial arts, there were no restrictions. Because a year was simply too short a time. Even a chosen one couldn't master third-tier martial arts, so simplified versions of the supreme techniques were developed. I see you can also control lightning, is that right? Ling Xiang asked in a gentle, fatherly tone. In his eyes, Mukin, this chosen one, was not only a major benefactor in his political career but also held a magnificent future as a grandmaster. Naturally, he had to show a certain level of deference and respect. Yes. Mukin extended his hand, and several strands of azure lightning arced across his fingertips. When he had slain the savage ape king, he had already used the azure dragon divine thunder, so there was no need to hide it. Even if the other party hadn't asked, he would have sought an opportunity to consult Ling Xiang anyway. As the ruler of a city, Ling Xiang was a 6th-rank martial artist. Having such a senior figure to guide him could only be beneficial. You've already mastered Water Dragon Chant and have no shortage of trump cards. I recommend you choose Lightning Speed Stride to enhance your mobility. With this martial art, you'll be more than capable of sweeping through the entrance exams. Ling Xiang pondered for a moment before offering his suggestion. He never doubted for a second whether Mukin could master lightning speed footwork. As if this chosen one had mastered Water Dragon Chant in a single day. A mere second-tier martial art. He was confident it wouldn't be a challenge for Mukin. Thank you, City Lord. I was actually looking for a footwork technique myself. Seeing that Ling Xiang's thoughts were in perfect alignment with his own, Mukin's face lit up with joy, and the corners of his mouth curled upward involuntarily. A few minutes later, the items were delivered to the control room. Wu Hanhai handed him an extra long box and said, "This is the second-tier weapon, the Rainstorm and Pear Blossom Spear. Take a look." Mukin took the box and offered his thanks. He had always trusted Wu Hanhai's judgment. After all, the Cold Spring Spear had felt perfectly natural in his hands. There hadn't been a single issue. He opened the box. What met his eyes was a silver spear, its shaft wrapped in spiral patterns that extended all the way to the tip, where it split into 5 blades. The primary material for this weapon is Xian Shui stone, mixed with by Lei Jing stone. It's perfectly suited for a dual-element water and thunder martial artist like you. Wu Hanhai explained, pointing at the pairs in a rainstorm spear with confidence in his eyes. Unlike the cold spring spear, the pairs in a rainstorm spear did not feature a modular design. This meant its strength and toughness comprehensively surpassed those of the first-tier cold spring spear. Alright, I'll give it a try. Mukin lifted the 2.9-meter-long weapon and felt it fit perfectly in his grip. He swung it testily and found that both its weight and feel were excellent. He then channeled the power of his talent, the Azure Dragon Divine Water. A clear stream spread along the storm pear blossom spear, and a serrated water blade appeared at the tip. This was likely due to the superior quality of the material. Mukin noticed that the vitality consumed when activating his talent was at least 30% lower than when using the cold spring spear. Don't underestimate that 30% reduction. In the heat of battle, it's crucial. Thank you, Instructor Wu. I really like this rainstorm pear blossom spear. Feeling satisfied, Mukin deactivated the talent ability. The college entrance exam was tomorrow. A stronger weapon was exactly what he needed. Obtaining the pairs in the rain spear now was undoubtedly like adding wings to a tiger, greatly boosting his monster hunting efficiency. Once you're admitted to the martial arts university, you can go to the weapons academy to have a weapon custom made. Only a weapon tailored to your specifications can unleash a martial artist's full combat potential. Wu Hanhai smiled slightly and offered Mukin a bit more guidance. His words had already been committed to memory by Mukin. A custom-made weapon wasn't cheap. That's because every gram of weight, every centimeter, and every material was carefully considered. A weapon crafted in this way naturally matched the martial artist perfectly, allowing them to wield it as effortlessly as an extension of their own arm. You've already received the reward for coming in first at the training camp, but as a chosen one, you're entitled to make a request of me. Ling Xiang blinked, as if hinting at something. The instructors exchanged glances. They knew the city lord had decided to bet on Mukin and was now openly offering him a perk. I hope to enter the forest to continue honing my skills. Mukin didn't hesitate, speaking with a determined gaze. No reward could compare to evolution points. That's why he chose to grind monsters. What? You want to go into the forest again? For the first time, a look of shock crossed Ling Xiang's face. He had imagined Mukin would ask for elixirs or some preferential treatment. He never expected such a request. But he could sense a resolute will emanating from this 18-year-old. It didn't seem feigned at all. I agree. Once the closing ceremony is over, I'll have the training camp instructors assist you in capturing ferocious beasts. You can kill as many as you want. Ling Xiang waved his hand and said magnanimously. He was going to indulge the chosen one's whims just this once. Let us see just how far Mukin can push his limits. Thank you, City Lord. Mukin was genuinely delighted. Just as one would expect from the City Lord. He was truly generous. It seemed that before the college entrance exams, he'd be able to rack up a huge haul of evolution points. Chapter 26, The Award Ceremony, and a Bewildered Leon. A villa at the High City Training Camp. Inside the martial arts training room, Leon, gripping his long sword, was intensely practicing the secret technique whirlwind sword dance. The wind blades generated by the sword tip seemed capable of slicing through the air, emitting a piercing whistle. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his arm. The hilt felt as heavy as 1,000 jin. His face contorted in agony, veins bulging on his forehead, but he gritted his teeth, endured the pain, and continued the drill. But his swordwork grows increasingly erratic. With a thud, the long sword slips from his grasp and falls to the ground. Leon's face is as pale as paper, and sweat has long since soaked through his training robe. It's obvious. He has reached his limit. As expected of a martial arts secret technique, even with my rank talent, Leon, after studying it for so long, I still can't even begin to master it. Gazing at the long sword lying on the ground, Leon furrowed his brow, feeling a deep sense of helplessness and bitterness. Since he began studying the supreme art, he finally understood why candidates who had mastered it could single-handedly dominate the college entrance exams. Although the supreme art was a simplified version of an intermediate-level martial technique, it demanded no less from a martial artist: vitality burst, body control, and talent proficiency. All three requirements are indispensable. If there's even the slightest misstep in their coordination, the supreme art cannot be executed. But once they're perfectly synchronized, its power is truly staggering. Candidates possessing such a powerful trump card are far superior to their peers in actual combat. What a shame! That good-for-nothing older brother of mine isn't even qualified to take the college entrance exam. Otherwise, I'd definitely make him realize just how vast the gap between people really is. Leon picked up his long sword. Its stark white blade reflected a pair of cold, menacing eyes. Ever since 5 years ago, when Mukin was brought home, he'd felt his life grow bleak and hopeless. Because Mukin was handsome and outstanding, scoring perfect marks in every martial arts class. That period had been a nightmare for him, a shadow he could never shake off. But look at the result. His older brother, the center of everyone's attention, was an F-rank good for nothing. Yet he, the younger brother, had awakened an A-rank talent. How dramatic life was. How amusing. How unexpected. Even though you've left the Zhang family, don't think I'll let you off easily. I'll drag you into an abyss from which there's no return. Leon closed his narrow eyes and let out a cold laugh. Ring ring. A rapid ringtone echoed through the training hall, accompanied by a steady male voice. Camp is over. Trainees, please assemble in the main hall to receive your ranking rewards. In order to master the supreme art, Leon had specifically set his notifications to Do Not Disturb mode and hadn't even worn his smart bracelet. If not for that ringtone, he would have forgotten that today was the last day of the training camp. He sheathed his sword and muttered. Even though I didn't master the supreme art, the first place reward, second-tier gear and martial skills will still give me a chance to aim for a higher ranking on the college entrance exam. In Leon's eyes, the first place reward at the Haicheng training camp was already a sure thing. Not even Lu Zhanqing, who came in second, could threaten his position. With his older sister, last year's South first place winner, and a tailor-made strategy guide, he had built up a massive advantage. The key was that Lu Zhanqing was also burdened by Yi Xian'er, who was holding him back. It was precisely because of this safety net that Leon had chosen to go into seclusion, determined to master the supreme art before the college entrance exams. Unfortunately, he had failed. Still, the level he had reached was more than enough to inspire awe. Well then, let us go claim the prize. Leon gathered his composure, turned, and left the villa, heading straight for the training camp hall. Along the way, many trainees caught sight of Leon, and their expressions immediately turned complex. Having held the top spot for a year, Leon had long grown accustomed to others' stares. With a look of pride, he entered the hall, walked past the long line of people, and took his place at the front. But Lu Zhanqing was nowhere to be seen. In his place stood Fang Yao. Fang Yao, where is Lu Zhanqing? Leon asked, feeling a bit puzzled. The training camp had already closed. Why wasn't Lu Zhanqing there? Could it be that he didn't win first place and was too embarrassed to show up? Lu Zhanqing? I don't know. We don't get along anyway. Fang Yao shrugged, indicating he had no idea. But right after he said that, for some reason, he couldn't help but chuckle and even laughed out loud. What are you laughing at? Leon was baffled and asked coldly. Nothing. I just suddenly thought of something funny. Fang Yao quickly turned away, covering his mouth to stifle his laughter. He wouldn't have laughed if he hadn't been unable to help himself. But just thinking about it, Leon finding out he wasn't first place. First place went to his older brother, the one who'd been kicked out of the house. His expression must have been priceless. Too funny. You're such a weird, silly fool. Leon shot Fang Yao a disgusted glance. This guy. He didn't look the part of a martial artist at all. He was always slacking off, and who knew what he was thinking? Attention, everyone! Stand at attention! Several instructors marched in unison, exuding an air of authority. Wu Hanhai's voice echoed throughout the hall. His piercing gaze swept sternly over every trainee. The trainees felt a chill run down their spines and quickly adjusted their posture, chest out, stomach tucked in, staring straight ahead without looking away. We will now begin distributing the ranking rewards. Starting with the student ranked last, please come forward to claim your reward. Wu Hanhai stood before the podium and began announcing the rules. The staff had long since prepared. They carried a large number of prizes onto the podium. Piles of vitality pills, various weapons glinting with a cold light, and the most precious martial arts techniques. After explaining the rules, the atmosphere in the hall grew tense. The male trainee ranked last walked onto the podium with his head bowed and claimed a vitality pill. One by one, the trainees walked up to the stage to receive the rewards they had earned through their sweat and hard work. Looking at what they held in their hands, everyone's emotions were mixed, a blend of regret and reluctance. A year had passed, and the Haicheng training camp was drawing to a close. 10th place, Tang Ani. When it came time for the top 10 trainees, as was customary, Wu Hanhai would announce the rankings. Instructor, did you make a mistake? I'm 12th. Tang Ani was a female trainee. Her face betrayed utter disbelief as she pointed at the leaderboard. Because Mukin had broken into the top 10, it triggered a series of chain reactions. Tang Ani, who had originally been ranked 11th, was pushed down one spot by Yi Xian'er, who had fallen out of the top 10. There's no mistake. Among the top 10 trainees, Lu Zhancheng and Yi Xian'er were cultists and have already died. Although the leaderboard hasn't been updated yet, it doesn't affect your move up one spot. Wu Hanhai lifted his chin slightly and said loudly. The news struck like a bolt from the blue. All the trainees in the hall froze in their tracks, their expressions blank. It was as if the sky had fallen and the earth had split apart in their hearts, unleashing a massive tsunami. Who could have imagined it? That this famous couple were actually cultists. And they'd been associating with cultists for a whole year. Just thinking about it sent shivers down their spines. The specific details will be announced by the Martial Arts Bureau after their investigation. Alright, let us continue. Tang Ani, if you don't come up now, I'll consider you to have forfeited your prize. Before the trainees could start arguing, Wu Hanhai bellowed and continued presiding over the awards ceremony. Here she comes, here she comes. Upon hearing the word forfeit, Tang Ani hurried up to the stage to claim her prize. Looking at the brand new first-tier weapon and first-tier martial art, she felt as surprised and delighted as if she'd won the lottery. Even her voice sounded blissfully happy. Thank you, instructor. Wu Hanhai waved his hand and continued. Alright, next up, 9th place, Wu Tai. Wu Tai pursed his lips as he walked onto the stage to accept his award. When he stepped back down from the stage, many people noticed that this man, built like a tower, actually had tears welling up in his eyes. 8th place, Song Pu. 7th place, Chen Yulio. 6th place, Zhao Jijie. 5th place, Lu Yu. 4th place, O Shanshan. 3rd place, Fang Yao. The deaths of Yi Xian'er and Lu Zhancheng allowed Wu Tai and Tang Ani to reap an unexpected windfall. But for the top 8 trainees, it made no difference. Because the number 1 spot was now occupied by an even stronger contender. 2nd place, Leon. Upon hearing his name, Leon's expression changed drastically in an instant. A storm of emotions surged through him, a shock a million times greater than when he learned of Lu Zhancheng's cultist identity. Why did my ranking drop? But the top 10 trainees are still the same old faces. Leon's face darkened as he struggled to figure out where he'd gone wrong. Logically speaking, Lu Zhancheng, his greatest threat, was dead and had been kicked out of the rankings. First place should have been a sure thing, as easy as taking candy from a baby. Yet now, something had gone wrong. Leon, Are you going to give up your reward? Wu Hanhai stroked the beard on his chin and said with a hint of amusement. He had never harbored any prejudice against Leon, the prodigy, but now things were different. A single family had produced two genius brothers. Logically, that should have been a tremendous blessing. Unfortunately, the Zhang family was blind to their own fortune. They let the big prize slip through their fingers for something trivial. No, I'll accept it. Leon took a deep breath. He walked up to the podium to receive a second-tier longsword, but he simply couldn't hold back the question burning in his heart. Instructor, who came in first? How did he surpass my ranking? Hearing this predictable question, Wu Hanhai's reply was brief, yet shocking. First place is Mukin. On his first day in camp, he secured the minimum reward. On the second day, he entered the forest and fought his way up to second place. On the third day, Mukin slayed the savage ape king. All the color drained from Leon's face in an instant. He was utterly shocked. Clutching the second-tier longsword tightly, he couldn't utter a single word. A name he hated most, despised most, found most repulsive, the one he least wanted to hear and should never have heard. And now it had appeared. And it had even snatched first place from him. Impossible. 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 It must be someone with the same name. It absolutely can't be him. Leon lowered his head and clenched his jaw. The shadow that had once shrouded his heart was beginning to spread once more. His pride, his achievements, his everything. How ridiculous. Completely defenseless. Chapter 27, Little brother, if you're weak, just practice more. Boom. Mukin's legs were wrapped in flashes of lightning like a thunder god descending from the heavens. He closed in on the ferocious beast at breakneck speed. Before the beast could even react, a blue spear's shadow instantly pierced its body. Evolution points plus 10. Hearing the notification sound, Mukin withdrew the rain of Pear Blossom's spear. With a gentle flick, blood spattered, blooming into blossoms of crimson. His fighting spirit burned fiercely as he scanned the surroundings, ready to hunt down the next ferocious beast. All right, Mukin, stop already. Save some energy for the college entrance exams. Ling Xian, watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but shout. He was already beginning to question the meaning of life. The chosen one was just too formidable. It made him question the meaning of life. If he hadn't spoken up to stop him, this teenager would likely have kept killing until tomorrow, completely exhausting himself. Host, Mukin. Realm, level 18. Talent, Eternal Azure Dragon S. Vitality, 810. Spirit, 810. Martial Arts, Water Dragon Chant Beginner, Lightning Speed Stride Beginner, Cloud Rider Spear Technique Mastery, Ninefold Fist Mastery. Cultivation Technique, Whale Sea Breathing Technique First Layer, Mastery. Evolution Points, 10. Mukin opened his panel and, still feeling a bit unsatisfied, said, City Lord Ling, I could keep going. Having an instructor to work with this afternoon saved him a lot of time that would otherwise have been spent searching for ferocious beasts. All Mukin had to do was strike and take down his targets. This allowed him to effortlessly farm over 300 evolution points. He first spent 50 evolution points to unlock the beginner level of Lightning Speed Stride, then raised its mastery to level 18. If he pushed himself a bit harder tonight, he might be able to reach level 19 and touch the threshold of the second tier. Isn't it precisely their overwhelming talent that makes the chosen of heaven so feared and revered? Mukin thought to himself. He had no intention of hiding his true strength. Being a chosen of heaven was his all-purpose answer enough to handle any situation. For example, why are you progressing so fast in your cultivation? I'm a chosen of heaven. Why are you so powerful? I'm a chosen one. Are you even human? I'm a chosen one. It made perfect sense. There wasn't a single flaw in his reasoning. You're really going all out, kid, but the college entrance exam is tomorrow. You should get some rest, don't overdo it. Wu Hanhai hurried over, massaging Mukin's shoulders as he offered earnest advice. The group of instructors. Today, they were both exhausted and gratified. The exhaustion came from the hassle of herding the ferocious beasts. The gratification stemmed from Mukin's astonishing progress. Do you have a personal grudge against these beasts, kid? You're killing them with such fervor. Ao Luo walked over and said with a sense of awe. He was truly impressed. Having been an instructor at the training camp for several years, this was the first time he'd ever seen a trainee get hooked on killing ferocious beasts. However, for a martial artist, this was definitely a good thing. Although Mukin still wanted to keep killing ferocious beasts, his reason told him that Wu Hanhai and Ling Xiyang were right. The college entrance exam was a crucial turning point in his life he couldn't afford to fail. He never forgot those who had helped him along the way. He solemnly thanked the senior instructors. I understand. Thank you, City Lord. Thank you, instructor. Wu Hanhai let out a sigh of relief and quickly said, All right, let us head back to the training camp. As the group left the forest, they encountered an unexpected figure. Leon. His face bore a slight resemblance to Mukin's. He stood there, a long sword clutched in his arms, glaring menacingly at the forest gate. The moment he saw Mukin, a blood-red glint of hatred flashed in his eyes, and he said through gritted teeth, Brother, I never expected it to be you. Why did it have to be you of all people? You stole my first place. Looking at his repulsive younger brother, Mukin felt a surge of amusement and said, Little brother, the past is the past, and the present is the present. If you're not good enough, just practice more. After his talent awakened, he was looked down upon and constantly harassed because of his F-rank talent. Eventually, he took the initiative to sever all ties with the Zhang family and live on his own. All of the Zhang family's resources had been given to this younger brother. Since he started it, what right did he have to blame others? You. Are you looking to die? Leon was seething with rage. His grip on the sword hilt made it creak as he lowered his head and charged forward. He wanted to see just what kind of confidence his brother had to dare mock him. Several instructors exchanged glances, about to stop Leon. But to their surprise, Ling Xiyang said in a calm tone, Let them spar as long as they don't go too far. Since the city lord had spoken, the instructors had no choice but to stand by and watch. However, they were all fourth-tier martial artists with formidable strength. Even if the two brothers got into a heated fight, the instructors could bring the situation under control the moment they intervened. One move. Upon hearing this, Mukin already knew what to do and took a step forward. This step was incredibly clever. It blocked Leon's path perfectly. This revealed Mukin's excellent judgment of the situation. What the hell? He's got some damn lucky break. In that instant, Leon felt trapped, forced into a no-win situation. He gritted his teeth and thrust his right hand forward, the sword scabbard whistling as it lunged toward Mukin's chest. Facing this move, an advance that was actually a retreat, Mukin remained expressionless. He simply swung the Rain of Pear Blossoms spear forward. The two weapons collided suddenly, producing a clang. A terrifying force surged through the sword scabbard, shaking Leon and filling his face with horror. How is this possible? Why is he so strong? A storm of shock raged within Leon's mind. It was as if he could hear the sound of his confidence shattering. There was no time for him to think. Mukin discarded the Rain of Pear Blossoms spear and, pressing his advantage, swung a punch that struck Leon squarely in the face. With that punch, he held nothing back. It was filled with the pent-up emotions of over a decade. Ah! Leon was sent flying and crashed to the ground. He couldn't help but open his mouth and vomit. Bright red blood poured out. With his mouth full of blood, he looked utterly disheveled. The college entrance exam is tomorrow, you two, calm down. Wu Hanhai stepped forward, positioning himself between the two, his aura erupting. Damn it! Leon clutched his cheek, his eyes brimming with hatred. Instructor Wu was way too biased. Blatantly biased. He didn't stop Mukin when he was hitting him. Now that he'd been hit, only then did he step in to stop it. What the hell is going on? Damn it, why has my brother gotten so strong? There's definitely something fishy going on here. Leon simply didn't have the courage to strike out at the instructor. His expression shifted for a moment. He shot Mukin a fierce glare. Finally, he scrambled to his feet and walked away, seething with resentment. Good thing I stopped you. Otherwise, our second-place trainee here would have been beaten to a pulp by you. Wu Hanhai turned back, feigning a look of shock, and teased with a wink. He wasn't protecting Mukin. He was protecting Leon, preventing him from getting himself killed. The gap in strength between these two brothers was as vast as a chasm. Leon lagged behind in every aspect, both cultivation realm and talent. He hadn't even mastered the supreme art yet. How could he possibly fight Mukin? Was it the courage Miss Liang gave him? Maybe. Mukin chuckled, making no attempt to deny that he wanted to strike. Although today wasn't the right time, if the opportunity arose in the future, he would certainly teach Leon a harsh lesson. As for the Zhang family's affairs, he must settle the score with interest. Mukin, rest assured. I won't let the Zhang family run amok and disrupt your college entrance exams. Ling Xiang made a promise. Regarding the Zhang family's affairs, even though he held the prestigious title of City Lord, he was essentially an outsider and couldn't really interfere. However, Mukin had already severed ties with the Zhang family. He would also warn the Zhang family not to cross the line. Letting the two brothers have a fight was also a well-intentioned move. After this little incident, the group entered a room. Ling Xiang took out a document and said, Mukin, aside from you, there are 3 other heaven-favored ones taking the college entrance exam in Jiangnan province this year. Here is their intelligence. Mukin picked up the document and examined it carefully. Xiao Xiaoxiao, level 16 martial artist, S-class talent. Lang Yun, level 16 martial artist, S-class talent. Su Wei, level 17 martial artist, S-class talent. Judging by the statistics on paper, this year's college entrance exam seems to have more female than male candidates. 2 of the 3 chosen ones are female. However, Mukin's strength is in a league of its own, ranking him at T0. Yet he would never let pride cloud his judgment or underestimate the other candidates. In the world of boxing, there has never been a shortage of matches where the underdog triumphs. If you're aiming to be the top scorer, keep an eye on these 3, they'll be your toughest competitors. Now, get some rest. We won't disturb you any further. Ling Xiang offered one final piece of advice, then turned and left, thoroughly satisfied. He believed that with Mukin's ability, as long as he performed to his usual standard, he was certain to secure a spot in the top 3. As for the top spot, there were too many variables involved, but there was a very good chance he could compete for it. Oh my, just thinking about the Haicheng training camp and the possibility that it might produce a martial arts champion in this year's college entrance exams, I'm so excited I can't sleep tonight. Yuji clapped her little hands, her face flushed as she spoke. Can't sleep, huh? Come with me to keep watch. Wu Hanhai's face darkened, and he hurriedly led Yuji out of the room. After the 2 little troublemakers had left, Ao Luo pulled out a booklet, pushed it toward him, and said, Mukin, I think this move, Thunder Dragon's Wrath, would suit you very well. Another profound technique. And it was the lightning elemental technique he'd been longing for. Mukin couldn't contain his joy and picked up the booklet to read it. Do you wish to spend 100 evolution points to increase your proficiency in Thunder Dragon's Wrath? After reading it, Deep Blue's voice echoed in the depths of his mind. The entry requirement for a first-tier martial skill is 10 points, for a second-tier skill is 50 points, so for a third-tier skill, it's 100 points. It seems Water Dragon's Chant and Thunder Dragon's Wrath are on par with third-tier martial skills. With such a high difficulty level, no wonder so few candidates can master them. Mukin pondered this silently, and his confusion gradually cleared. The secret arts are equivalent to third-tier martial arts. They aren't something you can master in one fell swoop. As the saying goes, without taking small steps, one cannot travel 1,000 li. The martial arts are actually just like the humanities. You need to constantly accumulate knowledge before you can tackle more difficult concepts. It's just like a child prodigy who can't skip elementary school and jump straight to understanding middle school material. That's why it's so difficult for first-tier martial artists in the training camp to grasp the secret arts. Instructor AO, you said that the supreme techniques are simplified versions of intermediate martial arts. Where do these two techniques originate? Nukin thought of a question and asked out of curiosity. The Water Dragoness Chant and Thunder Dragoness Wrath originate from the fourth-tier martial art, the Dragon Roar Spear technique. If you're interested, you can borrow it from Jinhai Martial Arts University in the future. You've already mastered Water Dragoness Chant. If you also learn Thunder Dragoness Wrath, you'll have an excellent foundation and should be able to master the basics of Dragon Roar Spear technique very quickly. Although I know this spear technique as well, school regulations prevent me from teaching it to you privately, otherwise, both of us would be in serious trouble. Instructor Ao Luo answered without a moment's hesitation. It seemed he had long anticipated that Nukin would ask this question. As for the rule prohibiting private instruction of martial arts, Ao Luo was powerless to change it. Such regulations were widespread and strictly enforced, governed by both Jinhai Martial Arts University and the Martial Arts Bureau. However, the secret techniques he had simplified were not bound by these rules. Instructor AO, I'm already deeply grateful that you've taught me two secret techniques. As for the Dragon Roar Spear technique, we'll see what the future holds. Nukin wasn't a greedy person. His gratitude came from the heart. Since both Water Dragon Chant and Thunder Dragoness Wrath originated from the Dragon Roar Spear technique, then perhaps there was a possibility. When he learned the Dragon Roar Spear technique, the system might reduce a portion of the evolution points cost. Moreover, Nukin had already mastered the basics of Water Dragon Chant, and he still had to learn Thunder Dragoness Wrath in the future. Therefore, acquiring the Dragon Roar Spear technique would be nothing but beneficial. Nukin, give it your all tomorrow. All of High City is counting on your performance, kid. Ao Luo, who was usually stoic, broke into a rare, hearty laugh today as he patted Nukin on the shoulder to encourage him. Ever since witnessing Nukin's talent and strength, his heart had been filled with a long-forgotten sense of passion. Chapter 28, A Sensation. Nukin takes first place at the training camp. Due to Ling Xiang's blockade, the Haicheng training camp didn't open its doors until the day of the college entrance exam. Once the gates opened, news spread like wildfire. At a restaurant facing the training camp, a victory banquet was underway. The attendees were numerous. All prominent figures in High City, including several mid-tier martial artists. Yet the person seated at the head of the table was a second-tier martial artist baron. Congratulations to the head of the Zhang family. The Zhangs have taken first place at the Haicheng training camp for 2 consecutive sessions. The title of Haicheng's #1 family is truly well deserved. Indeed, the Zhang family has produced 2 prodigies in a row, both admitted to the Imperial Academy, a feat worthy of being recorded in the annals of history. It's all thanks to the head of the Zhang family's excellent guidance. Otherwise, how could the family have produced 2 such brilliant talents in a row? One after another, the guests showered them with endless praise. Baron and Chen Aimei couldn't stop grinning. Their third daughter, Violet, had already enrolled at the Imperial Academy. The reputation of Longwei's premier martial arts university resonated throughout the world. Consequently, the Zhang family's status rose accordingly. What was even more enviable was that the Zhang family had produced yet another prodigy, Leon. Although Leon's talent was slightly inferior merely in a rank talent, he was still considered a genius. It was easy to foresee. As the sister and brother advanced in their cultivation, the Zhang family would grow ever more prosperous. In the future, they would become a dominant powerhouse in High City. Tap, tap, tap. A series of footsteps echoed as a martial artist clad in a long robe approached. He had been stationed at the entrance to the high city training camp, waiting for the seal to be lifted so he could get the news firsthand. As soon as he got the news, the martial artist immediately ran to the inn, waving a sheet of white paper in his hand and shouting his congratulations. Congratulations to the head of the Zhang family. The Zhang family has produced another prodigy. Congratulations to the head of the Zhang family on winning first place at the high city training camp for 2 consecutive sessions. Upon hearing this, the guests paused, a sense of I knew it washing over them. Looking back at high city's history, there were very few families that had managed to take first place at the training camp for 2 consecutive sessions. Hate Group 714487770. This marked the beginning of a family's prosperity. It was truly enviable. Just as I expected from my son. Yuanzhou has certainly not disappointed me. Baron abruptly stood up, bursting into hearty laughter. He took the white sheet of paper. The moment he clearly read the first line, his smile froze, and his face darkened with frustration. It wasn't Leon. It was Mukin. That good-for-nothing who'd been kicked out of the family had snatched first place. How is this possible? Baron couldn't fathom it at all. In a fit of rage, he tore the sheet of paper in half. Everyone present was sharp-witted and realized something was amiss. Soon, news spread like wildfire. All the guests in attendance learned one thing. This year's South first place winner at the Haicheng training camp was named Mukin. Did I hear that right? Not Leon? But Mukin. Wow, what's the Zhang family thinking, kicking a genius out of the house like that? What's the Zhang family playing at? Having 2 geniuses in one family, isn't that a good thing? The wealthy merchants and powerful figures of high city couldn't help but lower their heads and whisper among themselves. They looked at Baroness Smile, which was filled with a strange expression. Damn it, what is that ungrateful son up to? He actually snatched first place from Yuanzhou. Baroness' face was dark, and he was in a terrible mood. It was supposed to be a celebratory banquet. Instead, it had turned into a stage for others to mock him. A long line of buses snaked along the highway. At the same time, a large number of martial artists followed the convoy, keeping watch along the route. Several months before the college entrance exams began, the Martial Arts Bureau had issued a series of missions in advance. Many martial artists accepted these missions, venturing deep into the wilderness to eliminate packs of ferocious beasts and ensure the route's safety. As a result, the convoy traveled unimpeded and faced no large-scale beast attacks. Only a few stray ferocious beasts foolishly poked their heads out, only to be just as foolishly killed. According to the college entrance exam regulations, Mukin was required to ride on the High City No. 1 high school bus. For his safety, Wu Hanhai was seated in the front row of the bus, while Ling Xiang rode in a sedan following behind. No matter what unexpected situations arose, with such layers of protection, Mukin would be in no mortal danger. With the city lord and several instructors protecting me, I'm perfectly safe. Sitting next to Wu Hanhai, Mukin felt a deep sense of security. It was only natural that the chosen one should be treated with such importance. Once he had grown stronger, he would surely repay the Dragon Nation 1,000-fold. Mukin, how do you like the training camp? Su Xiaoxue, sitting to Mukin's right, asked curiously. She had attended the training camp herself and knew just how brutal it was. Or rather, many high school students with average talent found themselves in a situation similar to Su Xiaoxue's. After spending some time in the training camp, they realized they couldn't handle the high-pressure environment and voluntarily withdrew before it ended. It's okay, just as I expected. Mukin tilted his head, thought for a moment, and said matter-of-factly. Before entering the training camp, he had set 2 goals for himself, both of which he had achieved. The first was to raise his cultivation level to level 15 or higher. Second, to complete the training camp in 3 days. TSK, he was only there for 3 days and he joined right before it ended. What could he possibly have to say? Huang Feifei, standing nearby, crossed her arms and said disdainfully. She looked down on Mukin deeply. For an F-rank talent to dare enter the training camp was nothing short of being out of his league. And now he's talking about it being as expected? Expectations for someone at the very bottom. That Mukin guy isn't very popular, is he? Wu Hanhai stroked his full beard, flashing a peculiar smile. If this were the Mukin of the past, what the girl said would make perfect sense. Unfortunately, fate loves to play tricks on people. Feifei, don't talk like that. Mukin entered the training camp to fight for his own chance. There's nothing wrong with that. Back in the day, Grandmaster Fong Ben was also an F-rank talent, yet he never gave up on the martial arts and eventually attained the rank of Grandmaster. If you keep using that kind of discriminatory language, we're no longer friends. Su Xiaoxue turned her head and said with righteous indignation. She genuinely believed Mukin was in the right. He had courage. He dared to enter the training camp to challenge himself. In that respect alone, he was far superior to others who were also F-level talents. My cousin Fong Yao is in the training camp too. Just ask him how many times Mukin has made a fool of himself. Huang Feifei puffed out her cheeks in a huff, clearly unwilling to back down. She never expected Su Xiaoxue to actually cut ties with her best friend just for Mukin's sake. Well, then, don't blame her for being blunt. She did show everyone just how pathetic Mukin really was. Hey, cousin, it's Feifei. First of all, congratulations. With your A-class talent, you're sure to do great at the training camp this year, right? Huang Feifei deliberately put the call on speakerphone so everyone could hear clearly. Oh, it was okay. Third place. Fong Yao didn't think much of it and replied casually. Since leaving the training camp, he received countless calls asking how things went. Naturally, he assumed Huang Feifei was calling to congratulate him. Third place in the training camp. Holy cow, cousin Feifei is so awesome. Judging by his past college entrance exam scores, Fong Yao is definitely going to get into Imperial Academy. Imperial Academy. I'm so jealous. That's a true genius. Hearing her classmates' flattery, Huang Feifei held her head high like a proud swan, as if she were the one who'd come in third. She shot Mukin a defiant glance and blurted out impatiently. So, do you know a trainee named Mukin? Didn't he make a total fool of himself? Mukin rested his chin on his right hand. He wasn't actually annoyed. Instead, he smiled as he looked at Huang Feifei, waiting for her to elaborate. In his previous life as an Asian boxer, he had endured countless criticisms and discrimination, only to prove his critics wrong one by one with his skills, cementing his status as the champion with the gold belt. In his eyes, an idiot like Huang Feifei wasn't even human. She was nothing more than a single-celled organism. Lin Chan? Fong Yao, on the other end of the line, sounded very hesitant, as if lost in some memory. But to Huang Feifei, this instantly became fuel for her arrogance, and she said sarcastically, Oh my, I'd completely forgotten Mukin is an F-class talent martial artist. He is no match for my cousin's A-class talent, so it's only natural you won't know him. I remember now, Feifei. You're also a student at Haicheng No. 1 High School. Could it be that Mukin is in the same class as you? Even through the screen, everyone could still sense Fong Yao's frantic and nervous demeanor. Yes, cousin. What's the matter? Could it be that Mukin has made a complete fool of himself at the training camp? Although Huang Feifei didn't know the reason, she felt even more smug. She was going to tear Mukin's dignity to shreds. She was going to let everyone see his ugliness. Embarrassing? If you think it's embarrassing for a chosen one to clear the training camp in 3 days, slay the strongest beast, the rampaging ape king, and take first place in the training camp, then I'm going to crack your skull open to see what's inside your head. You idiot! Fong Yao let out a furious roar that shook the very air. He was genuinely furious. It had been fun watching Leon get his comeuppance. But he never expected his cousin to teach him a lesson today. The fun had turned on him. Ha! Cousin, what are you talking about? I don't get it. Are there 2 Mukin at the training camp? Huang Feifei looked as if she were hearing a myth, asking with a face full of bewilderment. She simply couldn't believe it. That F-rank talent loser, she knew, how could he say something like that? And Mukin was a chosen one? What a joke. There's only one Mukin in our training camp. If I'm not mistaken, a certain instructor should be escorting him. Fang Yao felt like his cousin was driving him crazy as he said this with a sigh. Hearing this, everyone's gaze fell on Wu Hanhai in the front row, filled with astonishment. They had originally thought that this burly martial artist had simply been randomly assigned to escort a bus. They never expected there to be such an unexpected reason behind it. Wu Hanhai couldn't help but grin and said, "I'm here precisely to protect Mukin." After he finished speaking, it all made sense. The instructor's and Fang Yao's words all matched up perfectly. Unbelievable, Mukin's talent has actually evolved. Damn it, Mukin is a chosen one. With such a massive leg to cling to, why didn't I latch on? He cleared the training camp in 3 days? Is this even the Mukin I know? The entire bus instantly erupted into chaos. All the students were stunned. They thought Fang Yao was strong enough, but they never expected there to be an even greater master. The Mukin they knew was nothing more than a good-for-nothing who demolested Yi Xian'er and had been holed up at home, withdrawn from the world. But today, all their past impressions had been completely shattered. "Mukin, it's my fault, please forgive me." Huang Feifei had already burst into tears, her eyes were bloodshot as she pleaded. Her body trembled uncontrollably. Just how stupid had she been to cross a chosen one? Smack! Who could have imagined it? Su Xiaoxue snapped her hand back and slapped Huang Feifei across the face. She showed no mercy with that slap. The full force of her blow left Huang Feifei's face swollen like a pig's head. Yet she didn't dare to lash out, clenching her fists so tightly that her fingers dug into her palms until they bled. "This slap will teach you not to speak recklessly in the future." Su Xiaoxue, frustrated by Huang Feifei's stubbornness, said coldly. She had warned Huang Feifei so many times she had done everything she possibly could. But Huang Feifei refused to listen, stubbornly going her own way, and the result was instant karma. The crowd exchanged glances, stunned at first, but then felt it was well deserved. She really had it coming. Chapter 29, Blood Test, Shocked Examiners, and Leon's Agony. Noon. Hundreds of buses entered a valley and pulled up at a man-made, leveled field. Dozens of buildings stood around the perimeter of the field, and a steel wall blocked off the valley. This steel wall was tall and massive, with an electric fence and surveillance equipment installed at the top. The high school seniors got off the buses one after another, picked up their weapons, and lined up in orderly rows. Gazing at the steel wall in the distance, the candidates' eyes flickered with anticipation and nervousness. Beyond that wall lay the exam hall that would determine the course of their lives. Suddenly, several squads of soldiers filed out of the buildings one after another, taking their positions on top of the wall, ready for action. At the same time, the face of a middle-aged man appeared on the screen. With a stern expression and piercing eyes, he shouted, "The exam begins now. I, Jiang Mingyuan, will preside over this year's college entrance exam. Everyone, stand at attention. Private conversations are strictly prohibited. Violators will be expelled from the exam hall." As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere throughout the venue shifted abruptly, filled with solemnity. The examinees instinctively lifted their heads and straightened their posture, standing in neat formation as instructed, their eyes fixed straight ahead as if they were being reviewed. Jiang Mingyuan nodded in satisfaction and continued to announce the exam rules. "Starting now, candidates whose names are called will enter the enclosure to take the vitality test. Only candidates who pass the vitality test will be eligible for the practical exam." Since everyone present was a senior in high school, they weren't surprised to hear this. They already knew that the college entrance exam consisted of two main parts, which were combined to determine final scores and rankings. The primary score was the vitality value. Candidates whose vitality value didn't reach 50 wouldn't even have the chance to take the practical exam. This rule may seem harsh, but it is actually designed with the candidate's safety in mind. Since the practical exam is even more dangerous than the training camp, setting a threshold effectively prevents casualties. The college entrance exam is a venue for selecting talent, not a slaughterhouse. It would be completely unreasonable to let candidates who lack the necessary ability lose their lives in vain. Class 7, Benlu City First High School, Ingmingji. Class 8, Haicheng No. 2 High School, Lushuerong. Class 1, Jiangcheng No. 1 High School, Longyun. As the announcement played, the candidates whose names were called stepped out of the ranks. A young woman with delicate, beautiful features stepped out of the crowd. Yet her gaze was cold. She exuded an aura that seemed to say, "Keep your distance." Lang Yun's appearance drew the attention of many. However, due to the exam hall rules, everyone suppressed their inner curiosity. They watched as she walked toward the wall. She is the chosen one from Jiangcheng. Nukan glanced at her. Reaching level 16 in just 1 year, she was indeed very strong. In previous college entrance exams, she would have ranked among the top tier. Her strength was enough to contend for a spot in the top 3 and should not be underestimated. As time passed, most of the examinees entered the compound to undergo the vitality test. Class 1, Bingcheng No. 1 High School, Malayin. Class 3, Lu City No. 3 High School, Beijing. Class 7, Hai City No. 1 High School, Mukan. Hearing the announcement, Mukan stepped out of the line, passed through the iron gate, and entered the area behind the steel wall. Countless vitality testing machines were lined up in a row here, accompanied by a massive screen displaying the vitality rankings in real time. First place, Xiao Xiao. Second place, Su Wei. Third place, Long Yun. Nukan glanced at the display and found it was pretty much as he'd expected. Those 3 chosen ones held a massive advantage, taking the top 3 spots in that order. Soon it was Nukan's turn. He walked up to a vitality machine. Standing beside it were a staff member and an exam proctor. "Please extend your index finger." The staff member took out a blood-drawing needle and said. Nukan glanced at the needle. He wanted to say something but held back. The proctor, with a determined expression, noticed his gesture, furrowed his brow, and asked, "Are you feeling unwell, candidate?" Nukan was at a loss for words. He shook his head and said, "No, let us begin." With that, the staff member gripped the lancet, aimed it at Nukan's index finger, and jabbed down hard. But no blood appeared. What was going on? The staff member was baffled. Gritting his teeth, he applied even more force. But he still couldn't pierce the skin. "While I was hardening my skin, talent strengthened my cuticle. Even a first-tier lancet can't break through it now." Nukan had already anticipated this and wasn't surprised. What astonishing defense! It was on par with a second-tier martial artist. The proctor was startled and said in a deep voice, "Switch to a second-tier blood-drawing needle." The staff member wiped the sweat from his brow. This was the first time he'd ever encountered such a situation. However, the exam hall was prepared for this. He quickly pulled out a new box of blood-drawing needles, his eyes filled with a sense of resignation. He never would have imagined it. That there would actually come a day when a second-tier blood-drawing needle would be needed. And on top of that, to be used on a high school senior. "Student, bear with it," the staff member warned. With a hint of caution on his face, he jabbed the needle firmly. This time, it successfully pierced the skin, and a steady stream of blood flowed out, drawn into the needle. Beep. Vitality value, 910. The moment they saw that number, both the proctor and the staff member's eyes widened in disbelief. A student's vitality value had actually reached 910 points. This was a new record. It was truly mind-blowing. I. The staff member was so startled he couldn't speak. He repeated "I" several times before regaining his composure. The proctor took out a watch and a uniquely designed belt, saying with a complex expression, "Congratulations on passing the vitality test. Here is the smartwatch used for the exam, and a belt that serves as both an escape device and storage." Mukin accepted the 2 items. He pressed a button on the smartwatch's face. Instantly, the watch emitted an electronic beep. Confirmation successful. The candidate is Mukin from Class 7, Senior 3, Haicheng No. 1 High School. Current combat points, 0. The smartwatch was standard and unremarkable. Only the belt was quite peculiar. It featured a circular dome in the center that seemed to have a special function when pressed. On both sides of the belt were a series of survival tools, matches, water purification tablets, and a hemostatic bandage. Please proceed to the next area and await the start of the practical exam. The proctor gave Mukin a long look before continuing. Okay. Mukin left the testing station area and walked straight to another open space. The space here was vast, with a steel wall still looming across from him. The venue was filled with chairs, and there was also a display screen showing the vitality rankings. Many guards stood around the perimeter, but they did not restrict the candidates from talking freely. Who is this Mukin, the one in first place? What an unfamiliar name. Who is he, anyway? He actually managed to outperform 3 chosen ones. There are students from Haicheng No. 1 High School here. Does anyone know who Mukin is? If I could just get on Mukin's good side, I'd be set for the college entrance exam. Since they weren't allowed to move around freely, the examinees whispered among themselves, trying to locate Mukin. Even the 3 chosen ones couldn't help but feel curious. They wanted to see what Mukin looked like. They prided themselves on their superior talent. They had assumed the top spot would be decided among the 3 of them. They never expected a dark horse to come out of nowhere and snatch first place. But no one noticed. The Mukin they were looking for had already entered the room. Mukin found a random seat, closed his eyes, and made no mention of his identity. Brother, why did you take first place again? What kind of cheating did you use? In a corner somewhere. Leon's eyes were bloodshot as he glared at the leaderboard with hatred. He clutched his right cheek, feeling a searing pain. Disgusting. Unbearable. He couldn't stand it. Mukin's ranking was actually higher than his. Why? He was clearly the more talented one. He was the one who had received the Zhang family's boundless affection. But now, he, Leon, was being trampled underfoot. Chapter 30, Test Scores and Confidentiality Regulations. High City. Ji Guangliang, with his bedhead, arrived late at the conference room. The conference room was already filled with senior year teachers. Everyone was eagerly awaiting the announcement of the vitality rankings. When Ji Guangliang walked in, the dean of students, his hair meticulously combed, a frown at the corner of his eye, said coldly, "Teacher Ji, the college entrance exam has already begun. Why are you so late? Are you too ashamed to face your students' performance?" Ji Guangliang acted as if he hadn't heard. He sat down in an empty seat in the back row and buried his head in deep thought. What on earth happened to Mukin that would make the city lord's mansion ask me to sign a confidentiality agreement? Ji Guangliang hadn't intended to be late. But last night, people from the city lord's mansion suddenly showed up at his door and made him sign a series of confidentiality agreements. The key point was, the subject of the confidentiality agreement was named Mukin, a grade F talent student from their class 7. This was too strange. It filled him with deep concern. As a result, it consumed all of Ji Guangliang's thoughts. Seeing that Ji Guangliang was ignoring him and acting as if he couldn't care less, the dean of students furrowed his brow, his face betraying a hint of displeasure, and snapped. "Ji Guangliang, your class ranks last, yet you're still so arrogant. You have absolutely no professional ethics. I think your days as a teacher are numbered." No sooner had he finished speaking than the screen in the conference room flickered. A ranking list appeared. "Everyone, look quickly, the vitality rankings are out." Everyone looked up. Even the director of academic affairs stopped scolding Ji Guangliang. But the moment they saw it, a heated discussion erupted in the conference room. Because the top name on the vitality rankings was Mukin. Mukin? That name sounds familiar. I feel like I've heard it somewhere before. Whoa, could it be that Mukin from class 7, the one who molested Yi Xian'er? I remember now, he's Leon's older brother. But how could he be number 1? Seeing Mukin's name at the top of the list, countless pairs of eyes, filled with shock, turned to Ji Guangliang, who was deep in thought. Ha! This. Ji Guangliang looked up and saw Mukin's name. His pupils contracted, and his whole body trembled. In a daze, many things suddenly clicked into place. Why the city lord's mansion had come to him to sign a confidentiality agreement. Why they been so strict. Why they strictly forbidden him from revealing Mukin's private matters. I get it now. So that's how it is. Mukin, you've really made something of yourself. Ji Guangliang's expression was deeply complex. In his heart, he felt both gratification and a touch of wistfulness. Since Mukin had managed to reach the top of the vitality rankings, his talent was beyond question. It must be an extraordinary, peerless S rank. Teacher Ji, don't just stand there. Is this Mukin from your class? Old Ji, you've kept this a secret for so long. Your class produced a chosen one, and you've been hiding it all this time. I remember now that massive green dragon from a few days ago. Could that have been Mukin's awakened talent? The more the teachers talked, the more excited they became. Their own potential in martial arts was limited. They had reached a dead end. A teacher's dream, of course, is to educate and nurture students, hoping one day to have disciples spread far and wide. If one of their own students were to become a chosen one, it would be a topic of conversation for the rest of their lives. But the odds were even lower than winning the lottery. That's right, Teacher Ji, don't you want to tell us all about Mukin? The Dean of Students' face broke into a wide smile, his eyes sparkling with excitement. I'm sorry, everyone, but I've signed a confidentiality agreement. I can't discuss anything about Mukin. Ji Guangliang shook his head and said firmly. The confidentiality agreement was strict, but it didn't mean he couldn't say a single word. But right now, he simply didn't want to. Let you all look down on me and on the students of my class 7. In this era of the extraordinary, celebrities who can only sing and dance are nowhere near as attention-grabbing as martial artists. Behind every martial arts master lies a massive fan base. And there are two major tournaments that bring martial artists fame. First and foremost is the National Martial Arts College Entrance Exam. This exam is the first major test that countless martial arts prodigies must pass to move forward in life. Once they overcome this hurdle, it's like a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate, a complete transformation. Second is the high-profile National Martial Arts Championship. The National Martial Arts Championship is highly prestigious, bringing together the most outstanding martial artists of an era. Not only does it dominate TV ratings, but it also becomes the focal point of heated discussion across the nation. At the same time, every year countless dazzling competitors stand out in the tournament, instantly becoming household names. Holy crap, the number 1 on this year's vitality rankings for the college entrance exam is named Mukin? I've never heard of this guy. I looked him up. He's a student from Haicheng No. 1 High School. What? His profile says he has an F-level talent. Are you kidding me? He outshone the 3 chosen ones, and you're telling me he has an F-level talent? I'm an F-level talent too. How come I've never heard that F-level talents are this powerful? After the vitality test concluded, the results were released. As soon as the rankings were published, countless netizens following the college entrance exams were left in shock. A completely unknown F-ranked talent martial artist actually took the top spot on the vitality rankings. It was utterly unbelievable. With the release of the rankings, the name Mukin began to gain recognition. Mukin, why you? How could it be you? What gives you the right to top the vitality rankings? It's truly bizarre. Violet, who had just emerged from seclusion, was also taken aback when she saw the vitality rankings. Her long, slender fingers tapped slowly on the table as she closed her eyes in thought. It was an ordinary gesture, yet it looked as elegant as a pianist performing. Talent evolution is a rare occurrence. Many ranked talent warriors spend their entire lives searching for it, yet still struggle to find even a single opportunity. I don't believe you could have had such a chance. After thinking for a moment, Violet still didn't understand. Her mind filled with doubts, she couldn't help but mutter to herself. Even at the Imperial Academy, where geniuses abound, the odds of talent evolution are extremely low. Throughout the entire year, only a handful of lucky individuals manage to evolve their talents. And who are the students at the Imperial Academy? Every one of them is a prodigy, possessing martial arts talent and genius far beyond that of ordinary people. But Mukin is an F-rank martial artist who was even expelled from the Zhang family. He has no connections and no ability. It was simply impossible for him to come into contact with such an opportunity. Could it be a cult? Only a cult would try to force growth using such methods to boost a martial artist's strength. Violet felt she was very close to the truth. She pursed her lips, a cold gleam flashing in her eyes. If her younger brother had truly defected to a cult and tarnished the Zhang family's reputation, then she, Violet, would certainly take action sacrificing family for the greater good. No matter what secrets you're hiding, I will definitely uncover them. I'll bring the truth to light. Violet let out a faint smile. She could already foresee the future. She could see Mukin's miserable fate. As for why she was so confident, it was because she was the vice president of the chosen faction. She wielded immense power beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Even at the Imperial Academy, a gathering of geniuses, few dared to defy the will of the chosen faction. Chapter 31, The Practical Exam begins. Leon's ace in the hole. As the vitality test concluded, and the other candidates entered the walled compound, many began whispering among themselves, looking for teammates. The screen flashed, revealing Zhang Mingyuan's avatar. He said in a deep voice, "I will now announce the rules for the practical exam. First, this practical exam is limited to 8 hours. Second, the exam area is behind these walls and is divided into 3 zones, white, gray, and red. Finally, I must strictly emphasize this: intentionally injuring others or attempting to take the lives of fellow candidates is strictly prohibited. Violators will be disqualified from the exam and sent to the Martial Bureau for trial." As soon as Zhang Mingyuan spoke, his resonant voice carried far and wide. A powerful aura erupted, sweeping through the exam hall and enveloping everyone. The examinees felt a chill run down their spines. Instantly, the entire hall fell silent. Even through a screen, he still managed to intimidate everyone. Mukin was startled. Although he didn't know what level of martial artist Zhang Mingyuan was, his cultivation was certainly no small feat. He had never encountered a 6th-tier martial artist before. Now he realized it. Martial arts in Longwo were indeed incredibly flourishing, with a vast number of mid-tier martial artists. Moreover, they took the college entrance exam very seriously. They had dispatched a 6th-tier martial artist to oversee the exam hall to ensure absolute security. And that was just the visible combat power. Whether even stronger martial artists were stationed behind the scenes remained unknown. Starting now, you have 10 minutes to memorize the map. 10 minutes later, the exam begins immediately. Zhang Mingyuan clapped his hands. Instantly, the screen in the hall switched to display the same map. The examinees' eyes widened as they carefully committed the map's details to memory. But the map was enormous, packed with a vast amount of information. In addition to rivers, mountains, grasslands, and ruined buildings, there were also countless dots representing ferocious beasts. Gray, white, and red. They were scattered haphazardly across the map. With so much information, it was enough to make anyone's eyes spin. There's so much. It's so complicated. 10 minutes isn't nearly enough. Why wasn't I a spirit-type martial artist? I really wish I had 2 heads. Ugh, I can't remember it. I just can't remember it at all. The test takers scratched their heads and cheeks, falling into a panic and wailing in despair. Everyone knew how important the map was. For every 10% of the map they managed to memorize, they gained one more point of confidence in the exam. Big brother, you're at a loss now, aren't you? Leon let out a cold laugh as he watched the scene unfold. His bloodshot eyes fixed on the giant screen, his heart brimming with triumph. I can memorize the entire map and all the ferocious beasts' locations. Let us see how you can compete with me. His third older sister, Violet, had warned him long ago. She told him to train his memory. He hadn't slacked off for a single day over the past year. It was all for this very moment. Soon. The 10 minutes were up. The map vanished, and two characters appeared. Start. Jiang Mingyuan waved his hand and shouted loudly. All candidates, move out. The practical exam begins now. At his command, the steel walls roared open to both sides, revealing an unimaginable landscape. Before them lay a recessed basin. Though it was a basin, it stretched out boundlessly. All the candidates were stunned. They had thought they were on flat ground. In reality, they were halfway up a mountainside. Even more striking was this. Hundreds of tracks were laid out at the exit, seemingly leading to the exam site. This year's entrance procedure is a bit unusual. We actually get to ride in little cars. My luck has always been terrible. How could I have dared to choose this? You can't see the end of these tracks. Who knows where they lead? If there's a red-level ferocious beast waiting at the end, that'd be like a lamb walking into the tiger's mouth. That'd actually make things easier. The noobs would just get eliminated and go home to sleep. The candidates looked extremely hesitating to move forward. Clearly, they had also realized the problem. Choosing a track at random could result in an extremely poor start. So no one wanted to be the first to step forward. They were all waiting for others to choose first. There are similar peaks over there too. Looks like this isn't the only entrance to the exam site. While the other candidates were all focused on the tracks, Nukin was the only one who noticed the faint outlines of mountains appearing on the horizon. You've got to admit, Longhua really went all out. Candidates from the entire Jiangnan province were competing on a single stage. This world's college entrance exam is actually no different from a real-life battle royale. It sure saves time. Nukin couldn't help but smile. The examiners laid out the tracks without giving any hints. It seemed they were testing the candidate's ability to react on the spot. How to make the choice that's most advantageous to oneself. In an emergency. I've already memorized the map, so I need to eliminate the red difficulty beasts as quickly as possible to secure the greatest advantage. Nukin decisively pushed his way through the crowd. Following his instincts, he chose a track and climbed into the cart. The moment he sat down, the weight shifted. Under the force of gravity, the cart began sliding down the ramp. Countless people watched as Nukin departed, until his figure vanished completely. Who is that? How dare he be the first to set off? Never seen him before, don't know him. Probably just bold. Isn't he afraid of running into a red-level beast? Instantly, a stir of surprise rippled through the crowd. Smart people knew to wait. Yet someone had to be the first to take the plunge. This was exactly what everyone wanted to see. Just waiting here. Do you think that I'll get you into the martial arts university? A young woman stepped out of the crowd and said coldly. She stood tall and straight, with two short swords at her waist, a sight that commanded respect. At the same time, a name was whispered through the crowd: Lung Yun. This year's college entrance exam. One of the three heaven's favored in Jiangnan province. Lung Yun had already chosen a car. Now, stepping out of the crowd without hesitation, she got in and headed for the exam venue. Seeing Lung Yun leave, a stir ran through the crowd. A few others, not to be outdone, headed for the exam hall. The chosen one's actions seemed to have flipped a switch. More and more test takers chose to enter the hall, no longer wasting time waiting. People naturally seek benefit and avoid harm, but risk and opportunity go hand in hand. How can one reap great rewards without taking risks? Zhang Mingyuan stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze distant. He admired Mukin, the first to enter the venue. This examinee possessed extraordinary courage. However, among this year's candidates from Jiangnan province, there were 3 others favored by heaven. It remained to be seen who would ultimately claim the top spot in this year's college entrance exam. Roar! 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 The car hurtled down the slope like a shooting star. The fierce mountain winds along the way whipped Mukin's hair. He gazed at the forest drawing ever closer, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Roar! Just as the car was passing through a dense forest, a sudden roar echoed through the air. Without even looking back, Mukin ducked sharply and slammed on the brakes. Whoosh! A beast's claw swept over the cart, stirring up a stench of blood and decay. The next moment, a long spear suddenly appeared. Its blade, covered in a stream of blue water, surged forth like a dragon emerging from the sea, instantly piercing the beast's face. Evolution points +8. A single, fatal strike. Mukin leaped out of the cart and glanced at the beast that had attacked him. It was a wolf-like beast, its entire body covered in silver fur. 8 evolution points. This meant it was an unranked level 8 beast. According to the exam rules, this beast was classified as white difficulty. Based on this, Mukin's current location was on the edge of the white zone, very close to the gray zone. The car's no good anymore. I'll have to continue on foot. Gripping the heavy rain and pear blossoms spear, Mukin quickly recalled his surroundings. As his spirit power depleted, cities, forests, ferocious beasts. A vast amount of information surfaced in his mind. He swiftly pieced together a 3-dimensional map. With a single glance, he pinpointed his location. The nearest red-level ferocious beast is roughly over there. Mukin turned his body to face north. If he wanted to be the top scorer on the college entrance exam, he had to choose high-value targets for the practical exam. After all, this exam lasted only 8 hours. Time was extremely precious. Lightning speed stride. Mukin channeled his vitality. Instantly, arcs of lightning flashed along his legs. He planted his foot firmly, and his figure surged forward, charging straight toward the red-level ferocious beast. Evolution points +9. Evolution points +10. Evolution points +11. Although his primary target was the red difficulty beast, Mukin didn't want to let any other beasts slip by either. As a result, his path was littered with slaughter. Any beast that dared to show its head was eliminated instantly. His combat score and evolution points began to rise rapidly. Chapter 32, Monster Farming. Unparalleled Strength. Inside the exam venue, there lay a stretch of urban ruins. Once a thriving metropolis, it had been reduced to ruins for some reason. The area was littered with crumbling walls and rubble, a scene of utter desolation. Buildings teetered on the brink of collapse, their exterior walls peeling away to reveal exposed steel frameworks. There were no humans. This place had become a paradise for ferocious beasts. A tall female warrior with delicate features was hiding behind the ruins. She was staring at a ferocious beast not far away, waiting for the right moment to strike. This beast resembled a deer, with deep blue fur covering its entire body and twin antlers on its head that sparkled with lightning. Thunderhorn deer, a level 15 ferocious beast. I'm afraid I won't be able to kill it with a single blow. Xiao Xiaoxiao didn't rush to attack. She silently ran through the calculations in her mind. At a certain cost, she could kill the Thunderhorn deer. But this was an exam site, fraught with countless hidden dangers. She absolutely could not act recklessly. To go further on the path of martial arts, you must look 3 steps ahead with every move. Her parents' earnest teachings. Xiao Xiaoxiao had always kept them close to her heart. She quietly gripped her sword, like a seasoned hunter, waiting patiently for the right moment. Time slowly passed. But Xiao Xiaoxiao showed no sign of impatience until a certain moment. The moment has come. Xiao Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes suddenly narrowed as she prepared to strike. But something unexpected happened. A bolt of lightning crashed down, striking the thunderhorn deer. A fierce, completely unexpected attack. Terrifying power erupted instantly. It slammed the thunderhorn deer to the ground, cracking the earth beneath it. Roar! The thunderhorn deer was severely wounded. It let out a furious and piercing scream. What is this? Xiao Xiaoxiao forced herself to hold back her forward momentum, her mind reeling with shock. She saw it clearly. That wasn't a bolt of lightning, it was clearly a person. It was a tall, handsome candidate wielding a silvery white five-bladed spear. His expression was calm and composed, his eyes were as deep as the starry sky, revealing a maturity far beyond his years. Die! Nukin growled under his breath, flicked his wrists, and unleashed the Cloud Rider spear technique. The pairs in a rainstorm spear technique transformed into countless spear shadows. Like a summer storm, the attack struck the thunderhorn deer's vital points. Its massive body shook violently, then quickly fell still. Evolution points plus 15. Hearing the notification sound, Nukin halted his assault. As if sensing something, he fixed his gaze on the ruins not far away. Have I been discovered? Xiao Xiaoxiao shuddered all over. Hiding behind the ruins, she didn't dare move a muscle. She was so frightened that she unconsciously held her breath. Although candidates were not allowed to kill one another, fighting itself was not prohibited. If she were to face such a formidable opponent and get injured, it would clearly be detrimental to her college entrance exams. A candidate? If it's not a ferocious beast, it's not worth my trouble. Nukin averted his gaze and did not go looking for Xiao Xiaoxiao. He walked away from the ruins and vanished from Xiao Xiaoxiao's sight. I'm afraid he's Mukin, the number one on the vitality rankings. Xiao Xiaoxiao's mouth was filled with bitterness. She never expected her luck to be this bad. To actually run into the highest ranked student. This was a formidable foe, even more threatening than the thunderhorn deer. Fortunately, he hadn't attacked. Otherwise, it wouldn't have ended well. After leaving the city ruins, Nukin pressed the side button on his smartwatch. First place, Nukin, combat score 170. Second place, Xiao Xiaoxiao, combat score 120. Third place, Lang Yun, combat score 110. The results were announced. Nukin nodded repeatedly as he listened. His strength was indeed in a league of its own. The combat had barely begun, and he had already taken the lead. I can't push my vitality to the limit and lose the major advantage of being able to use my ultimate move multiple times. Nukin pondered for a moment and decided to level up to level 19 first. Deep Blue, level up. He muttered silently. The next second, a surge of power coursed through his entire body. Deep down, he had a feeling. It seemed he was nearing his limit. Nukin had experienced this feeling before. It was back at level 9, when his vitality reached 99, and he felt he couldn't increase it any further. Host, Nukin. Rank, level 19. Talent, Eternal Azure Dragoness. Vitality, 900 plus. Spirit, 900 plus. Martial Arts, Water Dragoness Chant Beginner, Lightning Speed Stride Beginner, Cloud Rider Spear Technique Mastery, Ninefold Fist Mastery. Cultivation Technique, Whale Sea Breathing Technique First Layer, Perfection. Evolution Points, 155. I opened the panel to take a look. There was still room for vitality to improve. With a single thought, I could reach the peak of the first tier. However, to break through to the second tier, I'd first have to practice the Whale Sea Breathing Technique up to the Tendon Forging chapter in the second volume. Do you want to spend 50 evolution points to increase your proficiency in the Whale Sea Breathing Technique? Volume 2 falls under the second tier category, and reaching the beginner level requires 50 evolution points. However, the higher the proficiency in the breathing technique, the greater the success rate of the breakthrough. Nukin had long since learned this lesson. Then I'll raise both Thunder Dragoness Wrath and the Whale Sea Breathing Technique, Volume 2, to the beginner level to prepare for breaking through to the second tier. After some thought, Mukin quickly made his decision. He spent the evolution points. In an instant, both techniques reached the entry-level stage, and a massive flood of information surged into his mind. Realm, level 19 plus. Since he had reached the entry level of the second layer of the whale sea breathing technique, a plus sign also appeared in the realm column. His wallet, which had just started to swell, deflated once again. So Mukin, holding out little hope, decided to give it a try. Success rate for breakthrough is 10%. Do you wish to spend 1,000 evolution points to attempt the breakthrough? The cost of Deep Blue's second stage breakthrough. It was really quite expensive. With empty pockets, Mukin muttered to himself. He never had it easy in this life. He been struggling with evolution points for far too long. Well, I'll just keep grinding monsters then. Mukin shook off his distracting thoughts and focused his attention on the college entrance exam. This was about his future. It was an exam that would even determine the course of his life. He couldn't let himself get distracted. With that in mind, Mukin burst forward, charging toward the red difficulty beasts. 30 minutes later, after a relentless killing spree, Mukin came to a halt. He had earned over 200 evolution points along the way. With a thought, he chose to upgrade Lightning Speed Stride. Consume 200 evolution points to raise the proficiency of Lightning Speed Stride to the minor achievement level. In an instant, a flood of information surged through Mukin's mind. He felt his understanding of Thunderlight Stride deepen to a whole new level. Mukin's speed had already been astonishing, far surpassing that of his peers. Now that he elevated Thunderlight Stride to the minor achievement level, his speed had increased even further. City Lord Ling was right, this footwork technique has greatly improved me. Mukin felt elated and was eager to put it to the test. He looked toward a grassy area in the distance. A long-haired mammoth was leisurely grazing with its head lowered. It's the golden tusk mammoth, just as I thought. Information flashed through Mukin's mind. He recognized the colossal beast before him in the blink of an eye. The golden tusk mammoth was the largest ferocious beast Mukin had ever seen. It stood a full 6 meters tall. It was like a walking hill. Even the mightiest beast at the Sea City training camp, the rampaging Ape King, paled in comparison to this colossus. For the golden tusk mammoth possessed a pair of truly terrifying tusks. Its tusks were like the lances of medieval knights, thick and sharp. And in the sunlight, the tusks shimmered with a pale golden glow. This strange phenomenon was precisely the origin of the golden tusk mammoth's name. If the golden tusk mammoth has been designated as a red-level challenge, it certainly cannot be underestimated. So, you'll be the test of my strength. Facing such a formidable foe, Mukin's fighting spirit boiled over, without a trace of fear. Wielding the Rainstorm and Pear Blossom's spear, he charged headlong at the golden tusk mammoth. A figure wrapped in blue lightning tore through the grassland, rapidly closing in on the golden tusk mammoth. Though this colossal beast was massive and exuded a powerful aura of majesty, its reactions were clearly slow. Just as it turned its head, Mukin abruptly changed direction, his speed surging even further as he charged into the mammoth's blind spot. Water Dragoness Roar. In the blink of an eye, moisture from the air rapidly condensed, and the Rainstorm Pear Blossom spear transformed into a water dragon, crashing into the golden tusk mammoth. Boom! The mammoth's body couldn't turn fast enough. Unable to dodge, it took the full brunt of the secret technique. In an instant, terrifying force ripped through the golden tusk mammoth's abdomen. Its hide split open, blood spurted everywhere, and its internal organs burst out. Roar! The golden tusk mammoth's eyes turned bloodshot as it gasped for breath, then swung its head and lashed out at Mukin with its trunk. Despite suffering such a severe blow, it showed no sign of fleeing or fear. The injury had unleashed the ferocious beast's savage instincts. As expected of a red-level ferocious beast, it really is tough as nails, even more resilient than the king of the savage apes. Mukin's mind raced in a flash, and a sense of excitement at the prospect of the hunt welled up within him. Seeing the long trunk coming at him, he wisely chose not to block it head-on. Vitality surged wildly through his body as he activated Thunderlight Swift Step. The trunk sliced through the air with staggering force, yet it struck empty air, missing its target. Then let us try this ultimate technique, Thunder Dragon's Wrath. With Mukin's low shout, countless streams of vitality evaporated, channeling divine lightning to coil around the rain of Pear Blossom's spear. In the blink of an eye, this five-bladed spear, like a weapon in the hands of the thunder god, flashed with astonishing lightning. The golden-tusked mammoth felt a chill run through its entire body for the first time. It felt fear. Because it was a pure beast, it could sense it all the more intuitively. The deadly threat of this strike. Chapter 33, First Kill. The red fierce beast golden-tusked mammoth. Roar. The sound of the spear cutting through the air was like a thunder dragon roaring. The ultimate technique was complete. Death was imminent. The golden-tusked mammoth's massive size was both an advantage and a disadvantage. It was far too cumbersome. At this very moment, its fat, heavy body became its greatest weakness. It was far too slow. There was simply no way to dodge the ultimate technique. Boom! The lightning erupted in a massive explosion, accompanied by a blinding flash of light. The golden-tusked mammoth's entire body convulsed violently, as if struck by divine retribution. Its body slowly toppled backward, kicking up a cloud of dust. Evolution points plus 19. Evolution points were credited to his account. Mukin quickly allocated 1 point to vitality to replenish his depleted reserves. Having unleashed two ultimate techniques in succession during a single battle, he gained some new insights. Both Thunder Dragon's Wrath and Water Dragon's Chant are powerful. If I could unleash these two secret techniques together, perhaps their combined might would be even greater. This wasn't a wild fantasy or a pipe dream. After all, both of these secret techniques were derived from the simplified Dragon Roar Spear technique. He'd give it a try. There wasn't much to lose. If I succeed, wow, my combat power will reach a whole new level. Mukin was thrilled by this idea. His body was brimming with energy. He couldn't wait to put it to the test. Following the map in his mind, he left the grassland and headed toward the location of the next red-ranked ferocious beast. Jiangnan Province Test Site. Control Room. This. He is so powerful. A short-haired staff member couldn't hide the shock in his eyes. He had witnessed it firsthand. The entire process of Mukin using two supreme techniques to kill the golden-tusked mammoth. It was terrifying. The candidates in this year's college entrance exam were truly terrifying. In past exams, mastering a single supreme technique was already enough to make one stand out as a prodigy. But this candidate had actually mastered two supreme techniques. With just 2 moves, he had slain one of the strongest beasts in the Jiangnan exam site. And the key point was that the boy still seemed to have energy to spare. "Sir, the golden-tusked mammoth has been slain." The staff member jumped to his feet and ran to report to Jiang Mingyuan. At that moment, Jiang Mingyuan was presiding over the command center. Seated beside him were several martial artists with profound auras. Among them was Ling Xiang, the city lord of Haicheng. Oh? Jiang Mingyuan glanced at the clock in surprise. The practical exam had only been underway for an hour. A candidate had already slain a red-level ferocious beast. Such a situation wasn't unheard of. But it was still extremely rare. That's interesting. Pull up the footage. Jiang Mingyuan, feeling curious, gave the order. Soon, on the screen before him, appeared a handsome young man wielding a long spear, his brow betraying a sharp determination. Mukin? It's him, after all. As soon as Jiang Mingyuan saw the young man's face, a name popped into his mind. After all, Mukin was ranked first on the Vitality leaderboard. He was also the first candidate to set out. That's why he left such a deep impression on Jiang Mingyuan. This kid has indeed mastered Thunder Dragon's wrath. His aptitude is truly astonishing. Ling Xiang watched Mukin's performance. He couldn't help but narrow his eyes. His expression resembled that of a Maneki Nico, brimming with a smile. It looks like this kid is very likely to be this year's top scholar in Jiangnan province. Jiang Mingyuan was stunned, yet found it entirely reasonable. On paper, Mukin was number one. In actual combat, Mukin, who had mastered two profound arts, was also far ahead, still in first place. Unless some highly unlikely event occurred, the top scholar of Jiangnan province would undoubtedly be him. Here are Mukin's personal records. A subordinate brought over the file and respectfully handed it to the dignitaries. The information was extremely detailed. Mukin's entire life story, from childhood to the present, was laid out there. Old Ling, this is a candidate from your high city. And his sister is Violet? So they're related after all. Jiang Mingyuan picked up the file and glanced at it, his brows unconsciously relaxed. Violet was last year's top scorer in Jiangnan province. A prodigious talent. Her formidable abilities far surpassed those of her peers. Who would ve thought? Her younger brother's talent isn't half bad either. A sister and brother duo dominating 2 consecutive college entrance exams. Just think about it. He couldn't help but feel it was a truly wonderful story. Brother Jiang, Mukin's relationship with his family is hard to explain in a few words. Ling Xiang let out a wry smile and sighed. He and Jiang Mingyuan were both students at the Imperial Academy. They were just 3 graduating classes apart. The two of them were on good terms. So this form of address didn't seem out of place. It's a long story? Jiang Mingyuan was a man of depth. He didn't press the issue. He continued reading. The answer must be right there in his hands. Mukin severed ties with the Zhang family? Why? As he read on, Jiang Mingyuan furrowed his brow. His mind was filled with a sense of absurdity and disbelief. Mukin survived a beast horde as a child and finally managed to return to the Zhang family, only to be kicked out again. Have the Zhangs lost their minds? How could they treat their own flesh and blood like this? Jiang Mingyuan's expression darkened instantly. If the Zhang family were standing before him, no matter what they said, he'd have to call them blind fools. They nearly caused the Dragon Kingdom to lose a chosen one. If it were me, facing a beast horde at 5 or 6 years old, separated from my family, and surrounded by countless ferocious beasts, I'd probably have died hundreds of times over by now. Ling Xiang said, putting himself in Mukin's shoes. Ever since he'd learned Mukin's name, he had pored over this boy as past countless times. The more he read, the more astonished he became. This boy's fate had been fraught with hardship and insurmountable obstacles. It could be said that without a sliver of luck, he wouldn't have survived to this day. As a child, this candidate actually managed to survive alone in the midst of a beast tide. That's truly remarkable. Indeed. A massive beast tide that swept across several cities. Even we, as 6th-rank martial artists, would likely have been trapped in it. I simply cannot imagine how a child managed to survive in the midst of a beast tide. It's practically a miracle. Several high-ranking officials also began reviewing the documents, expressing their astonishment. If one were to rank disasters, the beast tide would certainly rank among the top 3. In the wake of a single beast tide, countless cities were reduced to ruins, with countless casualties. This is a disaster 10,000 times more terrifying than natural disasters like earthquakes and typhoons. After the beast tide, Mukin went to live in an orphanage. He returned to his family 5 years ago, only to find that his parents didn't love him. It even escalated to the point where they severed ties. But Mukin didn't give up on life or on the martial arts. He forged ahead alone, and, eventually, his perseverance paid off. His hard work was rewarded. A candidate with such unwavering resolve and extraordinary talent is truly a promising prospect. Jiang Mingyuan finished reading the file and exhaled a heavy breath. When he looked at Mukin again, his eyes held a hint of admiration and a desire to nurture such talent. While a martial artist's talent is certainly important, unwavering resolve is equally indispensable if one is to go far on the thorny path of martial arts. A sixth-tier martial artist, as sturdy as a mountain, mused, seemingly lost in thought. Jiang Mingyuan nodded in agreement, having experienced this firsthand. He had served as the chief examiner for many years. He had seen too many prodigies who were once formidable, only to eventually fade into obscurity. Those candidates with unwavering resolve, on the other hand, rose to prominence and managed to overtake the others. Chapter 34, First Place. Leon's Collapse. Somewhere in the Jiangnan province examination grounds, Leon stood holding a second-tier longsword, gazing haughtily at the ferocious beast before him. Blood trickled slowly down the blade. However, his cheek was slightly swollen, and a swelling reducing patch stuck to it, dampening his usual charisma. Huff, huff, huff. A gray-skinned rhinoceros stood opposite him, panting heavily. At that moment, the rhinoceros was covered in wounds, its vital energy low. It had clearly suffered severe injuries. Kill. Swift wind sword. Leon seized his chance, roared, and struck decisively. In the blink of an eye, his long sword thrust out dozens of times. The whirlwind condensed at the tip of the sword exploded, tearing open whole like wounds one after another. Arg! Even with its tough hide, the gray rhino was no match for such a ferocious onslaught. After dozens of strikes, the gray rhino crashed to the ground with a thud and lay motionless. Great! Another level 13 ferocious beast down. My score has gone up again. Leon, who had slain the gray rhinoceros, was brimming with pride and couldn't help but laugh out loud to the heavens. He swung his long sword in a deliberately dashing flourish, creating a sword flourish that flung blood into the air. Big brother, I'll see what you've got to compete with me. Leon tapped his smartwatch to check his score. The screen flashed. Streams of information appeared. 5th place, Leon, combat score, 280. Upon seeing his name, Leon couldn't help but let a look of ecstasy cross his face. The combat exam was like 1,000 soldiers and horses crossing a narrow plank bridge. With every rank he climbed, he had eliminated a vast number of peers. With this score, and Sister Zhen's help, a spot at the Imperial Academy is a sure thing. The corners of Leon's mouth curled upward involuntarily. He could already picture it. In the not-too-distant future, he would be stepping foot into Dragon Nation's premier institution. Brother, I don't know what kind of cheating methods you used, but you can't cheat on the practical exam. You stole my first place with underhanded tactics and only managed to top the vitality rankings by leveraging the training camp's resources. If you're deluding yourself into thinking you can beat me this way, let me tell you it's absolutely impossible. Leon recalled yesterday's events, his heart brimming with resentment. His older brother was a good-for-nothing F-rank talent. How dare he take first place in the training camp? He must have used some underhanded tactics. Otherwise, first place in the training camp would have been his for the taking. Missing out on a second-tier martial art technique pained him deeply. Brother, you can't cheat on the combat exam. You must be really upset. Let me see where you ranked. A cold smirk played on Leon's lips as he scrolled down through the rankings. The further he scrolled, the wider his smile grew. Because he didn't see Mukin's name. Ha! 500th place and that guy's name isn't even there. Cheater, are you really that pathetic? Now at 1,000 still nothing. Brother, just how are you? How could you not even make it into the top 1,000? Now at 5,000 Mukin, where are you? I'm taking the college entrance exam, where are you? Now at 10,000 you weren't caught cheating and kicked out, were you? Ha 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 ha. Mukin's name was nowhere to be found. Leon was overjoyed, the corners of his mouth curled up so wildly, even AK couldn't keep them in check. Ha 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 ha. He kept laughing and laughing until his eyes welled up with tears. The pain he'd been suppressing in his heart quickly dissipated. Just as he'd expected. The true genius of the Zhang family was still in Leon. I wonder who the top scorer on this year's college entrance exam is, that chosen one. I'm going to write down their names so I can build a good relationship with this powerhouse in the future. If I can cultivate a good connection, it'll be a huge boost to my career. Leon was in high spirits. He began scrolling back up through the rankings. Precisely because his sister was a chosen one. He knew all too well just how terrifying an S-class talent could be. Don't be fooled by the fact that an A-class talent is only one rank lower. The gap is actually as wide as a chasm, nearly impossible to bridge. When Leon scrolled all the way to the top of the rankings, his smile froze instantly. His pupils dilated, all trace of a smile vanished, leaving only boundless shock. First place, Mukin, combat score 570. Second place, Xiao Xiaoxiao, combat score 330. Third place, Sui, combat score 300. Fourth place, Lang Yun, combat score 290. Mukin. Seeing that familiar name. No. It can't be. There must be some kind of mistake. Leon's voice trembled. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. His emotions were like a roller coaster. His emotions had suddenly shifted from ecstasy to agony. He had originally thought that Mukin wasn't on the list because he'd cheated. But he never expected that his older brother would actually come in first. You've got to be kidding me. How could he be first? How dare he? Why? Leon threw himself to the ground, screaming in agony, his face contorted with pain. Just how many geniuses and prodigies were there in the Jiangnan province exam hall? Mukin, he actually came in first. But that's the reality. Mukin isn't just first. He is first by a landslide. This reminded Leon of the Haicheng training camp. It's exactly the same. His older brother was like a shadow he couldn't shake. Always looming over him. Arg. No, I have to beat you. I'll prove that I, Leon, am the best. Leon gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot, and sprang to his feet. He refused to give up. He wouldn't give up. So now there was only one goal left: first place. The practical exam was underway. While the candidates hunted ferocious beasts, they also kept a close eye on the shifting rankings. The name Mukin caught the attention of countless candidates. This Mukin in first place is so strong. Not only is he number one on the vitality leaderboard, but he is also first in the practical exam. What an amazing player. If I could team up with him to hunt red difficulty beasts, I'm sure I could break into the top 10. Mukin, who are you, exactly? Why have I never heard of you before? As the candidates checked the rankings, they couldn't help but be stunned. Strong. Way too strong. One person sweeping both first place in the vitality test and the practical exam. With that kind of skill, winning the provincial top scorer title would be a piece of cake. And there's even a chance to go for that one. The title that countless high school seniors dream of: the national champion. Somewhere in the forest. Sui, currently ranked third in the practical exam, closed the leaderboard. He scratched his head inside, saying, I didn't expect such bad luck this year. I actually ended up in the same exam hall as a monster. Looks like I have no chance of winning the provincial championship. There were only 2 hours left in the practical exam. Meanwhile, Mukin, that powerhouse, had already opened up a lead of over 200 points over the second and third place candidates. He was giving it his all. In just 2 hours. It would likely be impossible to close that 200-point gap. Not to mention that Mukin was also hunting ferocious beasts, which would only widen the gap further. Xiao Xiaoxiao, who's south in second place, is one realm higher than me. It'll be tough to beat her. If I want to hold on to third place, my biggest rival is Lang Yun. Su Wei lowered his head and thought for a moment. He settled on a strategy to secure third place and aim for second. It was a very prudent plan. Avoid the strongest competitor, Mukin. All he needed to do was defeat Ling Yun, who was slightly weaker than him. To successfully secure third and aim for second, my next goal is to kill a red difficulty beast. Su Wei looked up toward the distance. There stood a black demon horse, its head bowed as it gnawed on flesh and blood. Chapter 35, Team Up? Failed hunt. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. The black demon horse was powerfully built, with a single horn on its head. Its eyes were like rubies. Every now and then, they would flash with a human-like expression. When a person locked eyes with it, a sense of being seen right through would well up inside them. It might even make one wonder whether it possessed intelligence comparable to that of humans. Dark demon horse. This is a rare beast capable of spirit attacks. It's more threatening than ordinary beasts. To hunt this dark demon horse, it seems I'll need to find a few teammates. Su Wei watched the dark demon horse, pursing his lips as he pondered. He wasn't confident he could take down the dark demon horse alone. Just imagine. In the heat of battle, the dark demon horse launches a spirit attack. He falls into a daze. When he comes to, he sees a pair of hooves coming down toward him. What would that feel like? The dark demon horse is at least a level 17 beast. To successfully take it down, I'll need to find 5 other candidates with decent strength. Su Wei estimated that among the ferocious beasts at the Jiangnan province exam site, this one was likely the most challenging. If there were no candidates with an awakened spirit talent to serve as the main attacker, then to kill the dark demon horse, there was only one way. Use a swarm tactic to kite it, slowly wearing the beast down until it dies. Time was of the essence. Su Wei sprang into action immediately to find allies. 20 minutes later, he had assembled a makeshift squad. The squad consisted of 7 members in total, including Lung Yun, who had placed 4th. Alright, everyone, let us get this straight from the start. We must give it our all to take down the dark demon horse, no cutting corners. In return, since I, Su Wei, put this team together, I won't shirk my responsibility. I'll lead the charge. The exam watches are equipped with smart systems that will calculate your combat scores based on your actions. If you want to score high, then fight alongside me with everything you've got. Su Wei was highly emotionally intelligent. His speech combined firmness with persuasion, while also stirring up their passion. His words deeply moved the other 6 members, and they had no objections. Red-level beasts. Every year, the chosen of heaven lead the charge to hunt them down and kill them. For them, joining Su Wei's team, contributing their efforts in exchange for high combat scores, was a surefire win. It's a shame we don't have any spirit talent martial artists. Otherwise, our success rate in hunting the dark demon horse would be another 30% higher. A dark-skinned, burly candidate remarked. Everyone shared his regret. Compared to the 2 major talents, physical and elemental, martial artists who awaken spirit talent are truly rare. As a result, the general public often knows very little about spirit talent. Not to mention high school seniors like them. Even if we kill the dark demon horse, Lung Yun's ranking will still be lower than mine. I don't need to worry about dropping in the rankings. On the contrary, with her help, our success rate in hunting the dark demon horse will be even higher. Su Wei smiled without saying a word, his calculations clear in his mind. In his view, strategic maneuvering was also part of the college entrance exam. There was a great deal to be learned in the balance between using others and being used. After all, the path of a martial artist was fraught with thorns. Enemies weren't limited to ferocious beasts. Sometimes, setting aside differences and choosing to cooperate could often yield twice the result with half the effort. This was also why the college entrance exam's practical test didn't restrict team formation. Alright, everyone, time is limited. Let us cut to the chase and get started. Su Wei clapped his hands and began laying out the tactics, directing everyone into position. Once his teammates were ready, he looked at the dark magic horse, which was leisurely munching on meat. He took a slow, deep breath, filling his lungs to their limit. His entire chest swelled out. Kill! A sudden, thunderous roar shook the forest, sending leaves swirling through the air. Su Wei charged out of the forest, pushing the hilt of his sword upward with his thumb. The blade radiated a murderous intent as he charged straight at the dark magic horse. A red glow flickered in the dark magic horse's eyes. With a light and agile leap to the right, it dodged Su Wei's strike. Oh no, this beast is incredibly clever. Su Wei's heart skipped a beat, but with the arrow already on the string, he had no choice but to fire. He twisted his waist, channeled his vitality, and unleashed his martial technique. In an instant, the blade was enveloped in a layer of earth-yellow light as he swung it at the dark demon horse. The dark demon horse kicked forward with its front hoof, deflecting the blade, and surprisingly, it wasn't even slightly injured. Man and beast exchanged more than a dozen blows. Gradually, Su Wei found himself at a disadvantage. This dark demon horse isn't a level 17 ferocious beast, it's probably level 18, or even level 19. The examiner must be out of his mind. Who could possibly defeat this monster? Su Wei barely managed to parry the attacks, inwardly cursing his luck. Ultimate technique. Earth-splitting slash. Su Wei parried several more strikes. Suddenly, he let out a low growl. At that moment, his entire body erupted with vitality. The long sword, wrapped in an earthy yellow glow, slashed toward the dark demon horse. His teammates in the forest received the signal and rushed out one after another, preparing to surround and kill the dark demon horse. Leading the charge was a graceful figure dashing forward at breakneck speed. It was none other than Lang Yun. Facing the encirclement, a hint of mockery flashed in the dark demon horse's eyes. Its coat surged wildly, spewing a cloud of black mist that engulfed the surroundings. Here it comes. Spirit attack. Su Wei sensed danger and quickly bit down on his tongue. The pain hadn't even reached his brain yet. Instead, fear struck first. Instantly, Su Wei froze in place, his face contorted with terror, not moving a muscle. The dark demon horse kicked out with both hooves, unleashing a burst of power so immense it was staggering. Ah! Su Wei let out a blood-curdling scream. He flew through the air like a burst sack, landing more than 10 meters away. The candidates who had been about to surround and kill the dark demon horse stopped in their tracks upon seeing this. No way even Su Wei isn't a match for the dark demon horse. What a terrifying beast. Its spirit attacks are impossible to defend against. What do we do? Su Wei has lost. Should we fight or flee? At the same time, Lang Yun also charged toward the dark demon horse. Her beautiful eyes were icy cold, completely unfazed. Her twin swords glowed with a red light as she rapidly stabbed at it dozens of times. The dark demon horse lowered its head, its body bursting with power, like a charging knight. That sharp single horn was like a lance. The sword blades scraped against the horn, leaving only faint white marks. They couldn't cut through it at all. Oh no! Lang Yun's heart sank as she retreated rapidly, trying to dodge this fatal blow. But the dark demon horse seemed to have set its sights on her. It charged headlong with blind fury. Finally, after a few breaths, with no way to evade it, Lang Yun was also knocked flying by the dark demon horse. It's over. Even Lang Yun isn't a match for it. Let us retreat, this beast is too powerful. Let us go. If we don't leave now, we'll all die here. Su Wei lay sprawled on the grass, his mouth full of blood, his right side numb and limp. In that life or death moment just now, he twisted his body to the side, using his own body to absorb the dark demon horse's fatal blow. Otherwise, he would already be dead. Hearing his makeshift teammates hesitate and speak of fearing battle. Resources sourced from the internet, intended solely for learning and exchange. Novel resources are the property of their original authors. Filled with rage, Su Wei wanted to say something, but his throat was choked up. In the end, he gave a helpless, bitter smile. It seems my practical exam ends here. Without lingering for even a second, Su Wei raised his left hand and tremblingly pressed the button on his belt. A blue sphere expanded, enveloping him inside. The blue sphere slowly floated into the air. At the same time, it emitted a peculiar scent. The scent was strong, yet it was impossible to pinpoint exactly what it was. However, upon catching a whiff of this scent, the dark demon horse grew fearful, retreating repeatedly without attacking the sphere. Chapter 36, The Kill. The minor achievement's secret art that shocked Lang Yun. The beast horde runs amok. Let us go. Seeing that Su Wei had abandoned the practical exam, the remaining teammates scattered in all directions. The makeshift team crumbled completely. They had only chosen to team up and hunt the dark demon horse because they saw a profit in it. Now that even the team's leader, Su Wei, had fled, there was naturally no reason for them to stay. Taking advantage of the dark demon horse's hesitation, Lang Yun also hid in the forest. Her face pale, she sighed and thought to herself, "What a pity. If the others had provided cover for me, we still would have had a chance to kill the dark demon horse." Although during the college entrance exams, red difficulty beasts were usually hunted under the leadership of the chosen ones. That didn't mean every hunt was guaranteed to succeed. Take this time, for example. They had failed. I need to find a place to treat my wounds. With my strength compromised now, I can't kill a red level beast, I'll have to settle for a white level one. As Lang Yun walked into the forest, preparing to look for another beast, she furrowed her brow and raised her arm. Yenshur Junyang 7144. 86770. She didn't know why. A large number of water droplets were sliding down her arm. Strange. Why has it gotten so damp? Lang Yun felt as if she'd fallen into a pool of water. It was very uncomfortable. She looked around, searching for the cause. Suddenly, her whole body shuddered, and she froze in place. She saw a figure wrapped in green lightning bolts charging out of the forest at an incredible speed. This figure stood 1.8 meters tall, wielding a silvery white spear, with a pair of dragon horns resembling water columns on his forehead. Could that be Mukin? Lang Yun's breath caught in her throat, she couldn't believe it. She never expected this. The pressure from the top-ranked player far exceeded that of the dark demon horse. Mukin leaped into the air, unleashing his full vitality. A massive amount of water vapor gathered, forming 3 lifelike water dragons. After hunting ferocious beasts for hours and consuming 500 evolution points, he had finally achieved the minor mastery level of the water dragon roar. Though it was only a minor mastery, his combat power had surged dramatically. The 3 water dragons stood guard beside Mukin, roaring toward the heavens, their might shaking the very air. At that moment, it was as if a dragon god had descended. Hiss. Under immense pressure, the dark demon horse grew restless and let out a hiss for the first time. Its instincts were frantically warning it. Without a moment's hesitation, it unleashed a spirit attack. In the blink of an eye, a massive wave of black mist surged forth, rushing toward Mukin. A spirit attack? Mukin gave a faint smile, facing the black mist without the slightest fear. Golden light reflected in his pupils. Golden eyes. 2 spirit shocks, invisible to the naked eye, silently collided. Hiss. The dark demon horse let out an agonized scream. The light faded from its eyes, and its spirit grew listless. Clearly, in the clash of spirit attacks, it had lost. The black mist was just a diversion, used to conceal the spirit attack. This ferocious beast's tactics are rather devious. Mukin had seen through its scheme after just one move. A thought flashed through his mind. Without the slightest hesitation, 3 water dragons, carrying boundless might, charged toward the dark demon horse with a thunderous roar. The dark demon horse, its spirit already weakened, tried to dodge. But Mukin's body flashed like lightning, and his speed surged once more. There was no way for it to escape. In the blink of an eye, the 3 dragons collided with the dark demon horse, as if a celestial river were pouring down. A deafening roar shook the heavens and earth, sending a torrent of water spraying into the sky. Waves surged across the entire battlefield, flowing in all directions and soaking the grass. Evolution points plus 19. Mukin stepped out of the mist, the ground behind him cracked open in a spiderweb pattern. That dark demon horse, which had severely wounded Su Wei and intimidated the 7-person makeshift squad, now lay on the ground, its head caved in toward its chest, already dead. What incredible power! Could he be Mukan? Lan Yun, who had witnessed the entire battle, spoke with disbelief in her voice. At this Jiangnan province college entrance exam, the only person who could match the performance she'd just seen was Mukan, the top-ranked candidate. His supreme art has already reached the minor achievement stage. That's terrifying. How did he train like that? Hiding in the shadows, Lang Yun suddenly felt her mouth go dry. She had expected the top-ranked student to be strong, but she never imagined he'd be this strong. Being number 1 on the vitality rankings was one thing, but the key was that he'd achieved the minor accomplishment level of his ultimate technique. Reaching the entry level of an ultimate technique isn't difficult for those favored by heaven. She, Lang Yun, Su Wei, and Xiao Xiaoxiao had all achieved it. But to cultivate an art to the minor accomplishment level before the college entrance exams? That was completely impossible. A year was simply too short. Now, with just that one art at the minor accomplishment level, Mukan's combat power far surpassed that of his peers. It seems he has to shoe in for the top spot in Jiangnan Province's college entrance exams this year. Lang Yun cast a lingering glance at Mukan, then turned and walked away. No matter how reluctant she was, she didn't even try to invite him to team up. She was injured. Her strength had already declined. Her pride wouldn't allow her to become a burden to others. She certainly didn't want to be the one needing special care. If Mukan rejected her on the spot, it would be even more humiliating and infuriating. The exam hall. The control room. It looks like Mukan will be this year's top scorer in Jiangnan province. Zhang Mingyuan stared at the screen, his tone brimming with certainty. But that wasn't all. His gaze was filled with deep admiration. In all his years as chief examiner, this was the first time he'd ever seen it. A candidate who, at such a young age, had actually mastered the minor achievement level of the Tao. Mukan has extraordinary insight. I'm afraid his talent is very close to SS rank. Ling Xiyang smiled, speaking with a mix of amazement and satisfaction. Although Mukan is currently only a first-tier martial artist, his talent in the martial arts is extraordinary. He has a bright future ahead of him. SS-class talent, a prodigy the likes of whom we don't see even once in a decade. City Lord Ling is lucky he has struck gold. The other 6th-rank martial artists, hearing this, looked astonished. Even someone as distinguished as the City Lord couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. After all, martial artists with SS-rank talent are commonly known as chosen of the saints. They are also called seeds of the martial saint. Of course, whether a seed can take root, sprout, and bear fruit, that depends entirely on one's destiny. After all, there are countless geniuses who fail to reach their full potential. Time flowed slowly. As the clock's hands reached that very second, suddenly, a deep thud rang out as if a giant were striking an ancient bell, emitting a sound both primordial and melodious. All right, this year's entrance exam has come to a successful close. Let us go welcome the next generation of geniuses. Zhang Mingyuan flashed a slight smile, feeling deeply satisfied. At his age, to personally discover a genius was a feeling even more satisfying than sipping fine wine. These young people were a precious treasure. As they grew up, they would become the backbone of Longwei in the future. Just as the group was about to leave the control room. Someone's calling my emergency number. Suddenly, a middle-aged martial artist looked puzzled. As the ruler of a city, his status was supremely exalted. Only a few of his closest confidants knew his emergency number. Normally, unless it was a matter of grave urgency, his confidants would not disturb him. He pulled out his phone and answered the call. A single sentence from the other end immediately caused the 6th-rank martial artist's face to pale. Lord Li, It's terrible. A beast horde has broken out in the wilderness. A massive wave of ferocious beasts is charging toward the military city. Lord Lee shuddered. His words came out as fast as bullets. The prefect, a 7th-rank grandmaster who oversees all affairs within the province. Even they, as city lords, had to follow the prefect's directives. There's been a riot at dungeon number 13. I'm currently accompanying the general of the southern frontier to dungeon number 13 to quell the uprising. I'm unable to spare the time. You must follow the military bureau's commands. After Jiang Mingyuan made the call, he received unexpected news. A dungeon uprising. The prefect and the general of the southern frontier were already on their way to the dungeon. It now appears that this wave of beasts is likely the result of a dungeon uprising. Ferocious beasts have escaped, and there is no sign of the beast emperor behind it. An anomaly has occurred in the dungeon. Why haven't we been informed? Could it be that even the Jinqing army is unable to hold them back? We must not panic now. Assess the defensive status of each city and prioritize aid for those under the heaviest pressure. This is a major crisis. The city lords' expressions turned grave as they began to discuss the situation. They were all powerful warriors who had ventured into the dungeon and slain countless ferocious beasts. From the prefect's brief statement alone, they were able to analyze a wealth of intelligence. However, the causes of a dungeon uprising are often extremely complex. They were far away at the exam site. For the time being, they couldn't ascertain the truth. Issue the order. The college entrance exam is over. All examinees must leave the exam site immediately. No lingering. Before Jiang Mingyuan contacted the Martial Affairs Bureau, he first instructed his subordinates to ensure the examinees' safety. Although the exam site was far from major cities, it could still be swept by a beast tide. Yes, sir. His subordinates received the order and sprang into action immediately. At the same time, a large number of staff members entered the exam hall to guide the candidates out. Well then, Mr. Jiang, we'll take our leave first. Several city lords were frantic with worry. After consulting among themselves, they left immediately. Jiang Mingyuan pursed his lips, gazed at the exam hall through the glass, and muttered. Troubled times indeed. Ever since 100 years ago, when dungeons first appeared on Blue Star, they have been a persistent problem plaguing humanity. Countless heroes and warriors have thrown themselves into the fray, yet with little to show for it. Boom! Suddenly, the heavens shook and the earth trembled. The ground beneath their feet quaked violently, sending wave after wave of tremors through the air. An earthquake! Quick, organize rescue efforts. Jiang Mingyuan stood tall and composed, remaining calm in the crisis as he gave orders. Amid this terrifying earthquake, he remained completely unaffected, standing immovable. This revealed his profound and unfathomable martial arts cultivation. Wah, wah! The very next second, a strange cry rang out from the exam hall. Listening closely, the sound resembled an infant's wail, yet carried an indescribable desolation that struck fear into the heart. Jiang Mingyuan's eyes flashed with insight in that brief instant. He pieced together the situation. Moth beasts. So the beast god cult intends to take advantage of this chaos to stir up trouble. The beast horde is likely a diversionary tactic. Suddenly, a giant, earthworm-like beast appeared in the exam hall. This colossal creature was 30 meters in diameter. It had no eyes or nose, only a gaping, blood-red maw. And a figure clad in a red robe was standing atop the mothworm's head. That's the cardinal of the beast god cult. He must be the mastermind. Jiang Mingyuan roared in fury as vitality surged through his body, and he charged out of the control room. The situation had unfolded too suddenly. There was no time for hesitation or deliberation. This was the Jiangnan province exam hall, and there were still countless students inside. He absolutely could not let the examinees be put in danger. A crimson meteor streaked across the sky. It was about to strike the caterpillar. The cardinal didn't even glance at it. Raising his hands high, he shouted, "Come! Join me in becoming a constellation of stars, and follow the great beast god. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the blind moth at his feet exploded with a thunderous roar. Flesh and blood scattered in all directions like petals scattered by a celestial maiden. You scum, don't even think about it. Jiang Mingyuan had already guessed his opponent's intent. He acted without hesitation. He unleashed his most powerful martial technique. Raging Fire Palm. As Jiang Mingyuan thrust out his palm, the entire sky above the exam hall was engulfed in a sea of fiery red. The raging flames spread like a fishing net, enveloping the scattered flesh and blood. Jiang Mingyuan. The cardinal in red gave a sinister smile and thrust out both palms as well. A foul-smelling black wind surged toward the raging inferno filling the sky. The two forces collided, splitting the sky in two. Held back by the cardinal in red, Jiang Mingyuan's expression darkened. He watched as masses of flesh and blood fell to the ground. This is the power of a 6th-rank martial artist. Mukin gazed at the flames blanketing the sky, his eyes filled with awe. At the same time, a powerful surge of emotion welled up deep within him. He longed to one day become such a powerful warrior. But for now, he needed to seek shelter first. Besides this giant insect, has the cult set up any other traps? Mukin glanced down at his smartwatch. A pointer appeared on the watch face. It was pointing directly at the nearest exit. Just moments ago, right after the college entrance exam ended, the watch had been continuously broadcasting prompts to leave the venue. Until the examinees clicked confirm. An arrow appeared on the watch face, pointing the way. Seeing this, Mukin stopped hunting the ferocious beasts. Since the exam was over, continuing to hunt them would likely be a violation of the rules. There was a high probability of being penalized. The worst-case scenario would be having his exam results invalidated. However, with the cult raiding the exam hall, their very lives were hanging by a thread. It seemed no one cared about exam scores anymore. The cult went to such great lengths to ambush the exam hall they probably didn't come here just to blow themselves up and die. With lightning wrapping around his feet and moving like a cheetah, Mukin sprinted at top speed. For some reason, a tinge of unease lingered in his heart. Screech! A piercing eagle-esque cry suddenly rang out from behind him. At the same moment, a surging, raging gale swept past, filling his ears. It was as if Mukin had eyes in the back of his head. As the danger approached, he had already been gathering his strength for several seconds. He whipped his head around and thrust his spear forward. The heavy rain and pear blossoms spear struck like a bolt of lightning, slashing at the oncoming beast. Boom! The beast plummeted from midair, pinned to the ground by the spear, yet it was not killed. The azure dragon Divine Thunder surged along the spear shaft, continuously unleashing thunderous energy to subdue the beast. What is this thing? Has it mutated? When Mukin got a clear look at the beast's appearance, he couldn't help but be shaken to the core. He had originally heard the eagle-esque cry. A corresponding image had already formed in his mind. But when he turned to look, he realized he had been completely wrong. This eagle-like beast seemed to have been infected by a biochemical agent. Tumors were protruding from its wings, its head had swollen to several times its normal size, and it had grown multiple pairs of compound eyes. It seems this is the work of the beast god cult. The cult intends to wipe out all the examinees in one fell swoop. A flash of grim determination crossed Mukin's eyes as he realized how dangerous the situation had become. For the cult to kill a 6th-rank martial artist, the cost would be enormous. But to kill a genius who hasn't yet reached their full potential, the cost would be much lower. The beast god cult was clearly operating under this logic. Just as Mukin was pondering this, the tumor on the eagle-like beast began to surge. A large amount of fluid gathered, swelling the tumor until it was round and bulging, as if something were about to break free from its shell. After these beasts mutate, their vitality becomes even more tenacious. Mukin's face remained expressionless as he clenched his fists and unleashed his vitality. Instantly, thunder roared. It completely engulfed the mutated beast. Crack! 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 Blue lightning darted wildly. One tumor after another burst open. From them fell countless charred black insects. Nukin had seen these insects before. Their exoskeletons bore intricate patterns, forming two large hands that seemed to be cradling something. They were exactly like Lu Zhanqing's divine bloodworms. Evolution 50. The beast was slain. The system notification sounded immediately. That many evolution points. Nukin's expression changed. He was somewhat taken aback. He licked his lips. Now, the look in his eyes as he gazed at the beast was as if he were staring at a prized delicacy. Host, Nukin. Realm, level 19+. Talent, Eternal Azure Dragon S. Vitality, 930+. Spirit, 930+. Martial Arts, Water Dragon S Chant Minor Achievement, Thunder Dragon S Wrath Beginner, Lightning Speed Stride Minor Achievement, Cloud Rider Spear Technique Mastery, Ninefold Fist Mastery. Cultivation Technique, Whale Sea Breathing Technique Level 2, Beginner. Evolution Points, 550. Nukin opened the interface to weigh the pros and cons. A single mutated ferocious beast is worth 50 evolution points. So he'd need to kill another 11 or 12. That should be enough to meet the requirements for breaking through to the next realm. However, the Whale Sea Breathing Technique isn't very advanced. The success rate for breaking through to the second tier is only 10%. The Cult's attack is a risk, but it's also an opportunity. Nukin reflected inwardly. He had two paths before him. One was the evacuation route. Powerful martial artists were stationed at the exam site. Finding his organization would essentially save his life. The other was to go all out hunting mutant beasts. Chapter 38, Top Scholar. He is the top scholar. After much deliberation, Nukin decided to play it safe. First, the examination grounds were far too vast. He had no idea how many mutated beasts were lurking in the shadows. Second, Nukin looked up at the sky. Two incredibly terrifying streams of vitality collided violently, surging outward like a tidal wave. Above him, two powerful figures were locked in battle. With every clash, their might was enough to shatter mountains and overturn seas, clearing the sky for 1,000 li. The boundless pressure was too much for the examinees to bear. Their chests tightened. If they were unlucky enough to be caught in the crossfire, even if it were just a faint ripple of the aftereffects, the result would inevitably be death, with not the slightest chance of survival. If he were to chase after evolution points now, he would likely plunge himself into an even greater crisis. Nukin's thoughts raced as he made his decision retreat. He would seize every opportunity to grow stronger. But now was clearly not the time. Nukin, follow me. I'm the proctor. He had just sprinted a short distance away when two martial artists suddenly appeared. The middle-aged man leading them shouted at Nukin. He wore a military uniform and had an ordinary appearance, yet exuded a sense of steadiness and reliability. Behind them followed more than a dozen other examinees. The examinees looked terrified and anxious, crouching with their necks tucked in like quails. Only one girl cast several furtive glances at Nukin. Is that him? Xiao Xiaoxiao thought to herself in surprise. She hadn't expected to run into Nukin again. All right. Nukin didn't sense anything amiss and nodded in agreement. The situation was unclear at the moment. He had no choice but to remain vigilant and cautious. After all, he didn't know what other tactics the beast god cult had in store, aside from the self-destructing giant insects and the divine bloodworms that spread contamination among the ferocious beasts. Alright, my name is Hubin. Now, come with us. The middle-aged martial artist looked surprised and instinctively blurted out his name. The candidates they rescued along the way were either startled or completely terrified. This was the first time they'd seen a candidate as calm and unflappable as Nukin. No wonder he was the top scorer in Jiangnan province for this year's college entrance exam. The gap between a genius and an ordinary person is truly immense. Everyone, follow me. The two said no more. Hu Bin led the way, sprinting in one direction. He held a tablet in his hand, glancing down at it from time to time. The tablet appeared to have a location tracking function. It could pinpoint the positions of nearby examinees. As Hu Bin continued his rescue efforts, the group swelled to over 40 people. However, the larger the group grew, the more conspicuous their target became. Many beasts, sensing their presence, went berserk and attacked one after another. With Hu Bin's strength as a third-tier martial artist, dealing with them wasn't difficult. He could take down a mutated beast in a single move. But there was one problem looming before him. A dilemma that left him caught between a rock and a hard place. Roar! 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 Speak of the devil! A massive wave of mutated beasts surged out of the forest once more. There were too many to count, a vast, dark swarm that created immense pressure. We're in trouble. With such a large group, it's easy for gaps to appear. Chen Ying and I can't protect all the candidates. Hu Bin had no choice but to stop in his tracks. His expression darkened as he realized just how tricky the situation was. He glanced back at the candidates behind him. Surrounded by the mutated beasts, the candidates were trembling with fear and had already lost the will to fight. He turned to Chen Ying at his side and shouted, "Chen Ying, I'll keep these beasts occupied. You're in charge of protecting the candidates." Chen Ying also knew the situation was dire. She raised her long sword and said coldly, "Chen Ying and Hu Bin can't protect everyone. If you don't want to die, raise your weapons." The candidates swallowed hard. No matter how afraid they were, they didn't want to die a violent death. So everyone raised their weapons. This action seemed to provoke the mutated beasts. The mutated beasts bared their fangs, green liquid oozing from their tumors, and pounced. Form a defensive circle. Don't stray from your companions. Don't attack first. Don't panic. Hu Bin didn't have time to say much, he just shouted. He clenched both fists tightly and frantically channeled his vitality, unleashing a powerful aura. Rather than wait to be surrounded by the beasts, it was better to strike first. Hu Bin charged forward. With a single punch, he killed a mutated beast. This move instantly enraged the beasts. Their eyes turned blood red, they roared furiously, baring their sharp claws and fangs. Most of the beasts closed in. They attacked Hu Bin. Hu Bin could only pray. He hoped the candidates would be smart enough to hold out until he could reach them. Roar! Another group of mutated beasts charged past Hu Bin toward the candidates. Chen Ying gritted her teeth and stepped in front of them. However, these beasts still possessed some intelligence. They knew she wasn't to be messed with. So they employed the same tactic. One group surrounded and attacked Chen Ying, while another launched a surprise attack on the candidates. Ah! The candidates panicked, their faces filled with terror. After mutating, these beasts were only slightly weaker than red-level beasts. Against such monsters, ordinary candidates stood no chance. We're in trouble. Should we sacrifice some of the candidates? No, absolutely not. Chen Ying pressed her red lips together, feeling the immense pressure. Ah! Save me. I don't want to die. The defensive circle formed by the candidates couldn't withstand the beasts and was quickly torn apart. Xiao Xiaoxiao blocked several attacks in quick succession, her face pale and bloodless. Looking at the mutated beasts mere inches away, her heart sank. An unstoppable thought sprang to her mind. Am I really going to die here? Suddenly, a burst of blue lightning flashed, its glow blindingly bright. A figure charged into the pack of beasts, a 2.9-meter silver spear, radiating a murderous aura, pierced the skull of a wolf-like beast. The water blade spun like a chainsaw. With a loud boom, The wolf's head exploded, and the stench of blood and flesh instantly triggered the mutant beast's instincts. The mutant beasts froze for a moment. Immediately, they abandoned the examinees and turned to surround Mukin. The examinees, who had narrowly escaped death, watched Mukin, still shaken. Given the situation, if I don't act now, I'll be surrounded. I can't get far on my own, so I have to step in. The beasts charged. Mukin stood as steady as a green pine, undisturbed by the chaos around him, standing firm and unflinching. Taking action was a matter of self-preservation. He couldn't possibly stand idly by. He wouldn't just watch as he fell into an irreversible predicament. Besides, this was a golden opportunity to harvest evolution points. Deep Blue, raise my proficiency and lightning speed stride to the mastery level. Mukin thought to himself. He didn't hesitate to spend those 500 evolution points. Instantly, a massive flood of information surged into his brain. Roar! A silver-winged bat was the fastest. Within a few breaths, it lunged toward Mukin. Seeing Mukin frozen in place, showing no reaction, someone, unable to bear it, called out a warning. Classmate, watch out! A flash of lightning. The silver-winged bat lunged at thin air. Mukin leaped into the air. With a backhand thrust, he pinned the silver-winged bat to the ground. A flash of lightning. The silver-winged bat exploded like a sack of potatoes. Evolution points plus 50. Having landed a one-hit kill, Mukin decisively withdrew his gun. He channeled his vitality, transforming it into thunder, and swiftly weaved through the pack of beasts. He didn't lose his composure just because he was surrounded. On the contrary, he moved with ease. Every strike was precise and lethal, mercilessly reaping lives. Who is he? He is so strong. Holy crap, Jiangnan province actually has a genius like this. Someone this strong must be a chosen one, but I've never heard of a chosen one with a lightning-type talent in Jiangnan province. I know who he is, it's Mukin. He is number 1 on both the vitality rankings and the combat assessment. The top scorer. He is Mukin, the top scorer. We're saved. The candidates, having narrowly escaped death, looked on with growing astonishment. They never imagined that among their peers there could be such a powerful martial artist. In terms of strength, they were in completely different leagues. We can't just stand here and watch. Get up. Are you willing to be a burden? Xiao Xiaoxiao stood up and shouted loudly. Inspired by Mukin, she felt as if she'd glimpsed a ray of hope, and her will to survive flared up once more. That's right. We have to help Mukin. We can't let him fight alone. If one person can't kill the beast, surely 3 of us can. Charge! Only by killing the beast will we have a chance to survive. The candidates' blood boiled as they raised their weapons. They had been trained in the martial arts. Now, inspired by Mukin's stance, they naturally refused to sit idly by and wait for death, launching another attack. Chapter 39, Seeking Refuge, Leon's Jealousy. Die! Hubin roared in fury and unleashed a flurry of punches. His weapons were his fists, which glinted with a golden light as he swung them. Every punch he threw was powerful and fierce, carrying astonishing might. They slammed into the mutated, ferocious beasts. They shattered tendons and bones, causing flesh to explode, yet he remained unaffected by the corrosive blood. The last mutated, ferocious beast fell. The battle came to an end. Thank goodness they were only first-tier beasts. Even after being parasitized by the divine bloodworm, their strength after mutation is still limited. Hubin scanned the battlefield, still feeling a lingering sense of dread, yet also relieved. Although some candidates had been injured, thankfully no one had died. Having endured the agony of life and death situations and grown into true martial artists, the expressions on many candidates' faces had changed. Mukin, you did very well. I'll report your performance to Supervisor Jiang. Chening was also overjoyed and said with great enthusiasm. She had witnessed the entire thing firsthand. Mukin's astonishing combat prowess as he cut through the enemy ranks. Although he was still a first-tier martial artist, his combat strength far exceeded that of others at his level. An ordinary level 20 martial artist might not even be as strong as him. Crucially, Mukin had inspired the candidates, causing them to unleash astonishing power. A combination of numerous factors had created a zero-casualty record that bordered on a miracle. That's not important, examiner. Let us leave here first. Mukin waved his hand, showing no trace of arrogance or desire to take credit. In truth, he wasn't particularly interested in the credit. Right now, there was only one thing on his mind: whether to break through to the second stage. That's right. After this bloodbath, Mukin had amassed a massive amount of evolution points. His total skyrocketed, reaching an unprecedented 2,700 points. You're right, let us go. Everyone, pay attention, don't fall behind. Hubin nodded in agreement and led the group on their way. Though he didn't say it out loud. Deep down, he admired Mukin even more. Calm, composed, and incredibly powerful. This was a true martial arts prodigy. Given time, his fame would surely spread far and wide, striking fear into the hearts of all. To elevate the whale sea breathing technique, Tendon's forging chapter to the perfect realm requires 1,500 evolution points. As long as I can enhance the breathing technique, I'll be able to break through to the next realm. Mukin calculated in his mind as he made his way forward. Based on his experience breaking through to the first rank, as long as the breathing technique reached the perfect stage, the system's success rate for breaking through a realm was essentially 100%. In other words, as long as he was willing, he could become a second-rank martial artist immediately. The situation is unclear right now. The more strength I have, the greater my chances of survival. However, breaking through in the forest is too risky. Mukin pondered for a moment. He was filled with a thirst for power. But he wouldn't let that desire cloud his judgment. Without anyone to support him, forcing a breakthrough would almost certainly result in him being devoured by a ferocious beast. Moreover, he couldn't find a reason to ask Hu Bin and Chening to support him. Beast God cult, you really are tired of living. Suddenly, a voice rang out across the land. The voice was cold, yet it exuded an aura of supreme power. Everyone looked up at the sky, but saw nothing. Blue skies and white clouds. The scenery was breathtaking. Yet it was eerily calm. The voice they just heard seemed like an illusion. That's a spirit secret art. I think a grandmaster has intervened. This commotion will be quelled very soon. Hu Bin shuddered, speaking with a mix of shock and relief. A grandmaster. Hearing this, the group was utterly stunned. They never expected to encounter such a legendary figure today. A 7th-rank martial artist. One who had already mastered transcendent power commonly known as a grandmaster. A figure of this caliber was more than qualified to serve as the governor of a province, holding the power of life and death over an entire province. Moreover, this individual was a rare spirit-type martial artist. With the grandmaster stepping in, this is our chance, let us hurry. Hu Bin seized the opportunity, gave a shout, and continued on their way. I'll attempt my breakthrough once we're out of the forest. Mukin suppressed the urge welling up inside him. Since the grandmaster had intervened, the turmoil caused by the beast god cult wouldn't last much longer. Once back at the base, he could attempt his breakthrough. Things were going smoothly. As they pressed on, they encountered no attacks from ferocious beasts. The group arrived at the underground passage and returned to the starting point of the combat assessment. The area was heavily guarded. The atmosphere was solemn, tinged with a hint of sadness. Injured candidates, looking listless, were lining up to receive medical treatment. Some were even covered with white sheets, their faces concealed. A candidate sitting beside him was sobbing uncontrollably, grieving the loss of a friend. Damn the beast god cult. I, Luozhen, swear that one day I will wipe you all out. A young man in the group, witnessing this tragic scene, clenched his fists so tightly they creaked. The others, too, had tears streaming down their faces, feeling excruciating pain. The young, impetuous candidates also silently vowed in their hearts. One day, when they had mastered the martial arts, they would absolutely eradicate the cult. It's good that you have this resolve. Remember this day. From now on, train diligently at Wuda University and don't waste your time. Hubin greatly approved of Luozhen's words. He, too, hated the cult. Unfortunately, his talent was limited. What he could do was to entrust the future to the young. You're safe now. Go rest. Chening said with a sigh of relief, her expression weary. She handed over duties to the guards. After verifying their identities, the guards led the candidates to a place to rest. Throughout this frantic escape, Chening had to both slay ferocious beasts and protect the candidates. Juggling two tasks at once had truly worn her out. The two examiners left. The candidates were led to a rest area. It was well stocked with supplies, and medical staff stood ready. After a brief examination confirmed that no one was infected. Everyone was given blankets and food. Mukin. How come he isn't injured? Damn it. In a corner. Leon, wrapped in a blanket, shot a look of jealousy, envy, and resentment. He lowered his head. Seeing his chest wrapped in bandages, his mood sank even further. He had clearly received more resources and was cherished by the Zhang family. Yet it was Mukin who had become the top scholar. The one who wasn't injured. That was Mukin, too. Good heavens. Why is this so unfair? Mukin, thank you. Here, this is for you. Xiao Xiaoxiao held out a box of prepared instant noodles and said gratefully. The look in her eyes as she gazed at Mukin. Besides gratitude, there was also a hint of barely perceptible admiration. Mukin was eating a red bean bun. Seeing this, he swallowed it in one bite. He didn't hesitate. After a quick thanks, he took the instant noodles and started eating. Xiao Xiaoxiao's gesture had solved his immediate problem. Now that he'd eaten his fill and regained his strength, he'd be ready to break through to the second stage later. Go ahead and eat. If you run out, just let me know, and I'll go get more. Xiao Xiaoxiao smiled and said thoughtfully. She watched Mukin eat with relish. For some reason, she felt quite happy inside. Brother Zhang, if it weren't for you, I might have died on the way here. This meal is on me. That's right, Brother Zhang, you saved my life. You can have my instant noodles too. Brother Zhang, don't be so polite. I've got some Coke here. Go ahead and drink up. Wan Hong is officially recognizing you as my big brother today. Xiao Xiaoxiao handed over the instant noodles. This caught the attention of the other test takers. They all followed Xiao Xiaoxiao's example, generously sharing their own food. After all, it was thanks to Mukin's actions. This text is for personal study and preview only. Please delete it within 24 hours of downloading. If you like this resource, please purchase the official version. Thank you for your cooperation. Not only did everyone see this with their own eyes, but their hearts were also filled with gratitude. If it weren't for Mukin, they would never have made it back to base so smoothly. Compared to the debt of a life saved, a little food was completely insignificant. What mattered most was that, having fled for their lives together, their comradeship was priceless. Mukin was overjoyed and accepted the food without hesitation. However, he didn't take everything. Among the offerings was Luozhen's instant meal. Luozhen's heart skipped a beat thinking he might have offended Mukin. He hurriedly said, Brother Zhang, please take it. Mukin shook his head and smiled, saying, Luozhen, your stomach's already growling, don't give it to me. You eat first. Just then, Luozhen's stomach went gurgle. The people around them heard it clearly and let out some good-natured laughter. He couldn't help but smile awkwardly, took back the instant rice, and felt even more grateful inside. Everyone knew. Compared to ordinary people, it's not just double. It's 3 or 4 times as much. Rumor has it that some high-level martial artists can eat 100 metric tons of food in a single meal. Compared to that, Mukin was a mere drop in the bucket. These guys. Xiao Xiaoxiao puffed out her lips, though she didn't really feel any resentment. Seeing how much everyone adored Mukin, she was actually happy for him. Damn it! Why is my brother so popular? Leon, watching the scene from afar, gritted his teeth in frustration. What teenager wouldn't want to be surrounded by admirers and treated like the center of attention? Everything he ever hoped for. Mukin had taken it all away. Chapter 40, Breakthrough: A Genius Beyond Belief. Having been through life and death trials together, the candidates' bonds had deepened, and they exchanged contact information. Xiao Xiaoxiao, Luo Zhang, and the others also exchanged contact information with Mukin. They made a pact. Once they arrived at Wuda, they would help one another and walk hand in hand. After a lively and excited discussion, the group gradually drifted off to sleep. Their escape had been fraught with fear and anxiety, and it had drained a great deal of their physical strength. Now that they had in an instant, more than half of his evolution points vanished. His bulging wallet shrank once again. Mukin winced at the financial hit, his lips twitching slightly. But he hadn't forgotten. Earning evolution points was all about becoming stronger. As long as he could grow stronger, it was all worth it. Next, allocate points, boost vitality and spirit to their limits. A single thought. Vitality and spirit both rose to 1,999, the limit for a first-tier martial artist. Host, Mukin. Realm, level 19+. Talent, Eternal Azure Dragon S. Vitality, 1,999. Spirit, 1999. Martial Arts, Water Dragon S Chant Minor Achievement, Thunder Dragon S Wrath Beginner, Lightning Speed Stride Mastery, Cloud Rider Spear Technique Perfection, Ninefold Fist Perfection. Cultivation Technique, Whale Sea Breathing Technique Second Layer, Perfection. Evolution Points, 1151. He opened the panel to check. All conditions had been met. Mukin, certain there were no loopholes, prepared to click the breakthrough button. At that very moment, he noticed a gaze directed at him from the side. It was from Xiao Xiaoxiao. Realizing she'd been caught, the young girl quickly lowered her head, feigning indifference. Xiao Xiaoxiao, if I make any noise later, please cover for me. Mukin said in a gentle tone. There wasn't exactly a bond of trust between them. It was simply a matter of him having saved her life. A commotion? Okay, no problem. Xiao Xiaoxiao agreed immediately. She didn't ask Mukin what he was planning to do. There's an old saying, a bond forged in life and death. Mukin had stepped forward, slain countless ferocious beasts, and inspired the examinees. He had helped them escape death. This debt of gratitude and friendship was truly priceless. For an 18-year-old girl, there was no need to hesitate. She agreed without a second thought. Mukin closed his eyes, relieved. If there were any cultists in the group, he would have already taken action. Besides, with a grandmaster presiding over the exam site, it was unlikely that any troublemakers would cause a disturbance. He must have expended a lot of vitality. Not wanting to expose himself in front of everyone, he has been putting on a brave face and holding on. That's why he asked me. I'm the one he trusts. Xiao Xiaoxiao's heart swelled with emotion, convinced she had uncovered the truth. Suddenly, in her eyes, Mukin seemed a bit more chivalrous and a bit less aloof. Everyone, listen to me. Xiao Xiaoxiao organized the examinees. She quietly surrounded Mukin in the center to protect him. Breakthrough success rate is 100%. Do you wish to consume 1,000 evolution points to proceed? Everything was ready, all that remained was confirmation. Mukin had been waiting for this day for a long time. Actually, it didn't seem like he'd waited that long. Breaking through to the first rank should have been the day before yesterday. He smiled to himself and tapped confirm. In an instant, Mukin's breathing changed, and he automatically began practicing the whale sea breathing technique. With every breath, the air sank deep into his lungs, and vitality flowed through his meridians, slowly filling his entire body. Soon, vitality permeated his fascia. Waves of excruciating pain surged through his brain, as if he were being gnawed on by thousands of mice. But Mukin remained impassive, silently enduring it. The fascia connects muscles to bones. The tougher the fascia, the stronger the martial artist. Gradually, Mukin felt the excruciating pain recede, replaced by a tingling sensation. This tingling sensation was far more unbearable than the pain. It was as if someone had pressed his laughter acupoint, making him itch unbearably. Endure. Mukin clenched his teeth, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Isn't he supposed to be resting? What is he doing? Xiao Xiao, who had been watching Mukin closely, was taken aback. She felt worried. Was Mukin injured? Otherwise, why did his expression look so pained? Could it be? A flash of insight crossed Xiao Xiao's mind. A breakthrough. An impossible conjecture surfaced in her mind. Recalling Mukin's instructions from earlier, Xiao Xiao felt there might be some truth to it. Yet she was filled with astonishment. In an environment like this, he is actually undisturbed and still attempting a breakthrough. Even though Xiao Xiao was a chosen one, she remained extremely cautious when it came to breakthroughs. It required thorough preparation, plus a quiet environment. Because a martial artist's breakthrough essentially involves transforming their own organs, the process is fraught with risk. A single misstep could result in internal injuries at best, or sudden death at worst. It wasn't out of the question. It's almost there. He is about to succeed. Mukin, in the midst of his breakthrough, felt his fascia gradually adapting to the stimulation. It was breaking through its original limits, becoming more supple and elastic. Ancient times, the fascia was viewed as a vast network. It covered the entire body from head to toe, connecting organs and supporting every movement. Therefore, after a martial artist successfully refines their fascia, their physical prowess would receive a massive boost. Mukin's mind was completely immersed in the breakthrough. Suddenly, he pushed off with both legs and stood up. With this movement, his entire body crackled and popped. It was as if he'd been pulled upward, rising 3 centimeters out of thin air. What's wrong with that handsome guy? What's he putting on? Whoa, he is so handsome. Do any of you know him? That performance of his, it feels so familiar. I think I've seen it online before. The candidates in the lounge were astonished and began to whisper among themselves. Mukin smiled slightly at this and murmured to himself. It worked. At that moment, he felt more powerful than ever before. As for the height change, tendon forging, also known as gene, naturally, it has the power to alter one's physique. He really did it. Xiao Xiao, standing nearby, had a complex look in her eyes. Through this incident, she gained a deeper understanding of Mukin. He was no ordinary chosen one. He was a genius of both intellect and talent. Just then, several figures approached. Leading the group was none other than Jiang Mingyuan. His expression was calm, showing no signs of fatigue after the battle. It seemed the Red Bishop's strength was limited. He hadn't caused much trouble. Jiang Mingyuan looked at him with admiration and exclaimed in awe. Impressive. Even in the midst of a crisis, you remained calm and composed enough to break through to the second tier. Your talent is truly peerless. Chapter 41, Merits, 7th Tier Grandmaster, National Top Scorer. Break through to the second tier? What an obscure term. Why does this make one question the meaning of life? Upon hearing this, the candidates present fell into a daze. The young boys and girls stared at Mukin in disbelief, their mouths slightly agape, utterly shocked. A peer of their own age had actually become a second-tier martial artist. Wait, no. More importantly, what time is it now? They just survived an attack by a cult and narrowly escaped death. At a time like this, any normal person would be terrified and anxious. Forget about breaking through. They probably wouldn't even be able to eat properly. But Mukin wasn't fazed at all. He resolutely chose to break through. That talent and mental fortitude. It's terrifying. It's astonishing. It's mind-blowing. Holy crap, Brother Zhang, you're a second-tier martial artist now? That's insane. The first second-tier candidate in the history of the college entrance exam. Effortlessly snagging the top spot on the college entrance exam, leading the team to fight their way out of danger, and breaking through to the second tier with ease. My goodness, you're unbeatable. Bro, you're my god. Let me tag along with you. I want to be your number one sidekick. Countless test takers were stunned, acutely aware of the vast gap between themselves and him. As for Luo Zhang, Qiu Xiaoxiao, and the others, their faces were filled with admiration. If it weren't for Mukin, they wouldn't have gotten off with just injuries. Although they'd been a burden along the way, they still had one advantage over the others. They shared a bond of friendship with Mukin. What? Brother successfully broke through. He has become a second-tier martial artist? How is that even possible? In the distance, Leon felt a surge of indescribable emotion. He was seething with rage, gritting his teeth and clenching his fists. He was supposed to be the one shining brightly. He was the one everyone admired. But Mukin had stolen it all. All right, Mukin, come with me. Zhang Mingyuan flashed a faint smile and said amiably. Yes, General. Mukin bowed his head in response. The two left the lounge and headed for an office somewhere on the base. As soon as they were gone, the candidates grew even noisier, with every word and remark centered on Mukin. Meanwhile, the news of Mukin's breakthrough to the second stage spread like wildfire. Damn it! If I'd known he was breaking through just now, I would have pretended not to notice and sabotaged his breakthrough. Leon was filled with regret. He wanted to slap himself a few times for missing such a golden opportunity. Logically speaking, when a martial artist breaks through to a new realm, the people who should be happiest are none other than his relatives. But the Zhang family's situation was unique. They had already severed ties with Mukin and kicked him out of the family. Brother used to be an F-rank talent, but now he is an S-rank talent. My sisters are definitely going to favor him more. What Leon dreaded most was seeing his older brother rise to prominence again. He especially didn't want to see his older brother return to the Zhang family. Because now that his older brother had awakened an S-rank talent, he'd become several times more accomplished than Leon. Once Mukin returned to the Zhang family, the favor Leon received would be stripped away once more. I absolutely cannot let that happen. Leon lowered his head, a shadow of darkness flashing in his eyes. It seems the situation is under control. I wonder if Senior Zhang would let me go hunt the mutated beasts if I volunteered. The two didn't speak along the way. But Mukin's mind was still on the mutated beasts. In the eyes of the other candidates, the mutated beasts were so terrifying that they'd do anything to stay as far away as possible. But he thought, as so ferocious about it. It's clearly a treasure that provides evolution points. They arrived at the office. The room was elegantly furnished, with landscape paintings hanging on the walls and a faint scent of ink in the air. Zhang Mingyuan didn't act at all like a sixth-rank martial artist. He pointed to the chair across from him and said gently, Come, don't be shy. Let us have a chat. Mukin had always believed in returning a tenfold courtesy for every inch of respect shown to him. He wasn't the type to overstep his bounds. After expressing his gratitude, he sat down and said with righteous indignation, General, the beast god cult has gone mad, attacking the exam hall and causing a tragedy beyond description. I, Mukin, am eager to do my part for Jiangnan province. To eradicate the mutated beasts. Jiang Mingyuan was somewhat moved. He saw a heart as pure as a child's and couldn't help but smile as he said. It's good that you have this spirit, but the mutated beasts have already been completely eliminated by Grandmaster Mo. The exam site will be sealed off for a while until all contamination is cleared. I can't let you in. Don't be discouraged. Once the college entrance exams are over and you're at Wuhan University, you can take on more missions to hunt down evil martial artists. Mukin sucked in a sharp breath. He wasn't particularly disappointed, though. He'd already considered this before coming. The martial arts forces in Longwu were so powerful that they didn't need a single exam taker like him to go in and clean up the mutated beasts. It was just that Mukin hadn't expected Master Mo to be this formidable. He hadn't even heard a single sound. Grandmaster Mo had effortlessly resolved a major crisis. Truly worthy of a 7th-tier powerhouse. A figure who could rightfully be called a Grandmaster. Grandmaster Mo, what kind of senior is he? With that thought, Mukin's curiosity was piqued, and he asked. His heart was set on the martial arts. It was a rare opportunity to encounter a Grandmaster in real life, so naturally, he wanted to learn more. Jiang Ming pondered for a moment before speaking his mind. Grandmaster Mo keeps a very low profile. He is a powerful figure in the Southern Military District, holding the rank of General of the Celestial Patrol. Once you graduate from the Martial Arts University, you might consider a career in the military. The benefits aren't bad. Besides, you eliminated cultists at the Haicheng training camp and have repeatedly distinguished yourself during this incident. I've already ordered my men to gather information. When the time comes, I'll submit a request to the Southern Military District to award you a Medal of Honor and a military rank. These words contained a wealth of information. Upon hearing this, Mukin felt genuinely delighted. Thank you, General. A military rank serves as a protective talisman. Joining the military means having another path forward. Moreover, both of these things come with many hidden benefits. For instance, enlisting allows one to slay ferocious beasts and earn a large number of evolution points. Secondly, there's this world. A powerful martial artist often possesses multiple identities. Relying on a single path alone clearly limits how quickly a martial artist can grow stronger. But there's no need to make a decision right now. He'd at least wait until after graduating from the Martial Arts University before considering it. It's about time. Bear with me for a moment. Jiang Mingyuan glanced at the clock. He uttered a cryptic remark. Before Mukin could even open his mouth, he suddenly shuddered, a chill running through his entire body. Even his intangible soul felt a sudden jolt of alarm. However, this sensation came and went just as quickly. Mukin recalled a saying and, unable to hide his shock, exclaimed. Spirit, influencing reality. This is a spirit system, Grandmaster. As for Grandmaster Mo's method, it was actually quite easy to understand. The Beast God cult had attacked the exam hall using self-destructing caterpillars to corrupt the ferocious beasts. Mukin had already experienced firsthand the ferocity of those mutated beasts. Only by using spirit to scan everyone in the exam hall, examining them in minute detail, could one ensure the cult hadn't left any hidden traps, preventing a major disaster in the future. That's right, spirit influences reality. What an incredibly powerful force. Jiang Mingyuan, who oversees the provincial college entrance exams and wields supreme authority, now wore an expression of awe and a hint of longing. For a 6th-rank martial artist to take that final step and attain the rank of Grandmaster, spirit power is of the utmost importance. One must reach a certain threshold before a breakthrough is possible. Alright, now that Grandmaster Mo has taken action, I can rest assured and let you all go. Jiang Mingyuan seemed to let out a sigh of relief, and a smile spread across his previously tense face. Having said that, he stood up, extended his hand, and said, I almost forgot Mukin, congratulations on becoming this year's National College Entrance Exam top scorer. A bus was traveling along the highway, heading toward Haichang. Mukin gazed out the window at the passing scenery, his heart swelling with emotion. Top scorer in the nation, I didn't just achieve my goal, I surpassed it. Top scorer in the nation. There were no more than 100 such students, at most. This was an achievement that outshone an entire generation, enough to make him the pride of the nation. Across the Dragon Kingdom, the future achievements of these prodigies who earned the title of national top scorer are one more dazzling than the next. Fame is a double-edged sword, but I can use it to protect myself. I wonder how my older sisters will feel when they find out I'd become the national top scorer. After the initial joy, Mukin gradually regained his composure. He hadn't forgotten. He remembered one thing. His second older sister had also been the national top scorer. In other words, she, too, was a prodigy of exceptional talent. Baron isn't very capable, but he sure knows how to have kids. And I'm the unluckiest one of all, I only awakened an F-class talent. Mukin thought of the Zhang family's situation and couldn't help but mutter to himself. His eldest sister was too mysterious. He had no idea what realm she was in. But his second sister was the national top scorer, and his third sister was the top scorer in Jiangnan province. Even the youngest, Leon, possessed an A-class talent. The Zhang family's offspring were brimming with talent, truly astonishing. Perhaps this is fate, allowing me to see the true faces of my so-called family, nothing more than opportunists who flatter the talent-centric system. Mukin let out a cold laugh inside. He remembered all too clearly how those three sisters had treated him. So he approached the situation with caution, wary that one day they might, in a fit of anger and humiliation, strike him down in secret. Of course, that was the worst-case scenario. If I'm not mistaken, once I arrive at the Imperial Academy, Violet will come to persuade me to reconcile with the Zhang family, but I certainly won't let her have her way. Mukin closed his eyes and began to devise a countermeasure. In his eyes, the Zhang family was not a safe haven, but a source of trouble. He would not go against his true nature and reconcile with the Zhang family simply for the sake of safety or because he was being threatened. High City. The City Lord's mansion. The beast god cult had exploited the beast tide to execute a lure the tiger away from the mountain ploy. Ling Xiang, who had rushed back in a hurry, ended up dispatching the beast tide with ease. Just as he was coming to his senses and realizing something was amiss, a barrage of intelligence reports poured in from the examination hall, leaving him overwhelmed. The beast god cult, the mothworms, the cardinal, and Grandmaster Mo. Thank goodness. Everyone was safe. So the moment Ling Xian laid eyes on Mukin, he flashed forward, teleporting instantly to the boy's side. Completely forgetting the gap in their status and standing, he gripped the boy's hand tightly and exclaimed excitedly, "Mukin, you did a great job. You've brought honor to High City." Mukin's performance far exceeded Ling Xian's wildest expectations. Being the top student in a province was already remarkable. Now, Mukin had given him a massive surprise. Top student in the nation. How thrilling! This was an achievement unprecedented in Haicheng's history. It was enough to go down in Haicheng's history and become a source of pride for the entire city. The city lord flatters me. Without the support of all my seniors, I wouldn't have made it this far. Mukin was not one to forget his roots. He spoke humbly, looking back on his experiences over the past few days. His ability to make such great strides and claim the top spot was largely due to the Haicheng training camp. There, he had effortlessly hunted down ferocious beasts in the challenge chamber, allowing the Deep Blue system to achieve tremendous results within a limited time frame. Secondly, Ling Xiang, Wu Hanhai, and Ao Luo. These seniors, each of them had given him a great deal of help. You're too humble. Your future is truly something to look forward to. Ling Xiang shook his head. Yet he couldn't hide the joy in his eyes. City Lord, there's a place I'd like to go. I plan to set out for the Imperial Academy tomorrow. Mukin paused to think for a moment before speaking. He recalled something. That morning on the way to the High City training camp. He had once told Jane that he was a chosen one. At the time, Jane had brushed it off as a joke. Now, upon hearing the news that he had become the national champion, she would surely be very happy. All right, you can go wherever you want. Let us get going. Ling Xiang waved his hand and summoned his private car. The two climbed into a black sedan. This black sedan was 10 meters long and built entirely from a special alloy. It was incredibly sturdy. It could withstand attacks from mid-tier martial artists. At the same time, its built-in 12-cylinder engine was equipped with a top-tier hybrid system. Its peak horsepower reached a staggering 3,000. With the accelerator floored, it could go from 0 to 100 in just 1 second. Ling Xiang held Mukin in the highest regard. He had already made up his mind. While in Haicheng, wherever this kid went, he would follow, to prevent him from getting into any more dangerous situations. The black sedan drove onto Haicheng's main thoroughfare, wound through a series of winding alleys, and finally pulled up in front of a restaurant. Is this the place? The restaurant where Mukin worked as a chef for a year after cutting ties with the Zhang family. Ling Xiang glanced at the sign Meijin restaurant. The sign had been weathered by smoke and fire over the years and had turned slightly yellow. This small restaurant, just 30 square meters, had taken Mukin in and helped him get through his toughest times. It was already the early hours of the morning. The restaurant, which was supposed to close at 9 p.m., still had its lights on. You could even hear the sound of the TV. A figure stepped out. It was Jane. She stood in the doorway. Her eyes were filled with surprise and confusion. What's going on? Jane saw Mukin, Ling Xiang, and the luxury sedan. Clearly, Ling Xiang was no ordinary person. Instantly, she became a bit flustered. Sister Chang, I'm back. Mukin stepped forward on his own. His smile was sincere and pure. It broke the awkwardness. In his eyes, the Zhang family wasn't even worth as much as Jane. After all, this family had abandoned him when he was a child. They had never given him any help or familial affection. If he hadn't awakened to his past life memories, he would likely have long since become prey for a ferocious beast. I'm glad you're back. I'm just glad you're safe. Jane's eyes welled up with tears, and her voice trembled with emotion. As she cried, she couldn't help but embrace Mukin. A genius is certainly precious, but a genius who hasn't forgotten his roots is even more precious. Ling Xiang was deeply moved by this scene. The three of them entered the restaurant. A little girl ran over, threw herself into Mukin's lap, and shouted, Big brother, you're finally back. Mukin picked up Lily and tickled her nose, saying, Lily, have you been a good girl these past few days? Lily's smile was as bright as the sun. Jane was about to head to the kitchen. Mukin quickly stopped her and said, Jane, you've worked hard all day. Go rest, I'll cook. Jane felt a bit embarrassed. But seeing the firmness in Mukin's tone, her heart softened, and she didn't press the issue. Mukin walked into the kitchen, glanced around, and countless ideas sprang to mind. Today was the college entrance exam. Many people were staying home to wait for the results. As a result, there were quite a few leftover ingredients at the restaurant. So tonight, let us keep it simple: 4 dishes and a soup. Mukin gave a flick of his finger. The kitchen knife danced in his hand. One ingredient after another was prepared. The entire process flowed seamlessly, with everything cut to uniform size. Even before he became a martial artist, his knife skills were already quite good. After becoming a martial artist, his strength and control had increased even further. Mukin bustled about in the kitchen. Meanwhile, Jane and Ling Xian began to chat casually. Miss Chang, thank you for taking Mukin in. If you ever face any difficulties in life, please let me know. Around here in Haichang, I can pull some strings. Ling Siyang took a sip of tea, his tone very earnest. The tea was stored in an iron can. The can was quite old, much of the tin plating peeling off. Clearly, it wasn't tea, any kind of premium tea. The tea tasted quite bitter at first. But gradually, a sweet aftertaste began to rise in her throat. This sensation, bitter at first, then sweet, had a unique charm. No, I'm the one who should thank Mukin. He has helped me so much, and I ask for nothing in return. Jane hugged Lily and shook her head. She didn't ask for any favors. Ling Siyang let his gaze fall on the wall. He saw an old photograph. It was of a man in military uniform. His features were rugged, and his eyes shone with a resolute light. But it was a black and white photo, devoid of any color. The family of a martyr. Ling Siyang let out a silent sigh. Such integrity. No wonder, when Mukin was in trouble, Jane was willing to lend a helping hand. Not for any reward, but because she genuinely wanted to give the young man a hand. It's easy to add flowers to brocade, but hard to bring coal in the snow. Ling Siyang closed his eyes, his mood somewhat complicated. In his memory, the faces of his former comrades in arms floated up one by one. He couldn't help but ask himself, after all these years on the job, had the results he delivered, were they truly satisfactory? With that thought, Ling Siyang unfastened a medal from his chest. The medal was somewhat worn, but the inscription on its surface was clearly visible: first-class merit. Aside from a few trusted confidants, no one knew that he carried close to his heart the medal he earned on his very first battle and his very first award. What's this? Jane asked, her face pale with shock. Your husband is a hero, and you're the family of a hero. A hero must have a medal. Ling Siyang stood up, his tone firm and decisive. He walked over to the man's photo and placed the medal on it. Mommy, Daddy has a medal. Lily looked at her dad and giggled. Yes, he has a medal now. Your dad has a medal. Jane bit her lip, her eyes reddening as she spoke. Sorry to keep you waiting here. The chicken soup. Mukin emerged from the kitchen, carrying a clay pot. Instantly, everyone's faces lit up with joy, breaking through the somber atmosphere. The plan bringing Mukin back to the Zhang family. If this content inadvertently infringes upon your rights, please notify us so we can remove it promptly. Late at night, the Zhang family home was ablaze with lights. The barons had spent a fortune to meticulously decorate the house, turning it into a festive spectacle. From a distance, the entire Zhang residence looked like a giant lantern. The couple was still worried that Leon might not be satisfied, fearing the display wasn't grand enough. They had also booked a banquet at a hotel in advance, eagerly awaiting their precious son's return. Tomorrow, they would throw a grand party. They would invite prominent figures from all walks of life in High City to celebrate Leon's outstanding achievement in gaining admission to the Imperial Academy. Both siblings admitted to the Imperial Academy. What an honor that is! Click. The door opened. Leon, looking haggard, returned home. The couple's hearts sank. They exchanged a glance, hurried over, and asked their precious son with concern how he was doing. Son, how did the exam go? Did everything go smoothly? Yuanzhou, did you get into the Imperial Academy? Hearing these words, Leon felt despair wash over him. His lips trembled, and he couldn't utter a single word. Ah! You didn't get into the Imperial Academy? Your third sister got in. She even prepared all those study guides for you. Couldn't you have tried a little harder? This is driving me crazy. Without giving him a chance to explain, Baron roared angrily. His face was contorted with disbelief and rage. Don't be like that, you're scaring the child. Chen Aimei, who also had a feisty personality, reached out and shoved Baron aside. She stepped forward to comfort her son. Gradually, Leon calmed down and sighed, saying, "I got in." Hearing this, Baroness' expression changed faster than the turn of a page. Instantly adopting a different look, he laughed heartily and said, "Great, great, just as I expected from my son. I knew it if Xian could get in, how could Yuanzhou possibly fail?" Chen Aimei was equally beaming with joy as she asked, "Yuanzhou, you've been accepted into the Academy, why aren't you happy?" This was the one question Leon least wanted to hear. His face went pale as he said, one word at a time. "Because Mukin got in too. And he is this year's top scorer nationwide." Those words struck like a bolt from the blue. Instantly, the atmosphere in the Zhang household turned eerie. Mukin is the top scorer nationwide? He got into the Imperial Academy too? Chen Aimei muttered to herself, her eyes wide with shock. At that moment, a wave of regret welled up inside her. If only she hadn't kicked Mukin out of the house. That little bastard, how dare he be the national top scorer? How dare he go to the Imperial Academy? No way I'm going to have Xian get to the bottom of this. Baron reacted violently, his face contorting into a grimace as he roared repeatedly. That little bastard, how dare he be the top scorer in the nation? How dare he get into the Imperial Academy? No way I'm going to have Xian look into this thoroughly. It was as if Mukin's success had struck a nerve deep within him. Baron acted on his impulse immediately, pulling out his phone to call Violet. It was already late at night. He shouldn't be disturbing Violet. But Baron didn't care in the slightest. He felt that, as Violet's father, he had that privilege. Seeing this, a glimmer of hope flashed in Leon's eyes. Maybe third sister has a way to handle this. "Dad, what's the matter? It's so late." The call connected. Violet's gentle yet rational voice came through. Hee, it's nothing really, I just wanted to tell you that Yuanzhou got into the Imperial Academy too." Facing his third daughter, whose future held limitless potential, Baron completely changed his attitude. His tone became fawning. I expected as much. Hand the phone to Yuanzhou." Violet's voice didn't waver in the slightest. She seemed uninterested in speaking with Baron. "Okay." Baron felt thoroughly humiliated. He sheepishly handed the phone to Leon. "Sis, Mukin came in first place nationwide." Leon's eyes were red, and his voice was choked with emotion. In front of his third sister, he felt much less self-conscious. "It's a bit unexpected. As I thought, the Zhang family truly produces one talented person after another. Well, once Mu Chen arrives at the Imperial Academy, I'll make him admit his mistake and return to the Zhang family." A hint of joy crept into Violet's voice. What remained unchanged, however, was that confidence in her complete control over everything. Originally, she had thought that Mukin was a secret agent of the heretical cult, who had only secured first place in the training camp through forced, unnatural methods. Now it seemed that was completely impossible. The heretical cult didn't have the capability to produce the national champion. It was even less likely that they could propel a secret agent to such a high position, or he would be under public scrutiny. The three members of the Zhang family looked stunned. They hadn't expected Violet's thinking to be so astonishing. She actually wanted Mukin to return to the Zhang family. Ziyan is right. Mu Chen is my son too. Since he has made something of himself, it's only fitting he return to the Zhang family. Baron had a change of heart and agreed decisively. A son who won the national championship. What a source of pride. But what about those past events? Won't Mu Chen hold a grudge against us? Chen Aimei asked, voicing her concerns. As for Leon's opinion, no one cared. He had no say in the Zhang family anyway. Seeing that his older brother would be returning to the Zhang family any day now, he closed his eyes in anguish, clenching his fists tightly. If our fourth brother could win the national championship, it's clear his heart is set on the martial arts. Let him admit his mistake, clear the air, we're still family. Being a genius is merely the threshold for entering the Imperial Academy. I'll let him witness the power of the chosen faction. By then, if he wants to go further on the path of martial arts, he'll naturally make the right choice. Violet snorted coldly. In her tone, there was an unwavering confidence. In her view, Mukin had been too rebellious and immature a year ago. So, acting on impulse, he had done something irrational. An 18-year-old youth. World Weary Hook Story Car Special Section 948244092. It was understandable. But now it was different. A martial artist who had taken first place in the national exams was someone she took seriously. All right. Baroness' face lit up with a broad smile. Hearing this news made him even happier than when he heard Leon had been admitted to the Imperial Academy. Fifth brother, now that the college entrance exams are over, you shouldn't stay in Haicheng anymore. Set out tomorrow and come find me at the Imperial Academy. After Mukin finished speaking, Violet shifted the topic to Leon. Yes, sister. Leon replied listlessly. Right now, there was only one thing on his mind. If his older brother returned to the Zhang family, wouldn't that mean he'd be overshadowed once again? Mom, call Mukin right now and tell him to come find me at the Imperial Academy. Violet suddenly said. Ha? Chen Mei took out her phone. She scrolled through her contacts. Then she let out a startled gasp. What's wrong? Baron scratched his head, asking in confusion. I don't have Mukin's number. Chen Mei said awkwardly. What kind of parent? Doesn't he even have their child's phone number? That's completely unacceptable. Never mind, I'll give it to you. You dial it. Violet sighed and recited a string of numbers. Okay. Chen Mei re-entered the number. The number you dialed is invalid. Please try again later. The result left everyone speechless. The entire room fell into dead silence. That ungrateful son. Does he even care about his parents anymore? Baron roared in fury. Mu Chen's attitude was crystal clear. He had even deactivated his phone number. He clearly intended to cut all ties with the Zhang family completely and irrevocably. Brother, you're cutting off your own future. Witnessing this scene, the only person who was pleased was Leon. He breathed a sigh of relief, and a flash of joy crossed his mind. Just moments ago, he'd been worried that Mukin would return to the Zhang family and take away the resources that belonged to him. He never would have imagined that his brother would go this far. Never mind. He is going to Imperial Academy anyway, so I'll just wait for him there. After Violet finished speaking, she hung up the phone immediately. Clearly, she was furious too and in a terrible mood. Brother, do you think just because you're the top student in the country, you can act so arrogantly? You have absolutely no idea how influential the chosen faction is at the Imperial Academy. By the time you hit rock bottom and finally come to your senses, it'll be too late. Leon silently clenched his fists, his hope reignited. He swore to do whatever it took to overtake his brother, to reclaim the glory that belonged to him. Chapter 44, Setting Off for the Nation's Premier Academy, where geniuses gather. High City. The City Lord's mansion. After a restful night's sleep, Mukin felt refreshed and full of energy. I've been on edge these past few days, but now I'm relaxed. My next goal is to be number one in the Holy Capital. Mukin left his room and entered the living room. There he saw Ling Xiang and Wu Hanhai. Ling Xiang was seated in the seat of honor, reading a newspaper. Noticing that Mukin had woken up, he looked up and smiled. You're awake. Have a seat. Wu Hanhai, sitting nearby, was wolfing down his food. He had no time to pay attention to Mukin. I know your heart is set on the martial arts, so you're definitely going to the Imperial Academy. Only there can you go further on the path of martial arts and achieve greater success. Although I'd love to see you off myself, I'm swamped with affairs in Haicheng, so I'll have old Wu see you off. Ling Xiyang took a sip of tea and spoke slowly. Last night at Mei Zhen's little shop. He had already asked Mukin for his thoughts. He knew this young man was utterly pure-hearted. His eyes were fixed solely on the pinnacle of the martial arts. Therefore, Mukin would not choose any of the other top 10 martial arts universities. His sole goal was the #1 institution of higher learning in Longwei, the Imperial Academy. Go to the Imperial Academy. Compete against the prodigies of this generation. This was the choice of countless geniuses, or rather, a tacit understanding born of their passion for the martial arts. A place brimming with competition, yet rich in resources. It would undoubtedly allow martial artists to grow at an extraordinary pace. Thank you for your kindness, City Lord. Instructor Wu, I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you to make another trip. Mukin sat down and hurriedly expressed his gratitude. A warm feeling washed over him. These two elders were sparing no effort to help him, asking for nothing in return. Their sincerity was completely genuine, far superior to the Zhang family and their ilk, who would abandon righteousness for profit. Oh, come on. You're the national champion a title High City hasn't produced in 100 years, with a bright future ahead of you. What's a little trip to me? Wu Hanhai set down his knife and fork, wiped the grease from the corner of his mouth, and said with great enthusiasm. That kid, Mukin. The more he looked at him, the more he liked him. First of all, he hadn't let him down. First place at the Haicheng training camp. National top scorer. He won his first bet. And not just to win a massive, mind-blowing victory. The college entrance exam is just the beginning. Once you get to the Imperial Academy, on that stage, you'll see even broader horizons. Ling Xiyang had been to the Imperial Academy, but not as a student. Back when he was young, Dragon Nation's dungeon had suffered severe damage and was plagued by frequent uprisings. Whenever the dungeon stirred, it spawned massive waves of beasts, putting the front lines under intense pressure. Countless people threw themselves into battle, fighting with their lives to defend their homes and country. So seeing today's young people enjoying such a better environment for cultivation, Ling Xiyang felt deeply moved. After the meal, Ling Xiyang personally escorted the two to their car. For the sake of safety and comfort, he had specially arranged for the City Lord's official vehicle to escort Mukin. Before they left, Ling Xiyang spoke earnestly and solemnly, offering his advice. Mukin, cultivate diligently and do not squander your talent. Mukin looked serious and responded with gravity. I will certainly keep your teachings close to my heart, Senior. Please, stay a moment. Ling Xiyang nodded in acknowledgement. He remained where he was, watching the car gradually drive away, and couldn't help but murmur to himself. I'm very much looking forward to seeing just how brilliant your future will be, a genius like you, and what astonishing brilliance you will radiate. Songcheng. The top floor of a skyscraper. The building was ultra-modern on the outside, but inside was a traditional-style tea pavilion. Xiaohu, if you go to Magic Capital Martial Arts University, with a few brothers from our clan to support you, you'll avoid many detours in the future. A middle-aged man dressed in traditional attire said calmly. Magic Martial Arts University was also a long-established martial arts institution, well-funded and highly prestigious. It ranked first among the top 10 martial arts schools, second only to the Imperial Academy. Since the Imperial Academy was so far ahead, people generally classified it in a league of its own, separate from the top 10 martial arts schools. The blonde-haired youth across from him snorted at these words. Crossing his arms over his chest, he said with utter disdain. Uncle, what's the point of magic martial? I, Wang Xiuhu, was born a chosen one. How could I ever settle for being second best? I'd rather be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. If I'm going to compete, I'll compete for first place. That's why the Imperial Academy is my inevitable destination. Having said that, a gleam of determination flashed in Wang Xiaohua's eyes as he radiated an intangible spirit energy. The surrounding trees, with a buzzing hum, and leaves fell to the ground. It was as if an invisible giant hand were shaking the trees. Besides, I'm eager to see just how much that guy who snatched first place from me is really worth. Is he truly the national champion? Can he dominate an entire generation? Seeing that the young man would rather fight and compete than follow the family's arrangements, the middle-aged man wore a hint of resignation. Finally, he sighed and said, I respect your choice. If you want to go to the Imperial Academy, then go. Baitian Province. An ancient courtyard house. An elderly man with snow-white hair and beard was reclining in a rocking chair, enjoying a moment of tranquility. Dum-de-de, hey. Man. Mamba oh. Look who is here. Suddenly, the old man furrowed his brow. He heard the irritating electronic music. And that weird, offbeat rap. He knew deep down who had arrived. He opened his eyes. Sure enough, right next to the rocking chair stood a towering, burly, bald man. This bald young man had thick eyebrows and big eyes, radiating youthful energy. Judging by his looks alone, he wasn't too bad looking at all. It's just that. The old man pointed at the speaker the young man was carrying on his arm and said helplessly, My dear grandson, weren't you supposed to report for duty today? Why are you back already? And could you turn that speaker down a bit? Sam shook his head. As he shook it, inspiration struck again. He gestured, one hand, swaying his body to the beat, his full lips moving rapidly. Oh, CID, I'm gonna diss you. Why didn't you tell me the top student in the country is at Imperial Academy? I'm gonna diss you. The old man pressed his hand to his forehead in exasperation, unable to utter a word. He had enough of this weirdo of a grandson. He thought that after the college entrance exams, he'd get some peace and quiet for a while. But he never expected this. This guy was actually afraid of the national top scorer. Now he didn't dare go to Imperial Academy. You're one of the chosen ones, too. You have a unique talent, and you've even received my true teachings. What are you afraid of the national top scorer for? The old man bristled and glared as he spoke. Oh. Man. Black Mamba. I'm not afraid. Sam am going to defeat the national top scorer. I just need a little help. Sam swayed his body and continued rapping. So he was after a perk after all. The old man simply couldn't stand the raucous electronic music anymore. As if shooing away a plague, he pointed behind him and said, All right, Grandpa will grant your wish. Go to the storeroom, take whatever catches your eye. Sam happily brushed past the old man. On the way there, inspiration struck him. He couldn't help but hum under his breath. Dilly lee, wait and see, national top scholar. I may be just an ordinary person, but with one embrace, let us see how you can beat me. Somewhere in the north, amidst a landscape of ice and snow, suddenly, the ground burst open. A young girl, her features dusted with frost, stepped out. She looked toward the imperial capital and said coldly, National top scholar, let me Bianca test your mettle. On the coast of a certain province in the east, a brown-skinned teenager, wielding a broadsword, swung it fiercely at the surging waves. The blade flashed. It sliced through the rolling waves. At the same time, it split a crocodile which had been using the waves to conceal itself in two. The crocodile's carcass fell into the sea. The blood attracted a swarm of ferocious beasts, which swiftly devoured the remains. Mukin, the top scorer in the nation, it's a pity we're separated by a province and couldn't compete against you during the college entrance exams. Well then, let us settle this at the Imperial Academy. The college entrance exam was over. It marked the end of high school life. At the same time, it sounded the clarion call for a new generation of martial artists to compete. Countless Imperial Academy students couldn't help but fix their gaze on the national top scorer, because this title was incredibly dazzling. No one of the same age could possibly ignore it. Moreover, most geniuses believed that the college entrance exam was nothing more than a competition to hunt ferocious beasts. Killing many opponents quickly doesn't mean you can beat him. A martial artist's true strength should be determined through actual combat. That's why countless geniuses are gearing up to challenge Mukin, to test just how legitimate his title as national champion really is. Chapter 45, Check in Logan, member of the chosen faction. 3 days later, a black sedan pulled up in front of the Imperial Academy. Passers-by who spotted the car couldn't help but look on with a touch of surprise. That's the City Lord's official vehicle. Could it be that a City Lord is inside? To everyone's surprise, a young man stepped out of the car. He carried a black case, with arched eyebrows and bright eyes, standing tall and straight. What caught everyone's attention, however, was the 2.9-meter-long spear slung across his back. Although the spear was sheathed, it still accentuated his bearing, making him look like a young general. Could he be the City Lord's heir? Amazed by the youth's heroic presence, the passers-by couldn't help but glance at him a few more times before looking away. After all, in the holy capital, powerful figures were as numerous as clouds. Talented young men were as plentiful as fish in a river. If you were to throw a brick here, it wouldn't be surprising if it knocked out a few mid-tier martial artists. Kid, this is as far as I'm taking you. I'll do my best to handle the favor you asked of me. Also, there's $1 million in your account. That's the reward for coming in first at the training camp. If you can't sleep tonight, you can give me a call, though I might not necessarily answer. Just kidding. Train hard, and I'll be waiting for the day you return home in glory. Wu Hanhai also got out of the car. Stroking his full beard, he said with a touch of reluctance. People tend to talk the most when parting ways. However, Mukin's performance had already won him over. This kid had been in the car for 3 days. Apart from eating, drinking, and using the restroom at service areas, whenever he had a moment, he practiced his breathing techniques, not a single moment of leisure. He didn't even play on his phone. What a tough guy. He is too intense. Wu Hanhai knew he couldn't have done it to that extent. Thank you, Instructor Wu, for escorting me all the way. I'm off now. Mukin offered his thanks. He picked up his pounding rain and pear blossoms spear and walked toward the Grand Gate. Hey, kid! Suddenly, Wu Hanhai looked up and shouted. Mukin turned back, puzzled. He saw the burly man with a full beard giving him a thumbs up and flashing a beaming smile. In that moment, no words were spoken. The two locked eyes. All the encouragement and blessings were conveyed without a single word. I will. Mukin gave Wu Hanhai a deep look. He turned and walked through that gate. The gate that countless students in the Dragon Kingdom dream of passing through. The gate of the Imperial Academy was 200 meters wide, cast entirely from marble. Majestic and solemn. That was everyone's first impression. The second was that there were no guards. Anyone could come and go freely, or rather, there was no need for guards here. After all, this is the #1 martial arts academy in the Dragon Kingdom. Not even the cultist fanatics of the Beast God cult would dare to come to the Imperial Academy to cause trouble. The Imperial Academy covers 20,000 mu. You won't know just how massive it really is until you visit. Mukin walked through the gates, and the sight before him was breathtaking. There were no fewer than 40 lanes. 20 lanes in each direction. What an absurdly massive scale. And lining both sides of the road stood countless buildings. The spaces between the buildings were shaded by lush greenery and dotted with gardens. Occasionally, the sound of birdsong could be heard. There are quite a few new students here to register. It seems that besides S-class talents, there are also quite a few A-class and even B-class martial artists. Mukin looked around. He saw many people dragging their luggage and boarding electric tour buses one after another. These were ambitious young people. None of them were willing to lag behind. That's why they'd rather take a shot at Imperial Academy than attend one of the top 10 martial arts schools. "Excuse me, are you a new student here to register?" A female martial artist approached. She wore a black training uniform with a red belt tied around her waist. Tall and slender, her figure was incredibly graceful, like a white poplar tree. "Yes, I'm here to register." Nukin snapped back to attention and nodded. "Welcome to the Imperial Academy. I'm Fiona, a sophomore from the Elemental Academy. Get on the cart, I'll take you to registration." As Fiona spoke, a confident air radiated from her brow, giving her a heroic demeanor. Judging by her words, she must be a martial artist with a talent leaning toward the elemental school. Okay. Nukin had no objections and boarded the electric sightseeing vehicle. There were 2 other freshmen on board. Seated in the second row was a young man with a rare shaved head, a speaker resting at his feet. For some reason, the bald guy looked gloomy, as if something had upset him. In the front row sat a young girl. Her skin was as white as snow, and her long hair flowed like a waterfall. However, compared to the enthusiastic Fiona, this girl stood with her arms crossed, cold as ice, giving off an keep your distance vibe. Someone actually brought a speaker to Wuda? What a weirdo! Nukin muttered to himself. He didn't have time to worry about other people's business. He looked away. He unsheathed his heavy rain and pear blossoms spear. He sat down in the last row. To his surprise, the bald guy was very friendly. He turned halfway around, and from his thick lips came a string of rap lyrics. Hey, buddy, congrats on getting into Imperial Academy. From now on, you're hanging with me, Sam. Only by hanging with me can you beat Nukin." Nukin froze for a moment, running his hands lightly along the spear's shaft. He gave him a strange look. He scrutinized Sam closely for a few seconds. He was certain he didn't know the guy. "Do you have a grudge against Nukin? Why do you want to beat him?" Hearing this question, Sam lifted his chin and said, bobbing his head, "Oh, man, Nukin, yeah, he is the top student in the country. Of course Sam, have to challenge him." The girl in the front row seemed to have reached her limit, her brows furrowed tightly as she snorted coldly. "If you keep talking like a ghost, I'll take you out right now." Sam immediately deflated and turned away. For some reason, he seemed terrified of the girl. This Sam is such a character. Nukin couldn't help but chuckle, shaking his head. However, Sam had revealed a crucial piece of information. For the genius freshmen of the Imperial Academy, their primary target was him, Nukin. Everyone was brimming with determination, raring to go, ready to go head-to-head with him. If the geniuses all see me as their rival, what is there to fear? On the contrary, it's a great blessing. A smile tugged at the corners of Nukin's mouth, his chest swelling with a sense of heroic spirit. He had never feared any challenge. Not even the Zhang family. Not even the college entrance exams. Don't agree? Then I'll fight until you do. He boarded the electric sightseeing cart and entered the core area. The scenery along the way was breathtaking. Buildings stood side by side on both sides of the road, and students began to appear. The students walked in small groups or alone. But they all had one thing in common. They were brimming with vitality, and their presence was extraordinary. This isn't a school at all, it's clearly a city. Sam looked left and right, marveling at the sight. He wasn't trying to be funny. He wasn't spouting that weird rap. So the cold-hearted girl in the front row tolerated him. Our Imperial Academy admits 1,000 students every year. We have 100 training facilities alone, and each one is equipped with state-of-the-art equipment to meet the students' cultivation needs. The outer academy is divided into 4 colleges: physical, elemental, spirit, and academic. Martial arts techniques from the first to the third tier are all free. If you have enough credits, you can even exchange them for courses taught by a 9th tier martial saint. Furthermore, our Imperial Academy emphasizes real-world combat and has partnerships with various departments across the Dragon Kingdom, so the number of missions we offer far surpasses that of the top 10 martial arts schools. As long as you complete enough missions and accumulate sufficient merit, you'll have a promising future after graduation. Finally, the Imperial Academy is divided into the outer and inner academies. New students start in the outer academy. As for the details of the inner academy, you've received your handbook. You can read about it there when the time comes. In addition to welcoming the freshmen, Fiona was also in charge of giving the orientation. Her voice was as sweet as a nightingale's. It was very pleasant to listen to. In her tone, there was also a sense of boundless admiration for the Imperial Academy. If I can accumulate enough merit during my time here and become a department head after graduation, I'm sure the old man will be pleased. Sam clasped his hands behind his head. He narrowed his eyes. He had already begun fantasizing about the future. A girl in the front row shot him a glance and snorted disdainfully. You're so young, yet instead of striving to reach the pinnacle of martial arts, all you think about is retirement. Sam smiled faintly and didn't argue. A sparrow cannot fathom the ambitions of a swan. Living a laid-back life and rapping. That was his dream. The tour bus soon pulled up in front of a building. Freshmen, follow me. Fiona led the way. The four of them entered an office. Inside was a white-haired male teacher, busy with his work. There were also dozens of other freshmen, lining up to complete their registration. The process was surprisingly quick. The teacher swiped his ID card through the machine. After confirming everything was in order, he simply handed each freshman a watch. Who is that? He is so cool. Sam looked toward the corner and asked curiously. The group followed his gaze. There, standing against the wall, was a martial artist clad in a black robe. He was tapping the ground with his raised foot, looking quite impatient. On the martial artist's chest was a golden character for heaven. This emblem signified a certain status. Upon seeing him, Fiona's body trembled. A series of details quickly flashed through her mind. A slender build, slightly curly black hair, and eyes like an eagle's. Could he be? A name popped into Fiona's head. She could hardly believe it, but her heart racing with excitement, she hurried forward. Fiona, a sophomore at Elemental Academy. It's a pleasure to meet you, Senior Logan. Chapter 46, The Invitation. He.S. Mukin, the national top scorer. One word, get lost. Are you working on your freshman quest? Logan nodded. He glanced at the three people behind her, his tone casual. Yes, Senior. Fiona said, her heart leaping with joy. Getting to talk to a senior from the chosen faction today. What a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Maybe she could make a good impression. It might help her in the future. Logan merely grunted in response, showing no reaction. Sorry to bother you, Senior. Even though she'd clearly been brushed off. Fiona acted as if she were the one at fault, apologizing nervously. It's fine. Go ahead and do your thing. Logan waved his hand dismissively. He had absolutely no in talking. He couldn't even be bothered to exchange a few polite words. Yes. Fiona breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a weight lifted off her shoulders, and hurried away. She returned to the group of three. For some reason, her face was beaming with excitement. Senior Fawn, is that Senior some kind of big shot? Sam was baffled and scratched his head. He was a bit dumbfounded by Fiona's attitude. It didn't seem like something a student at Imperial Academy should display. To put it bluntly, it was actually a bit too lowly. You haven't officially entered the martial arts university yet, so of course you won't understand. Senior Logan is an outer circle member of the chosen faction. Fiona didn't feel the least bit embarrassed. Her eyes sparkled with admiration. She understood the freshman's confusion. Because this time last year, Fiona had been just like these three freshmen. New to the Imperial Academy, she knew nothing. They'd assumed that by passing the college entrance exam and turning their lives around, they'd be able to rise swiftly through the ranks and reach the pinnacle of martial arts. In reality, the real world was infinitely more complex than they could have imagined. Senior, tell me what's so special about this chosen faction? Sam was thick-skinned enough to ask such a question without hesitation. His inquiry was exactly the answer many freshmen were dying to know. Quite a few freshmen secretly pricked up their ears, ready to jot down this inside information. You have to understand, the instructors at the Outer Academy are all mid-tier martial artists. They have to teach students while also cultivating themselves. They don't have time to deal with trivial matters. That's why, within the Imperial Academy, the chosen faction has access to a lot of things and can offer help. For example, with a credits mission. You're looking for a mission, right? Do you guys know which ones offer the best value for your time and effort, and which ones don't? Even if you're lucky enough to land a high-value mission, if no one helps you throughout the entire process, just the travel alone will wear you out. Fiona spoke with fervor whenever she mentioned the chosen faction. Having been enrolled for a year, she had come to deeply understand the chosen faction's power. It could be said that this student organization, though it has no administrative authority, it fulfills certain functions in its own way. Whoa! The chosen faction is that impressive? So how do we join the chosen faction? Curiosity sparkled in Sam's eyes. He was a natural at playing along. He, too, was a chosen one. And a genius who managed to get into the Imperial Academy. Naturally, he understood the value of having a powerful ally behind him. As the name suggests, the first requirement to join the chosen faction is to be a chosen one with an S-rank talent. That's the minimum threshold. Many hands make light work a faction made up entirely of chosen ones. Just think of all the benefits you could gain. Like the credits mission I mentioned earlier, that's just the simplest benefit. But connections like these can help you for the rest of your life. Fiona spoke at length. She still had a lot of information she hadn't shared with the three of them. Because there was no need. Freshmen didn't understand anything. Telling them would be pointless. Once they lived at the Imperial Academy for a while, they naturally figure it out. So, senior from the chosen faction, what are you doing here? Sam lowered his head and asked quietly. He hadn't understood much else. He only knew that the chosen faction was a very, very powerful connection. If he could latch onto them, his dream of retiring and living a carefree life could come true sooner. I don't know. Maybe they're waiting for a certain freshman? Fiona didn't know the details either, but she had her suspicions. Because of their strength, the chosen faction had very high standards. They looked down on ordinary students. Even an outstanding student like Logan from the external college. After going through all sorts of evaluations, he still hadn't become an internal member. It was hard to imagine just what kind of freshman could have caught the chosen faction's eye? So much so that they sent Logan to stake out the place in advance. Perhaps there was only one answer: the national top scorer. Enough chit-chat. You two go handle your enrollment procedures. Fiona shook her head and said no more. The three of them stepped forward. Sam took the lead and politely handed over a card. Professor, my name is Sam. I'm the runner-up in Baitian province. Here's my ID card, please take a look. Many eyes turned their way. Upon hearing the term runner-up, all attention quickly fell on Sam. He couldn't help but beam with pride, almost breaking into a rap. Move aside. Before he could even start rapping, the girl shoved him aside. She pulled out her ID card as well and said, Teacher, I'm Bianca, the top scorer from Qingyun province. First place. First place in the province. That's a whole level above Sam's South second place. Bianca, how does that sound like Lingzhu? Sam pursed his lips and muttered under his breath. They say a person's name reflects their character. Today, he'd certainly seen proof of that. Ha? Do you have a problem with my name? Bianca seemed to have heard him. She turned her head. A dangerous glint flashed in her eyes. Ha ha, what a great name, what a great name. Sam gave an awkward laugh and laughed it off. He shifted his gaze. He saw Mukin. He quickly changed the subject. It's your turn, buddy. Go on. Mukin stepped forward, pulled out his ID card as well, and said calmly, Teacher, my name is Mukin. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Logan, who had been leaning against the wall, suddenly opened his eyes wide, his gaze sharp as an arrow. He strode forward in a few steps and blocked Mukin's path. From head to toe. He scrutinized him carefully. His tone was unquestionable, as if issuing a command. You come with me. Join the chosen faction. This sudden turn of events shocked the freshman. Mukin became the center of everyone's attention. They wanted to find something special about this peer of theirs. Why, he the top student in the nation? Why had the chosen faction taken a liking to him? Whoa! Is he really Mukin, the top student in the nation? Sam sucked in a sharp breath and couldn't help but flinch. The things he said in the car just now. Mukin probably didn't take them seriously, right? So he's Mukin. If I'd known, I would challenged him to a match before getting in the car. Bianca's eyes flashed with a fighting spirit. She really wanted to test him. Just how strong is the national top scorer, anyway? What? Senior Logan, is he the one you're looking for? He was invited directly by the chosen faction. Fiona's heart gave a sudden jolt, and she was overcome with intense envy. How many students at the Imperial Academy had dreamed of this opportunity day and night? And now it was right in front of Mukin. All he had to do was nod. From then on, he'd be catapulted to the top. Just as I thought trouble's coming. Mukin thought to himself. During the 3-day journey, aside from cultivation, Wu Hanhai had also filled him in on a lot of information. This intelligence, sourced from Ling Xiang, was of a very high caliber and quite comprehensive. So one thing was certain. The only one who could have sent Logan was Violet. Since he anticipated this, what was there to fear now? Mukin coldly spat out a single word. Get lost. Chapter 47, Showdown. The arrogant national top scorer. My path has nothing to do with you. A single word, get lost. The atmosphere in the admissions office suddenly grew tense. The onlookers among the freshmen were left speechless. No one had expected Mukin to be so incredibly arrogant. How dare he say something like that to Logan? Logan was not only a senior at Imperial Academy but also a member of the chosen faction. His status and strength were both formidable. Mukin was just a freshman who hadn't even finished registration yet. To reject and provoke him so bluntly was beyond anyone's imagination. Is he crazy? Rejecting the chosen faction? Mukin, apologize quickly. It's not too late. Fiona covered her face and gasped. She was completely dumbfounded. She was still trying to figure out how to salvage the situation. This was an invitation from the chosen faction. It was essentially a ticket to rise above one's social class. No one would turn it down. And certainly no one would dare to refuse it this way. I was insulted? I was actually insulted by a freshman. A flash of mild anger crossed Logan's eyes. Who was he? An A-ranked talent martial artist. An outer circle member of the chosen faction. Everyone in the outer academy knew his name. He'd always believed that his words were absolute commands to the weak. No one had ever dared to defy him. But Mukin, who didn't play by the rules. had just slapped him in the face. Should I strike or not? Nukin gripped the Rain of Pear Blossoms spear tightly with one hand, every muscle in his body coiled and ready. All his attention was focused on Logan, not missing a single detail. He wasn't a reckless, brainless person. Provoking Logan now was actually the result of careful calculation. The goal was to create an opportunity. That's right. An opportunity to buy time in the face of certain doom. Just as the tension reached its peak, Logan suddenly smiled. His smile held a touch of admiration, yet also a hint of disdain. As expected of the national top scorer, you have backbone and pride. But today, you're coming with me. With that, Logan struck without hesitation, reaching out to grab Nukin. The grab was astonishingly precise, like an eagle diving to catch its prey. Swift, accurate, and deadly. In an instant, he closed in on Nukin's face, leaving him no chance to use his spear. A senior student from Imperial Academy. You're certainly no ordinary person. Nukin's eyes narrowed, the hairs on his body stood on end, and an immense sense of pressure welled up inside him. In an instant, his pupils inverted, emitting a faint golden glow. Ha! He can use spirit attacks. Logan was startled. A splitting headache struck him instantly, contorting his face into a grimace. Yet, drawing on astonishing willpower, he suppressed the pain. His eagle-like claws paused, but did not lose their form. He continued to reach for Nukin. Very well. Come on. Nukin refused to be outdone and let out a battle cry. In the blink of an eye, he entered the dragonification state. He unleashed his vitality as well and threw a punch. His fist made 9 crisp cracking sounds in the air as it struck the center of Logan's palm. Both men retreated rapidly. Nukin took 7 steps back before regaining his balance. At that moment, even dragonification could no longer be sustained and dissipated on its own. He glanced at the back of his hand. It looked as if it had been sliced by a blade, with 5 deep gashes. Using a fist against a claw puts me at a huge disadvantage. I need a more powerful close combat martial art. On the other side, Logan had retreated by only a single step. But his expression was terrifyingly grim, his heart filled with both shock and rage. What? My eagle claw, and today it can't even defeat a freshman. He had cultivated the 3rd-tier martial arts silver light eagle claw to the pinnacle of mastery. Although he hadn't struck with full force, its power was still immense. An ordinary 2nd-tier martial artist caught in his grip would be crippled, if not killed. You little brat. You dare fight me? I'll show you just how vast the gap is between a freshman and a senior. Logan flew into a rage, preparing to unleash his full power and subdue Nukin in one fell swoop. Just then, the elderly man who had been quietly processing paperwork stood up. He reached out and grabbed Logan. His hand was pale, its surface dotted with age spots. Yet with just that one hand, he effortlessly subdued Logan. Yes. Logan spun around in a rage, but his fury fizzled out midway. Because the person who had stopped him was none other than the teacher from the admissions office. Are you lot from the chosen faction planning a rebellion? Just because you're stronger than the freshman, do you think you can ignore school rules? If you lay a hand on a freshman today, will you be attacking teachers tomorrow? The elderly man showed no mercy, unleashing a torrent of angry scolding. His voice was so loud it made the windows rattle. I'm sorry, sir. I absolutely didn't mean that. I apologize. I admit I was wrong. Logan's face turned pale as he frantically apologized. Don't be fooled by the teacher's advanced age and frail appearance. He didn't seem the least bit threatening. But even if Logan had 100,000 dares, he wouldn't dare strike again. To lay a hand on a teacher. That would be an act of gross insubordination, utterly devoid of morality. No matter where it happened, it would be unacceptable and universally condemned. And this was the Imperial Academy, where school rules were strict and discipline was ruthless. Poof. I doubt you'd dare. Go to the student affairs office and accept your punishment. The old man released his grip, snorted derisively, and snapped. Yes, I'll go right now. Logan didn't even feel like making a defiant retort. He felt utterly humiliated. He kept his head down. He took a few steps forward and left the office in disarray. These little brats are getting more and more out of line. If they're so capable, why don't they go to the dungeon and kill enemies? What kind of skill is it to bully freshmen? Each new class is worse than the last. The old man had a short temper. Even after they left, he still had to vent one more curse. The freshman cowered, not daring to breathe a word, afraid of drawing the old man's wrath. So no one noticed the disappointment and anger in his eyes. Student, I still have a roll of Snow Lotus bandage left here. Take it and use it. The old man opened a drawer and tossed out a roll of green bandage. Thank you, teacher, for your medicine and help. May I ask your honorable name? Nukin bowed slightly, expressing his sincere gratitude. He wrapped the green bandage around the back of his hand. Instantly, a cool sensation seeped into the wound, and the pain subsided. The old man turned his head. His cloudy eyes fixed on Nukin. He snorted derisively, waved his hand, and said, No need for thanks, it's what a teacher should do. Everyone calls me Chai. Now, let us continue with your registration. Why was the chosen faction looking for Nukin? And why had Nukin refused the chosen faction? These matters. It was a matter of mutual consent. Chai didn't care about any of it. But Logan's attack on a freshman was a clear violation of school regulations, and that was something he had to address. Here's your smart bracelet and ID card. Make sure you keep them safe. Replacing this bracelet isn't cheap. Soon after, Nukin received a smart bracelet and a black ID card. Although it was also a bracelet, it was more advanced than the one from the training camp. It had functions like recording information, spending credits, and messaging. It also featured the legendary artificial intelligence system. Nukin thanked him and accepted the smart wristband. He slipped it onto his wrist. He gave it a try. It didn't hinder his movements in the slightest. After completing the formalities, Nukin turned and walked away, showing no intention of lingering. The freshman instinctively stepped back, clearing a path for him. Meanwhile, a series of complex, probing glances closely followed his figure. It seemed they were trying to figure out why he had rejected the chosen faction, and why he was even willing to come to blows with the upperclassmen. Nukin walked through the crowd with a blank expression, as if he were a rebel. The stares of those around him could not affect him in the slightest. Until Nukin disappeared. No one had an answer. Whispers immediately filled the admissions office. Is this the national top scorer? What a backbone! Whether it's the chosen faction or the Earth's favorite society, he just says no and walks away. Sam said admiringly, his face full of awe. He had originally thought that the national top scorer was just good at killing beasts. But now it seemed that whatever else might be said about Nukin, at least he had backbone. Guts? That's just stupid. Nukin thinks too highly of himself, but he is all alone and outnumbered. How could he possibly be stronger than the chosen faction? Plus, he has completely alienated Senior Yi today, cutting off any chance of turning back. There is no way out of this mess. I bet Nukin will regret this decision sooner or later. Fiona was frustrated and heartbroken. She wished the one invited hadn't been Nukin, but her instead. This was an olive branch from the chosen faction. If it had been her, there is no way she would refused. She would accepted on the spot without a second thought. Where is Bianca? Sam looked around. He didn't see Bianca anywhere. What he didn't know was that Bianca had already chased him to the door and was blocking Nukin's path. You're back? Mukin raised an eyebrow and gripped the storm pear blossom spear tightly. He wasn't even afraid of upperclassmen, let alone a freshman whose cultivation level was lower than his own. Tell me, why did you reject the chosen faction? Bianca's expression was complex, as if she were desperate for an answer. She was asking Mukin. Yet it seemed she was also asking herself. The path I choose to take is none of your business. Mukin's eyebrows relaxed slightly, but his expression remained cold. He walked past Bianca. The Zhang family's internal strife. There was no need to explain it to an outsider. What do you mean, the path I choose to take? What path am I supposed to take? Joining the chosen faction? Bianca lowered her head, her eyes filled with confusion, muttering to herself and asking the same question over and over. What she had seen and heard today had left her deeply shaken. She couldn't help but feel a strong curiosity toward Mukin. She was desperate to know how long this peer of hers could keep his head held high. Chapter 48, The Villa, Butler Lulu, and Mukin's reason for taking action. Following the guidance of his wristband, Mukin arrived in front of a two-story villa. The villa was numbered 1, District 13. The walls of this villa were unadorned, with only exposed concrete, giving it a strong sense of simplicity. A detached villa. It even had a small garden. Compared to other martial arts universities, this level of accommodation was clearly quite high. Imperial Academy, with its vast grounds and substantial financial resources, naturally wouldn't skimp on student housing and meals. He walked up to the door. A security camera scanned his face, and the door opened automatically. The smart technology isn't half bad, it saves the hassle of carrying a key. Mukin nodded to himself as he stepped inside the villa. The living room was enormous. However, it was still decorated in a minimalist style. Apart from some essential furniture, there were no other decorations. He looked toward the far end. There was also a training room equipped with a full set of exercise equipment. Mukin walked over to the table and picked up a tablet. System activated. Lulu, your personal assistant, is here to serve you. The tablet projected a 3D image. A girl of 7 or 8, with deer antlers on her head, she looked quite cute. However, she was only about 30 or 40 centimeters tall. She reached only to Mukin's calves. Lulu, what functions do you have? Mukin wasn't particularly surprised. Rumors about the Imperial Academy's perks had been circulating online for years, making countless netizens green with envy. This villa and smart home system were just one of countless perks. Since my master is the national top scorer, Lulu is a level 2 butler. I can help my master schedule classes, access information. Lulu pouted, looked down, and counted on her fingers as she listed everything she could do. Mukin wasn't in a hurry, he listened quietly, taking note of all her functions. Once he became proficient with Lulu, he'd have his hands free. It would save him a lot of effort. It's like saving time. Online shopping, controlling the lights. Lulu rattled off hundreds of words in one breath. She introduced all her functions. By the end, she was so exhausted she stood with her hands on her hips, panting heavily. But master, you can't ask Lulu to do anything illegal. Lulu is connected to the central system 24 hours a day. If any abnormalities are detected, I'll report them immediately. Lulu covered her face and said shyly. Her eyes peeked out from between her fingers. This AI is really lively. Mukin didn't mind, he chuckled and continued asking. Lulu, how many levels are there in the computer butler system? And please read the school rules. Lulu raised her hand to her temple, and a pair of black-rimmed glasses materialized out of thin air. She said solemnly. Computer stewards are divided into 3 levels. The outer court holds level 1 permissions, the inner court holds level 2 permissions, and the deans of each major hold level 3 permissions. Our school upholds the motto use martial arts to prevent conflict, protect our homes and defend our country. In accordance with relevant laws, we have established these school rules. Article 1. Newton sank into the sofa and tapped the armrest lightly. He listened carefully to each school rule. At the same time, he analyzed the current situation. It is known that Violet has been enrolled at Imperial Academy for 1 year. She has also become the vice president of the chosen faction. Her strength is formidable. Her influence is immense. And as the top-ranked student in the nation, he already carries enough clout to have caught Violet's attention. Article 18, students shall help and support one another with friendship and shall not engage in private conflicts outside designated areas. Upon hearing this rule, Newton's expression remained calm. It came as no surprise at all. Imperial Academy prohibits students from engaging in private combat. That was precisely why he had deliberately provoked and angered Logan when faced with his challenge. When Logan spoke to Fiona, he was impatient and couldn't even be bothered to respond properly. Someone so arrogant and conceited, it was only to be expected that I would provoke him. Newton replayed the details in his mind. Every step had been nerve-wracking. No matter how carefully he planned, he couldn't diminish Logan's strength. And the students sent by the chosen faction were certainly no pushovers. If it really came to a fight, Newton would definitely come out on the losing end. This fact he had already experienced firsthand. This method is risky, but the payoff is huge. The chosen faction will lay low for a while. That's the opportunity I've secured for myself. Newton let out a cold smile. He wanted Logan to make a move. To violate school regulations. To turn public opinion against the chosen faction. In this world, might makes right. Now I need to focus on getting stronger. Newton knew full well that these petty tricks wouldn't hold up for long. One day, he would face Violet head-on. When that time comes, strength will speak for itself. Lulu, open the credits exchange page. Newton ordered. Instantly, a light screen popped up before his eyes. The screen displayed a vast array of items. Pills, martial arts techniques, cultivation methods. The selection was dazzling, enough to make one's eyes spin. Most peculiar of all, there were even one-on-one lessons. Master, there are 4 ways to earn credits. First, by completing courses each year. Second, through school assignments. Third, by participating in tournaments. And fourth, for special contributions. Also, please note that credits cannot be exchanged for currency. Lulu popped up and explained thoughtfully. Got it. Newton carefully scanned the exchange page and previewed the various features. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed. He tried to click on one of the features. Sorry, Master, you don't have a dungeon pass, so you can't view dungeon-related information. To obtain a dungeon pass, you need to complete a series of assessment tasks. Students who obtain a dungeon pass can freely enter dungeons within the Dragon Kingdom. Lulu popped up and bowed deeply in apology. Dungeon. A name that could make anyone's ears grow calluses just from hearing it. Even elementary school students knew about it. 100 years ago, the dungeon appeared, and colossal beasts descended. From then on, Blue Star entered the era of martial arts. But that was all. As for more specific details, Newton had no idea. For instance, what lies inside the dungeon? Or what caused the dungeon to appear in the first place? The truth seemed to be concealed, shrouded in a fog that made it impossible to see clearly. If you'd like to learn more about the dungeon, Master, you can sign up for Professor Xing's course at the academic faction. Professor Xing is very popular with students, and his course has a 98% approval rating. Lulu opened a web page. The page kept scrolling down. A series of glowing reviews appeared. Such as, Professor Xing has such a pleasant voice and explains things in great detail. Girls, I absolutely love it. I guarantee it, once you take Professor Xing's class, you'll jump out of your well and become a well-traveled frog. Buy with confidence, it's very discreet. It feels just like the real thing. My kid can't put it down and isn't even sleeping anymore. Highly recommended. I used to be a pig, but after taking the class, I turned into a smart pig. Oink, oink, oink. Mukin was left both amused and exasperated. It was truly unexpected. Does taking a class even involve this? The teachers at the Imperial Academy must be under a lot of pressure. But if I want to know the details about the dungeon, it seems I'll have to take a class after all. Elemental Academy, Teacher Chiime, 99% approval rating. The course includes the Level 1 Martial Art Cloud Treading Step, Level 2 Martial Art Wave Palm, and Level 3 Martial Art Heart-Piercing Water Arrow. Students must have a talent inclination toward the water element. Physical Academy, Instructor Yudong, 96% approval rating. Course includes the third-tier cultivation technique True Diagram of Crimson Fire. Students must have a talent leaning toward the water element. Spiritual Academy, Instructor Meng Qiu, 98% approval rating. Course includes the second-tier cultivation technique Flying Star Visualization Diagram. Must have a spirit-type talent. Mukin tried searching for the Academy's courses. Sure enough, every instructor listed had a satisfaction rating displayed below their name. After skimming through them, he made up his mind and instructed. Alright, sign me up, and then open up the course listings for all the academies. The dungeon courses were a must. This was a great opportunity to learn about the dungeon and plan for the future. Lulu beamed with delight and tossed her hand into the air. A vast array of course schedules materialized. I need a melee combat skill so I don't find myself in a bind if I lose my weapon. Second, a body forging technique to unlock the full potential of the Eternal Azure Dragon. Finally, Spirit Arts. Golden Eyes is just a form of spirit intimidation. Its effectiveness against powerful opponents is limited. I need a true spirit technique to complement Golden Eyes and unleash even greater power. Mukin quickly browsed through the course offerings, selecting martial arts techniques suited to him. After clashing with Logan today, he had exposed many weaknesses and urgently needed to address them. Facing his shortcomings head-on and never being arrogant was also part of his philosophy. Chapter 49, Course Selection, Leon checks in. Just as Fiona had said, martial arts techniques for levels 1 through 3 in the Outer Academy are completely free. No fees are charged, and no credits are required. Simply register to attend classes and acquire martial arts techniques. However, there are two conditions. First, students' cultivation levels must match the course. For example, Mukin is a second-tier martial artist. He can enroll in first-tier martial arts courses or second-tier martial arts courses. The only exception is that he cannot enroll in third-tier courses. This is to prevent students from aiming too high. Second, aside from the academic faction, students may only study one martial art or technique from each of the other 3 academies at a time. This is quite obvious. It's to prevent students from biting off more than they can chew. The Imperial Academy has spared no effort in planning for its students' best interests. One cannot help but admire their thoughtful consideration. Half an hour later, Mukin closed his eyes and recited one by one. First, the Elemental Academy, Wave Palm. Second, the Physical Academy, True Scale Art. Third, the Spiritual Academy, Meteor Meditation. Lulu turned pale with shock. She leaped right in front of Mukin and pleaded. Master, are you planning to take courses from all 3 academies at once? Won't that be too much pressure? Mukin shook his head, speaking with confidence. It's fine, no problem. Sign me up. With the Deep Blue system at his disposal, no cultivation method or martial art could faze him. The only issue was a lack of evolution points. However, regarding this matter, the Imperial Academy had a solution. As you command. Lulu, sounding listless and resigned, tapped the screen a few times. 3 light screens appeared, listing the class schedules. Mukin looked at the screens and thought to himself. Wave Palm enhances close combat prowess, True Scale Art improves physical conditioning, and Meteor Meditation adds spirit-based attack options. Mastering these 3 martial arts and cultivation techniques will greatly reduce my weaknesses. Addressing his weaknesses. A gleam flashed in Mukin's eyes as he asked his final question. Lulu, what is the difference between the outer and inner courts? Also, how can I enter the inner court? Lulu cleared her throat and swept her hands outward. A map appeared. It was a bird's eye view of the Imperial Academy. The outer court consists of students who entered the Imperial Academy through the college entrance exam. They study for 4 years and must earn 10,000 credits to graduate. At the same time, the outer court emphasizes a model where one instructor teaches dozens, or even hundreds, of students. In the inner court, however, the focus is on the master-apprentice relationship, emphasizing traditional one-to-many or one-on-one education. The map shifted. The Imperial Academy vanished. But no new map appeared. Mukin was just beginning to feel puzzled. Lulu spread her hands and said helplessly, "As for the details of the inner court, Master doesn't have sufficient permissions to view them, but Lulu knows of 6 ways to enter the inner court. The first and second are the freshman tournament and the outer court tournament. Finishing in the top 10 in either one grants you a spot in the inner court. The third is to master 3 cultivation techniques at the 3rd tier perfect realm before graduation, regardless of type. The fourth is paying 30,000 credits. The fifth is if a certain inner court instructor takes a liking to you and uses their authority to take you on as a disciple. The sixth is breaking through to the 4th stage before graduation." After listening carefully to the explanation, Mukin felt even more that the Imperial Academy was unfathomable. The outer court was merely the tip of the iceberg. The inner court was where the Imperial Academy's true depth lay. The entrance exam was like a vast net, sifting out the top 1,000 martial artists from a generation of Longway's youth. Once at the Imperial Academy, these 1,000 martial artists would have to continue competing for a chance to enter the inner court. Countless students would do anything to get into the inner court. Just imagine how fierce and brutal the competition was. So next, my goal is to enter the inner court. Faced with this pressure, Mukin felt his blood boil. He opened the briefcase he carried with him. In the case, it was filled to the brim with vitality pills. They were from the Haicheng training camp. Classes don't officially start for 3 days, so I'll use these 3 days to cultivate vitality using the whale sea breathing technique. Mukin took out a vitality pill and swallowed it. The pill slid smoothly down his throat. A wave of heat began to spread, warming his body. He took a deep breath. He began practicing the whale sea breathing technique, circulating the vitality within his body. The next day, stepping off the high-speed train, Leon's spirit was high. Over the past few days, from the novel World Weary, transfer station 1799433164, he had come to terms with it. Falling behind for a time doesn't mean he'll always be behind. Does my brother really think that just because he won first place in the national exams, he can go head-to-head with third sister? That's truly like a mantis trying to stop a cart. Leon let out a cold laugh, his heart brimming with hope. The top national scholar from the previous class had also joined the Imperial Academy. And what happened? My third older sister surpassed him within just 1 year of enrollment. She became the vice president of the chosen faction. Her status among the student body could be described as second to none. Now that I have my third older sister's protection, my cultivation speed is countless times faster than yours. I'll see what you've got to take me on. Leon felt that the opportunity to grow stronger was within reach. He unconsciously quickened his pace. Leaving the high-speed rail station, Leon hailed a taxi to the Imperial Academy. Halfway there, he took out his phone and dialed a number. This number had been given to him by his third older sister. She had told him that once he arrived at the Imperial Academy, if he dialed this number, someone would come to pick him up. Presumably, the person on the other end was also a student at the Imperial Academy. The call connected quickly. A cold voice came through the line. "Who is this?" Leon recognized the voice as a man's and replied respectfully. "Hello, senior. My name is Leon. My sister is Violet. May I ask your name, senior?" Silence fell on the other end of the line, and the atmosphere grew oppressive. After a moment, the voice finally spoke, though its tone sounded somewhat displeased. "Logan, report to the admissions office at the Imperial Academy. I'll be waiting for you there." With that, the call was abruptly hung up. Leon was at a loss for words. He stared at the screen, clicked his tongue, and muttered in frustration. Why did my sister pick a senior like this? She is way too short-tempered. Did I do something to offend you? The taxi soon arrived at Imperial Academy. As soon as he entered the campus gates, a cheerful female student approached him and said cheerfully, "Freshman, are you here to register? I'm Fiona, a sophomore from Elemental Academy. Come with me." Leon's heart skipped a beat, and he silently marveled. Truly, this is Imperial Academy. A land of outstanding people and natural beauty. Just one upper-class woman was as beautiful as a flower, enough to make his heart race. Far superior to the female trainees at the training camp. "My name is Leon. Thank you for your help, Senior Fong." Leon suppressed his impure thoughts and replied politely. "Is your last name Zhang, too?" Little did he know. Upon hearing this, Fiona's expression darkened instantly. It was as if she'd just heard some bad news. A freshman with the Zhang who bore a 30% resemblance to that person immediately put her in a bad mood. "What's wrong, senior? This is my first time in Holy Capital today. I hope I haven't done anything to offend you?" Not wanting to make a bad impression on the beauty, Leon hurried to explain. "Ah, it's nothing. Just a coincidence." Fiona exhaled a heavy breath. She didn't offer any further explanation. She flashed a hint of apology, pressed her palms together, and said, "Sorry, Junior. It's not personal, I was just thinking of this annoying guy." This whole act completely dazzled Leon. To win the beauty's favor, he waved his hand dramatically and declared with righteous indignation, "I don't know who that person is, but whoever dared to make you angry, if I find out, I'll definitely teach that guy a lesson." Chapter 50, Third Sister. Stupid older brother. Fiona was pleased to have his support. However, as for what Leon had said, she didn't hold out much hope. Okay. Leon got on the electric sightseeing cart. He waited patiently for it to depart. He looked like a guilty thief, glancing at Fiona from time to time. Fiona noticed this, but she wasn't the least bit upset. On the contrary, she felt smug. Sometimes, stunning looks can be a weapon too. 10 minutes later, Fiona got on the cart and said, "All right, let us go." Sitting right next to her was Leon. He caught a whiff of her fragrance. His heart soared, and he grew restless. To avoid giving himself away and to get closer to his senior, Leon thought quickly and came up with a topic. "Senior, tell me who exactly made you so angry?" Fiona glanced at him and smiled. That smile made Leon feel as if a spring breeze were caressing his face, filling him with warmth. "Junior, if you ever get the chance, you absolutely must join the chosen faction. Even being an outer circle member is a shortcut. Don't ever follow a certain someone's example and reject the chosen faction." Fiona paused for a moment. She didn't dare mention Nukin's name, although, in her eyes, Nukin, who had rejected the chosen faction, was a fool. But Nukin was also a top-ranked student nationwide with real talent. It wasn't worth provoking an enemy just for the sake of a cheap victory in an argument. What? Someone actually turned down the chosen faction? Are you crazy? Leon was utterly shocked and shouted in disbelief. It was precisely because he understood the chosen faction that he was so shocked. Joining the chosen faction was more than just a shortcut. It's practically a free ride through life. Who would thought someone would turn it down? That's just stupid. Yeah, people like that are so full of themselves. He'll regret it someday. Fiona pursed her lips and said with a sigh. Her tone was dismissive and contemptuous. Clearly, she didn't have a single good word for Mukin. You're right, senior. He'll definitely regret it. Leon shook his head in agreement. They hadn't exchanged many more words when the tour bus arrived at the admissions office. Fiona, who was leading the group, walked up to the door. She spotted a familiar figure. She froze on the spot. Senior Logan. After what happened yesterday, why is he back at the admissions office? Logan opened his eyes and looked straight at Leon, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. These two brothers do look a bit alike. He furrowed his brow slightly and said, Leon, go take care of the paperwork, then come with me. Fiona was taken aback. She looked at Leon beside her in surprise. Just yesterday, Mukin had been invited by the chosen faction. And today, another one Leon had been invited. What's going on? Could it be that the chosen faction has a soft spot for people with the surname Zhang? Please wait a moment, senior. Leon held his head high, feeling immensely honored. He walked into the admissions office and quickly completed the paperwork. Let us go. Logan's face was grim. He led the way ahead. Senior, I'll be going now, see you next time. Leon had originally wanted to chat with Fiona a little longer. Seeing that the opportunity had passed, he waved goodbye. Mukin, Leon, could these two possibly be related? Fiona watched them leave, feeling curious. Her subconscious told her. It shouldn't be possible. Two brothers both getting into Imperial Academy, what a wonderful story that would be. Why would they register one after the other? Then there was the matter of the chosen faction. One refused. One accepted. It made no sense at all. If Leon could join the chosen faction, I could build a good relationship with him. Fiona pondered silently, a thought flashing through her mind. If Leon could join the chosen faction, then his future would be limitless. If she established a good relationship with him, she could reap endless benefits. Ideally, as a couple. Logan led Leon to the exterior of a building. The main structure was built of logs. Its eaves curved upward. Layers upon layers of glazed tiles. It exuded a rustic charm. Logan scanned his face to gain access, then led Leon inside to a study. Upon entering the room, not seeing his sister anywhere, Leon asked curiously. Senior Yi, where is my third sister? Logan sat at the desk, calmly brewing tea, and said. The vice president hasn't emerged from her seclusion yet. Please wait patiently for a moment. Leon gave a non-committal "oh" and sat down across from Logan. While brewing tea, Logan quietly observed him. Unconsciously, he found himself comparing the two brothers. Aside from a slight resemblance in appearance, their personalities were completely different. The moment he thought of Mukin, Logan felt depressed and sighed inwardly. If the two brothers had the same temperament, I wouldn't have been punished. The key is that I failed to complete the vice president's assignment. A senior student attacking a freshman was a serious violation of school regulations. As a result, the disciplinary penalty was severe. Logan was fined 10,000 credits. It was a massive blow to his wallet. And privately, he knew he couldn't cause trouble for Mukin again. Once the semester starts, I'll be a senior. Now that I've paid this 10,000 credits, I've lost any chance of saving up 30,000 credits that has completely cut off my path to the inner court. But because he has that connection as the vice president, I have to swallow my pride and keep my mouth shut. If I want revenge, the vice president has to give the go-ahead, otherwise, the moment I beat Mukin, the vice president will come after me. Logan poured the tea, and the more he thought about it, the worse he felt, his face darkening with frustration. Deep down, he hated Mukin with a passion. They were clearly siblings, the vice president's brother. Yet he had to go and act all high and mighty. It had cost him dearly. This senior really does have a terrible temper. If you don't want to brew the tea, just let me do it. Who are you scowling at? Leon, sitting across from him, felt as though he had seen through Logan's true colors. As the two sipped their tea, the atmosphere remained sullen. Neither was in the mood to speak. Until 2 hours later. The door swung open. A girl dressed in a white robe walked in. Her eyebrows were curved like the moon, her eyes bright, and she carried herself with a confidence that suggested she had everything under control. Sister. Vice President. The two men in the room hurriedly stood up to greet her. Violet nodded slightly and walked over to take the seat of honor. She saw that there were only 2 people in the room. Her expression didn't change. Clearly, she had already guessed the outcome. I've heard about what happened. Logan, you actually laid a hand on a freshman and my younger brother, no less. Do you think I'm easy to push around? Or do you think that just because you're a senior from the outer college, you can ignore school regulations? The moment Violet spoke, though her tone was flat, it put immense pressure on Logan, more nerve-wracking than facing a mid-tier ferocious beast. He bowed deeply, his face downcast, and said earnestly, Vice President, I've thoroughly reflected on this matter and realize I was wrong. I'd just been scolded by Mukin in a fit of anger. I made a mistake. I absolutely never intended to hurt Mukin. Please be magnanimous and forgive me. Leon, who was listening in, felt shocked and incredulous. He sucked in a sharp breath inwardly. Yen Tu Hook Shuazhong Chapter 19 482092. Just to avoid joining the chosen faction, my brother actually cursed at Senior Logan. I have to admit, he is still the brother I know. So arrogant. So full of himself. But this works in my favor. Since my brother isn't joining the chosen faction, third sister will have no choice but to focus on mentoring me. Leon was overjoyed inside. At that moment, he didn't know whether to celebrate his brother's arrogance, or that his brother was just plain stupid. He'd thrown away a golden opportunity all on his own. In any case, judging by the outcome, it worked in his favor. He didn't have to worry about his brother snatching resources from him at all. Chapter 51, Scheming, killing 3 birds with 1 stone, breaking Mukin's back. Violet's expression was stern. She said nothing. Her thumb rubbed against a ring, exuding an air of authority. Having apologized, Logan clenched his teeth, looking like a shackled prisoner awaiting his fate. The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly heavy. A suffocating tension hung in the air. Even Leon, who was watching the spectacle from the sidelines, didn't dare breathe a sigh, his neck crouched like a quail's. In just 1 short year, my sister has changed so much. She is like an imperial official from ancient times with the power of life and death. It's impossible to dare defy her. In his memory, his third sister had been well educated and refined, with a reserved personality who never argued with anyone. But this Violet now. Even he, her younger brother, found her unfamiliar and frightening. He didn't even dare to crack casual jokes like he used to. No. Violet finally spoke, uttering a single, decisive word. She pointed at Logan. Her words cut like a sharp sword, piercing straight to the heart of the matter. Your mistake was that once you took action, you should have seen it through to the end. Even if it meant breaking his bones in defiance of school rules, you should have brought him here. As long as Mukin is here, with me in charge, there is still a chance to turn things around. Not like this, neither advancing nor retreating and letting the chosen faction lose the public relations battle. Logan's face went completely pale in an instant. Only now did he finally realize just how badly he'd handled things. First, he'd failed to complete the vice president's assignment. Second, an upperclassman had laid hands on a freshman, causing a negative backlash that tarnished the chosen faction's image. Sis, you're ruthless. Too bad, though Senior Logan isn't exactly up to par. Otherwise, I'd get to see my brother in a pitiful state with broken arms and legs, and that would definitely be satisfying. It'd be best if my brother were beaten to a pulp, and Logan didn't even bring him here. That would work out best for me. Leon, who had been watching the spectacle, Couldn't he help but sigh in regret upon hearing these words? He was now absolutely certain. Since he was the one being groomed, he had nothing to fear. As for Violet scolding Logan, in his eyes, it was nothing but a good thing. It proved his sister's high status and formidable strength. With such a powerful backer behind him, what was there for him, Leon, to fear? I'm sorry, Vice President. I'm willing to pay any price to make amends for my mistake. Logan, looking as if he'd just fought a major battle, was utterly exhausted. He spoke with a trembling voice. It's simple. Since Mukin is so arrogant, let us break his spirit and see how arrogant he can still be. I'll have the Chen family's heirs keep a close eye on Mukin. The moment he steps outside, they'll make sure his missions fail and he doesn't earn a single credit. When he sees his peers making progress while he remains stagnant, he'll be left with only one choice to submit. Violet's calm words cut like a December gale. They froze one's body and soul. Even Leon, her own flesh and blood brother, now felt a chill surge through his heart. He couldn't help but think. If I defied my sister, would she, too, deal with me without mercy? He didn't need to ask for the answer. It was obvious. Because this was a world where the strong reigned supreme, and strength spoke louder than anything else. Even if they came from the same family and shared the same bloodline, it was no different. I want you to fully assist Leon, guide his cultivation, and help him improve his strength so that by the freshman tournament in 3 months, he'll reach at least level 27 and secure a spot in the inner court. Changing the subject, Violet began making plans for her younger brother. Well, Logan looked troubled, his mind filled with reservations. Assisting someone else would naturally cut into his own cultivation time. Once the new semester began this year, he would be a senior, and time was extremely tight. If he failed to enter the inner court, he would have no choice but to seek employment in the outside world and look for an opportunity to break through to the 4th stage. Of the 4 paths to entering the inner court, the first was the outer court tournament. Given his current strength, he could only hope to make it into the top 20. The second was to master 3 third-tier martial arts techniques to the perfect level, a daunting task. So far, he had only mastered 1 third-tier technique to the perfect level. As for the third path, raising 30,000 credits, he originally had a 60% chance of success. But after he attacked Mukin yesterday, he had to pay a 10,000 credit fine. He no longer has any chance of raising the full 30,000 credits. The fourth path, being noticed by an inner court instructor who uses their influence to bring him in, is even more out of the question. At the entire Imperial Academy, such lucky individuals can be counted on one hand per graduating class. As for the final path, if he could break through to the 4th tier before graduation, he wouldn't have had to run errands for the chosen faction in the first place. As long as you agree, regardless of the outcome, I'll grant you a tiger demon pill right now to give you a leg up in the Outer Academy tournament. Second, if Leon makes it into the top 10 and gains admission to the Inner Academy, I promise you'll become a full-fledged member of the chosen faction. After you graduate, I'll secure you a general manager position with an annual salary of 50 million at a major corporation run by core members of the chosen faction. Violet seemed to see right through him. She knew exactly what Logan needed. Just 3 short sentences. They shattered all his psychological defenses. Vice President, I'm willing to assist your brother for 3 months. I hope you'll keep your word. Logan weighed his options, then finally gritted his teeth and agreed. He felt that on his own, it would be nearly impossible to enter the Inner Academy. Even if he got incredibly lucky and made it into the inner court, he'd still be at the bottom of the pack. Not to mention that the chances of that happening were minuscule. So it was better to trade 3 months for the status of a full member of the chosen faction. Join the chosen faction. Become a full member. Whether on campus or off. This status would be incredibly valuable. It was a surefire win-win deal. You'll see that your choice was the right one. Violet was calculating her moves, her eyes brimming with confidence. It was a classic case of give a stick and a date. Logan had nowhere to go but forward, nowhere to retreat. He had no reason to refuse. And before she even acted, she had already anticipated this outcome. Win Logan over. Crush Mukin. Elevate Leon. Killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Inside is a tiger demon pill. Check it out for yourself. Violet raised her hand and tossed a small box. It landed right in Logan's arms. Logan opened it to take a look. Inside the box lay a black pill. This pill was white in color, wrapped in 3 layers of tiger stripes. Thank you, Vice President, for your gift. Logan breathed a sigh of relief and tucked the tiger demon pill close to his body. Once he'd taken it, there was no turning back. He had to follow through on his promise. Otherwise, Violet wouldn't let him off the hook. Sis, you're so amazing. You won over Senior Yi completely with just a few words. Leon, who had watched the entire scene, was stunned by his third sister's transformation. He was utterly awestruck. Such tactics. Such authority. Compared to before she entered the Imperial Academy, third sister was a completely different person. As a penniless, lonely brother, how could he possibly compete with her? Alright, now that everything is settled, Yuan Zhou, you'll train with Senior Logan for the next 3 months. Don't let my efforts go to waste. I'm not usually at the outer court, so if you run into any difficulties, talk it over with Senior Logan. If all else fails, then contact me. Remember this, on the path of martial arts, think deeply and plan ahead. Look 3 steps ahead with every move you make. Only then can you go far. Violet looked at her younger brother, a faint ripple flitting across her eyes. When she saw his face, her mind couldn't help but drift to her other younger brother. National champion, huh? So what? Violet sneered inwardly. A martial artist can be proud. But she needed an obedient younger brother. Even if Leon's natural talent fell slightly short, she would never invest her resources in Mukin. Unless Mukin willingly submitted and knelt before her. Yes. Sister. I will definitely not let you down. Leon stood up and shouted with heroic fervor. The 2 took their leave. Violet was left alone in the room. She raised her finger, looked at the black ring on her index finger, and murmured. 4th brother, you'll surely be desperate when you realize you can't enter the inner court. The outer court is still a long way from the real world. Chapter 52, Madness. The truth about the dungeon, and this world teetering on the brink. 3 days later. Mukin opened his eyes and let out a long sigh. His spirit was brimming, a gleam of determination flashing in his eyes as he muttered. I wonder how much my vitality has increased after these 3 days of rigorous training. Host, Mukin. Realm, Level 20. Talent, Eternal Azure Dragoness. Vitality, 2300 plus. Spirit, 2000 plus. Martial Arts, Water Dragoness Chant Minor Achievement, Thunder Dragoness Wrath Beginner, Lightning Speed Stride Mastery, Cloud Rider Spear Technique Perfection, Ninefold Fist Mastery. Cultivation Technique, Whale Sea Breathing Technique Second Layer, Mastery. Evolution Points, 151. Mukin opened the panel to take a look. The quantified vitality stats allowed him to see his progress at a glance. Although my cultivation speed is nowhere near as fast as gaining points through combat, I'm still leaving countless peers in the dust and far ahead of them. Mukin slowly unwound the bandages, his spirits soaring, and couldn't help but let a faint smile slip onto his face. 3 days of intense training, supplemented by vitality pills, had boosted his vitality by a total of 300 points. That's equivalent to 100 vitality points per day. Among the freshmen at the Imperial Academy, this pace is truly astonishing. Although cultivating breathing techniques doesn't increase spirit strength, the reality is that, aside from a small number of spirit-type martial artists, most students without spirit talent still lag far behind him in spirit strength. A second-tier martial artist needs 1000 vitality to advance 1 level. With a steady supply of vitality pills, I can reach level 29 in 100 days, not far from the third tier. Newton ran the numbers in his head. Just by cultivating the breathing technique alone, he could reach the peak of the second tier in 100 days. Not to mention, he could also go hunting ferocious beasts to accelerate his cultivation. Combining the two, he was bound to achieve an astonishing pace. Truly, a head start now means a lead for all time. So, after finishing the dungeon class and receiving the 3 cultivation techniques, I can start hunting ferocious beasts. Newton pondered for a moment, then changed into his black school uniform, slung the heavy rain and pear blossoms spear over his back, and prepared for class. A true martial artist should regard their weapon as an extension of themselves. Carry your weapon at all times and in all places, be prepared for any contingency. He deduced that the chosen faction wouldn't make a move anytime soon, but he couldn't afford to let his guard down. Above all, one must never entrust one's life to the whims of others. Leaving the villa, Newton followed the guidance of his wristband to a cluster of buildings. Here, handsome men and beautiful women were countless, and the air was thick with an academic atmosphere. Master, the dungeon introduction class is about to begin. Please hurry. Suddenly, his wristband vibrated, and Lulu's prompt came through. Hearing this, Newton quickened his pace and entered a classroom. He scanned the room. The classroom was circular. It was very spacious. It was also equipped with state-of-the-art teaching equipment. However, there were very few people present, only 3 or 4. It's just the start of the semester. New students are all eager to improve their strength. No one wants to attend a Dungeon 101 class. Newton walked to the front row, unsheathed his heavy rain and pear blossoms spear, and laid it across the desk. A few minutes later, a teacher walked in. It was Xing. He was very young and looked quite immature. One might even mistake him for a student. Xing wasn't surprised by the sparse attendance and began. Hello, everyone. I'm Professor Xing. Let us begin our first class, Dungeon General Studies. Where did the dungeon come from? Why did it appear? There are no answers to these questions, but there is a widely accepted theory in academia today. The dungeon is an astronomical phenomenon. It's like a black hole, forcibly connecting 2 worlds together on a 4-dimensional plane. Xing dropped a bombshell right off the bat. How is that possible? Who could possibly stuff one planet inside another? Newton was taken aback, feeling his geographical knowledge shaken to its core. He never imagined the truth would be so outlandish. It was nothing short of a fairy tale. He. Xing watched the students' expressions below the podium with relish. His favorite thing in the world was revealing the truth about the dungeon. The look of disbelief on the students' faces. Although the dungeon is an astronomical phenomenon, it's constantly in motion. So one day, a dungeon entrance might just appear right beneath your feet. Academics generally classify the dungeon into 3 layers: shallow, middle, and deep. The shallow layer is teeming with ferocious beasts, and it's also rich in precious resources. In the middle layer, the situation becomes extremely dangerous. Once activity begins in this layer, you might turn around and encounter warriors from a nation on the other side of Blue Star, completely disregarding Blue Star's geographical boundaries. Xing was deeply engaged in his lecture, using numerous images to create a sense of tension. These unheard of events completely overturned Newton's understanding of the world. An unstoppable thought surfaced in his mind. The inner court of the Imperial Academy must be located within the dungeon. It's not just the Imperial Academy. I suspect the 5 major nations of this planet are also mining the dungeon's resources. This was easy to understand. Blue Star was merely a target of invasion. It didn't produce martial arts resources on its own. So how did it manage to cultivate mid-tier and even high-tier martial artists? There was only one answer left: the dungeon. Teacher, what lies in the deeper layers of the dungeon? Is there really another world there? Suddenly, a male student stood up and asked curiously. Xing nodded and said, Countless martial artists have already found the answer through their own experiences. There is no doubt about it. On the other side of the dungeon lies another world, which we'll provisionally call Ziwei Star. But entering Ziwei Star isn't easy. First, you have to find a passage into the deeper levels. Don't forget that the dungeon is dynamic, so a passage might exist 1 second and vanish the next. After hearing this, the boy asked another question. Teacher, what over on Ziwei Star? Xing smiled slightly. He didn't hesitate to reveal the answer. People. The Ziwei Star is inhabited by humans. Humans just like us. Legend has it that the origins of martial arts on our blue star trace back to the Ziwei Star. Whoa! As soon as those words were spoken, the entire classroom was stunned. The Ziwei Star. That name was etched deep into their minds from that moment on, never to be forgotten. Teacher, since there are people on Ziwei Star, could they use the dungeon to come to our world? Muken, quick-witted, came up with a terrifying possibility and couldn't help but ask. Xing gave him an appreciative look and said, You can rest assured on that point. For the residents of Ziwei Star, the dungeon is just as complex and mysterious as it is for us. If they wanted to come to our world through the dungeon, the obstacles they face would be far greater than what we encounter going to theirs. Alright, that wraps up the first session of our Dungeon 101 class. If you want to know what kind of strange and bizarre beasts inhabit the lower levels of the dungeon, or what characteristics the middle levels have, then sign up for my next class. The first class ended quickly. Even after Xing had left, Muken didn't get up. He muttered to himself. I learned a lot in this class. It feels like my worldview has expanded. It's truly eye-opening. It seems I can't afford to miss Professor Xing's classes from now on. I need to learn more about the inner workings of the dungeon. Chapter 53, Brother Zhang. A freshman mixing with the upperclassmen. After the first class, Luo Zhang, Xiao Xiaoxiao, and the others headed to Elemental Academy together. It really lives up to its reputation as the Imperial Academy, just a single class, and I've already gained so much. That's right. Training in an environment like this is several times faster than before. Too bad we didn't see Brother Zhang. I wonder what he is up to. The group discussed their new insights, each of them brimming with excitement. A teenager standing nearby of medium build, with green hair as vibrant as emerald bamboo, asked curiously. Luo Zhang, who is Brother Zhang? Upon hearing this question, Luo Zhang's eyes lit up with admiration, and he was just about to fill his new friend in. Suddenly, Xiao Xiaoxiao tugged at his sleeve. Confused, Luo Zhang turned to look. He was instantly overjoyed and shouted. Brother Zhang! Brother Zhang! Brother Zhang! After finishing his dungeon class, Muken Li, having gained a great deal, arrived at Elemental Academy, ready to learn the second-tier martial art, Wave Palm. But before he could even enter the classroom, he suddenly heard someone calling his name from behind. He turned to look. In a pessimistic novel, Transfer Station 1, 799414, he realized it was a group of examinees from Jiangnan province. Among them were Qiao Xiaoxiao, Luo Zhang, and others. There were also a few unfamiliar faces. They were probably their friends. There was still a little time before class started. Muken wasn't in a hurry to go in, so he turned around and said, Hello, everyone. How does it feel to be at the Martial Arts University? After all, they all been at the Jiangnan province exam site. They survived the Beast God Cult's attack together. They shared a bond of comradeship forged through life and death experiences. There was no harm in exchanging a few words. After all, he wasn't some madman who made enemies everywhere he went. Wow, Brother Zhang, the Imperial Academy truly lives up to its reputation as the nation's top institution. The competition here is cutthroat. The pressure on students here is immense. Luo Zhang wore a pained expression as he confided. He had originally thought of himself as a genius. He believed that even at the Imperial Academy, he wouldn't fall behind anyone. But once he arrived here, he realized the truth. There were 300 other A-class talents just as outstanding as him. Not to mention the S-class talents, the chosen ones. They were everywhere, as common as dirt. Pressure is what drives you, it's what helps you improve. Mukin smiled at his comical expression. Brother Zhang, are you okay? I heard you got into a conflict with the chosen faction? Xiao Xiaoxiao stepped forward and asked softly. Her eyes were filled with concern. She was worried that Mukin might have acted on impulse and ruined his bright future. It's fine. It's already been resolved. Mukin waved his hand dismissively, speaking in a matter-of-fact tone. In his view, even though they were friends, there was no need to share the details with outsiders. Those who don't know me, what do they expect of me? As long as it's resolved, that's good. We still need to prioritize our studies. The chosen faction is a colossal force, we freshmen can't afford to provoke them. Xiao Xiaoxiao's expression relaxed, and she let out a sigh of relief. She had truly been worried about Mukin. As the group chatted idly, Mukin's wrist suddenly vibrated. Lulu was reminding him that class had started. Everyone, I'm off to class. See you next time. With that, he cut the conversation short, turned, and walked into Elemental Academy. The green-haired boy beside him scratched his head. He glanced at his own wrist and said in puzzlement. That's strange. Why is Brother Zhang going to class? What class did he sign up for? And why didn't my wrist vibrate? Luo Zhang shot him a glance and said excitedly. Little brother, didn't I tell you? Brother Zhang is the only second-tier martial artist in the history of the college entrance exams. He is definitely going to a second-tier class. A second-tier martial artist? Upon hearing this, the green-haired teenager's pupils dilated, and his expression betrayed his unmasked astonishment. They, the pride of the heavens, could become second-tier martial artists within a year of entering the Imperial Academy. But when did Mukin achieve that? During the college entrance exams. The gap couldn't be any wider. Brother Luo, next time you guys have a meal with Brother Zhang, please bring me along. Let this little brother save face. The green-haired teenager's heart stirred, and he said ingratiatingly. Building good relationships with the strong. It was definitely a deal worth making. Dinner? I'd like to treat Brother Zhang to a meal too, but he probably won't have time. Luo Zhang felt a pang of melancholy at the thought. He sensed that inviting Mukin might be difficult. After all, this formidable figure was wholly devoted to the way. Even when attacked by a cult, facing an uncertain fate with the situation unclear, Mukin's true nature remained undisturbed by external influences, unshakable in the slightest. He resolutely chose to break through. Now that he was at the Imperial Academy, he would surely be fully immersed in cultivation and would decline the invitation. Luo Zhang asked himself. Did he really carry enough weight yet? To make Mukin set aside time to waste on social gatherings? Buzz, buzz, buzz. Everyone's wristbands vibrated simultaneously, signaling that class was about to begin. Seeing this, they stopped chatting and filed through the academy gates. The venue for the Wave Palm class wasn't a classroom, but the martial arts training ground. The area was already filled with students. However, these students exuded confidence and composure. They didn't look anything like freshmen who had just entered the academy. These guys are probably all sophomores. Mukin scanned the crowd, forming a guess in his mind. There was a kind of clear-eyed naivety in the freshmen's eyes. The difference between them and the upper was stark. He averted his gaze. He found a spot for himself and waited. Hey, who is that new face? Brother Hu, have you seen that guy before? A group of students sitting in the best spots at the training ground glanced at Mukin and asked curiously. Hu Kai shook his head and said. There are 1,000 sophomores at our school. I don't know all of them by name. How am I supposed to know who he is? Everyone thought that made sense. They didn't give it a second thought. They simply assumed Mukin was an ordinary sophomore. Even though he looked unfamiliar, it never crossed their minds that he was actually a freshman. Quiet. Before anyone saw her, they heard her voice. A commanding female voice, like a clap of spring thunder, echoed throughout the training ground. In an instant, everyone fell silent, not daring to chat anymore. The scene became so quiet you could hear a pin drop. A female instructor wearing a blue robe, her long hair tied in a ponytail, walked into the training ground. Her features were refined, but her gaze was stern, suggesting she was not easy to get along with. She was clearly the kind of teacher who set high standards and was hard to approach. Chiime stepped into the center of the training ground, her deep eyes sweeping the crowd, and said in a cool, clear voice, "I am Chiime. Before I begin teaching wave palm, let me give one final reminder. Students whose talent has nothing to do with the water element would be best off leaving, so as not to waste their time." No one spoke, and no one left. After all, aside from Mukin. The other students were all sophomores. They knew the strengths and weaknesses of their own talents. Naturally, they wouldn't waste their time and energy learning a martial art that was irrelevant to them. Besides, school regulations stipulated that students could only study one martial art at a time. If a martial artist with a fire element talent came to learn wave palm but couldn't master it to perfection, that would be quite a sight. Very well. Today, I will teach you wave palm. Classes will be held once every 7 days to answer your questions. For now, memorize the incantation and the vitality circulation path. Chiime nodded and explained. As her words faded, a screen rapidly unfolded, hovering before the group. Chapter 54, Newcomers? A 10-minute introduction is for newcomers. Meeting little brother Leon. The screen displayed the wave palm cultivation incantation, along with a human-shaped model simulating the flow of vitality. This was modern teaching. The students in the room stared intently at the screen, trying to memorize the content as quickly as possible. Chiime remained impassive as she observed the students' reactions. Soon enough, her gaze swept through the crowd, landing precisely on Mukin, and she thought to herself, to think there's a martial artist who broke through to the second stage before even entering university. The younger generation is truly formidable. As a teacher, Chiime was in the habit of reviewing all her students' profiles before class. Naturally, she had discovered this extraordinary student, Mukin. She made no attempt to hide her interest and observed him closely. Should I spend 50 evolution points to increase my wave palm proficiency? Mukin scanned the technique's flowchart. Instantly, a prompt appeared in his mind. He tapped confirm. In an instant, a flood of information surged into his mind. Without giving anything away, he mastered the basics of the technique. He had successfully learned wave palm. From here on, as long as he had evolution points, he could continue advancing all the way to perfection. Staying here any longer was, for him, a complete waste of time. So Mukin stepped out of the crowd without hesitation and said respectfully to Chiime, "Teacher, I've mastered the basics of wave palm. May I leave now?" Although he had mastered the basics of wave palm, he still had to respect his teacher. He couldn't just leave the training ground without a word. Such behavior would be far too arrogant. What? How long has it even been, and he has already mastered the basics of wave palm? Are you kidding me? None of you even know him. He is just putting on a show. Even I, with my rank talent, the eight-eyed toad, have only grasped 10% of it. How could he possibly have mastered the basics already? Mukin's words sent shockwaves through the training ground. The second-year seniors were filled with doubt and pointed fingers at him. Even a heaven's favored one with an exceptional talent. Couldn't he possibly learn a second-tier martial art in just 10 minutes? Martial arts require a great deal of time for contemplation and practice before they can be mastered. He clearly didn't practice it. He just watched the vitality flow diagram once and mastered wave palm? Chiime remained silent. Her gaze was piercing as she fixed her eyes on Mukin, trying to find any sign of deception. But there was none. Mukin looked completely at ease, his eyes showing not a trace of insincerity or concealment. Seeing him so confident and assured, Shiime couldn't help but be impressed. It seems he has truly mastered the basics of wave poem. He really is a true genius. Besides, testing whether it was real or not was quite simple. One demonstration would tell all. Shiime nodded and said, "Alright, demonstrate wave poem once so I can assess your skill level." As soon as she finished speaking, a wooden dummy rose from the ground. All the sophomore students present turned their gaze toward Mukin. They were gloating, ready to watch the show. He can't possibly have really mastered the wave poem, can he? But there were also students whose eyes flashed with surprise and doubt. Yes, Mukin replied, then walked calmly toward the wooden dummy. First, he gently bent his wrist inward, then channeled his vitality. Suddenly, he struck forward, flipping his palm. Instantly, a dazzling blue light burst from his palm, like an unending wave that engulfed the wooden dummy. There was a thunderous boom. The wooden dummy exploded on the spot, scattering fragments across the floor. He has actually mastered the basics of wave poem. What kind of prodigy is this? Good grief, his talent is so strong, why don't I remember him at all? Yeah, maybe he is not a sophomore after all, but a junior? Look at how green he looks, there's no way he is a college student. You're the one who looks like a junior to me. The students present were speechless, utterly stunned. A performance like this. Clearly, it couldn't be faked. They had truly broadened their horizons today. Someone had actually mastered a second-tier martial art in just 10 minutes. And without any practice he learned it after watching it just once. His movements are spot on, and his vitality flow is very smooth. That was a perfect wave palm strike. Shiime nodded repeatedly, praising him. She had mastered the perfect level of wave palm. Not to mention that her own cultivation realm was higher than Mukin's. Therefore, she could discern the power and subtlety contained within that single palm strike. She couldn't help but raise her assessment of Mukin to a whole new level. Very good. You may leave now. If you have any questions, come back to class in 7 days, and I'll answer them for you then. Shiime kept her word and didn't force Mukin to stay. There was no need. Even the second-year students hadn't mastered the basics yet. She had dozens of students to teach. She couldn't give Mukin special, one-on-one instruction. So keeping him there would be a complete waste of his time. Yes, thank you, teacher. After expressing his thanks, Mukin left the classroom without the slightest hesitation. I wonder what level his wave palm will have reached by the time I see him next. Shiime thought to herself as she watched him walk away. Next, I'll head to the physical academy. I wonder how much true scale art will boost my physical strength. Mukin made up his mind and headed toward the physical academy. Today, he had brought his wave palm up to the entry-level stage. This would prevent him from losing his spear in combat, and avoid the awkwardness of not having a second-tier melee martial art. As for the ninefold fist, it was nowhere near as compatible with the eternal azure dragon as the wave palm. Even at the perfect stage, its power couldn't compare to that of the wave palm. After he left, the classroom was buzzing with excitement. All the second-year students were discussing Mukin. Shiime's expression turned cold as she snapped. Quiet. Your minds are unfocused. What kind of example are you setting by making such a racket? The aura of a fifth-tier martial artist erupted suddenly, sweeping across the training ground. The second-year students' hearts skipped a beat. They all fell silent, daring not to chat any further. Since you're all so curious about Mukin's status, I'll tell you, he is a freshman. Look at how pathetic you are. You've been at the Imperial Academy for a year, yet you're still no better than a freshman. During my lecture, anyone who gets distracted or slacks off will be kicked out of the classroom. Shiime spoke sternly and without mercy. But the sophomore students could no longer take it in. Their heads were buzzing. All that remained was shock. A freshman. Mukin is actually a freshman. a freshman who just enrolled. How could he be taking a second-tier martial art class? There's only one answer. He is a second-tier martial artist. No wonder he mastered wave palm in just 10 minutes. Such talent and comprehension are truly mind-boggling. 20 minutes later, Newkin arrived at the Physical Academy. The buildings at the Physical Academy were rugged, and the air carried a faint medicinal scent. But the number of people here far exceeded that of the Elemental Academy. It was absolutely teeming with people. Among the three major talents of martial artists, physical talent is the most common, elemental talent comes second, and spirit talent is the rarest. Newkin followed Lulu's lead toward the classroom. But halfway there, he spotted someone he hadn't expected to see yet who made perfect sense. At the same time, that person saw him and immediately tensed up. It was Leon. And Logan, who was following him. The Imperial Academy is so huge, how did I end up running into this idiot? Newkin's eyes remained calm as he watched Leon, who looked as if he were facing a formidable enemy. Chapter 55, Psychological Warfare. Leon's Challenge. Stay away from him. Amid the sea of people. Across the crowded throng, the two brothers' gazes locked. Brother! Leon clenched his fists and glared fiercely at Newkin. All he received in return was calm. Always as still as a well. Never wavering. He hated those eyes with a passion. It made him, Leon, look like a fool. Newkin averted his gaze, having no intention of acknowledging this little brother. Newkin! You're arrogant and reckless. Do you really think that just because you luckily won the national championship, you can abandon even your family ties? You're truly a heartless and ungrateful person. But unexpectedly, Leon suddenly bellowed. His voice was thunderous, carrying far and wide, causing many students to turn their heads. Curious glances turned toward the two brothers. Newkin let out a scoff, his laughter dripping with contempt. Ignoring Leon, he turned to Logan, shook his head, and said, Logan, you're a senior who has gone through the college entrance exams, yourself a genius who fought your way through the fierce competition. How can you willingly act as a lackey for an idiot? Is this your martial spirit? Is this what you're striving for in the martial arts? The best strategy is to outwit the enemy. Attacking the mind is paramount. Newkin was certain Logan wouldn't dare attack him again. If he dared, it would be the perfect chance to avenge the last time. This wasn't the cramped admissions office. He had plenty of space to unleash his rainstorm and pear blossom spear technique. Doesn't this kid fear death? How dare he offend a senior? Even the national top scorer needs time to grow. Senior students are mostly third-tier martial artists. Their strength and connections far surpass those of a freshman like him. He must be tired of living. Fight! 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 Hurry up and fight! A provocation. A freshman openly provoking a senior. The students watching the spectacle all gasped in shock. Damn it, he is trying to provoke me into fighting again. Logan, standing nearby, instantly turned pale with anger. He silently regretted it. He hadn't pulled Leon away right away. As a result, this idiot had gone and verbally provoked Newkin. After all, he'd already been beaten by Newkin before. No matter how clueless he was, he didn't want to mess with this kid right now. So no matter how annoyed Logan was, he had to suppress his anger. Let us go. Don't get into a fight with him, it's not the right time yet. Leon was only a first-tier martial artist. In terms of strength, he was no match for Logan. He was literally dragged away. He looked at his older brother, then felt the stares of countless people upon him. Suddenly, a surge of defiance welled up inside him, and he shouted, Newkin, just you wait, I'll definitely beat you in the freshman tournament. But Newkin had already turned and walked away, not even bothering to respond. Even before entering the Imperial Academy, he had already realized one thing. His true rival was Violet. Leon was a non-threat. He wouldn't amount to anything. He was nothing more than a pig kept by that woman with her twisted need for control. After Logan and Leon left the physical academy, Logan finally let go of Leon and said coldly, "From now on, whenever you see him, stay far away from him and don't go provoking him again." Leon pouted and said discontentedly, "Senior, what are you afraid of? I've got my fourth sister backing me up. There's absolutely no reason to be afraid of him." Veins bulged on Logan's forehead as he said, exasperated, "What am I afraid of? I'm afraid you'll get played to death by him without even knowing what hit you." Leon said nothing more. He let out a cold laugh, a dismissive chuckle, to express his dissatisfaction. Damn it, these two brothers, how come one's as dumb as a pig while the other's a cunning devil? Seeing his arrogant demeanor, Logan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. His mood turned sour. He didn't bother saying anything else. He simply dragged Leon away. Logan didn't dare lay a hand on me again. It seems the chosen faction really does have some reservations. They don't dare blatantly violate school rules. Mukin felt a hint of regret but also grew more vigilant. An enemy like Leon, arrogant and reckless, wasn't scary. What was scary was an enemy like Violet, who thought things through before acting and planned her moves carefully. "But you want to train Leon to defeat me in the freshman tournament? That's just a pipe dream." A cold gleam flashed in Leon's eyes. He wasn't afraid of this brother and sister. Once he defeated Leon, Violet would be next. Ha! The classroom is so crowded. Upon entering the classroom, Mukin noticed that the number of students studying true scale art far exceeded those studying wave palm at least twice as many. Moreover, the classroom wasn't a martial arts training hall. The floor was paved with blue bricks, and meditation cushions were arranged throughout. Numerous animal specimens were also displayed around the room. These animals looked lifelike, with every detail perfectly capturing their appearance in life. Mukin found an empty spot, sat cross-legged, and waited quietly for class to begin. A few minutes passed. A muscular male teacher walked in from outside. He was tall and imposing. His thick brown hair lay flat against his scalp, and his gaze was as sharp as a wild beast's. After scanning the room, he spoke slowly. "My name is Lin E. Today, I'll be teaching true scale art. Students whose talent lacks scales should leave immediately. Don't waste your time." The name was a bit odd, but not exceptionally so. Mukin had heard that some martial artists, after awakening their talent, rename themselves based on their talent's characteristics. This teacher Linny was likely no exception. Seeing that no one was leaving, Linny nodded and got straight to the point, pointing at a fish specimen and saying, "Scales, these are the armor animals used to protect themselves." As the name suggests, the true scale art involves cultivating a layer of scales to defend oneself. Having said that, without moving a muscle, vitality surged from the pores of his skin. At first, this vitality appeared as an ethereal mist. But the moment it emerged from his pores, it rapidly solidified into round scales, one by one. You must remember this, although it's called true scale art, it is by no means about turning a person into an animal that would be putting the cart before the horse. After warning his students, Linny warned them, then released the true scale art. Outwardly, he showed not the slightest sign of strain. It seemed the vitality consumed during the demonstration was merely a drop in the bucket. Having said that, Linny also opened a light screen. In addition to the incantation, there was a small figure demonstrating the body forging process. Do you wish to spend 50 evolution points to increase your true scale art proficiency? As soon as Mukin finished reading the incantation, a prompt sounded in his mind. He didn't hesitate for a moment. He immediately chose to upgrade. In the blink of an eye, a flood of memories surged into his brain. Unlike before, he felt a tingling sensation spreading through his body. His skin itched intensely. It felt as if something were trying to break through his skin. Alright, body forging techniques are different from martial arts relying purely on insight. 1T spare you the pain. If you want to achieve twice the result with half the effort, then I recommend this series of elixirs. Images of various elixirs appeared on the light screen. Linny, standing on the stage, suddenly let out a sly smile. It was a very cunning smile, completely at odds with his fierce appearance. I've already obtained the true scale art. All that's left is the final technique, meteor meditation. Nukin glanced at them and immediately lost interest. That's because all the elixirs cost credits. He'd only been at the academy for a few days. He hadn't completed a single quest yet. Naturally, he was penniless and didn't have a single credit to his name. Chapter 56, Mengqiu, The Dangers of Meteor Meditation. The key to the true scale art lies in whether your talent is a good match. If you master it to perfection, there are even more advanced techniques waiting for you. For example, the third-tier true scale armor, the mid-tier earth dragon body tempering art, the high-tier heavenly dragon invincible body, and so on. The options are vast. However, the path of body tempering is extremely painful. It's hard for ordinary people to endure. If you want to improve your efficiency, elixirs are indispensable. Just one elixir can save you 10 days of training. What does that mean? 10 days less of suffering. A whole 10 days. Linny spoke eloquently from the stage, vigorously promoting the elixirs. This time, Nukin didn't leave early. He didn't know much about body forging martial arts. He was eager to hear Lin's explanation. As it turned out, Linny spent more than half the class time simply peddling elixirs. It left everyone speechless. Hearing this, many second-year students showed signs of interest in their eyes. There were even some impatient ones who had already placed orders through their wristbands. Classmates, the more elixirs, the better. Those who haven't bought any yet, hurry up and get them. I have a little insider tip to share with you all for free. The 8 treasure pill, which is most effective for cultivating the true scale art, has a severe shortage of its main ingredients. If you don't buy it now, the price will skyrocket in a short while. I guarantee you'll regret it. Don't come back to me then, blaming me for not warning you. Linny went on and on, making it sound like an opportunity not to be missed. At that point, nearly all the students couldn't resist and placed orders for the elixirs. The key point is, after they tried cultivating the true scale art, they discovered that practicing this body forging technique was truly excruciating. The process felt like having their tendons torn and bones broken. Most people, on their first attempt, would contort their faces in agony within 5 minutes and be forced to stop. Could it be that Linny has a financial stake in these pills? Perhaps he himself controls the distribution of some of these body forging pills. Nukin watched Linny's enthusiastic sales pitch, speculating to himself. A mid-tier martial artist wasn't cheap. Without some financial incentive, it would obviously be difficult to win him over. But that had nothing to do with Nukin, anyway. World Weary Erxi Phi Car Special 179436164. Whether it was cultivating martial arts or cultivation techniques, it wasn't a problem for him. As long as he had evolution points, he could save himself countless troubles. 10 minutes later, this physical training session, part lecture, part sales pitch, finally came to an end. All the students poured out of the classroom, ready to return to their dorms to take their elixirs and practice. Nukin left the physical academy and headed straight for the final stop, the spiritual academy. He walked down a tree-lined path. When he reached the end, several isolated buildings came into view. Compared to the physical and elemental academies, the spiritual academy was virtually deserted. Only a few students were coming and going. Among themselves, they maintained an unspoken agreement to keep their distance. As expected, spirit-type martial artists are extremely rare. They're practically the pandas of the martial arts world. Nukin glanced around but had no interest in chatting with anyone. He headed straight for the classroom. A few minutes later, Mukin entered a classroom where the windows were covered by thick curtains, leaving the room so dim he couldn't see his hand in front of his face. Can we even have class in such darkness? Just as he was thinking this, a candle flame flickered to life in the darkness. Behind the flame, a woman's face was illuminated. She wore a veil that concealed most of her features, revealing only a pair of crystal clear eyes. Those eyes were clear and transparent, as if capable of seeing straight into one's heart, drawing people in irresistibly. "You're here. Have a seat." A gentle voice rang out. Mukin stepped up to the candlelight and asked hesitantly, "Are you teacher Mingqiu?" She nodded. Click. All the lights in the classroom came on. Now Mukin could see Mingqiu clearly. She was wearing a black robe that covered her entire body, and a crystal ball sat on the desk. She certainly didn't look like a teacher. She was clearly a charlatan who read fortunes on the street. So there were lights after all, and that click sounded so close. Could the switch be right at her feet? Mukin was left speechless by this whole routine. He couldn't help but feel that this teacher had a very peculiar personality. Rumor has it that out of 10 spirit element martial artists, 9 are neurotic, and the remaining one is insane. Now it seemed there was some truth to that rumor after all. People always think spirit element martial artists are mysterious. It's rare for a student to sign up for my class, so I didn't want to scare you. I was just teasing you a bit. Mingqiu seemed somewhat pleased with herself, her smile curving like the moon. She was truly beautiful. Mukin sat down, putting the little incident behind him, and asked curiously, "Teacher, are there no other students in class today besides me?" Mingqiu had nothing to hide and answered frankly, "Very few. Across the last 4 cohorts of spirit-type martial artists, there are no more than 100 in total. Moreover, a single meditation technique is enough to last a very long time. The Imperial Academy currently has 4,000 students. Among them, spirit element martial artists don't even add up to a full 100. Even if you include the 10 great martial arts universities, the total likely won't exceed 300 or 400. This shows that within a single generation, spirit element martial artists make up only a few % of the population." "I see. Thank you, teacher, for clearing that up." With this explanation, Mukin had an epiphany. He gained a deeper appreciation for just how rare spirit-type martial artists were. "Come, place your palm on the crystal ball. I'm going to test the strength of your spirit power." Mingqiu's voice carried a hint of anticipation as she began the pre-class test. This crystal ball must be a special instrument for testing a martial artist's spirit power. Mukin came from a small town and had never seen anything like this before. But he could guess what it was for. He reached out his hand and gently placed it on top of the crystal ball. The surface of the crystal ball was cool and smooth, feeling like green stone from a mountain valley. But in essence, it was more like a magnet. The moment Mukin touched it, the spirit power from between his eyebrows overflowed uncontrollably and flowed into the crystal ball. Inside the crystal ball, a white glow began to emanate. The light slowly extended, forming 2 peculiar streaks of light. Once the streaks took shape, they immediately stopped drawing spirit power from Mukin. "Second-tier spirit power. Have you practiced meditation before?" Mingqiu watched the changes inside the crystal ball, a look of surprise flashing in her eyes. She hadn't expected it. A freshman's spirit power could actually reach the 2nd tier. This young man undoubtedly possessed an exceptionally strong spirit-type talent. No. Mukin shook his head. He hadn't cultivated spirit power. He relied purely on attribute points. You have good talent. You can practice meteor meditation. Go back and practice. As soon as you feel the visualization taking shape, come find me immediately. I'll act as your guardian." Mingqiu was overjoyed. She gained another student. She pulled a small booklet from under the table. On the cover was a single line of text, "Meteor meditation." "Guardian? Teacher, is there some danger involved in practicing visualization techniques? Upon hearing this, Mukin paused mid-motion, his hand hovering in the air without picking up the booklet. If there were dangers, he'd have to consider whether to practice meteor meditation at all. After all, with the Deep Blue system, he could strengthen his spirit power without practicing any cultivation techniques. It would simply mean he'd lack more powerful spirit attack methods. But compared to soul damage, it wouldn't matter if he lacked a few techniques. Chapter 57, Horror. Ever since I was born, my father has wanted to kill me. The first time you practice visualization techniques, a large number of memory fragments will surface, and beginners are generally affected by them. If no one is there to protect you and guide you out of the memory illusion, the consequences range from damage to your spirit power at best to soul trauma and a withered spirit at worst. Therefore, do not rush to form the visualization. It's easy to harm yourself. Mengqiu didn't hold anything back, laying out all the dangers. Cultivating the visualization technique. Breaking free from the illusory realm of memories. Gaining a moment of clarity within the soul to shape the form. This is the first major hurdle for spirit system martial artists. In the terminology of the Purple Microcosm sect, it's also known as the Heart Demon Gate. In that case, please act as my guardian, master. Mukin took the booklet. He scanned it at a glance. He flipped through it quickly. Go back and find some more videos to deepen your understanding of flying stars. That way. Mengqiu was speaking at length, sharing her cultivation insights to help her student avoid taking unnecessary detours. Little did she know. Mukin set down the booklet and said calmly, Teacher, I've already mastered the basics of the visualization technique. Mengqiu's voice stopped abruptly. Her beautiful eyes scanned Mukin, filled with surprise and doubt. After a long moment, she took a deep breath, reached out, and touched Mukin's brow, saying, All right, then begin visualizing the flying stars. I'll act as your guardian. Someone as gentle as she was would never threaten a student. But since Mukin had dared to lie, to toy with her, he naturally had to be disciplined. All right. Mukin's expression remained unchanged. He tilted his chin slightly upward, as if gazing up at the starry sky. He closed his eyes, gathered his thoughts, and his mind went completely dark. Nothing at all. This was a state of complete clarity of mind, pure thoughts, undisturbed by external influences. Suddenly, a shooting star streaked across the night sky, radiating endless light. This light shone down, pouring into Mukin's brow center, strengthening his soul. Has he truly entered the realm? Mengqiu sensed the stirrings in Mukin's brow center and was utterly shocked. Martial arts test 1's insight. Physical training tests 1's endurance. But the meditation technique is the most mysterious of all. It tests 1's spirituality. Spirituality is a metaphysical concept. There has never been a correct answer. After all, no one can answer the question, what is the soul? Though it is an illusion created by meditation, it can strengthen the soul. The path of spiritual power is truly profound. Mukin was completely oblivious to the outside world. He was completely immersed in the visualization practice. The imagined starlight seemed to conceal some kind of power. As he continued to absorb it, memories hidden deep within his soul gradually surfaced. A sudden realization struck Mukin. He opened his eyes, his mind filled with confusion. He didn't see Mengqiu. Nor was he in the classroom. Instead, before him was an unfamiliar white ceiling. Where am I? Mukin looked around in confusion. Several nurses were bustling about. Besides them, there were many infants lying in cribs. This environment seemed to be a hospital. Are these memories from when I was an infant? Mukin found the answer and was instantly taken aback. He hadn't expected that practicing a meditation technique could actually bring back memories from infancy. After all, as the brain develops, memories from infancy naturally fade away. Memories from this period were most likely reconstructed later in life, added by himself. Strange, why did I recall this memory? Newkin felt baffled, yet there was nothing he could do. After all, as an infant, he was helpless. Tap, tap, tap. A set of footsteps echoed. A figure he recognized well approached Baron. At this point, Baron was still quite young, in his early 30s. He picked up Newkin, his eyes devoid of any tenderness, only hatred. What's going on? I've just been born, what reason could he possibly have to hate me? Newkin's heart tightened instantly, and a hint of anxiety crept in. He suspected that his soul, which had been wounded in his memories. It was highly likely that his soul had also been wounded. This was the danger of practicing visualization techniques. You're finally here. As long as I kill you, everything. Baroness' face contorted into a hideous grimace. He reached out and clamped his hand around Newkin's neck. He muttered words that a baby couldn't possibly understand, their meaning unclear. Even a tiger doesn't eat its own cubs. What is this old man trying to do? Newkin was overcome with shock and rage. His neck felt as if it were being squeezed by iron pincers, and he couldn't breathe. Let us ask ourselves, how can a newborn infant possibly stand up to an adult? The answer is simple. There is no way. Baron was serious. He truly intended to kill Newkin, so he used all his strength enough to snap his neck. It wouldn't take 3 seconds. Newkin would suffocate to death. No. Whether this is an illusion or reality, you can't kill me. In the midst of despair, a surge of power erupted within Newkin. This power transformed into a shooting star, illuminating the spirit world. Flying star. In an instant, a massive surge of spirit power gushed forth. It transformed into a beam of starlight. It struck Baron right between the eyes. With a loud boom, everything shattered. Newkin opened his eyes and saw a pair of eyes filled with concern. He knew he had broken free from the memory illusion. But at that moment, he was truly, utterly exhausted. His whole body was soaked in sweat. Host, Newkin. Realm, Level 20. Talent, Eternal Azure Dragon S. Vitality, 2000. Spirit, 400-2000. Martial Arts, Water Dragon S Chant Minor Achievement, Thunder Dragon S Wrath Beginner, Lightning Speed Stride Mastery, Wave Palm Beginner. Cultivation Techniques, Whale Sea Breathing Technique Second Layer, Perfection, True Scale Art Beginner, Meteor Meditation Beginner. Evolution Points, 1. Newkin opened the panel and felt his heart sink. This illusion. It had actually consumed 1,600 spirit points. Clearly, the danger was immense. The slightest misstep could have damaged his soul. The only piece of good news. His spirit power cap hadn't decreased. He could simply find an opportunity to allocate more points once he left the classroom. Are you okay? What memory did you recall that caused such a strong reaction? Meng Qiu massaged the center of Newkin's forehead to ease his discomfort. Teacher, was the illusion real? Could it have been fabricated? Looking at Meng Qiu, who was just inches away, Newkin felt a wave of warmth wash over him. But he didn't explain. This illusion was far too bizarre. He couldn't make head or tail of it. His mind was filled with countless questions. A memory illusion is also known as a demon of the mind. It's the fear buried deepest in your memory, and of course, it's something that actually happened. Meng Qiu paused to think for a moment before speaking. A real memory. Newkin's heart lurched. He couldn't believe it. So that was it. From the very moment he was born. Baron. No. The Zheng family had wanted to kill him. Why on earth would they want to kill me? Baron is a martial artist, not some punk or delinquent. They had the means to raise me. In the age of martial artists, population was of the utmost importance. Every country strictly prohibited abandonment. It was a grave crime. Not to mention infanticide. Baron, why would you rather risk the death penalty than let me live? And in my memories, I don't see Leon. What's going on here? Mukin prided himself on having lived 2 lifetimes. His resolve was unshakable. But today, his mind was in turmoil. Countless questions flooded his mind one after another, and he desperately sought answers. Chapter 58, Rage. Even a tiger doesn't devour its own young. My cousin's ambush. Calm down. Mengqiu suddenly barked. The sound was like an ancient temple bell. Profound and resonant, it cleansed the soul and soothed the restlessness of the heart. Thank you, Teacher Mengqiu. Mukin exhaled a breath of stale air. His jumbled thoughts dissipated, and clarity returned to his eyes. A wave of fear washed over him. He had nearly gotten himself stuck in a dead end with no way out. He felt even more grateful for Mengqiu's repeated acts of help. Although I don't know what you've been thinking about, the past is merely a prologue. Don't dwell on it. One must live in the present. Once you've gained enough strength one day, it won't be too late to settle the score then. Mengqiu reached out from beneath her black robe. Her slender, white fingers resembled lotus root segments. Between her fingertips was a wax-sealed pill. This Qingling pill can help you focus your mind and restore your spirit power. Consider it compensation for my failure to protect you properly. Mukin had intended to refuse. After all, it was his own failure to guard his mind properly that had led to the attack by his inner demon and his defeat. The fault did not lie with Mengqiu. But refusing such a kind gesture would have seemed abrupt. He accepted the pill with both hands and expressed his sincere gratitude. Thank you, Master, for coming to my aid. I will surely repay this favor in the future. Mengqiu nodded, withdrew her arm, and said, For the next few days, just rest in your dorm. If you have any questions about practicing meteor meditation, come find me at the Spiritual Academy. Mukin knew it was time to leave. He stood up, bowed in gratitude, put the pill away, and left the classroom. As he stepped through the door, there was a click. The light suddenly went out. The room was once again pitch black. Teacher Mengqiu is a good person. As for her peculiar preference for darkness, that's not really a problem. Mukin's heart was filled with gratitude, and he refrained from making any unfounded assumptions. He left the Spiritual Academy. He returned to his dormitory. Once he was in a safe place, he finally spent his last few evolution points to replenish his spirit power. Instantly, the swelling between his eyebrows subsided, and the pain gradually faded away. Although I don't know why Baron wanted to kill me, one thing is certain, the Zhang family is utterly deranged, and this was premeditated. Mukin rubbed the bridge of his nose. His face betrayed a grim fury. He had no choice but to accept a cruel truth. The Zhang family wanted him dead. As it turned out now, that beast horde from his childhood, the Zhang family abandoning him, wasn't an accident. It was likely premeditated. Now it seemed clear. From the day he was born, his family had wanted to kill him. Just how crazy is Baron? Just how twisted must he be to want to kill his own child with his own hands? I'll have to pay closer attention to anything related to my memories from now on. To unravel the mysteries of the past, there's, of course, one other way: ask Baron directly. Also, how many people actually know about this? Does Chen Ai know? Do those 3 sisters know? Or does everyone know, and I'm the only one being kept in the dark? Mukin was filled with confusion as he delved into the details. He couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. But a few seconds later, Mukin smiled a grim, icy smile, devoid of any warmth. He slowly clenched his fist, then slowly unclenched it, as if he'd just crushed something. Although he couldn't understand the Zhang family's motives, his resolve remained unshakable. All his fears and doubts transformed, in that moment, into a murderous intent toward the Zhang family. He was absolutely determined to get to the bottom of this. He would not let them off the hook. The next day, having recovered, Mukin said to Lulu, "Lulu, show me how to obtain a dungeon pass." Lulu heard the command. She skipped and hopped over to him. Giggling, she tossed him a light screen. This time, there was very little information, just 3 main points. Dungeon Pass Trial, clear a region of ferocious beasts. Requires a second-tier martial artist. Dungeon Pass Trial, capture a second-tier fugitive requires a second-tier martial artist. Dungeon Pass Trial, serve in the city guard for 4 months requires a second-tier martial artist. Newkin skimmed through them and already had a general idea. The Dungeon Pass trials were divided into 3 types. The first was hunting ferocious beasts, the second was capturing fugitives, and the third was enlisting in the military. As things stood, the first option, hunting ferocious beasts, suited him best. It allowed him to complete missions and earn evolution points at the same time, making it the obvious choice. Master, to obtain the Dungeon Pass, you must complete 2 different types of missions. The system will assign them after you accept the quest. Lulu popped up to remind him. Upon hearing this condition, Newkin furrowed his brow. His gaze wandered between the second and third options. The city guard's duty was to safeguard the city as security. They typically stood watch on the city walls and had little opportunity to hunt ferocious beasts, not what Newkin had in mind. Thanks to a century of martial arts development, the humans of Blue Star were no longer frail. The first thing a martial saint did upon emerging into the world was often to plow through the land. Although ferocious beasts had strong reproductive capabilities, being plowed through time and again had caused their numbers and quality to decline significantly. The powerful ones had retreated into dungeons, hiding underground and biding their time. Therefore, unless a dungeon uprising triggered a massive wave of beasts, they would no longer pose a threat to the city's very survival. Besides, 4 months is too long, it's a complete waste of time. After careful consideration, Newkin ruled out the city guard option. First, the 2 places on Blue Star with large populations of ferocious beasts are the Deep Sea and the dungeons. The Deep Sea is one of Blue Star's few off-limits zones, home to countless ferocious beasts and exceptionally dangerous. For an ordinary martial artist to venture into the depths of the ocean is simply to become a meal for those beasts. Even someone as powerful as a martial saint wouldn't dare venture recklessly into the depths of the ocean. Since the ocean is out of the question, and I absolutely must obtain the Dungeon Pass, my only option is to hunt down fugitives. Newkin weighed the pros and cons. He decided to accept the first and second missions. Whether now or in the future, he would have to consider entering the dungeon. Without a pass, he didn't even know where the dungeon was. Although the dungeon was dangerous, the risks came with potential rewards. The dungeon was teeming with ferocious beasts. For him, that meant a massive haul of evolution points. Not to mention that the depths of the dungeon connected to another planet. Once a martial artist learned of the existence of the purple microplanet, no one could suppress their curiosity. They simply must explore that mysterious world. Lulu, accept the quest to eliminate the ferocious beasts, as well as the one to capture the fugitives. Newkin ordered. His voice carried an unquestionable resolve. Having uncovered just the tip of the iceberg of his past, he was desperate to become stronger. Without strength, he could never uncover the truth. Understood. I'll request the quests for my master right away. Lulu closed its eyes, its tail swaying gently as if communicating with the system. After quite a while, it opened its eyes, which sparkled with excitement. With a wave of its little paw, it refreshed the information on the light screen. Mission 1, assist Tingja village in clearing the area around Luoying Mountain of ferocious beasts. Reward, 50 credits, 100,000 dragon country coins. Mission 2, eliminate the fugitive Zhaogan, who is on the run in the Luoying Mountain area. Reward, 50 credits, 100,000 dragon country coins. After reviewing the missions and the rewards, Newkin felt a little better. Fortunately, both missions were in the same area. He'd been worried they might be in completely opposite directions. If that had been the case, he would have wasted a lot of time just traveling back and forth. Although I don't have any credits, I have 1 million Dragon Country coins in my account, enough to cover my expenses. Plus, if I run short on funds, I can always trade vitality pills for money. Mukin placed an order to purchase a range of gear and supplies in preparation for. The Zhang family would host lavish banquets for guests from all over, basking in festive cheer and throwing parties for over 10 days straight. Yet he alone was locked in his room. Forget sitting down to a proper meal, he wasn't even allowed to step outside his room, and was forced to eat cold leftovers. The Zhangs and the Chens are in cahoots, and Chen Hongji is the Chen family's heir apparent. If he is coming to see me now, it's definitely not to catch up, he has ulterior motives. It's highly likely Violet sent him. He probably only has a vague understanding of my feud with Zhangs, so I'll turn the tables on him and eliminate one of Violet's lackeys first. Mukin's mind raced. In the blink of an eye, he had already figured out Chen Hongji's true intentions. A flash of murderous intent crossed his eyes, but on the surface, he spoke warmly. Cousin Hongji, it's been a long time. So you're a student at the Imperial Academy too? I wonder if I could ask you to teach me some martial arts. Upon hearing this, Chen Hongji was instantly puzzled. He thought, Mukin's attitude doesn't seem bad at all? He didn't seem at all like someone who'd fallen out with his family. Although he hadn't seen Mukin very often, he remembered his cousin as being quite quiet. That makes sense. After all, we're family. How could he possibly turn his back on the family and become an enemy? I think Mukin is just going through a rebellious phase. He is just letting his emotions get the better of him for the moment. My cousin is also making a mountain out of a molehill. Why does she insist I interfere with my cousin's mission? Isn't she just trying to make me fall out with him? Chen Hongji imagined all sorts of scenarios in his head and found it rather amusing. He brushed it all off as the Zhang siblings' childish antics. He patted his chest and said magnanimously, "Of course I can. I'm your cousin. If you have any questions, let us head to the training grounds and I'll teach you." He knew Mukin was the national top scorer and the first student to reach the second tier on the college entrance exam. But so what? Chen Hongji had been at the Imperial Academy for a year and was already a mid-second tier martial artist. He'd spent the past year training tirelessly. That was more than enough to put him far ahead of Mukin. Since Mukin is so sensible, I'll hold back to 70% of my strength and injure him a bit, enough to keep him bedridden for 7 or 8 days. Chen Hongji narrowed his eyes, hatching his own little scheme. They'd go to the dueling arena for a sparring match. If he accidentally injured Mukin, he wouldn't offend him too deeply, and it would perfectly fulfill his cousin's request. A perfect 2 birds with 1 stone. He took the bait. Just as I thought, a naive and foolish college student. Mukin instantly realized his suspicions were correct. After all, family matters shouldn't be aired in public. Baron might be crazy, but he wasn't stupid enough to go around broadcasting that he wanted to kill his own son. Otherwise, he would have been arrested long ago. Besides, Mukin hadn't yet completely severed ties with the Zhang family. It made perfect sense that the Chen family didn't know about this. As it happens, I've recently hit a plateau in my training, so I appreciate your guidance, cousin. Mukin smiled. He headed to the training grounds with Chen Hongji. As they walked along, the two chatted non-stop, acting like close brothers, the elder friendly, the younger respectful. It was as if they were truly a pair of brothers with a close bond. The Imperial Academy strictly forbids students from fighting one another without authorization. Violators face severe punishment, unless it happens in designated areas, such as classrooms, training grounds, or competition rings. No matter how much Mukin wanted to beat Chen Hongji to a pulp, he'd have to wait until they reached the training grounds to act. The two arrived at the training grounds. The area was open and unobstructed. Rectangular areas were paved with blue bricks and surrounded by ropes, forming the training rings. There were hundreds of such rings here. Quite a few martial artists were sparring. There were also students on assignments, serving as referees. "Cousin, come on, get up on the ring and spar with your older cousin." Chen Hongji stepped onto the ring first, speaking with great confidence. He clearly intended to give Mukin a lesson. Just as Mukin was about to step onto the ring, he suddenly remembered something and said with a look of realization. "Sorry, older cousin, I almost forgot I've got a mission to complete, so I have to go do that first." With that, Mukin prepared to turn and leave. Wait a minute. Chen Hongji wasn't about to let this opportunity slip away. He hurriedly called out to him. "What's the matter, cousin? Breaking a mission contract means losing credits, and I don't have any credits to spare. I really can't do it today. Let us fight another day." Mukin looked troubled, waved his hands repeatedly, and stepped down from the ring. Seeing that he didn't seem to be faking it and was really about to walk away, Chen Hongji suddenly panicked and shouted, "How many credits will the penalty be? I'll cover it for you, cousin." He had no choice but to panic. Completing missions takes a lot of time. God only knows how long it would take Mukin to go and come back. By the time Mukin returned from his mission, his strength would have increased even further. What used to take only 70% of his power to inflict serious injuries. But in a little while, he'd probably need to use 100% of his strength. He absolutely wouldn't give Mukin the time or opportunity to develop and grow unhindered. "Cousin, there's no need for that. You work hard to earn your credits, why give them to me? I'll just go do more missions." Mukin waved his hands repeatedly, clearly refusing to accept charity. As he spoke, he quickened his pace, determined not to accept a single credit. "Damn it! I can't let this kid get away. Otherwise, who knows when I'll be able to catch him next." Chen Hongji, frantic, ran down from the arena, blocked Mukin's path, and showered him with flattery. He was even willing to throw his pride away today. All for a chance to enter the inner court. Although Chen Hongji was the same age as Violet, he was a few months younger. Even though they both entered the Imperial Academy in the same year, their status and standing were worlds apart. Violet had already entered the inner court and was even the vice president of the chosen faction. He, on the other hand, was still struggling in the outer court, painstakingly saving up credits. A few days ago, Violet had contacted him and assigned him the task of thwarting Mukin. Chen Hongji naturally had to do his best to complete it and curry favor with Violet. "Bro, you're about to go on a mission. You really need to spar. How else are you going to improve your combat skills? Don't you agree?" Chen Hongji pleaded earnestly. He argued that if they didn't spar today, it would be Mukin's biggest loss, but sparring can easily lead to injuries. "If I get hurt, it'll set back my training. Cousin, haven't you heard the saying, time is money, but money can't buy time? If I get injured sparring today, not only will I have to pay for my own medical expenses, but I won't be able to complete the mission, and it'll set back my training too. Plus, all this sparring will wear out my gear. I just started school, I don't have the money to repair it." Mukin looked hesitant, but still shook his head and continued to make excuses. "This kid is so greedy. He is treating me like a cash cow." Chen Hongji took a deep breath, suppressing the anger in his heart. "I can't let this ruin the big plan. But I've already agreed to all the conditions. Mukin won't be able to back out now." Chen Hongji forced a smile, grinning like a chrysanthemum. "Cousin, you're wrong. When you go online, aren't you just paying for time? Here's the deal, you fight a match against your cousin, and I'll pay you 100 credits. Medical expenses, equipment wear and tear, credits lost during the mission, your cousin will cover it all." Mukin thought it over carefully, sighed, and said, "Since you're being so sincere, cousin, I have one last condition." "Another condition? How dare you even bring that up?" Chen Hongji's face darkened. He cursed under his breath, thinking, greed knows no bounds. From World Weary Novel, reposted on site 294-83-27-8.00. On the surface, however, he listened intently and said gently, "Go ahead, whatever the condition is, your cousin will agree to it." Mukin scratched his head and said sheepishly, "Cousin, you're stronger than me. Could you let me have the first move? Chapter 60, Cousin, how come you're already down before I even went all out? Let you have the first move? Chen Hongji was taken aback for a moment and almost laughed out of frustration. Of course, that's no big deal at all, absolutely no problem. What kind of duel is this? Does one really need to let the opponent have a free move? That must mean a lack of confidence in one's own strength. It was clear. Mukin knew the gap in their abilities, which was why he made this request. Then could you transfer some credits to me, cousin? Mukin raised his wrist, opened his payment QR code, and gave a shy smile. Chen Hongji's mouth twitched. He scanned the code and sent over 500 credits. But when Mukin saw the amount, he muttered. That's a bit low, cousin. I'll return your credits, let us skip the fight today. Too little. How dare you say it's too little? Chen Hongji suppressed his anger and scanned another 500 credits. Cousin, your sincerity has deeply moved me. I'll spar with you today just to strengthen our bond. Seeing his balance rise to 1,000. Mukin, satisfied, put away his phone and walked onto the ring with confidence. So what if I let you have the first move? I'm stronger than you, seriously injuring you would be as easy as flipping my hand. Consider these credits the price I'm paying for your life. Once you're lying in a hospital bed, I'll demand compensation from Cousin Xian. A flash of madness crossed Chen Hongji's mind. Originally, he only intended to use 70% of his strength to secretly inflict a minor injury on Mukin. But the way this kid looked so insatiably greedy had completely enraged him. After deciding to take one move, Chen Hongji resolved to unleash his full power and severely injure Mukin in one fell swoop. He'd make sure Mukin was bedridden for at least a month or two. Only then would it be worth all the countless days and nights he'd spent running around for 1,000 credits. No problem. Let us really get to know each other better today. Chen Hongji also stepped onto the ring. He flashed a slightly menacing grin. Cousin, do you need a referee? Mukin scanned the area and asked curiously. Most of the students in the arena didn't harbor any deep-seated grudges. They held back their strength. So injuries were rare. As a result, many chose not to pay extra for a referee to oversee the match. No need. We're brothers who share our hearts. What could possibly go wrong? Don't worry, cousin, I'll go easy on you later. Chen Hongji waved his hand dismissively, hastily refusing. Yen Tu Hook Shuayang Zhan 948324092. If a referee were supervising, how could he accidentally seriously injure Mukin? That would ruin his plans. I see. Mukin suddenly realized what was happening and reached behind his back to draw the pairs in a rainstorm spear. With a flick of his wrist, the black cloth wrapping fell to the ground. A gleaming silver spear suddenly appeared in his hand, its peculiar 5-petaled spearhead flashing with a cold, sharp light. Come on, cousin, give it your all. Chen Hongji also drew his weapon. His weapon was quite unusual. It turned out to be 2 staffs of different lengths. Ha, third sister, what are you doing here? Mukin was just about to strike. Suddenly, he looked up. He stared in surprise at the space behind Chen Hongji. Cousin Xian is here? Chen Hongji froze and instinctively turned his head. He didn't see Violet anywhere. In that instant, he realized he'd been tricked. Chen Hongji was overcome with a mix of shock and rage, but before he could turn back, 3 dragon-like roars echoed across the heavens and earth, shaking his eardrums until they ached. Damn it, the mad demon Bagua sticks. Chen Hongji had no choice but to unleash his vitality and frantically wield his staff, trying to block the attack. But what he didn't know was that Mukin, determined to kill him with a single strike, had played all his trump cards. Dragonification. True scale art. Lightning speed stride. He resembled a giant humanoid beast, his skin covered in patches of blue scales, and a pair of water column-like protrusions had formed on his forehead. As the silver spear emerged, a water dragon followed in its wake, smashing Chen Hongji's staff techniques to pieces. The pelting rain and pear blossoms spear pierced through the torrent. It struck Chen Hongji squarely in the chest. Instantly, blood spurted out, staining his robe red. The surging water that followed was like a runaway truck, sending Chen Hongji flying with a thunderous crash. Ah! Chen Hongji let out an agonized scream as he was flung backward off the stage. He rolled for dozens of meters before finally coming to a stop. The entire path was drenched in blood, a truly gruesome sight. Ah! Cousin, are you okay? Nukin turned pale with shock and rushed forward, feigning deep concern. You! Lying in a pool of blood, Chen Hongji's eyes blazed with fury as he pointed at Nukin. The excruciating pain in his chest made him feel as if he were about to die. This cousin of his looked kind-hearted but had a dark heart, and his attack was so vicious. He deeply regretted trusting him so easily. He hadn't gone all out from the start. Quick, call the coach. Someone has been seriously injured over there. That looks like Chen Hongji, a sophomore. Who was his opponent? I heard him call the other guy cousin. Could they be cousins? A large crowd of onlookers gathered around. Curious stares followed him like people watching a circus act. Already severely injured, Chen Hongji was overcome with rage. Cousin, you promised to let me land one blow. How come you collapsed before I even went all out? Nukin looked innocent as he shook his head. You. Chen Hongji grew weaker and weaker as his anger mounted. Finally, his eyes rolled back and he passed out. In the very next moment, a team of medical staff rushed over in a flurry. They quickly treated Chen Hongji's wounds and carried him onto a stretcher. As for Nukin, he was intercepted by the school affairs department. The staff members were relatively young and wore blue uniforms. My name is Zhao Xin. Come with me. A martial artist in his early 20s said with a cold expression. Although he was alone, he exuded a special kind of authority. His strength was at least at the third tier. All right. Nukin smiled, confident and completely unflustered. The two didn't go far. They arrived at a building next to the combat arena. They entered a room with simple furnishings, nothing but a table and chairs. Why didn't you hold back? You've left him seriously injured like this. As soon as Zhao Xin sat down, he asked with a frown. He was in charge of maintaining order at the combat arena. He was already well versed in handling such matters. You've got it wrong. My cousin insisted I go all out. I refused, and he got upset. I guess I overestimated his strength. Nukin shrugged, looking completely innocent. Ha! Zhao Xin found this hard to believe and looked skeptical. But soon enough, the surveillance footage was pulled up. After watching the footage, Zhao Xin's expression softened. He clearly realized that Nukin had been telling the truth. Especially when he saw Nukin trying to leave, only to be blocked by Chen Hongji. Chen Hongji had even taken the initiative to transfer money to Nukin just for the sparring match. Zhao Xin was speechless. Is this sophomore out of his mind? Isn't this just paying to get beaten up? Who could he blame but himself? You can go now. Next time, don't try to trick my cousin, never mind. His injuries won't heal for a few months. I doubt he'll want to see you during that time. Zhao Xin waved his hand, letting Nukin go. Here at Imperial Academy, injuries from fights are a common occurrence. As long as it's not malicious murder or a private brawl. Once the facts are clarified, the person who struck isn't held accountable. For example, Nukin struck with full force, and Chen Hongji couldn't block it. Can you really blame Nukin for being too strong? Isn't it more that Chen Hongji got overconfident? After all, Nukin is a freshman, while Chen Hongji is a sophomore. This is a martial arts university. There is no such thing as splitting the blame equally. No matter what methods the winner uses. As long as they win. That is the ultimate truth. What do you mean by you reap what you sow? My cousin Chen Hongji is a prime example. Nukin left the building and immediately felt the bright sunshine, lifting his spirits. His previously empty account now had an extra 1,000 credits. He wasn't in a hurry to take on a mission, so he instructed Lulu to place an order for a series of supplies. Soon, Nukin acquired new gear and supplies. The first item was a second-tier combat suit capable of withstanding a certain degree of deformation, priced at 200 credits. The second was a special inner armor called the White Lion Breastplate, which could withstand a full power strike from a low-level third-tier martial artist, priced at 500 credits. With the remaining 300 credits, he bought 5 disposable grenades and some healing potions. As for the descendants of the Chen family, their bloodline isn't as outrageous as the Zhang's. Aside from Chen Hongji and his sister, there aren't any outstanding figures. Since I seriously injured Chen Hongji today, Violet should feel threatened. I wonder if she'll come after me personally. I'll face whatever comes my way. Once I get the dungeon pass, I'll be like a dragon diving into the sea or a tiger charging up the mountains. Nukin, ready for action, slowly wiped the blood from the tip of his spear. His resolve grew ever stronger. I'll leave today. With lofty ambitions hidden deep within my heart. When I return one day, I'll settle all scores with this spear in my hand. Chapter 61, Seriously Wounded Yuanzhou. You must avenge my cousin. Inside the infirmary, Chen Hongji jolted awake from a nightmare, letting out a piercing scream. A nurse in a white coat immediately came over to comfort him. Student, don't move. Your injuries are severe, you'll need 3 months of bed rest. Hearing this, Chen Hongji felt as if he'd been struck by lightning. He looked down at himself. In an instant, his mind went blank. He felt as if he'd been bound like a mummy, unable to move. Waves of excruciating pain kept surging through him, nearly suffocating him. Damn Mukin! 3 months of rest means I've wasted an entire semester. Chen Hongji's heart was filled with endless rage, and he longed for revenge. He clutched the bedsheets tightly with both hands, feeling utterly miserable. Careless. So careless. Even if he'd been outmatched, he wouldn't have suffered such severe injuries. A semester's time is extremely precious for students at the Imperial Academy. Originally, completing Violet's mission might have given him a chance to enter the inner court. Now, with the mission uncompleted and his severe injuries, his chances of entering the inner court were now slim to none. Damn it, I shouldn't have let him land a single blow. The moment he stepped onto the stage, I should VE struck with everything I had. I should VE crippled him. If I'd injured Mukin, with the chosen faction backing me, I wouldn't have had to worry about the School Affairs Department's investigation. Just as Chen Hongji was consumed by regret and anguish, 2 figures walked into the hospital room. Upon seeing them, Chen Hongji's eyes blazed with fury. He struggled to sit up, his voice hoarse as a demoness. Mukin! You dare show your face here? I'll kill you. Leon shuddered in fear and hurried to explain. Cousin Hongji, it's me Yuanzhou. Look closely, it's really me, Yuanzhou. Leon? Not Mukin? Chen Hongji froze, his eyes filled with doubt as he scrutinized the figure closely. During holidays and festivals, Mukin was always locked up in his room. As for the rest of the time, the 2 families lived in different cities. So, all told, Chen Hongji had seen Mukin no more than 3 times. The key point was that the 2 brothers looked alike. It was only natural that he couldn't tell them apart at first glance. So it's Yuanzhou after all. Chen Hongji recognized the man, sank back onto the hospital bed, and kept gasping for air in pain. That move just now. He'd been too hasty, straining his wound and nearly making it worse. Cousin, are you okay? Leon stepped forward, speaking with a mix of curiosity and concern. He never expected that his cousin, who had entered the Imperial Academy a year earlier, had actually been seriously injured by his own brother. This made Leon feel a wave of pressure and fear. The confidence he'd finally managed to build up crumbled a little more at that very moment. I'm fine. That bastard Mukin tricked me by playing on our brotherly bond. I trusted him too easily, so he managed to ambush me. Just thinking about what happened on the dueling platform made Chen Hongji grind his teeth in rage. He wanted nothing more than to flay Mukin alive. But he was lying in bed, seriously injured and powerless to do anything. All he could feel now was hatred. Hatred for Mukin's cunning. How dare he even deceive his own cousin? How dare he? Does he have no humanity? Ah, a sneak attack? Mukin is despicable. He even deceived my cousin. I must avenge my cousin. Leon was both shocked and relieved. His brother would even go so far as to strike a relative. He has completely ruined his own reputation. Mukin keeps offending people. It's like he is pushing himself into the fire. One day, that fire will burn him to ashes. I appreciate your concern, but my cousin still has credits. If we buy some healing potions, it'll speed up his recovery. Upon hearing this, Chen Hongji forced a smile. Butler, help me purchase some healing potions. He looked down and activated his smart butler. A flat pig's head appeared on the surface of his wristband. I'm sorry, your credit balance is insufficient. You can only purchase 3 doses of 7-star blood activating pills and 1 tube of deer antler ointment. With those words from the smart butler, Chen Hongji's heart plummeted into the abyss. His face contorted in rage as he shouted. Are you kidding me? Where are my credits? My credits were swindled by Mukin. Mid-shout, Chen Hongji's face went pale as a sheet, and his lips trembled uncontrollably. He remembered something. He had transferred 1,000 credits to Mukin. Damn it! How could I have forgotten that? How could I have handed my credits over to him? He had originally planned to complete the mission and take credit with Violet, but now it was all for nothing. Chen Hongji was overcome with deep regret and anguish. What a loser! He gave all his credits to Mukin, and then got beaten up by him. How could anyone be so stupid? Logan, witnessing this scene, was completely speechless. At the same time, he gained a whole new level of understanding of Mukin's cunning. Cousin, don't get discouraged, there's still a way. Seeing his cousin, whom he'd grown up with since childhood, wear such an expression, Leon felt deeply distressed inside. What way? Chen Hongji looked at Leon in despair, speaking without a shred of hope. I'll go find my sister. She'll definitely not stand by and watch me die. Leon lifted his head and said confidently. Hearing this, a glimmer of hope flashed in Chen Hongji's eyes. That's right. Violet is an inner court student and the vice president of the chosen faction. Her family's wealth and influence must be immense, far beyond what an outer court student could ever imagine. She is sure to have some resources at her disposal. More than enough to help him recover. He wouldn't have the nerve to ask Violet for help himself, but since Leon is her younger brother, she'd surely do him a favor. Alright, I'll leave it to Yuan Zhou this time. Once my cousin's injuries have healed, I'll thank you properly. Chen Hongji was deeply moved, tears welling up in his eyes. At that moment, he realized. The two brothers of the Zhang family were truly two extremes. The eldest, Mukin, was malicious, treacherous, cunning, and despicable. His character was so vile. It was a disgrace to the title of national top scholar. The younger brother, Leon, was completely different, gentle, honest, considerate of others, and generous. All right, cousin, don't worry. I'll contact my sister. Just focus on recovering. Seeing his cousin a grown man in tears, Leon couldn't bear to stay any longer. After saying that, he walked out of the hospital room. Standing in the hallway, he clenched his fists and said angrily, My brother is despicable. How could he disregard family ties and strike my cousin so viciously? If he is so heartless and ungrateful, will he turn on me too? Who is Chen Hongji, anyway? He is their uncle's son. The bloodlines of the Zhang and Chen families are as close as neighbors separated by a narrow strip of water. Logan, who had remained silent the entire time, glanced at him and said calmly, "He will. That's why you need to train even harder, defeat Mukin in the freshman tournament, and prove yourself." Leon nodded vigorously and said, "I will. Oh, and I need to text my sister to let her know my cousin is injured." Leon took out his phone and quickly composed a text message. He went wild with exaggerations and added plenty of his own personal opinions, painting Mukin as a thoroughly despicable villain. After tapping the send button, Leon let out a satisfied sigh. It was as if, in some kind of contest, he'd beaten Mukin once. "Vice President, she is probably in the dungeon right now. It'll likely take a while for her to see this text, so you'll have to rely on yourself." Logan shook his head, holding out little hope. Competition in the outer court was fierce. And in the inner court, it was even fiercer. Virtually all inner court students were in the dungeon, fighting tooth and nail and engaging in relentless battles to secure martial arts resources. Violet Talent was a genius of unparalleled talent. A genius like her would never give up her own martial arts training for someone else's sake. Otherwise, a few days ago, Violet could have stepped in personally to put Mukin in his place. "I know, but don't worry, Senior. My sister had someone send me a treasure. With this to aid my training, my brother is bound to lose." Leon smiled smugly as an object appeared in his palm. It resembled a seashell. A rainbow-colored glow flowed across its surface, looking quite mystical. At the same time, a misty aura kept rising, making one feel as though their vitality was flowing freely throughout their body. "Ha! This is the seven-colored spirit clam. The Vice President is truly generous to have entrusted even such a treasure to you." Chen Fengshan recognized the object. His expression immediately turned one of shock, followed by a surge of hope. With the seven-colored spirit clam's aid, Leon's cultivation speed would rival that of a heaven-favored one. Within 3 months, he would surely break through to the second stage, and his foundation would be incredibly solid. His chances of defeating Mukin had grown even greater. Chapter 62, Setting Out. Chua Bufan laughs in disbelief. "A freshman dares to team up with me?" Mukin left the Imperial Academy. First by high-speed rail, then by long-distance bus. The journey was bumpy all the way. 4 days later, he finally arrived at Tingjia village. Mukin got off the bus and looked around. Tingjia was a mountainous, forested area located near the border of Longhua. Beyond the border lay a lawless wilderness teeming with a motley crew of outlaws and chaos. The wilderness is a true lawless zone. There are more heretical martial artists than ferocious beasts. Killing these people is a waste. You won't earn any evolution points. Cultists are another matter entirely, but finding a cult in the vast wilderness is no easy task. Unless you can track down cultists and destroy their stronghold. In Mukin's mind, he had never considered the wilderness a place to farm monsters. The reason was simple. To a certain extent, the wilderness was far more dangerous than the deep sea or dungeons. For martial artists in the wilderness, guarding against their own kind was far more important than guarding against ferocious beasts. It was a world that followed the law of the jungle. The strong prey on the weak without the slightest pretense. "Well then, let us go in." Mukin turned his gaze away and walked to the outskirts of Tingjia village. Although it was called a village, Tingjia village was very small, enclosed by nothing more than a single iron wall. Such settlements were scattered all along the border and could be seen everywhere. There were hardly any households there. They basically served as outposts, resting places for martial artists, or supply transfer points. "Stop right there. Who are you?" A guard was on duty at the gatehouse. The man was in his 20s, with a ring of blue stubble around his mouth. Seeing Mukin approach, his expression grew tense, and he immediately barked the order. "I'm a student at the Imperial Academy, here on a mission to hunt down ferocious beasts and apprehend fugitives." Mukin took out his ID card and handed it to the guard. Imperial Academy. Those 4 characters resonated like the toll of a great bell, shaking the young man to his core. His expression a mix of tension and curiosity. He scrutinized the ID card several times before finally returning it to Mukin. "Mr. Zhang, please come in." The inspector from the Marshal Bureau and several students from the Imperial Academy are all resting at Blackstone Tower. There are others? So this wasn't a solo mission after all. A thought crossed Mukin's mind, but he kept his composure as he took back his ID card and said, "Thank you." Upon entering Tang Village, he found there was only one road running through it. A dozen or so buildings lined both sides, but not a single soul was in sight. At the end of the road stood a rustic stone tower. The tower was 3 stories tall. The main gate stood wide open. Blackstone Tower, this must be the place. Mukin stepped inside. The interior was equally simple. Apart from a few chairs and tables, there was nothing else. Just then, a middle-aged man descended the stairs. He wore a black trench coat, his figure almost entirely concealed beneath it. His skin was rough. Yet his eyes were exceptionally piercing. "Very well, everyone is here." The middle-aged man saw Mukin and said calmly. Upon seeing him, Mukin had his suspicions and replied with neither arrogance nor subservience. "I am Mukin of the Imperial Academy." "May I ask for your honorable name, senior?" The middle-aged man waved his hand, walked to the seat of honor but did not sit down and said, "I am Wang Xuelin, first-class inspector of the Marshal Bureau. I am here to oversee your mission." Sure enough, he was from the Marshal Bureau. Mukin felt reassured. This came as no surprise. Tap, tap, tap. A series of footsteps echoed. 3 more figures walked down the stairs, 2 men and 1 woman. The first man was imposing and resolute, his gaze as sharp as a tigress. He glanced at Mukin and said with a smile, "Bro, you're finally here. We can get this mission started." The man standing next to him was very dashing, with glossy black hair and a constant, confident smile. His eyes held an inexplicable gleam as he said, "With a top student from the Imperial Academy on our team, we're sure to pass the assessment." The last person was a woman with long hair flowing like a waterfall. She wore a black and white combat uniform and also carried a spear on her back. Upon hearing the words Imperial Academy, she couldn't help but glance at Mukin. "All right, for the upcoming mission, the 4 of you will be working together. First, introduce yourselves, then I'll go over the mission details," Wang Xuelin said, leaning on his chair. The 4 were taken aback and exchanged glances. The tall, imposing young man pressed, "Inspector Xing, aren't you coming with us?" Wang Xuelin shook his head and said, "No. I'm here to supervise, not to babysit you, so I won't be traveling with you. If anything happens to you, don't count on me to come to your rescue. Unless there are exceptional circumstances, do not contact me." Having said that, he ran his hand across the tabletop. 4 miniature cameras materialized out of thin air. "You must wear these cameras while carrying out the mission. They will serve as proof that you've completed the task." Wang Xuelin's words sent a chill down the spines of the 3 Wuhan University students. Mukin stepped forward and was the first to take a camera, strapping it to his chest. The handsome young man in the group turned beet red with anger and snapped, "How dare you act on your own?" With a powerful senior watching over them, he naturally felt more confident. But once Mukin picked up the camera, that meant they'd lost any chance to bargain. Seeing their expressions, Wang Xuelin guessed what was going on and sneered, "If you're scared, you can head home right now. You need a nanny even for a small mission like this. Are you going to need an army to protect you once you go down into the dungeon?" The 3 had no choice but to each take a camera. Seeing them put on the cameras, Wang Xuelin's expression finally softened a little. He raised his wrist, tapping the watch face with his finger, and said, "Just a reminder, time is tight, so you'd better get this over with quickly." The group formed a circle. The tall, imposing young man was particularly outgoing and spoke first. I'm Jiang Haoren, a second-tier martial artist and a sophomore at Beishan Martial Arts University. I specialize in swordsmanship. The handsome young man beside him clicked his tongue in displeasure and said, Zhuo Bufan, second tier, sophomore at Jianxue Martial Arts University, specializing in sword techniques. The girl with long, cascading hair smiled faintly and said, Lan Xinyao, second tier, sophomore at Jinhai Martial Arts University, specializing in spear techniques. After speaking, she glanced at Mukin and at the plumishing pear blossom spear behind him. Although they had formed a team on the spot, everyone remained on guard. None had revealed their talent or their trump cards. This was common sense in the world of martial artists. Sometimes, the danger didn't come only from ferocious beasts, but from other humans as well. Mukin, a second-tier martial artist and a freshman at the Imperial Academy. I'm accustomed to using a spear. Mukin remained expressionless as he picked up where they left off. A freshman? The three of them froze simultaneously. They hadn't expected that answer at all. Zhuo Bufan furrowed his brow and snapped. Are you kidding me? You're just a freshman. Do you even have the strength to qualify for a dungeon pass? This is utter nonsense. All Mukin cared about was killing the ferocious beast as quickly as possible. Anyone who stood in his way was his enemy. Even if Zhuo Bufan didn't have the power to disqualify him. A dog barking by his side was still a nuisance. Don't agree? Mukin drew the heavy rain and pear blossom's spear from his back and said coldly. Ha 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 ha. You're just a freshman, and you want to fight me. You're really asking for trouble. Zhuo Bufan laughed in anger and cursed. As soon as he finished speaking, with a clang, his long sword slid from its sheath, its blade pointing at Mukin. Enough, you two. The mission hasn't even started yet, and you're already fighting amongst yourselves. Do you still want to get the dungeon pass? Jiang Haoren stepped between the two, his face a mix of anger and exasperation. Teammates turning on each other and drawing their weapons. What a terrible start. His heart sank to the bottom of his stomach. A bitter taste filled his mouth. He lost all confidence in this mission. Haha, interesting. Let us get this show on the road. Wang Xuelin, seeing the spectacle unfolding, finally sat back in his chair, propping his chin with both hands. He had no intention of stepping in to stop them. Chapter 63, Showdown Senior. If you're not strong enough, don't bark. Inside the stone tower. The atmosphere was tense and charged. Both sides looked ready to come to blows at the slightest provocation. Lan Xinyao suddenly let out a gasp. This drew everyone's attention. Paying no heed to them, she fixed her gaze on Mukin and exclaimed in surprise. I remember now. You're the national top scorer who broke the college entrance exam record and became the only second-tier martial artist in the history of the exam. Students admitted to Wuda University. After a year of training, their strength had skyrocketed, and their horizons had broadened. In the eyes of college students, the college entrance exam was nothing more than child's play. But Mukin was the national top scorer and had broken the historical record, a feat that carried extraordinary weight. After all, he had utterly outclassed his peers. He was the youth with the most outstanding martial arts talent. Oh, so you're the national top scorer. My apologies, my apologies. Zhuo Bufan let out a strange chuckle and was just about to sheath his long sword. His movements were deliberate and measured. It seemed as if he truly intended to return the sword to its sheath. But who could have known that the very next second? Zhuo Bufan suddenly lunged forward, his long sword darting out like a serpent emerging from its lair, weaving around Jiang Haoren. At the same time, using Jiang Haoren's body as leverage. He struck at Mukin from the left at a devious angle. You thought you could fool me? A sharp gleam flashed in Mukin's eyes. His spear, wrapped in black cloth, lunged forward with ferocious force. Spear tip met sword tip. Senior, let me see what you're made of. Do you even deserve to be on my team? Mukin burst out laughing. He had always been the type to repay favors and settle scores. Today, Zhuo Bufan had provoked him for no reason. rather than wait until they were on a mission and have someone get in his way. It was better to settle the score right now. You've got some nerve. Zhang Haoren flew into a rage, roared, and used his elbow as a shield to collide with the two weapons. Nukin seemed to have anticipated this. Faster than Zhang Haoren, he twisted the spear's shaft. Instantly, the black cloth burst open, covering Zhang Haoren and blocking his vision. He then struck the base of the spear with all his might. The spear, weighing hundreds of jin, shot forward like an arrow leaving the bowstring. With a whoosh, it pierced toward Zhuo Bufan's shoulder. Oh no! Zhuo Bufan's face paled, and he quickly turned his long sword sideways to shield himself and block the attack. The long sword was no more than 2 fingers wide. But the tip of the pelting pear blossom's spear had a unique design it featured. Facing this fierce strike, Nukin's pupils narrowed into vertical slits, glinting with a faint golden light. He was about to activate golden eyes. He was confident that before the white crane finger struck, inflict a devastating blow on his opponent, followed by a wave palm. He was certain it would be enough to keep Zhuo Bufan bedridden for months. That's enough, both of you. Giant stone steel hand. Zhang Haoren suddenly unleashed his vitality, slapping both of them with both hands. This palm strike was direct and unguarded, intended solely to force the two to stop. Seeing this, Nukin didn't press his attack. He stepped back. At the same time, he picked up the rainstorm pear blossom spear. His expression was calm and composed. He moved with ease as he looked serenely at Zhuo Bufan. Senior, your strength isn't up to par. Don't go around barking like a dog in the future. Events unfolded in the blink of an eye. The two exchanged a single move. On the surface, it seemed like an even match, but in reality, Zhuo Bufan had lost. Damn it! Zhuo Bufan was furious, but he didn't want to fight anymore. With a grim expression, he retreated and glanced at his shoulder once more. 2 finger-width wounds were oozing blood. Waves of pain washed over him. He took out some medicine to treat the wounds, his heart filled with awe. So strong, is this what the national champion is like? He is in no way inferior to a sophomore. What a prodigy! Zhang Haoren pursed his lips and said with mixed emotions. Zhang, are you satisfied now? Through this battle, Zhang Haoren had also witnessed just how monstrously powerful the national top scorer truly was. He had stood in front of Nukin. Yet the opponent had still managed to fight 2 against 1 and injure Zhuo Bufan. It was truly terrifying. If this were a life or death battle, this freshman, who had just entered college, could likely even kill Zhuo Bufan. In front of Nukin, the upperclassman truly had no grounds for arrogance. He was more than a match for them. As long as Senior Zhuo watches his mouth and doesn't single me out, I'm certainly willing to cooperate with him to complete the mission. Nukin said coldly, clutching the rainstorm and pear blossom's spear. He wasn't afraid of offending people. After all, human hearts are hard to fathom, and the depths of the sea are impossible to measure. He certainly didn't want to venture deep into the mountains, facing a pack of beasts, only to have to worry about being stabbed in the back. Teaching Zhuo Bufan a lesson now, making him wary, would make the upcoming mission much smoother. Zhuo, what about you? Zhang Haoren let out a sigh of relief and turned to look at Zhuo Bufan. Zhuo Bufan had already taken a hit and didn't dare to be defiant. With a grim expression, he said, I apologize for my behavior just now. I hope Zhang will put aside any hard feelings so we can complete the mission together. Even though he knew there was a rift between them and that they were wary of each other, Zhang Haoren had no other choice. For now, setting aside their differences and avoiding conflict was the best possible outcome. Since you finished talking, I'll go over the mission details. Wang Xuelin, having enjoyed the spectacle, stretched and said. The mission was finally about to be assigned. The 4 stepped forward, listening intently. Wang Xuelin took out a map and spread it out on the table. The map detailed the topography of the mountains and forests. At the very top of the map, a line was drawn with 3 characters marked on it: Wilderness Zone. Your first mission is to eliminate the moon-worshipping fox pack on Luoying Mountain. This pack isn't very large, several hundred first-tier ferocious beasts, only a few second-tier ones, and no third-tier ferocious beasts. Next, comb through Luoying Mountain to find the fugitive Zhaogan, and then kill him. Wang Xuelin reached out. He drew a circle on the map. From a bird's eye view, this mountain peak has long, narrow flanks and a concave center, resembling an eagle spreading its wings. The terrain is steep and treacherous, and the moon-worshipping fox pack has taken up residence there. Moreover, Luoying Mountain is close to the border and not far from the wilderness zone. No wonder Zhaogan is hiding there. Zhaogan is a cultist with a twisted mind who has committed 3 serious crimes, taking 8 innocent lives. Be careful, he has been hiding on Luoying Mountain for some time now and knows the terrain better than you do. The mission has a 10-day time limit. If you haven't returned to Blackstone Tower within 10 days, I'll consider it a failure. Wang Xuelin rattled off a long string of instructions in one breath. He scanned the 4 inexperienced students, then added with a smile. If you're unlucky enough to fall in battle, don't worry, a third-tier martial artist will naturally take over the mission and avenge you. If you're scared, I can still make the call right now and give you a chance to back out. Of course, if you give up on this assessment, you'll have to wait a month to retake the pass exam. We'll die. Should we back out? Chapter 64, Man-Made Disaster. 2 Attacks from the Purple Microstar. Hearing these words, the 3 of them paled slightly and exchanged glances. Who curses someone to death before they've even set out? A wave of pent-up frustration welled up inside them. However, amid this oppressive atmosphere, Mukin alone burst into loud laughter, his spirit soaring to the heavens. The martial way knows no retreat. Since we have no worries holding us back, rest assured, Inspector, I, Mukin, swear I will not return to Tingjia village until I've slain Zhaogan. His words revealed absolute resolve and courage. They also echoed his decisive actions from earlier. With that kind of spirit, no wonder he broke records and made history. It's truly enviable. Zhuo Bufan's heart gave a jolt, filled with resentment and jealousy. He believed that in the year since enrolling at Wuda, both his resolve and strength had advanced by leaps and bounds. A mere national top scorer on the college entrance exam. No matter how talented he might be, he was a year behind Zhuo Bufan. How could his strength possibly surpass his own? But today, he was wrong. Dead wrong. That's right. In the martial arts, we charge forward fearlessly. I don't believe the 4 of us can't take down a single Zhaogan. Zhang Haoren, deeply inspired, said with fervor. Hope also ignited within him. Who knows? Maybe this team could actually pull it off? Yes, Zhaogan is all alone. We're bound to defeat him. Lan Xinyao, who had been quiet all along, nodded in agreement. Great. Well said. Here's the intel on Zhaogan, you can take a look. Wang Xuelin glanced at Mukin with a look of approval. He reached behind his back and pulled out a tablet. With a light tap, a video began to play. Zhaogan, 43 years old, unmarried, E-rank talent, 5-colored poison B, specializes in the first-tier martial art, 9-turn pressure point palm. Zhaogan was formerly an employee of the Hub City Debao Moving Company. Before committing the crime, he showed no signs of anything unusual and was known as a down-to-earth, honest person. 3 months ago, a series of murders occurred in Hub City. Due to Zhaogan's schemes, the investigation was led down the wrong path. Subsequent investigations identified Zhaogan as a prime suspect, raising suspicions that he was conducting cult rituals. However, Zhaogan had already fled to the border. His last sighting was reported on Luoying Mountain. Wang Xuelin's tablet began playing the video. It provided a detailed account of the Zhaogan case. In the footage, Zhaogan was wearing a t-shirt. He stood 1.75 meters tall, with slightly sunken cheeks and sparse eyebrows. He was an ordinary, unremarkable man, the kind who would go unrecognized if lost in a vast crowd. No one could have imagined that he would commit such a string of bloody crimes. We have reason to suspect that Zhaogan has been in contact with the beast god cult and has used cult rituals to enhance his powers. If you notice anything unusual about Zhao Gan, be sure to report it afterward. Visible enemies aren't scary, these flies that get everywhere are far more terrifying. Speaking of cults, Wang Xuelin curled his lip, his expression betraying undisguised loathing. Upon hearing this, Mukin's mind began to race. If you were to ask who in Longhua knew the most about cults, it would undoubtedly be the Martial Affairs Bureau. Thinking of this, he asked curiously, "Inspector Wang, is there no way we can eradicate these cults?" Faced with this question, Wang Xuelin couldn't help but sigh. He pointed toward the wilderness zone, his tone tinged with resignation. This is an extremely complex issue. Its roots trace back 100 years, to the sudden appearance of the dungeon, followed by Ziwei Star employing two tactics. First, the colossal beasts, which caused destruction on a physical level. Second, the cults, which have been corrupting minds and wreaking havoc for a century. Since we lost the initiative early on, and with multiple dungeons hidden within the wilderness zone, the cults are difficult to eradicate entirely. Yes, we understand. Zhang Haoren put away the map and looked around at his three teammates. He took a deep breath and said earnestly, "I won't beat around the bush. I'm sure all three of you want to get the dungeon pass, so I hope we can present a united front and work together to complete the mission. Do you agree?" The group nodded. There were no objections. Seeing this, Zhang Haoren breathed a sigh of relief and said, "All right, then let us set out now for Luoying Mountain." The four left Blackstone Tower and ventured deep into the jungle. Tangjia village was still 270 kilometers away from Luoying Mountain. With the stamina of second-tier martial artists, if they traveled at full speed, they could reach Luoying Mountain in a single day. However, that would deplete their stamina significantly and leave them vulnerable to danger. Therefore, Zhang Haoren suggested they would travel 200 kilometers on the first day and reach Luoying Mountain on the second. This way, they could conserve their strength to deal with any sudden dangers. With a map in hand, the group navigated around the surrounding herds of beasts. As a result, the journey went smoothly, and they encountered no danger. When they came across isolated attacks by ferocious beasts, especially at night, when visibility was low, "No problem. I'll go patrol the area first and clear out any dangerous beasts." Mukin nodded, gripped his heavy rain and pear blossoms spear, and headed into the forest. Zhang Haoren's expression softened as he said, "Be careful. If you encounter danger, shout for help." Regardless of their previous disagreements, Mukin's performance along the way was plain for all to see. His attitude had been excellent. Whenever they encountered ferocious beasts, needless to say, Mukin was the first to charge in. Often, they didn't even have a chance to act before Mukin had already killed all the beasts. For a genius like Mukin, it's only natural that he has a bit of a temper. Zhang Haoren watched Mukin walk away, thinking to himself. Besides, regarding what happened earlier, it was Zhuo Bufan who struck first. If anyone was at fault, it was Zhuo Bufan. He just hadn't expected Mukin to be so powerful. He'd even managed to counterattack and injure Zhuo Bufan. But striking back after being attacked is perfectly justified. It's self-defense. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. As Mukin patrolled the camp, he hadn't taken more than a few steps when a mountain cat darted out from the side. His expression didn't change. With a backhand thrust of his spear, he pinned the mountain cat to the ground. Evolution points 3. He pulled out the rainstorm pear blossom spear. Mukin patrolled the area, killing several more first-tier ferocious beasts. He tied the beasts together with a rope and slung them over his waist. Wild game is indeed everywhere. He strolled leisurely through the forest, casually gathering wild ingredients, never passing up mushrooms or tree sap. Half an hour later, Mukin returned to camp carrying a bountiful haul of spoils. The campground had already been cleared and leveled. Several tents were set up around a campfire. The other three were gathered around the fire, heads bowed as they munched on their food. Their meal consisted of nothing more than pre-packaged meals, or compressed biscuits and the like. Even in this era of advanced technology, these items were nutritious and filling, but simply not very tasty. Nukin, what are you planning to do with these beast carcasses you brought back? John Howran asked with a puzzled look, his eyes filled with suspicion. To eat. Nukin replied succinctly, pulling out his cooking utensils to prepare dinner. As long as conditions allowed. He wouldn't shortchange himself. Huh, cooking? Lan Xinyao, who was munching on a cookie, froze for a moment. The three exchanged glances, finding it hard to believe. Unheard of. They'd never heard of such a thing. The national top scholar actually knows how to cook. Chapter 65, Dinner. The national top scholar actually knows how to cook. The moon-worshipping Fox's night raid. Cast iron pot, cast iron basin, seasonings. They watched as Mukin, like a magician, kept pulling cooking utensils out of his backpack. These utensils were collapsible, taking up very little space. And the onlookers were stunned. They were speechless. They simply couldn't believe their eyes. This chosen one, the national top scholar Mukin, was really going to cook tonight. This was no joke. Tonight we're having lamb stewed in a cast iron pot, spicy rabbit, 3 delicacy soup, and for dessert, blueberries tossed with wild honey and birch sap. Mukin looked at the ingredients before him, already having the recipe mapped out in his mind. His technique was extremely skilled, his movements were swift and precise. 1 cut to bleed the meat. 1 cut to remove the skin and fur. 1 cut to cut the meat into large chunks, then toss them into different pots. Ha! He really knows how to cook. This is the first time I've ever seen the national top scholar who can also cook. Lan Xinyao covered her mouth in surprise. As far as she knew, the lives of geniuses were often simpler than those of ordinary people, and their desires were more modest. They devoted most of their day to cultivation. When it came to food, they had virtually no demands. Some ascetics even had no desire for food at all. Their 3 daily meals were extremely simple. Breakfast, protein bars. Lunch, protein bars. Dinner, protein bars. They could eat the same thing for a year without a single change. At most, they might swap plain protein bars for chocolate-flavored ones. Day and night, they suppressed their appetite, all to squeeze out a little more time for cultivation. But today, her worldview had been shattered. Any of you 3 have a fire talent? Mukin asked, turning around. He dug a hole in the ground and carved out flues on either side, creating a smokeless stove. As for firewood, that was even simpler. This was a forest. A few swings of the pear blossom spear would yield enough to burn for days. I'll do it. I'll do it. Lan Xinyou's eyes lit up, and she jogged forward. She clapped her hands. Flames burst into life instantly. Senior, keep the fire going. I'll give you a big leg of lamb later. Mukin laughed heartily, set the cast iron pot on the stove, and began cooking. Lan Xinyou licked her lips, looking just like a little glutton. She was being so cooperative. She was clearly hoping to get a share of the meal. Before long, 2 dishes, 2 desserts, and a soup were ready. The aroma was intoxicating and whetted everyone's appetite. Mukin gave Lan Xinyou a leg of lamb. The rest was all for himself. He had no intention of sharing with anyone else. Zhuo Bufan's face darkened. He suddenly stood up and said, "I'm going on patrol." With that, he walked straight into the forest. Sigh. Zhang Haoren sighed silently to himself. He could probably guess what Zhuo Bufan was thinking. It was simply that he felt Mukin was showing off and didn't want to put up with it here. Night had fallen by then. The surrounding forest was pitch black, with only the occasional chirping of insects and growling of beasts breaking the silence. Mukin ate heartily and quickly polished off all the food. After cleaning up his cooking utensils, he took a vitality pill and began practicing his breathing technique. He continued until 2 in the morning. Lan Xinyou leaped onto the cliff and stood by the entrance to Mukin's cave, her little face looking exhausted as she said, "Mukin, it's your turn to stand guard. I need to get some sleep soon, or I'll get little wrinkles." Mukin replied, "Okay," picked up his storm pear blossom spear, and walked over to the campfire. Keeping watch was boring. He stared at the campfire. He suddenly snapped his eyes open, and a chill instantly ran through him. He didn't know when it had started. One by one, foxes emerged from the darkness, silently encircling the camp. These foxes were as large as calves, their eyes flickering with purple electric light like light bulbs. Most peculiar of all, each fox bore a moon-shaped mark on its forehead. Enemy attack! Mukin leaped to his feet and roared. His voice was so loud, it caused the campfire to dim by a third. In the blink of an eye, two figures appeared beside him. "Where has Joe Buffon gone?" John Howren scanned the surroundings and asked with a grim expression. He gripped a large black iron broadsword tightly. A chill had already crept up his spine from the night breeze. "I don't know." As soon as I spotted the moon-worshipping fox, I shouted a warning. "I have no idea where Joe Buffon went." Mukin unfurled his pears in the rain spear, preparing for battle. Hearing this, the two men beside him caught their breath, their faces turning ashen. A ferocious beast was attacking. Yet their teammate had inexplicably vanished. No matter how incompetent a second-tier martial artist might be, he wouldn't be killed so silently without even a single shout, would he? Unless he left of his own accord. Could he possibly be a cultist? Was he secretly colluding with Zhao Gan all along? No matter how you look at it, Joe Buffon is a prime suspect. We're in trouble. We're surrounded. It's too hard to shake off the pack in the forest. Now we have no choice but to fight to the death. John Howren took out 2 pills, crushed them with a single bite, and resolved himself. Mukin licked his lips, his eyes burning with a fierce battle intent. As his body shifted into combat mode, his vitality surged, and streaks of blue lightning arced across his skin. At that moment, several moon-worshipping foxes pounced on him. Mukin gripped the spear shaft with both hands. The rain of pear blossoms spear struck like a boundless downpour, piercing through several moon-worshipping foxes in an instant. Evolution points plus 12. Evolution points plus 13. Evolution points plus 15. The corpses of the moon-worshipping foxes crashed to the ground. A series of system notification sounds followed. Mukin allocated points while fighting, keeping his vitality at its peak at all times. These moon-worshipping foxes had appeared under mysterious circumstances. It was highly likely they were being driven by Zhao Gan. Therefore, the true enemy was still lurking behind the scenes, watching them. But so what? Once I've slaughtered all the moon-worshipping foxes and my strength has risen dramatically, how will you possibly stand a chance? With boundless fighting spirit surging through him, Mukin's rain of pear blossoms spear furiously mowed down the moon-worshipping foxes. Chapter 66, The Selfless Mukin. Endless hordes of moon-worshipping foxes appeared from all directions, surrounding and attacking the 3 of them. Kill! John Howren roared furiously as a layer of golden light wrapped around the great sword in his hand. The blade cut through everything in its path. Any moon-worshipping fox that touched it died instantly. Although within just a few minutes, he had slain dozens of moon-worshipping foxes. He felt no joy in his heart. Instead, he felt himself sinking deeper and deeper into an abyss. Damn it, there are too many beasts. If I keep draining my vitality like this, I'm afraid tonight. John Howren dared not dwell on it. His eyes scanned the surroundings, searching for a chance to escape. But all he could see were moon-worshipping foxes. Moon-worshipping foxes everywhere. On the other side, Lan Xinyo wielded her long spear, flames blazing, making her a striking sight. Hordes of moon-worshipping foxes charged like mad, one after another, sacrificing their lives to drain Lan Xinyo's stamina. At this rate, Lan Xinyo won't be able to hold out much longer. John Howren immediately sensed that the situation was dire, his heart filled with anxiety and a sense of helplessness. Just at this critical moment, Mukin stepped forward and shouted loudly. You two go up to the cliff to rest. I'll defend down here by myself. Both of them were taken aback. They never would have expected it. That a genius like Nukin would be willing to shoulder the pressure and sacrifice himself for others. Well, he may be proud, but he is fundamentally a good person. Lan Xin was deeply moved, a complex mix of emotions welling up inside her. One person defending. The other two resting. It was undoubtedly the best decision. This way, they could maintain their combat effectiveness while conserving their stamina. But for the one on defense, the pressure was undoubtedly immense. Facing the moon-worshipping fox's onslaught alone. It was like walking a tightrope over a bottomless abyss. The slightest misstep meant certain death, or injury. All right. Don't push yourself if you can't hold out. Zhang Haoran's face flushed crimson as a look of shame crossed his features. As a senior student, when faced with danger, he found himself no match for a freshman lacking the other's composure and courage. Zhang Haoran made up his mind. The moment Nukin couldn't hold out any longer, he would take over without hesitation. I'll buy you some time. Go! Nukin, unaware of their thoughts, roared in anger. Immediately, the vitality within him evaporated, swiftly transforming into boundless power that surged into the spear. Supreme Art, Thunder Dragon's Wrath. In an instant, the Rain of Pear Blossoms spear erupted with a burst of green lightning. It was as if a thunder dragon had descended to earth, carrying boundless divine might, roaring as it charged toward the pack of moon-worshipping foxes. Wherever it passed, the moon-worshipping foxes were reduced to charred corpses, creating a vacuum in its wake. Let us go. Zhang Haoran knew this opportunity was hard-won and let out a low growl. With no moon-worshipping foxes to block their path, the two successfully scaled the sheer cliff. Lan Xinyao stood high above, looking down at the battlefield below. The scene before her was deeply etched into her mind. Under the moonlight, Nukin stood tall, radiating an indomitable will. Facing the pack of moon-worshipping foxes, he showed not a trace of fear. One man, one spear. He was an insurmountable wall. We can't just stand by and watch. Even if it's just a little help, we have to support Nukin. Lan Xinyao wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and steeled herself once more. She pulled a folding bow from her backpack. In addition to her primary specialization in spearmanship, Lan Xinyao had also devoted considerable effort to mastering archery as a secondary skill. It was precisely to prepare for situations like this, where close combat was impossible. That's right. Nukin has already unleashed one of his ultimate techniques. He probably won't hold out much longer. I'll take over in a moment. Zhang Haoran agreed with Lan Xinyou's assessment. Although he didn't know archery, he had his own way of supporting Nukin. Reaching out to pry at the edge of the cave, he used pebbles as his projectiles. It took the two of them only about 10 seconds to prepare their long-range support. Meanwhile, the moon-worshipping foxes seemed to have been frightened by the thunder dragon's fury. They stood rooted to the spot and did not charge again. Host, Nukin. Realm, Level 20. Talent, Eternal Azure Dragoness. Vitality, 2503. Spirit, 2003. Martial Arts, Water Dragon Chant Minor Achievement, Thunder Dragon's Wrath Beginner, Lightning Speed Stride Mastery, Wave Palm Beginner. Cultivation Techniques, Whale Sea Breathing Technique Second Layer, Perfection, True Scale Art Beginner, Meteor Meditation Beginner. Evolution Points, 730. Taking advantage of this lull, Nukin opened his interface and discovered he had over 700 evolution points. His principle remained the same: elevate his cultivation realm first, then boost his combat power. Without a moment's hesitation, he invested 500 of the newly acquired evolution points. His vitality surged once more, tempering his tendons and fascia and elevating his physical prowess to the next level. After leveling up, Nukin wasted no time and invested another 200 evolution points into true scale art. In an instant, true scale art reached the minor accomplishment realm. It's a shame it's not the perfect realm, otherwise, I could take on a pack of beasts all by myself without any trouble. With 2 teammates missing from the front lines, the situation seemed perilous, but it was all under Muken's control. As for what the other 2 were thinking, whether it was scorn or gratitude, he didn't care one bit. All he wanted to do was slay the ferocious beasts and earn evolution points. A distinctive howl echoed through the forest. The sound was unusually deep and resonant, completely different from the howls they'd heard before. A moon-worshipping fox, 3 meters long, emerged from the woods. The moon-shaped mark on its forehead glowed purple, casting a chilling, oppressive aura over everyone present. A second-tier ferocious beast, the moon-worshipping fox king. "Come on, beast, let us see if you can kill me." Muken let out a savage laugh as a surge of vitality erupted from his skin, transforming into rows of scales. His true scale art, now at the minor achievement level, looked even more lifelike, covering 50% of his body. Combined with his second-tier combat suit and the white lion breastplate, these layers of protection caused his defense to skyrocket. He was completely immune to attacks from first-tier ferocious beasts. This was the very confidence that allowed him to face a pack of beasts alone, armed with nothing but his spear. "Awah!" The moon-worshipping Fox King let out a long howl to the heavens, like a general sounding a bugle to issue the order to attack. Moon-worshipping foxes across the mountains and fields sprang into action.